I saw, in the starry sky, a huge and terrifying figure walked out of the tumbling black clouds. It was a black and shiny bird with countless steel gun-like burrs, moving 8 hideous and terrifying long legs, and a pair of huge house-like eyes on its head, emitting ruthless light like stars. It faces a continent, straddling the starry sky, giving people an absolute sense of oppression. When Xuanhuan came in front of the evil spirit spider, his eyes suddenly lit up, and in the next second, rich colorful mana blasted out, enveloping the evil spirit spider within it in the blink of an eye. I want to see what kind of vision will be produced after the spirits of darkness are gathered. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and thought. In fact, ordinary creatures cannot subdue the spirit of darkness at all. Even the primordial gods can't do it. But Xuanhuan was indeed an accident. Because Xuanhuan is the father of the Hongming Emperor, the aura on his body is very fond of the Xianling evil spider. So Xuanhuan wrapped the mysterious spirit spider very easily. Then streams of 7-colored Emperor Flame Dragon Chi blasted out from Xuanhuan's body, wrapping the mysterious spirit evil spider layer by layer. Start to subdue it. With the power of one person, he controlled the spirit of darkness in an instant, and the strength of the Emperor of Heaven has been displayed in front of everyone. In addition to the previous feat of refining the crystal tablet, the image of the Emperor of Heaven has become infinitely taller in the hearts of hundreds of millions of living beings. TSK, as expected of the Emperor of Heaven, he is powerful. Even the spirit of darkness can be controlled. Who can compare to the mighty power of the Heavenly Emperor? God, we might as well. All the creatures changed their previous doubts and sarcasm, and praised Xuanhuan greatly. In this way, Yin Chongqing challenged the strong in the world, but was ruthlessly robbed of his light by the Emperor of Heaven. Yin Chongqing looked at the Emperor of Heaven, who was subduing the mysterious spirit spider, with a complicated expression. He knows the true identity of the Emperor of Heaven better than anyone else. Soon, Xuanhuan tried to inject a drop of blood essence into the soul of the Xianling evil spider, so that he can control the mysterious spirit spider. Unexpectedly, this drop of blood essence could easily seep into the body of the mysterious spirit evil spider. Let him froze for a moment. Immediately became happy. Soon, Xuanhuan felt that he had some kind of mysterious connection with the evil spirit spider, as if he had mastered the evil spirit spider's life. He could live if he wanted it to live, and he couldn't live if he wanted it to die. This is the benefit of recognizing the master of the spirit beast. Immediately, Xuanhuan withdrew his control over the evil spirit spider, and reached out to touch the evil spirit spider's big head. The latter narrowed his eyes, and seemed to be enjoying it, which made Xuanhuan amazed. It's getting smaller, lying on my shoulders, Xuanhuan ordered. As if hearing Xuanhuan's words, the mysterious spirit evil spider shrank suddenly, and lay on Xuanhuan's shoulder in the next second. Afterwards, Xuanhuan returned to the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair and sat down, under the gaze of hundreds of millions of living beings. Conquering a dark spirit made him feel very happy. Yin and Yang live forever, you can continue to challenge. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the corners of Yin Chongqing's mouth twitched. My limelight has been taken away by you. How can I fight? Although he thought so in his heart, his battle would continue. Who else is not convinced? Yin Chongqing has been adjusted and become proud again. At this time, the trembling voice shouted. I am the Emperor Quan, come to challenge the Yin and Yang longevity. At this moment, Emperor Quan's voice suddenly rang out among hundreds of millions of living beings. Immediately afterwards, he turned into a ray of spiritual light and came to Yinyang Chongqing in an instant and launched his means to attack Yinyang Chongqing without saying a word. It's just a pity that he, who is ranked 23rd, struggles against Yinyang Chongqing. Although they are attacking swiftly and fiercely, they will lose sooner or later. Call up the attribute list of the giant spirit god. Xuanhuan is not interested in this kind of battle. Being bored, call up the attribute list of the giant spirit god to have a look. Giant spirit god, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, primordial creature. Lucky level, primordial ancestor, fivefold good fortune. Cultivation method, regret the gods. Magic weapon, giant spirit axe. Supernatural powers, the giant spirit regrets the sky. Loyalty, 100/100. Sure enough, it is the fivefold good fortune of the original ancestral realm. According to his ranking, Xuanhuan probably guessed it. Mingfo, I entrusted you with a task, how about it, do you want to take it? At this time, Xuanhuan's heart moved. Mingfo knew all about Hongmeng very well. Why didn't he entrust him with the task of finding the spirit of darkness? It is Mingfo's honor to go through fire and water for His Majesty. Mingfo replied respectfully. The heavenly demon emperor next to him is still in shock until now. At the beginning of Hongmeng, he had heard the legend about the Emperor of Heaven. So the Emperor of Heaven is also the object of his pursuit. But he didn't expect that he saw the Emperor of Heaven. My heart is extremely excited. Very good, you go to Hongmeng and help me find other dark spirits. When the time comes, I will give you a great fortune. When Mingfo heard this, he readily agreed. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, my minister Mencius came to pay my respects. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a group of people flew from the depths of the starry sky. The leader was an old man in a Confucian costume. His face was calm, his expression was serene, and his breath was deep and mellow. This person is Mencius of Hongmeng Confucianism. Today I am here to meet Xuanhuan. Soon, a group of people came to Xuanhuan. Led by Mencius, he paid homage to Xuanhuan. Well, Mencius has worked hard for you, get up. Xuanhuan said happily. Then he called up Mencius' attribute list. Mencius, from ancient myths and legends. Status, representative of Confucianism, Yaxing. Lucky level, the first level of fortune in the primordial ancestral realm. Cultivation method, Meng Xianqian method. Supernatural powers, spring and autumn battle pen. Yixingwei. Magic weapon, Yaxing book voucher. Loyalty, 100/100. For this cultivation level, Xuanhuan can still accept it. After all, what Mencius practiced was Confucianism, and he emphasized zhongjing and peace. It is not easy to have such a cultivation base. In the following time, Yinyang Chongqing defeated Emperor Quan, Huijianda, and Quan Lingfeng one after another, with the same momentum for a while. And with the passage of time, some long-established powerhouses came. Let the starry sky here look extremely lively. However, Xuanhuan felt that the real big power in Hongmeng, the real strong man, did not appear. Or they disdained to participate in this kind of contention. Perhaps in their hearts, becoming a god is not that important. However, I am rebuilding now, and I have to do it step by step. I want everyone to see that even if I rebuild, I can stand at the peak again. Xuanhuan thought to himself. Soon, another 5 days passed. There are also many strong people who can't understand the face of yin and yang longevity, and start to challenge yin and yang longevity. But yin yang Chongqing is worthy of being the avatar of the primordial god, and he has not lost a single time. At the same time, the list of gods has changed again. Emperor Qian, the 13th in the list of gods. Nailan Qing, 10th on the list of gods. Boom. The creatures who were watching the excitement suddenly exploded. It is also the name of Emperor Qian. It was Nailan Qing again. Recently, Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing, just as they had agreed to, rose alternately with each other. The list of gods has become a playground for the two of them. All the living beings talked to the two of them, making Nailan Qing and Emperor Qian shocked the whole Hongmeng instantly. Xuanhuan was also watching the changes in the list of gods. It's just that his expression is full of satisfaction. In fact, in a sense, Nailan Qing was created by Xuanhuan. If there is no Xuanhuan, it is very likely that there will be no Nailan Qing. However, Xuanhuan didn't know that the reason why Nailan Qing was so heaven-defying was because he was not a creature of chaos, nor a creature of primordial origin, but a creature from beyond the sky. He followed Xuanhuan's reincarnation to rebuild and reincarnate. At this time, the strong man from Tianwu Academy flew over, led by the dean himself, and paid a visit to Xuanhuan as soon as he appeared. Xuanhuan was extremely satisfied with this. From then on, all his subordinates in the chaotic period, except those who betrayed and died, basically returned to his command. Afterwards, Xuanhuan began to pay attention to the battle in the distance. It seemed impossible for him to complete the mission of the mythical emperor. Now, because since he killed the yin-yang calendar robbery, he has lost the possibility of completing this task. However, there is another task that can be accomplished. Then let's begin. Xuanhuan glanced at the mighty yin-yang Chongqing, and slowly stood up. Yin and yang live forever, I intend to challenge you. Xuanhuan's voice came out. The scene fell silent for an instant. All the creatures looked at Xuanhuan in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Did I hear you right? The heavenly emperor wants to challenge yin yang to live forever? The spirit of the emperor of heaven is really not ordinary, is it huge? It's a pity, after all, yin-yang Chongqing is a strong person in the ancestral realm of the origin, and it is not something the emperor of heaven can defeat. The creatures talked a lot. Although they respected Xuanhuan very much, the difference in realm made them look down on Xuanhuan. God, do you really want to challenge me? Yin-yang Chongqing asked, with a strange face. The heavenly emperor only has the cultivation base of Taishu God's 9 transformations. He can kill him with just one finger. But he couldn't kill Xuanhuan, and he didn't want Xuanhuan to lose face. So I opened my mouth to persuade. No need to say more, let the horse come over. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he rushed towards yin-yang Chongqing. Seeing this, yin-yang Chongqing's eyes narrowed, and he attacked decisively. Although he cared about the emperor's face, he hoped that he would win. Xuanhuan flew halfway, his eyes fixed, and he waved his big hand. In an instant, clones of heavenly emperors flew out of his body, and thousands of clones flew out in the blink of an eye. Continuously bumped into yin-yang Chongqing. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of avatars with the same strength as the deity are so terrifying that they immediately surround yin-yang Chongqing among them. Let yin-yang Chongqing fall into a passive state before he had time to react. Moreover, there are still clones appearing continuously, reaching 100,000 in the blink of an eye. Futian Palm, Time Dao, Space Dao, and other supernatural powers were used on different clones, making Yin-Yang Chongqing unable to laugh anymore. How is this possible? Why are these clones so powerful? The point is, these avatars can leapfrog challenges. He didn't lose the slightest bit in the battle against the strong man of the 11th stage of the original ancestral realm. The creatures watching the battle were also frightened. They all exclaimed, "How is this possible? The avatar is so powerful. Isn't this hundreds of thousands of people with the same cultivation level fighting against the same person? What kind of avatar technique is this supernatural power of the Emperor of Heaven? Why is it so weird?" Xuanhuan's performance once again refreshed the cognition of the creatures. Even the giant spirit god, Mencius, and the strong men of Tianwu Academy all looked shocked. Some were stunned. Emperor Haoyan mechanically raised his head to look at Xuanhuan, who was standing in the void. That figure became more and more mysterious. At this moment, Yin-Yang Chongqing suddenly exploded with full power, blasting all the surrounding heavenly emperor clones to death. Emperor Heaven, no matter how many avatars you have, you are still too imaginary to reach the realm, and there is a big gap between me and you. You have no chance of winning at all, so it is better not to engage in unnecessary fights. Yin-Yang Chongqing said expressionlessly. He really didn't want Xuanhuan to get hurt. After all, he still doesn't know the meaning of the deity. Although what he said was sincere, Xuanhuan was still unmoved. "I saw that, Su." Haoyan slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, that right hand turned into a color as white as jade. He pushed forward slightly. A vast power of the sun suddenly burst out. In an instant, Xuanhuan unfolded the road of cause and effect. If there is a cause, there must be an effect. The universe is infinite, and time is reversed. Xuanhuan yelled loudly, and a mysterious power of the sun directly covered the yin and yang longevity with a bang. In the next second, hundreds of millions of beings were shocked to see that Yin-Yang Chongqing started to become younger. Although the speed is slow, he is indeed getting younger. Yin-Yang Chongqing was shocked. Exclaimed, What kind of supernatural power is this? I feel that my body, age, and even mana are going back, and as the power of the sun in Xuanhuan's white jade hand becomes stronger and stronger, this backtracking becomes faster and faster. In just a few breaths, his cultivation has dropped from the 11th level of fortune in the primordial ancestral realm to the 7th level of good fortune. And still going on. I can't go on like this, otherwise I will be beaten back into my body. Thinking about this, Yin-Yang Chongqing is ready to use life-saving means. However, at this moment, a majestic and magnificent silver-white mountain suddenly appeared above his head. In an instant, the endless power of the sun poured down. Cover him directly in it. At the same time, Yin-Yang Chongqing felt that his actions became sluggish and slack. What, Time Avenue? How is it possible? How can you be so powerful? Yin-Yang Chongqing's face changed wildly. He waved the big knife in his hand vigorously, but it seemed to be in slow motion. It doesn't help at all. No, God, can't you treat me like this? He roared wildly, wanting to rush out of the cage. However, what greeted him was him who had already turned into a teenager, and the fact that he had reached the 3 transformations of Taxishan arrival realm. 10 minutes later. I'm not reconciled. In the roar of yin and yang longevity, his young divine body turned into bits and pieces of spiritual light and disappeared with a bang. At the same time, great changes have taken place in the list of becoming gods. The second-ranked yin-yang Chongqing fell to third place. In his place is the god of heaven. Wow! All creatures exclaimed. Heavenly Emperor actually defeated yin-yang Chongqing and jumped to the second place on the list of gods. The Heavenly Emperor is too powerful. Wow, starting today, the Emperor of Heaven will be my goal. The Heavenly Emperor's supernatural powers are unfathomable, and he actually beat yin-yang Chongqing back to his mother's womb. It's really terrifying. I would rather give up the ranking than face the Emperor of Heaven. Hey, yin-yang Chongqing didn't die, but what I saw was that he turned into starlight and disappeared? All souls are talking. However, with a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, all the avatars of the Heavenly Emperor disappeared. Tianwu Mountain and others were also taken back by him. Immediately afterwards, with a wave of his hand, a ray of spiritual light flew out from his sleeve, turning back into the appearance of yin and yang. Longevity. The first time yin-yang Chongqing appeared, he was a little confused at first, but he immediately became excited. He is not dead yet? I think you are still respectful to me, so I will spare you from dying. I hope you will not forget your roots like your deity. Xuanhuan said meaningfully. Thump. Yin-yang Chongqing knelt at Xuanhuan's feet. He kowtowed to Xuanhuan. Respectfully. He said forcefully. Father, don't worry, I will always remember my father's teachings. Well, good, you go. Xuanhuan waved his hand. Just now, when the yin and yang longevity were about to dissipate, he kept the last trace of his soul, and used the avenue of reincarnation and the avenue of good fortune to regenerate the yin and yang longevity. At the same time, the tall image of the Emperor of Heaven will forever be imprinted in his mind. Immortality exists forever. Such a scene made the creatures around see it boil immediately. It turns out that the Emperor of Heaven is so great that he is able to recreate creatures. The Emperor of Heaven has supernatural powers, so terrifying. I am no longer an enemy of the Emperor of Heaven. I really don't have that power. When all the creatures looked at Xuanhuan's eyes, they were full of awe. Yin-yang Chongqing stood on the highest place in front again, and shouted loudly, I was defeated by the Emperor of Heaven in the last match, who will come in the next match? He wants to continue to challenge. Protect this second position for the Emperor of Heaven for no other reason. Yin and Yang live forever, I will challenge you. At this moment, two voices sounded in no particular order. Everyone looked for the reputation. But I saw two beams of light, one red and one white, coming from different directions. As soon as the inspiration faded, two young women appeared. Jade-faced Rakshasa? Xuanhuan? Someone who had seen the second girl suddenly exclaimed. These two women are the hottest characters on the list of becoming gods, but they are the ones that the creatures pay close attention to. There is no other reason, because they are the only women competing to become gods, and they are also two dark horses. The two girls flew into the field, glanced at each other, and then looked towards Xuanhuan expressionlessly. Chang'e and Lying also stared at the second daughter intently. Because of the same blood, the four women can feel the induction from the depths of the soul when they meet. All the creatures also watched all this with their eyes wide open. Why are these four women so alike? Although the temperament is different. But does it feel like a person? Do they have any connection with each other? Xuanhuan was also observing Yemian Luocha and Chunliner. One of the two girls was cold all over, giving people a feeling that strangers should not get close to each other, and the other had a tyrannical, vicious, and cold feeling, coupled with the arrogance and joy of Chang'e and lying, all Hongming's emotions are left with silence. Haha, the 5 sons of Hongming, now there are 4, Heavenly Emperor, I really have to thank you. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, the entire East Hongming was shocked. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure with mixed yin and yang flashed out from the void. Is this deity? Yin Yang Changsheng was shocked. The whole person was trembling even more. This is the coercion originating from the bloodline, leaving him no room to fight back. He even bent his legs, and had the urge to kneel down. No, this is not the deity, this is. Yin Yang Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Although this person has the conditions to suppress him, if he resists with all his strength, he can still resist. Who are you, and why do you have the blood and divine power of this deity? Yin Yang Changsheng asked in a deep voice. I am the god of Yin Yang regret, and I have 1/3 of the power of this deity. Yin Yang is immortal, right? Your mission has been completed, and this deity doesn't need you anymore. Go back and return to life. Return? Who do you think you are? Although he said so, there was already a huge wave in his heart. Possesses 1/3 of the power of the deity, and is independent of the deity. What the hell is he going to do? Isn't he afraid of backlash? Ding. Trigger the side mission, the ambition of the god of regret. Mission. Details, because Emperor Yin Yang already has ambitions, he wants to resurrect Hongming as his puppet, so as to replace the host and become the ruler of Hongming. If the host kills Yin Yang regret god or allows it to return to its original source, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial spirit, 3 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 3 chances a chance to pass on Taoism, 3 chances to awaken loyalists, 3 chances to be recruited by the primordial spirit, and 10 chances to be the peak of the strong. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Su Haotian's mind. Su Haotian's eyes immediately brightened. It seems that Emperor Yin Yang Yuan is really crazy, even dare to move him? It's just insane. That being the case, there is no need for him to exist anymore. Yin Yang, do you think I can become stronger as long as I fuse the 3 of them? At this time, Yemi and Luocha suddenly said coldly. The cold voice made all living beings tremble with fear. Is this woman crazy? She dares to touch the emperor's people? The key depends on the attitude of the hermaphrodite above. However, I always feel that the Emperor of Heaven is in great trouble today. That's not necessarily true. The Heavenly Emperor is the second in the list of gods. Who dares to compete with him? Who is the yin and yang person? How can it give people a pressure from the blood? Could it be the primordial spirit? Impossible? Hundreds of millions of living beings talked and pointed at the god of yin and yang. Yin Yang regret god did not answer Yemi and Luocha's question, but looked at Su Haotian jokingly and said, Heavenly Emperor, I will give you a chance to hand over the 2 of them. For the sake of this deity, I will not make it difficult for you, otherwise, Nima coins. Li Yuanba cursed angrily, and with a sledgehammer in his hand, he attacked Yin Yang regret. I don't know what's good or bad. Yin Yang regretfully snorted coldly, and made a bold move. The war broke out in an instant. Zhao Yun, are you sure you can control the jade-faced Raksha in an instant? Xuanhuan asked. It's a piece of cake. Zhao Yun agreed, turned around and disappeared. When it appeared, it had already come close to the jade-faced Rakshasa. You. The jade-faced Rakshasa was inexplicably astonished, and was just about to fight back. It's a pity that Zhao Yun didn't give him this chance. Immediately lost resistance. Zhao Yun was about to fly back, holding the jade-faced Rakshasa. Chun Linner, who stood opposite and watched all this, suddenly said, I'll go back with you too, is that okay? Zhao Yun was surprised, but still nodded. Take Chun Linner back together. Are you the Emperor of Heaven? Can you protect my safety? The three quickly returned to Xuanhuan's side. Unlike the jade-faced Raksha's cold gaze, Chun Linner asked, curiously. Of course. And it can also make you stronger. At least you won't be bullied by others. Xuanhuan said with a slight smile. Well, I believe this, because the two sisters behind you are the best example. However, I have a question and I want to ask you. Chun Linner embroidered eyebrows and asked. Don't ask, I will tell you when the time comes. Boom. At this moment, Li Yuanba was sent flying by Yin Yang regret. The whole person rewinds like a cannonball at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Yun, go and help. Xuanhuan frowned and said. Your order. Zhao Yun agreed, turned around and flew towards Yin Yang regret god. Boom. The avenue of guns suddenly unfolded, and it was immediately intercepted. Yin Yang regretted that he wanted to use a ruthless move against Li Yuanba. The two fought together in an instant. Who the hell are you? Why do you have such strong divine power? Could it be that you are a primordial god? As soon as they fought, the Yin and Yang face of the Yin and Yang regretful god became shocked. He actually felt strong divine power from Zhao Yun. He has only felt this kind of situation in his own body. Humph, how dare you come here to provoke His Majesty, you really want to die. As Zhao Yun spoke, he launched a fierce attack on Yin Yang regret god. Rumble. Zhao Yun blasted out with a single shot, and the Yin Yang regret god was immediately sent flying. Yin Yang regret god felt a huge divine force coming, and he was blown away. Suddenly surprised. Ever since he became the strongest avatar of the deity, he has always been a proud existence. The ant in front of him roared angrily at him like this. Boy, even if you have divine power, so what, the oppression in the realm of cultivation, how can you break it with mere divine power? Yin Yang regret made a gesture of lifting his hands, and a huge black and white ball of light was instantly condensed by him. At the same time, a destructive breath overflowed from the ball of light. In an instant, the entire East Hongming was filled. Ha ha ha, boy, try the power of my Yin Yang promise disc. Yin Yang regret let out a roar, and threw the huge ball of light with a shake of his hand. Zhao Yun was taken aback, and instantly felt a chill from the bone marrow. A huge sense of crisis suddenly came. He hastily raised the spear high and stabbed straight into the sky. Rumble. Zhao Yun was instantly overwhelmed by the huge Yin and Yang sphere. The tyrannical atmosphere full of destruction spreads wantonly. Before the surrounding creatures could react, they were instantly destroyed by this breath. The huge destructive power almost destroyed most of Donghongming. After a while, the light dissipated. Everyone looked through the smoke and dust. I saw Xuanhuan rising slowly wrapped in a layer of white mist at some unknown time. Why haven't you died yet? Impossible, unless you are a primordial god, you won't be able to survive my destructive power alone. But, how can you be a primordial god? Yin Yang regret was shocked. Why not? Zhao Yunfeng said lightly. At the same time, the contemptuous expression of a long spear made Yin Yang regretful instantly furious. Boy, I want you to die badly. With a loud roar, Yin Yang regret instantly turned into a black and white streamer and rushed towards Zhao Yun. In an instant, the two were fighting together again. Seeing this, Su Haoyan thought for a while and said, Wukong, come here. When Sun Wukong heard this, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he ran up to Su Haoyan excitedly. He looked at Su Haoyan eagerly. The system quenches Sun Wukong's original energy. He now has a chance to quench his body with the primordial qi, and decided to give him to Monkey King. In an instant, the system sucked Monkey King in. Yang Jian, go up and beat him up. Su Haoyan ordered. A smile flashed on Yang Jian's face, and he disappeared in front of Su Haoyan. When it appeared, the person had already reached the sky above the god of Yin Yang regret, and the long knife wrapped in purple energy slammed towards the god of Yin Yang regret fiercely with the momentum of Mount Tai. What? How is it possible? Why do you also have strong divine power? What's going on? Yin Yang regret god instantly felt the vast primordial divine power in Yang Jian's body. That is the symbol of the primordial spirit. It made him messy in an instant. He couldn't understand at all, why would there still be a grand mist god in the primordial realm? He is Erlang god under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, and today I will let you see what a primordial god is. Yang Jian's voice resounded throughout Donghongmeng. While shaking the Yin and Yang regrets, it also stunned hundreds of millions of living beings. What did he say? Primordial spirit? He said that he is a primordial god, is it true? Didn't you listen to that Yin and Yang person? They have supernatural powers. So they must be gods. But, when did there be so many gods? The two subordinates randomly sent by the Heavenly Emperor are primordial gods, so what kind of identity is the Heavenly Emperor? All of a sudden, all the creatures started talking and pointing at Su Haoyan and Yang Jian and Zhao Yun, who were fighting. At this time, the battle between the three had moved from Donghongmeng to the starry sky. Because of the protection of divine power, although the cultivation level of the two is lower than that of Yin Yang regret god, they can deal with it. Although they cannot win a substantial victory, they will not be defeated. Although Li Yuanba was blown away, he was not injured at all due to his rough skin and thick flesh. After some adjustments, he roared and charged into the battle group again. On the other side, Yin Yang Chongqing's face was uncertain for a while. Before he sighed secretly. He thought for a while with a lonely expression. Finally, with a flash of determination in his eyes, he flew towards Su Haoyan. Stop, what are you doing? Sanshao lined up, standing in front of Su Haoyan, blocking the way of Yin Yang Chongqing. Your Majesty, I want to worship you. As soon as these words came out, a weird look flashed on Su Haoyan's face. Immediately relieved. Now, Yin Yang Chongqing has been abandoned by Emperor Yin Yang Yuan, and there are only two paths in front of him. First, go back and return to life. And then disband and disappear. Second, hiding XC alone in Hongmengdong, lingering on his last breath. However, Yin Yang Chongqing chose the third path, worshipping him, the Father of gods, and seeking asylum. It has to be said that this is an extremely wise choice. Because he wants to live, only Xuanhuan can protect him. Let him come here. Xuanhuan said lightly. Yang Chongqing's face flashed with joy, and then he came to Xuanhuan, knelt on the ground with a plop and said, Your Majesty, please take him in. You made a wise choice. Don't worry, Emperor Yang Yuan will not live long. Be good, and I will let you replace him. The premise is that you must be absolutely loyal to me. Xuanhuan said seriously. Hearing this, Yang Chongqing became excited immediately. Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking me in. I'm determined to die forever. After Yang Chongqing finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xuanhuan's order, and directly killed Yang Regret God. He wants to express his determination with practical actions. Yang Chongqing, how dare you betray this deity, don't you want to live? Yang Regret God. Yang's face was full of shock and anger. He never thought that Yang Chongqing would seek refuge with the Emperor of Heaven? You idiot. I am useless now. If I go back, I will die, but if I stay, I will still die. Then why don't I worship the Emperor of Heaven and live a good life? Yang Chongqing snorted coldly, and attacked Yang Regret God. Although he only has 1/10 of the divine power of the deity, he is a creature with divine power after all. Cooperating with Zhao Yun, Yang Jian, and Li Yuanba, he instantly putting Yang at a disadvantage. Hee, it's quite lively. Yang Regret God, you are quite majestic? At this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in a colorful brocade robe strolled from the depths of the starry sky. Xuanhuan, what are you doing here? Yang Regret, who was in the middle of the battle, frowned when he saw this person. 4-element Hunyuan? Wow. As soon as these words appeared, the hundreds of millions of living beings on the scene immediately exploded. Xuanhuan, number 1 on the list of gods, most of the living beings have never seen him. I only know that such a strong person exists. However, as the first avatar of the primordial spirit, Yang Regretchen is very clear that the cultivation base of the Xuanhuan is not weaker than him. The identity is the same as him. Xuanhuan, who became number 1 on the list of gods, is also here. The battle to become a god is getting more and more lively. I don't think it will take 10,000 years to get the result. I really hope that the Xuanhuan and the Emperor of Heaven will have a big battle. The creatures started to talk, but they didn't dare to make any noise, for fear of making this mysterious strong man lively. The Xuanhuan strolled over without any entourage behind him. A strong man like him really disdains those clichés. He stood thousands of miles in front of Xuanhuan, quietly looked at Xuanhuan and said softly, Heavenly Emperor, how about we make a deal? Deal? Tell me. Xuanhuan said non-committal. But I was thinking in my heart, another lifeless thing, the primordial gods are really decayed. I helped you take care of the god of yin and yang, and you will help me ascend to the position of god. How about it? Xuanhuan said with confidence. It's not good, go away, I'm not interested. Xuanhuan said lightly. Seeing this, Xuanhuan froze slightly. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to be able to refuse. God, you will regret it. Xuanhuan didn't do too much. Like Yang Regret, he did not dare to be rough on Xuanhuan. Of course, if it is really necessary, he will not take into account the father-son relationship of the deity. In this way, a day and a half passed. The battle in the stars continues. At this time, Li Yuanba and Yin Yang Chongqing had withdrawn from the battle group. Because they are not gods, they can't intervene at all. No choice but to quit. And Zhao Yun and Yang Jian, relying on their strong divine power, can still maintain an invincible deal with the Yin and Yang regret gods. But it can be dangerous over time. After all, there is a big gap between them and Yin Yang regret God. Heavenly Emperor, you give up, you can't make a comeback like this. The voice of Yin Yang regretful God rolled out, making Xuanhuan's brows tightly wrinkled. A day and a half has passed, why hasn't Sun Wukong succeeded in quenching his body with the primordial energy? Could it be that this monkey is against the sky? At this moment, another figure flew from the depths of the starry sky. He was wearing a blue brocade robe, his figure was as straight as a sword, and his stern face was as sharp as a knife. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an air of emptiness and arrogance. It was Nailan Qing, who hadn't appeared for a long time. The ancestor is here. Nailan Yunhai's eyes lit up suddenly, and he immediately waved to Nailan Qing. Xuanhuan seemed to feel something in his heart, and looked up. This kid is really here. I thought about it but didn't move, but my body moved a bit, giving way to half of the chair. Nailan Qing seemed to understand Xuanhuan's meaning, crossed the mountains, and sat on Xuanhuan's supreme 9-dragon chair in the blink of an eye. God, long time no see. Nailan Qing sat casually on the supreme 9-dragon chair, his indifferent face was instantly covered with a smile, as if seeing an old friend. Xuanhuan also smiled and said, You, Nailan Qing, are very busy as you are on the list of gods and you are expanding your territory in Hongmeng Central, so you have time to pay attention to me? Nailan Qing shook his head and smiled, I have nothing to do, leading the younger generation to play, it is not as grand as the Emperor of Heaven. By the way, that guy is like a half-god, why is he harassing you? Nailan Qing changed the subject, looked at Yin Yang with regret, and his face instantly became indifferent. The first avatar of that boy, Emperor Yin Yang, is just a poor bastard who was bewitched by the gods. Do you want me to make a move? No, I want to kill him with my own hands. This is the dignity of the Emperor of Heaven. Xuanhuan said softly. Well, okay, but if anyone dares to harm you, I will make him regret coming to this world. Xuanhuan looked at him carefully for a while and said, Are you getting stronger again? Xuanhuan faintly felt that there seemed to be some unknown connection between him and Nailan Qing. But there seemed to be something blinding his eyes, making him unable to see the truth of the matter. Could it be that Nailan Qing is also a creature from outside the sky, and is inextricably linked with himself? By the way, Heavenly Emperor, someone asked me to give this to you. Just when Xuanhuan was thinking wildly in his mind, Nailan Qing suddenly took out a black round bead, put it in Xuanhuan's hand, and said at the same time, What is this? Xuanhuan asked strangely. At the same time, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He actually felt a very familiar aura on the bead. I don't know either. The other party said, You will understand. After finishing speaking, he looked at Xuanhuan with a strange face, and then stood up. Heavenly Emperor, the Battle of Wushuang, I want to fight with you in an upright manner, how about it? Nailan Qing said proudly. No problem, I will let you taste the taste of failure then. Xuanhuan was naturally not to be outdone. The two looked at each other and smiled and saw confidence in each other's eyes. Seeing Nailan Qing's departure, Xuanhuan fell into deep thought while holding The bead. Ding. Sun Wukong's primordial chi quenching succeeded. May the host choose to release it? At this time, nearly 2 days have passed, and the system notification tone finally rang. Don't release it yet, call out the attribute list. Sun Wukong, from Identity, Patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha said, Namo Great Sage Relic King Buddha. Bloodline, Primordial God. The Great Tao, Dozhan Tao. Belonging Creation, Fight against the Buddha creation. Cultivation Method, Wanfa Golden Body Ju. Supernatural Powers, 72 Transformations of Earth Fiend. Magic Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Lucky Level, Supreme Origin Taizu First Stage Change. Loyalty, 100/100. Damn it, the first level of the Supreme Ancestor Taizu has changed? The existing record is refreshed directly. Against the Sky. System, can releasing Sun Wukong crash the system? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. Because the host has now occupied the 4 primordial beings and defeated the primordial avatar, which has greatly accelerated the growth of the system. The maximum limit of the system now is the 9-fold transformation of the Supreme Primordial Ancestor. The systematic answer made Xuanhuan's breathing quicken. Release Monkey King. Xuanhuan ordered from the bottom of his heart. He wants to let the primordial spirit know that water can carry a boat, and it can also overturn it. Afterwards, Monkey King walked out between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Boom. The unparalleled coercion scattered around him centered on him. In an instant, it attracted the attention of Yin-Yang Regret God, who was fighting. Xuanhuan even stood up directly. They all looked at Monkey King in cassock with horrified eyes. Primordial spirit? How is this possible? Why does the Emperor of Heaven still have the primordial spirit? Moreover, this primordial spirit completely suppressed them both in terms of cultivation base and bloodline. Let them not be able to arouse even a little bit of resistance. How do you play this? Xuanhuan didn't hesitate, and was about to turn around and leave. However, Ba. Where do you want to go? At some point, Sun Wukong had already stood behind Xuanhuan. She was looking at him indifferently. I am the avatar of the primordial god, Yu. Those who betray his majesty will be killed without mercy. As soon as the indifferent voice came out, Sun Wukong slapped Xuanhuan's head with a palm. Boom. Xuanhuan didn't even let out a scream, but with a bang, a cloud of blood mist dissipated between heaven and earth. There was silence. Even the battle in the starry sky stopped. Zhao Yun and Yang Jian looked at Monkey King with complicated expressions. They didn't expect to be surpassed so quickly. Yin-Yang Regret trembled even more. It's not that he is afraid, but that Monkey King has completely suppressed him. In blood. It made him tremble with fear. At the same time, the list of gods has changed. The first 4-element Xuanhuan was erased. At the same time, Sun Wukong, who fought against Buddha, appeared in that position. Wow. Everywhere in Hongmeng, the land of the ancient sages, and the city of the 6 emperors, Haotian court suddenly erupted with joy. Wukong is too powerful, isn't he? He's number 1 on the list of gods? Patriarch Bodhi said with a look of relief. It should be His Majesty who is powerful, and His Majesty has already recognized him. Only then did he have his status. Great, now the list of becoming gods has been basically occupied by our powerful players from Tian. We will take off again. At this moment, all heaven is celebrating. In a dark and damp place at the bottom of the Six Emperors City, this is Haotian Court's Sky Prison, where serious offenders are detained. Daozu Hongjun was sitting in the cage with his eyes closed. When Sun Wukong ascended to the first place on the list of gods, he suddenly opened his eyes. Xisheng Chaos, you have used me and deceived me. Then why should I go on for you? After Hongjun Daozu muttered to himself, he suddenly roared. I want to see the god of heaven. East Hongmeng. Sun Wukong stood proudly in the void. Received the attention of hundreds of millions of living beings. Wukong, kill Yin Yang regret God. At this time, Su Haoyan opened his mouth and gave orders. Your order. Sun Wukong agreed, and disappeared in place. When he appeared, he was already in front of Yin Yang regret God. You can't kill me. I have divine power. I am a primordial god and cannot be violated. If you kill me, you will be punished by heaven. Yin Yang regret shouted in horror. Spirit of primordial origin? Without his majesty, where would the divine spirit of primordial origin come from? Has his head been burned out? As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he slammed his palm at Yin Yang. Regret God. It was directly blasted into a blood mist. At this point, the Yin and Yang regrets have fallen. The 4 elephants Xuanhuan fell. Ding. Complete the subquest, the ambition of Yin Yang regret God. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial essence, a chance to temper the body with primordial energy, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial realm, and 3 chances to awaken beyond the limit. 3 chances to pass on Taoism, 3 chances to awaken loyalists, 3 chances to be recruited by primordial origin, and 10 chances to be the peak of the strong. Listening to the system prompt, Su Haoyan did not show a smile on his face. He is now extremely disappointed with the primordial gods. I have made a decision in my heart to abolish the old and establish the new. In the creation of Hongmeng gods. The scene fell into silence again. After a long time, Sun Wukong said, I have been enlightened by His Majesty. And I have become a primordial god. Now I am fighting with your Majesty, but I am defeated by your Majesty. I am convinced that I lost. After Monkey King finished speaking, he used his supreme power to rewrite the list of becoming gods. First place, Heavenly Emperor. Second place, Sun Wukong. Third place, Zhao Yun. Fourth place, Yang Jian. Fifth place, Li Yuanba. Ding. Complete the main task, the list of gods. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, 1 chance to temper the body with primordial energy, 10 chances to revive the strong. 10 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, 10 chances to transcend tribulation, 10 chances to superlimit awakening, 10 chances to awaken loyalists, 20 chances for dungeons of the strong, 20 chances for the pinnacle of the strong. The system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's mind, and Su Haoyan finally showed a bright smile. All creatures have witnessed this moment with their own eyes. No soul feels that Su Haoyan is unworthy. On the contrary, the Emperor of Heaven is number 1 in the world, and he really deserves his name. At this moment, whether it is in the 4 primordial realms, the land of the ancient sages, or the large and small worlds of various interfaces, wherever there are living beings, they all rejoice at the miracles created by the Emperor of Heaven. In particular, the powerhouses of the Haotian court in the 6 Emperors City all knelt down and shouted long live to the void. Su Haoyan's 4 children's faces were flushed, and they were inexplicably excited. They are also proud that their father has become number one in the world. Bai Suzhen carried all the concubines with a proud smile. In Donghongmeng, the hundreds of millions of creatures were stunned for a moment, and then with a bang, they erupted into joy in an instant. For them, getting the first place is too far away, and they can't even achieve it in their lifetime. But they are very close to number one, because they witnessed the moment when Xuanhuan won the first place in the world. Emperor, you are so majestic. At this moment, when all the creatures were cheering for joy, a majestic voice suddenly appeared, which made the eardrums of the creatures hurt. They are all looking for prestige in the first place. I saw that at some point in the void, a huge hole was torn open. A tall and majestic figure stepped out of it. He was wearing a jujube-colored robe and was of unusually tall stature. A weather-beaten face revealed endless domineering. I am Taiji Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, you kill my clone, today I will kill you to vent my hatred. As soon as these words came out, all the creatures gasped. Taiji Emperor, one of the primordial gods, revered by primordial beings, has always been the supreme god in the hearts of all living beings. I actually saw Emperor Taiji, one of the 7 gods in the beginning. What is he doing here, seeking revenge from the Emperor of Heaven? Isn't this a fight in the nest? It is said that the 7 gods in the beginning were all created by the Emperor of Heaven. And the Emperor of Heaven is rebuilding. I don't know if it is true or not. Emperor Taiji wants to kill the Emperor of Heaven, which seems to be suspected of patricide. It's over, the Heavenly Emperor had just reached the top of the world, and he was revenged by the primordial god. All creatures are discussing. Emperor Taiji didn't say anything about such discussions, just quietly looked at Xuanhuan without saying a word. Are you really going to kill your father? Xuanhuan asked calmly. Emperor Taiji came to trouble him, which was within his expectation. But at this time, Xuanhuan felt very uncomfortable. This was all created by himself at the beginning of time. Equivalent to his children. It doesn't feel good to be betrayed by one's own children. You don't deserve the title of father. Even if our avatars have misbehaved against you, you can't kill them. You're old, so why don't you reincarnate properly? Why do you have to come back and walk your path of emperor? You still, do you have that ability? Emperor Taiji said sarcastically. In his heart, he will definitely take the place of the Emperor of Heaven. Become a veritable god. Time has buried your hearts. It's over. Who created you in the first place? Who taught you how to survive, and who made you achieve what you are today? Is this world changed? No, it was you Yuanchu 7 God has changed. Since you insist on doing such a rebellious act, then you should leave. Forever. Wukong, how sure are you against him? Immediately, Xuanhuan asked secretly via voice transmission. He is at least above the triple transformation of the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. Your Majesty, I am going to meet him. Sun Wukong's eyes were full of infinite fighting spirit. Wukong, kill him for me. Anyone who dares to betray him will die. He even made excuses when he did something wrong. It was obvious that their primordial gods wanted to kill him, but now Emperor Taiji turned black and white like this. What do you want him to reincarnate? Fuck, what a wolf ambition. Your order. Sun Wukong immediately turned around and disappeared. Humph, so what if you are a primordial god, how dare you prevent me from becoming a god? Emperor Taiji looked at Sun Wukong contemptuously. But I was thinking in my heart that if Sun Wukong was killed, all the divine power in his body would be obtained by him. At that time, he will take a step forward. Thinking of this, Emperor Taiji shouted loudly, and the power of primordial power turned into Taiji vortexes, wreaking havoc on the starry sky. At this moment, Monkey King suddenly appeared in front of him. The Rui golden cudgel, which had been tempered by the primordial energy, became infinitely large, and it blasted towards Emperor Taiji. The battle between the primordial spirits is imminent. Yang Jian, come here. Now that he has become number one in the world, the system will no longer collapse, and it is time to promote Yang Jian. The system awakened Yang Jian, Hongmeng. Immediately, the system sucked Yang Jian in. All of this was seen by Yin Yang Chongsheng. The shock in my heart could not be added. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling sad for the primordial spirit. Offending the Emperor of Heaven would be the most unwise thing they could do. Ding! Yang Jian Hongmeng has successfully awakened again. May the host choose to release it? Release, call up his attribute list. He wanted to see how far Yang Jian could reach after Hongmengfu's awakening. Yang Jian, from ancient myths and legends. Race, human race. Erlang shows the sage and true king. Bloodline, primordial god. The said avenue, fighting avenue. Belonging creation, god of war creation. Luck level, 10 changes of supreme origin Taizu realm. Cultivation method, 89 mysterious kung fu. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of earth fiend. Destroy the magic eye. King Kong is not bad. Turn things upside down. Magic weapon, 3-pointed double-edged knife. Special attribute, on the battlefield, it can maximize the oppression of the enemy. Loyalty, 100/100. 10 changes in the supreme origin Taizu realm. Emperor Taiji, let me see how you are so arrogant. Seeing Emperor Taiji, blowing Monkey King flying again and again, Su Haoyan was furious. Yang Jian, let me kill that rebellious son. Su Haoyan was really angry. Your order. There is already a tacit understanding between Yang Jian and Su Haoyan, and there is no need for politeness. Holding the 3-pointed knife in his hand, he directly killed Emperor Taiji. Boom! Emperor Taiji, who had just knocked Monkey King into the air, felt a monstrous coercion attacking him, and before he could react, the 3-pointed knife had already come in front of him. He only came to one side, and his body was cut in half in an instant. The infinite divine power collapsed suddenly, causing the aura of Emperor Taiji to wilt at a speed visible to the naked eye. His expression changed drastically, and he was about to speak out, but in the next second, his two halves, including the fairy baby's soul, turned into blood mist and disappeared into the world with a bang. Emperor Taiji, one of the 7 gods in the beginning, has now fallen. Wow! All the creatures stared fixedly at the scene in front of them, all with expressions of disbelief. The primordial spirit died like this? The heavenly emperor actually killed the primordial god? Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the primordial god? It's over, Hongmeng is getting more and more chaotic. Ding! Complete the side mission, the Wrath of Emperor Taiji. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to quench the body with primordial chi, a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken the Tao. The opportunity to inherit the law. 10 chances for the peak of the strong, 10 chances for the copy of the strong. At the same time, the host will break up with the primordial gods. Ding. Trigger the main task, return to the original space, save the original god, and go on the right path. Task details, because the host killed the original god, the misunderstanding between the original god and the host. Deeper and deeper. If the host returns to the primordial space, saves the primordial god, and embarks on the correct path to becoming a god, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to temper the body with primordial energy, and 5 primordial awakenings. 5 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial world, 5 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 5 chances to awaken the diehards, 5 chances to be the peak of the strong, 5 chances to copy the strong. 2 system prompts sounded in succession, causing Xuanhuan to sigh secretly. Do these guys know they were wrong and want to repent? No, maybe apart from Xixiang Chaos and Yinyang Yuandi, other gods didn't have that meaning. It seems that it is still difficult to get them back on the right track. Father, after killing Emperor Taiji, you should lose your old temper, right? Come to my side. At this moment, Xiaozi's voice sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Xiaozi didn't show up, and he knew that he had killed Emperor Taiji, which meant that he was nearby. Since he didn't choose to show up, there must be other gods watching him or Xiaozi. Immediately, Xuanhuan left with his subordinates and Yinyang Chongqing. This scene immediately caught the attention of the creatures. The Emperor of Heaven has left. It seems that this is the consummation of merit and virtue, and I don't know which one will be unlucky this time. No one of the 4 great primordial beings is the match of the heavenly Emperor. Next, I estimate that the heavenly Emperor will point directly at the central primordial. It looks like the world is going to be in chaos again. The creatures were talking about it, but they didn't know that Xuanhuan was going to meet Xiaozi, one of the primordial gods. The other side. On an abandoned continent at the junction of East Hongmeng and West Hongmeng, Xiaozi was sitting on a boulder drinking wine. The demeanor was not sad because of the fall of Emperor Taiji. Soon he felt Xuanhuan's breath, immediately put away the gourd, and stood up respectfully. At this time, Xuanhuan stood on the mysterious spirit spider and flew to the mainland where Xiaozi was. Next to him stood Monkey King and Yangjian, and behind him were the 4 sons of Hongmeng and other strong men. The lineup is quite strong. Xiaozi has seen his father. It's rare that Xiaozi didn't tease him, because this is his true self. Since you have seen me kill Emperor Taiji with your own eyes, do you still have the guts to show up to me? Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Xuanhuan is still angry now, so his words are naturally a little cold. Xiaozi was a little embarrassed. Father, how could I be afraid? I didn't do anything to offend my father. Stop talking nonsense, tell me, what do you want from me? Hearing Xuanhuan's question, Xiaozi immediately said seriously, Father, now that the god of origin has split, in order to prevent aliens from invading, we have to trouble the avatar of the heavenly emperor to guard the passage again. Therefore, after the determination of the original god, I hope that my father will return to the original space and take charge of the overall situation. However, my son doesn't want my father to go, because there are endless dangers there, Xiaozi said with a stern face. In addition, that guy Yinyang Yuandi wants to resurrect Emperor Hongmeng with an immortal heart. The key is that the Hongmeng emperor he resurrected is simply a puppet. He has no self-awareness. The heart of Emperor Yinyang Yuan is clearly revealed. So father must not go back to Yuanyuan right now. Primary space. Although my father owns 3 primordial spirits, and one of them has surpassed Emperor Taiji, none of us know how high the cultivation level of Emperor Yin Yang has been for hundreds of millions of years. So father is not a last resort. Do not go to the primordial space. Finally, it is about the whereabouts of the last son of Hongmeng. I once threw her soul into the turbulence of time and space, hoping that she will never be born. If father wants to find her, he will take this drop of blood with him. Once you can feel it when you are thousands of miles away. Xuanhuan was a little dazed when he took the blood essence handed over by Xiaozi. How do you know that Hongmeng will give birth to an heir? This is the biggest question in Xuanhuan's mind. Father, the 7 gods of Yuan-Chu have a soul-soul connection. Even if Emperor Hongmeng is in harmony with the body, there is still a faint connection between us. It's just that the connection between me and Emperor Hongmeng is closer. Therefore, I secretly destroyed the plan of Xixiang Chaos and changed the fate of one of the sons of primordial origin. Xiaozi said embarrassedly. You're talking about the Moon Palace fairy in the prehistoric world. Chana? Because the Great Desolation was created by the chaos of 4 elephants for its own selfishness, that's why Xuhao asked this question. That's right, if I hadn't secretly changed her fate, she would have been Xixiang Chaos made at this time. For this reason, Xixiang Chaos has investigated this matter for hundreds of millions of years, and she still doesn't know about it. Xiaozi's simple and honest face suddenly turned into a wicked smile. Xuanhuan was speechless for a while. However, the sons of Hongmeng are protected by the will of Emperor Hongmeng. So their luck is extremely strong. Even if there are thousands of enemies around, there are noble people to save them. Therefore, the 5 sons did not die young. And many more. Hearing what you mean, have you ever had this kind of experience? The old Taoist that lying said is you, right? Who is Xuanhuan? From Xiaozi's words, he quickly understood many problems that he had never figured out. Of course. Otherwise, how could father have found lying all at once? Old and cunning. Before leaving, Xuanhuan dropped this sentence. It made Xiaozi extremely embarrassed. 5 days later, Xuanhuan and his party returned to Haoyan court. As the giant spirit god who was summoned from the beginning of Hongmeng, he has been following him. He is a rootless weed, he is home wherever he goes. Now that I met Xuanhuan, I decided to follow. As for Emperor Tianma and Mingfo, they went all over the world to find the other 4 spirits. Xuanhuan brought his subordinates back to the 6th emperor's city on this mysterious spirit spider, which immediately caused huge fluctuations. All the powerhouses were shocked when they saw the mysterious spirit evil spider, which was as majestic as a big world. At the same time, he became more and more in awe of Xuanhuan. On the same day, Xuanhuan held a court meeting. At the court meeting, Xuanhuan ordered the unification of the 4 major Hongmengs as soon as possible, and sent several grand main gods in the heavenly realm to participate in the conquest of the 4 great primordial realms. In the following time, Xuanhuan put down everything and stayed with his wife and children all day long, enjoying the family happiness. Half a month later, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in the imperial garden alone. Holding the black bead that Nalanking gave him in his hand, he released his consciousness to examine it carefully. No way? After a while, Xuanhuan suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His Eyes widened, and a strange look appeared on his face. Is this void purgatory? Because he felt the breath of Tianwu mountain in this bead. Therefore, it can be inferred that the seal inside the bead should be void. Purgatory. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan made a decision at the moment. He decided to refine the void purgatory. If anyone in this world is the person he trusts the most, Nalanqing can definitely be ranked first. Nalanqing will not harm herself. With this decision, he didn't hesitate anymore, and he spewed out a mouthful of colorful energy, instantly enveloping the black beads. Xuanhuan closed his eyes, and began to release his consciousness, to refine. 3 days later, the calm Six Emperors city suddenly blew up with strong winds and thunder. Immediately afterwards, a monstrous and huge vortex suddenly appeared on Tianwu Peak. The majestic purple qi, chaotic qi, and ordinary spiritual qi floating in the starry sky immediately swarmed from all directions, vying to be thrown into the vortex. And at the very center of this vortex, Xuanhuan was suspended in the void, instantly surrounded by various auras. Boom! At this moment, Xuanhuan's cultivation suddenly broke through. The primordial ancestral realm has been recreated. Xuanhuan broke through with a strong capital. Immediately, the spiritual energy in the sky became restless. Xuanhuan's aura was still soaring, crazy aura poured into Xuanhuan's body, and was quickly transformed into colorful aura. Xuanhuan's aura continued to soar. After a stick of incense time, the original ancestral realm double good fortune. Xuanhuan broke through again. Ding! Complete the main task, control the void purgatory. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, 1 chance to quench the body with primordial energy, 5 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, and 5 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial realm. 1 chance to awaken beyond limit, 5 chances to awaken diehard loyalists, 10 chances to be the peak of the strong, and 20 chances to copy the strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. He finally refined the void purgatory. From then on, this mysterious void purgatory finally became his exit of the old sacred land. After Xuanhuan completely refined the void purgatory, a figure appeared out of thin air. This is a woman with an enchanting figure. She is tall and fair-skinned. Standing in the starry sky, she feels like a god. Has he finally awakened his blood? 99 and 81 lives, this is the last life. If you can't fully awaken your memory in this life, then you will never be able to return to the throne of the Supreme God. Then the catastrophe will come, and everything will return to the original point. You and I will disappear. So what if I sacrifice my concubine for you? The woman murmured to herself. Then, with a sweet smile, she disappeared. Suddenly, Six Emperors city, on Tianwu Peak. At this time, Xuanhuan was at war between heaven and man. Although he refined the void purgatory, he was blocked by something mysterious, preventing him from seeing the true face of the void purgatory. In fact, it's okay even if he can't see clearly, he just doesn't want to spy on it. But he was horrified to find that his spirit could not extricate himself, desperately spying like a madman. It seemed that there was something in it that attracted him. At this moment, a ray of colorful rays of light suddenly descended from the starry sky, and without anyone noticing, it directly escaped into Xuanhuan's body. Boom! Xuanhuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Under the severe pain, he fell into a state of chaos before he could scream. Xuanhuan had a long dream. In the dream, he was wearing a colorful dragon robe and walked into a magnificent palace. In this palace, there is a huge crystal bed, on which lies a sleeping woman. This woman is enchanting and beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. No blemishes can be seen on her face. For some reason, when Xuanhuan saw this woman, endless tenderness appeared on Xuanhuan's face. It seems that this woman is the most important person to him. Involuntarily, Xuanhuan lowered his head and kissed the woman's red lips. Suddenly, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes are the same as her appearance, extremely beautiful, like two clear springs, extremely clear, and as bright as a starry sky. I'm sorry, because you are too beautiful. Xuanhuan didn't have any embarrassment, but a faint sense of happiness lingered in his heart. You are finally here, Your Majesty. My concubine has been waiting for you for hundreds of millions of years. The woman gently opened her vermilion lips, and her sweet voice was extremely crisp. However, Xuanhuan was taken aback by her words. You mean, you have waited for me for billions of years? Xuanhuan asked in disbelief. That's right, it has been hundreds of millions of years since your reincarnation, and you have reincarnated for 99 and 81 lives. And this life will be your last life, if you still can't awaken your memory. Return to the Supreme God, including you, the world will collapse, and everything, including you, will return to nothingness. Everything will start all over again. Not only did the woman's words not let Xuanhuan understand everything, but it made him even more confused. Supreme Seat? 99 and 81 reincarnation? Who is he? Who is this woman? The questions made Xuanhuan's thinking suddenly confused. Half an hour. Xuanhuan forced himself to calm down, and asked. Who are you? Who am I? You are the supreme ruler of this world, the former God Emperor, and your supreme throne is in the supreme temple above 33 days. And I am your only lover, Tianwu. The woman said this, with a sweet smile. I am also the only female emperor. Above 33 days. Above 33 days? Am I a god emperor? Yes, Your Majesty, you have never been consummated because you created the creation of 10,000 lives, so in order to benefit the entire world of gods and emperors, you resolutely reincarnated. You once said that I will experience 99 days of calamity. On the day when you sit on the Supreme God throne, the creation of all lives will be completed, and the world will be completed. You will also be completed. Now that you are finally back, this concubine will help you understand your past and present lives. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, she fully presented herself in front of Xuanhuan. Immediately after Call. The land of the ancient sages, the city of the 6 emperors. On Tianwu Peak. In the imperial garden, Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes suddenly. He felt that his mind was heavy, and there seemed to be a lot of things. As soon as he thought about it, in an instant, he felt countless messages appear. In an instant, making his head almost explode. But in an instant, this feeling of wanting to explode disappeared. Xuanhuan quickly recovered his clarity. Boom! In an instant, Xuanhuan's cultivation level skyrocketed as he regained consciousness. The triple good fortune of the primordial ancestral realm. The original ancestral realm, quadruple good fortune. The 5 levels of good fortune in the primordial ancestral realm. The endless aura turned into a storm and submerged Xuanhuan again. The breath continued to soar. Under the Tianwu peak, tens of thousands of generals and immortal officials were dumbfounded. How do I feel that His Majesty's breakthrough is as easy as eating? Anyway, my aptitude is not as good as His Majesty's. Your Majesty is the Emperor of all ages, and his aptitude is naturally not bad. How can ordinary people like us compare with it? What state is your Majesty now? I'm afraid it has already been created in the 6th level of the original ancestral state? You are wrong, you have just broken through to the 7th level. Hong Jun was released and stood next to Emperor Haoyan, looking at everything in front of him in horror, without saying a word for a long time. A day later, the crazy atmosphere on Tianwu Peak tended to calm down. Su Haoyan sat cross-legged quietly in the imperial garden with a serene expression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for restoring the memory of the century. The system specially rewards the host for a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial spirit, and a chance to summon the ultimate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 13th stage of the primordial ancestral realm. The system rewards the host with a chance to quench the body with the primordial chi. Ding! Complete the side mission, find the mysterious person who controls the void purgatory. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken the loyalists. A chance for a copy of the strong one. Ding! Trigger the main task, rescue Tianwu. Mission details, Tianwu, the only lover of the Supreme God Emperor, because the Supreme God Emperor resolutely surrendered for the sake of all life, reincarnated, and fell into a trap after going through 9981 reincarnations. Deep sleep. If the host returns to the Supreme Temple above 33 days to awaken Tianwu, the system will reward the host with 100 chances to awaken the Supreme Divine Body. The system prompts sounded one after another in his mind, and Su Haoyan stood up in shock. Watching creation Ju. The God Emperor above 33 days. This is my true identity before my 80th life, which is correct. He had no doubts about it. What really shocked him was the reward for the main mission that was triggered. 100 chances to awaken the Supreme God Body. Could this be the function awakened after the system was upgraded again? It took a long time for Su Hao to calm down. Turn your attention to your awakened memory. I can't imagine that I am so great that I am willing to reincarnate for the sake of all lives. If I don't awaken all my memories in this life, then this world will be completely destroyed. On the contrary, if I awaken my memories and return to the Supreme God's throne, then everything will be destroyed. Come to perfection. Now that my memory has recovered, let's embark on the journey of returning. I want to see, who is the culprit who blocked my 80th life? At this moment, Su Haoyan's whole body has been sublimated, and his vision is no longer limited to the world of Hongmeng. His eyes have been set outside Hongmeng's 33 days. However, if you want to fight against the outside world, you must first secure the inside. The Battle of Wushuang is the opportunity for my rise. I hope that my opponent will not be too cowardly. While muttering to himself, Su Haoyan already felt a familiar aura emanating from an ancient holy land on the edge of Hongmeng. Is that part of Taishu Mountain? Earth, it seems that I still have to go back. After Su Haoyan muttered to himself, he stretched his body. System, why don't I have any information about you? Xuanhuan searched for his awakened memory just now. But it is strange that he has no information about the system. After the chaotic period and the primordial period, he felt more and more terrifying about the system. He originally thought that he created the system. But it turns out that he did not create the system. The source of the system is definitely not that simple. Where the system came from, the system actually doesn't know. But if the host awakens all the memories, maybe he can know. The system's answer made Xuanhuan a little dizzy. Finding the source of the system is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, and what makes him even more puzzled is that the system is also very confused about it. Is it really just a machine? In an instant, Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. Ding. Trigger the supreme mission, solve the mystery of the system. Mission details: the system has helped the host from obscurity to the present, and has become an inseparable part of the host. If the host finds out the real source of the system will reward the host with 10 chances to reawaken the primordial spirit, 10 chances to quench the body with primordial energy, 10 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial spirit, 10 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, 10 chances to Dou, the opportunity to inherit the law, 10 opportunities to awaken beyond the limit, 10 opportunities to awaken loyalists, 10 opportunities to copy the strong, 10 opportunities to be the peak of the strong. In addition, the system will be upgraded. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, the system is really not an ordinary technology product. The mission rewards are so generous, which shows that the system is not simple. And it's hard to do. For a moment he was looking forward to it. Since the system wants to know its true origin, then I will help. But this also proves that I have only awakened part of my memory. At least a small part of my memory has not returned. But don't worry. Take your time. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's mood lightened up inexplicably. The system summons a super strong man to my limit. There are very few summoning opportunities now. But once summoned, it is not an ordinary existence. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host limit. With the sound of the system prompt, Xuanhuan was inexplicably looking forward to it. This feeling has not appeared for a long time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Mu Guiying. From folklore. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan startled. Is Mu Guiying considered super strong? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Did Mu Guiying have some unknown identity? Call up her attribute list. Mu Guiying, from folklore. Identity, human race. Lucky level, early Tianmen realm. Cultivation method, the solution of the world array. Magic weapon, falcon gun. Supernatural powers, none. Loyalty, 100/100. It's no different, is it? No, did the system make a mistake? Just when Xuanhuan was puzzled, a figure in the imperial garden suddenly flashed. A heroic woman in armor appeared out of thin air. It was Mu Guiying who was summoned by Xuanhuan. Bold, what kind of idiot dared to break into the imperial garden? Almost at the same time, the figure of Yin Lingzi stepped out from nowhere and was about to finish Mu Guiying with a single blow. But Xuanhuan stopped him. Wait, Yin Lingzi, stand down. She is here to worship me. When Yin Lingzi heard this, he immediately showed a black question mark face. Why is your majesty's taste so low now, and the little mortals are also included? Even though he was puzzled, he still didn't ask, and quickly disappeared. Mu Guiying wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. With a plop, he knelt at Xuanhuan's feet. "Your Majesty, I have come to worship you, please accept me." At that moment just now, she felt that she was going to die soon. Seeing Xuanhuan, he hurriedly sought shelter. That is. Xuanhuan was about to say a few words of comfort, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The moment Mu Guiying knelt down, Xuanhuan felt his lucky space move. Immediately afterwards, a vial, the size of a thumb belly, appeared out of thin air. However, when Xuanhuan saw the vial with a puzzled expression, he was dumbfounded. At the same time, there was a buzz in my mind, and my face suddenly brightened. This is so. Xishan chaos, isn't this shooting itself in the foot? This vial is nothing else. It was the certificate that Xiaozi gave him to find Hongming's fifth son. As long as you are within 10,000 miles of it, you can feel the existence of the fifth son. Appearing at this time and actively floating above Mu Guiying's head, has already explained everything. Mu Guiying was the fifth son of Hongming. At this moment, Mu Guiying was also dumbfounded. She stared fixedly at the small porcelain vase on her head, and the very familiar blood flowed out from it, making her even more desperate to get it in. Her confusion. The things inside should be very important to you. Hold it and fuse the things inside, and you will restore the memory of your previous life. It will become extremely powerful. Xuanhuan's voice sounded at this moment. The words are full of indisputable meaning. Seeing this, Mu Guiying looked at Xuanhuan, then at the vial on his head, bit his silver teeth, and took the vial in his hand. Suddenly, the vial melted in her hand, and in an instant, it melted into her body and disappeared. Mu Guiying was taken aback. The next second, before she could react, she suddenly hugged her head and screamed in pain. But the pain came and went quickly. Soon, Mu Guiying stopped shouting, but the whole person lay quietly on the ground, and while she closed her eyes and said nothing, her breath began to rise slowly. Xiaoqing. Ding. Complete the subquest, collect the 5 sons of Hongming together. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to reawaken Hongming, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to awaken Hongming, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to inherit Hongming once. A chance to cross the catastrophe, 10 chances to awaken beyond the limit. The system beep sounds at this time. It indicates that Mu Guiying has officially recovered her previous life memory. As a result, the 5 sons of Hongming were also gathered together by Xuanhuan. He called up Mu Guiying's attribute list again. There have been tremendous changes. Mu Guiying, from folklore. Identity, son of Hongming. Lucky level, Hongming crossing the tribulation realm. Cultivation method, the solution of the world array. Magic weapon, falcon gun. Supernatural powers, Tianmen formation. The world is in formation. Loyalty, 100/100. Hongming crosses the tribulation realm. It seems that she should carry most of Hongming's memories. Otherwise, it would not be so tall. Soon, Mu Guiying stood up. She glanced at Xuanhuan with shock, surprise, and excitement in her eyes. The primordial spirit pays respects to father. Mu Guiying greeted him respectfully. How many memories of Hongming do you carry? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. Back to my father, I should have been the reincarnation of Hongming, and I should have carried all the memories. But in order to protect my safety, Xiaozi divided me into 5 parts and threw me into the turbulent time and space. One of them saved half of the memories. That's me. Hong Meng's answer made Su Haoyan feel incomparable admiration for Xiaozi's scheming. Xiao Tian, invite Chang'e, Lying, Yemian Raksha, and Chuanliner. Su Haoyan ordered. He decided to gather the 5 sons together today. Then, try to see if you can revive Hong Meng. His child must be resurrected by himself. Others do not have this right, including the primordial gods. After a while, the other 4 sons walked into the imperial garden together. When the 4 girls saw Mu Guiying, Chi was stunned. The sense of familiarity originating from the bloodline made the 5 women's beautiful faces show doubts and surprises. At the same time, a wave of suppressive blood flowed from Mu Guiying's body, causing the 4 girls to lower their heads involuntarily. You are. Although the jade-faced Rakshasa restrained his killing intent, his face was still icy cold. Facing Mu Guiying made her very uncomfortable, but there was a voice in the back of her mind that made her feel no hostility towards Mu Guiying. This feeling can only be experienced when facing Su Haoyan. It's a relief to see you all. Yes, I am a part of you, and you are a part of me. Mu Guiying looked around at Yemian Luocha and the 4 daughters of Chang'e. Bright eyes flashed, and the jade hand waved lightly. 4 colored light spots got into the foreheads of the 4 girls like lightning. In an instant, the bodies of the 4 girls shook together, pain appeared on their faces. But it disappeared in an instant. Su Haoyan did not stop all this. Now he is shaken in his heart about the resurrection of Hong Meng. These 5 female talents are all very good. If they are trained by him, they must be strong. In addition, and most importantly, they are already independent individuals and have the right to choose to live instead of sacrificing oneself for Hong Meng. Whether we want to revive Hong Meng or not, we need to seek their opinions. Su Haoyan quickly made a decision in his heart. Soon, the 4 girls opened their eyes together. They first glanced at Mu Guiying, then knelt down together. Meet my father. Obviously, the 4 girls have all recovered their past life memories. Well, very good. Now that you have recovered your previous life memories, tell me now what you think in your heart. Su Haoyan asked gently. Father, how about it, you can ask this deity yourself. Mu Guiying said with a smile. Then, when Su Haoyan was in doubt, the 5 girls glanced at each other and quickly formed a circle. Chi pointed to the middle. Boom! 5 rays of light of different colors rushed out from the hands of the 5 girls and converged towards the middle. Soon a figure gradually condensed from nothingness to existence. She has a slender and plump figure, wearing an emerald green long dress. Her muscles are like fat, and her breath is like orchids. Her eyes were like water, but with a touch of coldness, she seemed to be able to see through everything, and her bright eyes were as clear as a spring. As soon as she appeared, she stared at Su Haoyan intently, her eyes gradually changed from confusion to excitement. Father, how many years have passed, and I have seen you again? The crisp voice sounded slowly, causing Su Haoyan to show a bright smile on his face. Hong Meng, you are my proudest daughter and the sustenance of hundreds of millions of souls in Hong Meng. I am very relieved. However, it seems a bit cruel for me to resurrect you. Su Haoyan said worriedly. Clack. Hong Meng smiled playfully at first, and then said, Father, don't worry. In fact, the resurrected minister doesn't need to destroy the 5 sons. He only needs a drop of their blood essence. After using the Father's essence blood as a guide, finally put the resurrected body on 7 with Kxi, my minister. Can be resurrected. However, with the current cultivation level of the 5 suns, it seems impossible to reach the peak state of the sun. And the Father does not seem to have reached the peak. All these conditions have not yet matured, so now is not the best time for the Father to revive the Son. Hearing this, Xuanhuan had a general direction in his mind. If he wanted to revive Emperor Hongmeng, he would not only need 5 sons, but he also needed colorful Xiaoyi. In addition, the higher the 5 sons' cultivation level, the greater the chance of Emperor Hongmeng's resurrection. Don't worry, since I want to resurrect you, I won't give up halfway, and I will be able to bring you back to the world soon. Xuanhuan said firmly. My son has always believed in his father. This was the case at the beginning of the origin, and it is still the case now. As soon as the words fell, the phantom of Emperor Hongmeng disappeared with a touch. After glancing at the 5 Hongmeng sons standing neatly in front of him, Xuanhuan suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. If I turn all the 5 sons of Hongmeng into the gods of Hongmeng, and then raise their cultivation base, how far will the resurrected Hongmeng Emperor be? Ding. Trigger the main mission, return to the original space. Task. Details: if the host wants to revive the Hongmeng Emperor, he must find Qicai Xiaoyi. If the host returns to the original space with strong resources, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to overcome the tribulation of the primordial spirit, 10 chances to recruit the primordial spirit, 10 chances to revive the strong, 10 chances for a strong man to be at his peak. 10 chances for a strong man to be at his peak. Just then, the system beep sounded again. A bright smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Mu Guiying, Yummy and Luocha, Chun Liner, now I want to promote you. System, let the 3 girls awaken beyond the limit. When the 3 women were stunned, the 3 women were sucked into the system. In astonishment. System, let Chang'e, the original chi of the green warbler, quench her body. He wants to make all 5 of Hongmeng's sons become Hongmeng gods. Then when the Hongmeng Emperor is resurrected, she will definitely be surprised when the time comes. 10 seconds later. Ding. Mu Guiying, Chun Liner, the jade-faced Rakshas's over-limit awakening is complete. May the host choose to release it? If you don't release them, let them go through the tribulation, and then awaken the primordial spirit. Temper their bodies in the primordial chi. He completed a series of tasks and obtained 6 chances to quench his body with primordial gas. There is no problem in using it 5 times for Hongmeng's 5 sons. System, extract the inheritance of Taoism for me. Use up all 10 times. He is rewarding a lot now, and plans to create some super strong people first. Ding. The system is extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. In the following time, the system prompts sounded one after another. Soon, 10 Dao inheritances were drawn out. Xiao Tian, go find all the 12 ancestor witches. Shangguan Xiao Tian took the order and left. Immediately, Xuanhuan began to study how to treat Dao Zuhongjun. As soon as he returned to 6 Emperor City, he was told that Dao Zuhongjun wanted to be loyal to him. He ignored it at the time. It's time to think about it. He still has 3 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, 10 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, 1 chance to temper the body with primordial energy, and 80 other rewards, which can be combined into 4 chances to awaken the primordial spirit. What would be the effect if all of them were used on the 12 ancestral witches? Soon, the 12 ancestor witches arrived. Your Majesty will see you. Elder Emperor Jiang paid a respect to Xuanhuan on behalf of 12 people. All excited at the same time. Because they knew that Xuanhuan wanted to promote them. System, let Dijiang, Changliang, Hongmeng reawaken, let Hutu, Xianming, Jumong, Rushu, Gonggong, Zhurong, Zujian, Tianwu, Shizi, and Shibishi. Taoism, pass on. Xuanhuan ordered from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, 12 people were sucked into the system by the system. At the same time, he used his mana to fuse all the treasures in the system. Mall that could enhance the bloodline of the 12 ancestor witches with them. 10 seconds later. Ding. In addition to Dijiang, the inheritance of the Changliang Taoism has been completed. Will the host be released? If you don't release it, all Hongmeng will cross the tribulation and awaken. In Hongmeng. Xuanhuan ordered decisively. Ding. Dijiang, Changliang, Hongmeng has successfully awakened. May I ask if the host will be released? Freed. Afterwards, Xuanhuan checked the attribute lists of the two. Dijiang, the 13-fold good fortune of the ancestral realm of the origin. Changliang, the original ancestral realm has 10 layers of good fortune. Ding. The 10 great ancestor Wu Hongmeng has successfully awakened. Will the host be released? Freed. Zhu Rong, 10 layers of good fortune in the original ancestral realm. Hutu, the ancestral realm of origin and 13 creations. Jumong, the ancestral realm of the original source has 11 rebirths. Seeing this, Xuanhuan sighed. All of them are strong in the primordial ancestral realm. 12 primordial ancestral realm powerhouses. Immediately afterwards, the list of becoming gods changed. First place, Heavenly Emperor. Second place, Sun Wukong. The third place, Zhao Yun. Fourth place, Yang Jian. 15th place, Ho Qing. The top 15 were all powerful men from the Haoyan court, and all the heavens and the universe were shocked in an instant. In an instant, 12 superpowers suddenly appeared. Who are these 12 people? The entire Hongmeng, the entire old sacred land is boiling. Oh my God, isn't this the 12 ancestral witches of Haoyan court? How is this possible? How did they become so powerful all of a sudden? And it's still in the top 15, it's really scary. Hey Oceanting, how many strong people are there? For a time, the 12 ancestral witches quickly became popular in Hongmeng, the ancient Holy Land and other places where there were living creatures. It has become a great power that everyone talks about. The powerhouses in 6 Emperor City were even more excited. In their eyes, it's not that the 12 ancestral witches are against the sky, but that His Majesty's height has risen again. Just when everyone was excited and discussing. In the imperial garden, Xuanhuan was drinking tea leisurely. A man was kneeling in front of him. It was Daozu Hongjun. Your Majesty, I was wrong, please forgive me. Hongjun put his hands on the ground and knelt in front of Xuanhuan. Sincerely repent. You're wrong? Where are you wrong? Xuanhuan asked lightly. Actually, it's not you who are wrong, but your true self, the rebel of Xishan Chaos. I have already decided to let you replace Xishan Chaos as the new primordial god. Do you agree? As soon as Xuanhuan said this, Daozu Hongjun was instantly stunned. During this period of time in Tianwu, Xuanhuan Tianzuan, Master Tong Tian, Lao Tzu and his 3 apprentices all visited him. Between the lines, there is a lot of admiration for Xuanhuan. And I also know that Xuanhuan has a supernatural power that can make the strong become stronger instantly. He is moved. Although he is the avatar of chaos, he has independent thoughts and has always wanted to escape from the control of the deity. And Xuanhuan was his opportunity. So when he heard Xuanhuan's words at this time, he immediately became excited. Your Majesty, I am willing to go through fire and water for you, and I will not hesitate to do so. Daozu Hongjun immediately expressed his attitude. In this case, I will believe you once. I hope you will do what you say. System, let Hongjun Daozu Dai loyally awaken. Immediately, the system sucked Hongjun in. 10 seconds later. Ding. Hongjun Taoist ancestors' loyal awakening was successful. Will the host be released? If you don't release it, let him go through the tribulation in Hongmeng. Then inherit the Sifang Dao and awaken in Hongmeng. Xuanhuan ordered. After half an hour. Ding. Hongjun Daozu Hongmeng has successfully awakened. May I ask if the host chooses to release? Release, call up his attribute list. Daoist Hongjun, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, primordial god clone. Double identity, teacher of saints. Primordial creatures. Luck level, supreme origin Taizu realm level 1 change. Cultivation method, heaven and earth Xuanhuan Yikigong. Supernatural powers, bringing the dead back to life. Surround the sky in all directions. Master everything. Innate breathing method. All in one go. Magic weapon, good fortune jade butterfly. The power of the prehistoric. Dao inheritance, Sifang Dao. Belonging to good fortune supreme. Special attribute, heaven and earth luck, it has its own heaven and earth luck, and it can increase the luck of its owner by accompanying it around for a long time. Loyalty, 100/100. The supreme origin Taizu realm has undergone a major change. Directly comparable to Sun Wukong, the key is that he has not yet quenched his body with the primordial qi, and he is not yet a primordial god. He has such strength. If the primordial qi quenches his body, he will definitely refresh his realm. Just when Xuanhuan was thinking, Hongjun flew out from between his eyebrows. His Taoist robe was agitated, his spirit was immortal, and his expression of excitement made him look like a completely different person compared to the previous decadence. Thump. Hongjun knelt down in front of Xuanhuan again. Your Majesty, old Minister Hongjun once again swears that this life belongs to His Majesty, and he will never betray him. The decisive words resounded throughout the 6 emperors' city. At the same time, the list of gods has changed again. Second place, Daozu Hongjun. The reason why it is ranked second is because Sun Wukong is a god of primordial origin. Hongjun was suppressed in blood. The heavens and the universe shook again wherever there were living beings. Who is Hongjun Daozu? He actually squeezed out Sun Wukong from Heoshanting. TSK, another strong man has been born. What's going on recently? Why are the strong ones appearing one after another? All the creatures were talking about Hongjuan's appearance. In the city of 6 emperors, Lao Tzu, Xuanhuan Tianzuan, and Master Tong Tian were sitting together, happily drinking tea. Lao Tzu said with a smile, Master, the old man has finally made it through. Xuanhuan Tianzuan said, Master should be like this, because this is the only Way to get rid of the control of that god. Tong Tian sighed, in this world, nothing can trouble His Majesty, not even the betrayal of the primordial gods. In the imperial garden, Xuanhuan said with a look of relief, okay, perform well, and next time, I will let you complete and become a real primordial god. When Hongjun heard this, he became more and more respectful to Xuanhuan. Then retreat. In a blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, and the 5 sons of Hongmeng haven't finished quenching their bodies with primordial qi. In this regard, Xuanhuan was amazed and looked forward to it even more. How high the 5 sons of Hongmeng can reach, now even he can't predict. Reporting to Your Majesty, Ming Buddha reported just now that, in the depths of Nanhongmeng, one of the 5 spirits, 10,000 poison toad, was found in nothingness. What should I do, Your Majesty? At this time, Xuanhuan Shaotian rushed over and reported. He paused and continued, in addition, somewhere in West Hongmeng, a huge blue city suddenly appeared, which has already attracted the attention of all major forces, and they all went there. Your Majesty, should we go and have a look? Hearing this, Xuanhuan's heart moved. Then he said, let Zhao Yun and Yang Jian come over. After a while, the two came. The 2 of you rush to Nanhongmeng now, join Mingfo, and catch Wanda Toad. Then take him to Zhaihongmeng to meet Jin. The 2 agreed and turned to leave. Xuanhuan thought for a while, then got up and left the imperial garden. 1 day later, Xuanhuan left Haoyan court with the 12 ancestral witches, Sanqing, Jin Yuanzi, Yao Huangtai, Di Jun, Kong Xian, Haoyan, Emperor, Li Yuanba, and other strong men. Go straight to Zhaihongmeng. At the same time, at the edge of the primordial realm, here is nothingness, boundless. Endless colored gas floats here. Squeezing the primordial purple qi into the primordial being unable to take a single step. At this time, Emperor Qian and the man in armor with 3 pupils were standing on a boulder. Behind the 3-eyed man stood several creatures in white armor. They have huge auras, and they are obviously strong. And they all have 1 to 3 pupils. Emperor Qian closed his eyes tightly at this time, with a painful expression on his face. His whole body was convulsed, as if he was enduring endless pain. At this moment, Emperor Qian's eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. 10 levels of good fortune in the primordial ancestral realm. Very good, he is indeed his right guard, but you can no longer have such a good seed, because he will belong to me. The leading 3-eyed man growled in his heart. At the same time, the list of gods has changed again. Became 9th on the list of gods, Emperor Qian. Tianwu was directly squeezed down. This scene aroused the discussion of many people. Emperor Qian. How dare you challenge the subordinates of the Emperor of Heaven? It's really good. Hey, now the Emperor of Heaven is number 1, Emperor Qian is 9th, and Nalanking is the 17th. The 3 emperors meet again, and the war will start again. Here, Emperor Qian also noticed his ranking. But he didn't show any expression. My lord, I just received the news that the City of Life has reappeared. What should we do next? At this moment, there was a tremor of colorful energy beside the man with 3 pupils, and then a man with 2 pupils suddenly appeared and greeted. Dao. Fate City appeared again? Could it be that he recovered his memory? But that's impossible? The 3-eyed man frowned tightly. Go, we must get this fateful city. Emperor Qian, from now on, you act on your own. Go for it. I hope that when I see you again, you will already be at the top. Watching the three-eyed person disappear, Emperor Qian's eyes showed a cold light. Using me? What a fantasy. Nail and Qing, as his left and right guards, we are back again. Next, let us guard him to the peak again. Who would have thought that when the man with 3 pupils helped him improve his cultivation, Emperor Qian's memory would be deeply stimulated by the majestic 7-colored aura, and his memory was aroused by chance and coincidence. Only then did he know his true identity and his mission. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he chose to endure. At this moment, he was slightly taken aback, turned around and disappeared. In the 7-colored star path, Xuanhuan and his party also saw the changes. In the list of gods, Xuanhuan didn't look happy at all, because he read a hint of conspiracy in it. Although Emperor Qian was strong, he couldn't reach such a height by himself. Could it be a trick of the primordial gods behind the scenes? Or is it the ghost of the ancient gods from the outer world? That's right, Xuanhuan's recovered memory shows that those alien creatures are the ancient gods. At the same time, it is also a god race ruled by itself. In a sense, the ancient god race is the same as the primordial gods, they are all created by themselves. But it takes a lot longer. It's just that there are some extremely important information that I haven't awakened yet. Some kind of opportunity is needed. In a big world of Zihongmeng, a huge blue city of billions of feet is floating in the void. The water in this city is flowing, and standing beside it is like being in the vast sea. Above the giant city, there are densely packed castles and pavilions all over it. An ancient and boundless breath overflowed from above. It seemed extremely mysterious. At this time, many strong men with huge auras have surrounded the void around the giant city. Among them, there are many strong men who are too imaginary to reach the realm. And there are more and more trends. What is it at this time? It is said that if you get it, you will have endless treasures. It is not impossible to improve your cultivation. This giant city has a strong aura. I am afraid that only those who have become enlightened can control it. Anyway, I'll wait and see how lively it is. As for the snatching, forget it. Everyone is talking about the huge city in front of them. And in a certain direction, on a giant peak, there were 3 people standing there, looking at the giant city in the distance. A look of anxiety appeared on his face. Patriarch, why isn't your Majesty coming? Don't worry, your Majesty will be here soon. I just hope that before your Majesty comes down, there will be no extra problems. I hope so, otherwise we wouldn't be in vain. These 3 people are none other than Patriarch Bodhi, Taoist Luya, and Yun Zhongzi. Bodhi, Luya, and Yun Zhongzi were sent by Xuanhuan to travel throughout Hongmeng, secretly looking for information about various famous mountains and rivers. Unexpectedly, a life city was found here. Only then did the news be sent back to Haotian court. I hope His Majesty, or His Majesty will send someone, otherwise this fateful city will be taken by others. Yun Zhongzi muttered to himself, with a worried look on his face. Haha, city of fate of water, this is a rare treasure. After I get him, all water in the world will be under my control from now on. You all leave, this city has lost its roots. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly sounded, and immediately 100 miles away from the giant city, a huge hole was torn in the void, and a group of people came out in a single file. The first person was a young man in a white gown. This young man is good in every aspect, whether it is body shape, height, or voice. He is 1 in 1,000 talents, the only thing is that he is too difficult to grow. The deer-headed mouse eyes, the eagle-headed sparrow brains, are simply unsightly. However, this person was shaking a paper fan, wearing a scholar's hat, and he thought he was romantic and suave. Hiss. Isn't that Xuanhuan, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the 4 great families in the central Hongmeng? Why is he here? It is said that all forces belonging to the central primordial realm will not be allowed to step out of the central primordial realm for life. How did he appear here? Who knows, maybe the rules have changed. I heard that he is a waste. Doesn't he look a little different now? With the arrival of this person, the creatures surrounding Mingqing began to discuss. Old Ming, take this city to Ben Shao, and I will remember your great contribution. At this moment, Zhang anxiously spoke to a white-haired old man standing behind him. With his playful character, he actually showed respect to the old man. It seemed unbelievable. My lord, this city of fate is very mysterious, and legends are just legends. So we can't take it seriously. And once the old man makes a move, it will definitely expose our strength, and it will definitely bring disaster. The old man thinks that we should leave immediately. Old Zhao frowned and looked at the majestic Mingqing in the distance and said, with great concern, Hey, Zhangyan, are you also interested in this city? At this time another voice sounded. Immediately after that, not far from Zhangyan, 3 more people appeared. They wore a wide cloak, and buried themselves all in the cloak, so that no one could see their faces. At the same time, a sinister aura emanated from the 3 of them. It made the people standing next to him shudder and quickly back away in horror. The 3 of them didn't care about this, they still stood there with the old god. Who am I? It turns out to be Ling Hulan, from the Nether Palace. Why are you interested in this city? Seeing this, Zhang Yan's ugly face showed a trace of fear. Obviously these 3 people are not easy to mess with. It's not that I'm interested, but I'm determined to win it. This water city is very important to my Inshui Ming Palace. I hope Mr. Zhang won't embarrass me. The leader, a man in a black cloak, said sullenly. There was a sense of threat in the words. Zhang Yan's brows became tighter and tighter. Although he is ugly and sometimes bullies others, he is not stupid, but cunning like a fox. Naturally, he knew that Minggong is not easy to mess with. After thinking about it, he suddenly laughed and said, Since Mr. Ling Hu is interested in this water city, I will not interfere. Here, I congratulate Mr. Ling Hu for winning the treasure from the 4 masters of primordial origin. Congratulations! Zhang Yan's words were shouted out with force. It spread throughout the entire world in an instant. Immediately, everyone's face changed drastically. Especially those strong men hiding in the dark were mobilized by these words. The scene was about to move in an instant. The atmosphere became tense as a result. This Zhangyan is not useless, he also knows how to use a knife to kill people. It's not easy. Patriarch Bodhi looked at the 2 sides fighting openly and secretly in the distance, and muttered to himself. Central primordial, hidden dragon, crouching tiger, is it easy to become the young master of a family? If it weren't for the restriction of primordial power, the power of central primordial would have already divided up the 4 great primordial. Taoist Luya sat on the ground, Lang Lang said. But compared with His Majesty, these guys are nothing more than clowns. They can't get on the stage. Taoist Luya continued. The central primordial is here, get out of here, here are the four great primordial beings, not the central primordial, don't get angry. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded, and immediately after, an old man in a fiery red robe turned out from behind a mountain peak. Isn't that Hualao? That's great, Hualao dares to act arrogantly against these outsiders? Old Hua, he has always been an outdoor expert. Could it be that he is also interested in this city? That's great, Mr. Hua beat him up. Let them run wild in Zihongming. With the appearance of the fiery red old man, the surrounding creatures immediately boiled up. The 9 transformations of Taixishan? The cultivation base is good, but it is a pity that it is still not enough to see. Elder Zhao looked at the old man in the fiery red robe and muttered to himself. What are you, dare to block the affairs of the Nether Palace? A black-clothed man standing behind Ling Hu Lan snorted coldly, but he didn't see any movement. With a wave of his hand, the red-robed old man's body exploded with a bang, and even the fairy infant was not spared. Blood mist scattered all over the sky. Immediately, the scene fell silent. Hualao actually lost? And in seconds? My God, where are they and why are they so powerful? Everyone was stupefied. A few obscure auras in the dark also disappeared at this moment. Facing the powerful man in black robe, he immediately gave up. Central Hongmeng, the underworld palace is here for business again, and the idlers and others should disperse. Otherwise, die. The black-robed man who shot just now scolded coldly. The sound rolled out and immediately resounded throughout the whole world. Is the underworld amazing? At this moment, 3 creatures dressed as Taoist priests floated down from a mountain peak. The leader has a fluttering white beard, holding floating dust in his hand, and has a detached and refined temperament. It was Patriarch Bodhi, Taoist Luya, and Yin Zhongzi. Seeing that the aura of all the creatures in Shihongmeng was completely suppressed by these 3 black-robed men, the city of life was taken away without them doing anything. The primordial ancestral realm? That's not bad. I didn't expect that. The 4 primordials would develop so rapidly, and even have such strong ones. But it's still not enough to see. The black-robed man who shot just now said casually. I'm giving you a chance, leave quickly, or you will die. No need, just go ahead. Patriarch Bodhi said lightly. Before Su Haoyan came, he had to ensure that this fateful city would not be captured by his forces. Otherwise, how could he have the face to meet Su Haoyan? I'm overthinking myself. The man in black snorted coldly, and suddenly made a move. He raised his palm and slowly pushed out a palm to Patriarch Bodhi. Old guy, it's your honor to die in my hands. As soon as the words fell, a gigantic palm suddenly appeared, pressing down on the 3 of them with the might of Mount Tai. In an instant, sand and rocks were flying, and the wind was howling. The 3 standing in the void are like a grain of sand in a storm, which may be submerged and destroyed at any time. It's over, the Heavenly Emperor's subordinates are over. They're dead. Everyone thinks so. There is no way to save the 3 Bodhi patriarchs. Where did the beast come from? It's looking for death. At this moment, there was a cold snort in the void, and it suddenly exploded, shaking everyone into a trance, and then a silver-white giant hand stretched out from the side, directly blasting the giant hand that fell from the sky. Away. Without stopping, he continued to blast the man in black. The whole journey was overwhelming and unstoppable. The black-robed man was surprised at all, and he was blown away instantly without reacting at all. The whole person flew upside down like a cannonball, smashed through the space to avoid obstacles with a bang, and flew directly into nothingness. Quiet. There was silence. Everyone looked at the palms stretched out from the side in shock. And an old man with white beard appeared. Brother Hongjun? Patriarch Bodhi looked at the old man, who suddenly appeared in shock, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Taoist Luya and Yin Zhongzi were also shocked. Didn't you say that Hongjun and His Majesty are fighting each other? Why did you help? At this moment, all three of them showed black question mark faces. This seat is now serving His Majesty, Hongjun said lightly. The three people in front of him, 2 disciples and grandchildren, and 1 junior were all acquaintances, so he still felt very kind. Afterwards, the three greeted each other. Old man, who are you? How dare you sabotage my nether palace, don't you want to live? Ling Hulan shouted in a deep voice. What kind of thing is the Ming Palace? It dares to go to my territory to act wildly. At this time, Su Haoyan's voice sounded faintly. Immediately afterwards, he flew from the sky in the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair. He looked down at Ling Hu Lan with a calm expression. I am the Emperor of Heaven, why are you not convinced? Su Haoyan spoke again. At the same time, a monstrous coercion overflowed from her body, pressing down on Ling Hulan and another black-robed man like mountains and seas. Hiss. It's the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven is here. It's all right now, once the Emperor of Heaven comes, how crazy are these guys from the Central Hongmeng? Long live His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, long live. At this moment, all creatures except Xiangyan and Ling Hulan knelt down in emptiness. Hundreds of millions of living beings kneel down to the dust, and the scene is extremely grand. Immediately, Ling Hulan and Xiangyan were shocked. Su Haoyan ignored everyone's kneeling and worshipping, but said to a certain Boyd, the old guy in the dark hasn't come out yet? As soon as the joking voice came out, all the creatures were shocked. Are there enemies in the dark? Hee, as expected of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor who unified the 4 primordial beings, he is extraordinary. As the sound sounded, a middle-aged man in a golden brocade robe appeared with his hands behind his back. Looking at your extraordinary appearance and strong breath, you must not be an unknown person. Tell me, what is your background? Su Haoyan said casually. At the same time, Hongjuan's voice came from his mind. I can't see through this person's cultivation. His Majesty, pay attention. Can't see through? For the last time, there has been a double change in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. Lu pressures you to come here. Su Haoyan thought about it and decided to promote Taoist Luya. Whether it is time or merit, Luya is enough. See your Majesty. Luya was a little puzzled, not knowing why Su Haoyan was looking for him. But Bodhi and the others did show envy. The system awakened Taoist Luya beyond the limit. Su Haoyan didn't talk nonsense, and ordered directly from the bottom of his heart. Luya was sucked into it in doubt. As soon as this scene came out, he immediately gave way. The pupils of the man in the golden robe on the other side shrank suddenly. Ling Hulan and Xiangyan were even more shocked. As soon as this scene came out, he immediately gave way. The pupils of the man in the golden robe on the other side shrank suddenly. Ling Hulan and Zhongyan were even more shocked. God, what the hell are you doing? Everyone was puzzled. Below, Central Hongmeng Yi Nantian. Although the man in the golden robe was puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. Said lightly, "Wow." As soon as this remark came out, the scene immediately exploded. Although the central primordial information is blocked, the creatures of the primordial beings still know about the powerhouses of the central primordial. This Yi Nantian is an elder of the Yi family, one of the three major families of Hongmeng Central, and he is very famous in Hongmeng Central. Do you think that even Yi Nantian has appeared? Is this city really special? This time there is a good show to watch. But His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, is not easy to mess with. I feel like these guys are going to lose their troops. Everyone is talking. They are not optimistic about Yi Nantian and others. Heavenly Emperor, although you are outstanding, you are not enough to be seen in the center of Hongmeng. You should retreat. Yi Nantian's aloof appearance made the strong men in Haotian court suddenly angry. Ding. Daoist Luya has successfully awakened beyond the limit. May I ask if the host chooses to release? If you don't release him, let him go through the tribulation, and then awaken. The primordial. Su Haotian said to himself. Then he smiled and said, one of you will try him. I'm going to meet the strong men of the central Hongmeng. Hongjun is calm, even though his cultivation is not as good as the opponent's. Hongjun didn't show any signs of fear either. Okay, go ahead. With your cultivation base, even if you lose, you won't be defeated immediately. Someone will replace you immediately. Su Haotian said. Although Hongjun is not yet a primordial god, his strength is unquestionable. Hongjun came to the front of Yi Nantian in a flash, and slapped it out with one palm. At the same time, the jade butterfly was also thrown out by him, and in an instant, a strange force spread out from the jade butterfly, directly locking Yi Nantian's body. Feeling the force of restraint, Yi Nantian's eyes flashed with surprise. A look of greed suddenly appeared in his eyes. The good fortune jade plate is the most precious treasure, born after Pangu opened the world. Although it is still not comparable to Yang Jian's two-edged, three-pointed knife and Zhao Yun's purple flame spear, it should not be underestimated. Yi Nantian instantly wanted to take it as his own. The war is imminent. In an instant, the wind was surging, sand and rocks were flying, and the battle had entered a fever pitch from the very beginning. Ding. Daoist Luya's primordial awakening has been completed, may the host release it? Release, call up his attribute list. Taoist Luya, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, primordial creature. Dao inheritance, flying knife Dao. Belonging creation, Zhantian creation. Lucky level, the 13th stage of fortune in the primordial ancestral realm. Cultivation method, Zhantianjue. Magic weapon, immortal slashing flying knife. Loyalty, 100/100. The 13th stage of creation in the primordial ancestral realm. Not bad. Then Taoist Luya flew out from Su Haotian's head. The powerful coercion of the primordial ancestral realm suddenly spread, and immediately stunned Ling Hulan and Zhongyan. Taoist Luya was not in their eyes just now, but in an instant he became something they looked up to. How did he do that? This method of turning creatures into superpowers in an instant was unheard of and unseen, which made them suddenly feel unreal. Does he have some kind of supernatural power? If you hold this supernatural power in your own hands, Ling Hulan's eyes hidden in the cloak suddenly revealed a bright light. Not only him, Xuanhuan, but also Yinan Tian, who was in the battle, had the same idea. Ding. Trigger a side mission, covet from the three forces. Mission details. Because the host was seen by the three forces of the central Hongmeng when he was promoting his subordinates, he became possessive of the host. If the host is killed or the three parties are exempted from greed, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial spirit, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, 10 times an opportunity to awaken beyond the limit. At this time, the system prompt sounded, but Xuanhuan did not show any surprise. Because he knew in his heart that as he continued to promote his subordinates in front of others, it was normal for him to covet him. Since you insist on sending missions, then I will not be polite. Xuanhuan said lightly. Ding. The primordial energy of the fifth son of Hongmeng has successfully quenched his body. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? At this time, the system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to shoot a bright light. System, I plan to release them one by one, I don't know if I can? Xuanhuan asked secretly. No problem. The system's answer is simple. Release Chang'e and bring up her attribute list. Chang'e, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, son of Hongmeng. Hongmeng God. Luck level, supreme origin Tianwu realm 9 changes. Cultivation method, Minjiweiju. Supernatural powers, the bright moon shines on heaven and earth. Special attribute, Hongmeng invincible, in Hongmeng, its strength will be doubled and strengthened with Hongmeng's luck. Loyalty, 100/100. Damn it, it turned out to be the 9th level change of the supreme origin. Tianwu realm? Xuanhuan stood up abruptly. Li Yuanba, Zhao Yun and others beside him were taken aback. He looked at Xuanhuan in puzzlement. At this moment, Chang'e's enchanting and beautiful figure flew out from Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Father. As soon as Chang'e came out, she knelt down in front of Xuanhuan and paid her respects. Well, go and kill Yinan Tian. Your order. After Chang'e agreed, she turned around and ran away to Yinan Tian, who was beating Hongjun. Ling Hulan was dumbfounded. Xuanhuan was also dumbfounded. Even Yinan Tian showed a look of shock. Who are you? Ling Hulan couldn't help but exclaimed. Immediately afterwards he said, Emperor, follow me, I will let you reach the pinnacle of life. He actually wins over Xuanhuan at this moment. Immediately, Yang Jian and the others showed strange expressions. Roll. Li Yuanba said annoyedly. Boy, if you don't cooperate, I, the strong man in the underworld, will definitely crush your vast heavenly court, and let you die without a place to bury you. Seeing that the win-over was unsuccessful, Ling Hulan immediately threatened. According to him, Xuanhuan is just a mountain village savage, how can he compare with him? Yang Jian, Zhao Yun, kill them. Xuanhuan said in annoyance. Your order. Emperor, don't be shameless, It's so annoying, go to hell. Yang Jian swung the two-edged and three-pointed knife and rushed towards Ling Hulan. Seeing this, the black-robed man standing behind Ling Hulan made a move immediately, and was indeed killed by Yang Jian in an instant. Over there, Zhao Yun's spear also hit Ling Hulan's body. Boom! Ling Hulan didn't even let out a scream, and she disappeared. You killed Ling Hulan? Heavenly Emperor, you have caused a catastrophe. Xuanhuan was stunned immediately. He never expected that Xuanhuan would dare to kill Lingguan. This is completely illogical. Kill it, who can do anything to me? The domineering voice suddenly sounded, shocking everyone present. The other side. Chang'e appeared in front of Yinantian in a flash, stretched out her slender hand and blasted at Yinantian. When Yinantian saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he immediately raised his palm in disdain and slammed it away. However, the next second he was not calm. He just felt an indescribably huge force surging out from those slender hands, like mountains and seas. Before he could react, he was blown away by this force. Boom! Yinantian shot straight into the sky and exploded with a bang. The huge force even blasted his fairy baby into pieces. Quiet. There was silence. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at Chang'e in disbelief. A weak woman who looked extremely thin instantly blasted a big man. This level of power has already surpassed the cognition of the living beings. And Chang'e moved her willow waist back to stand behind Xuanhuan as if nothing happened. Xuanhuan was extremely calm. He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Anan, the other side, and asked, "I want this city, do you have any objections? And you, whoever has an opinion, can stand up now." The majestic voice rolled out and spread into the ears of everyone present. Everyone at the scene was silent. Ding! Complete the side mission, coveted by the three forces. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to temper the body with primordial energy, a chance to cross the tribulation, and a chance to awaken the primordial spirit. An opportunity to awaken beyond the limit. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xuanhuan looked at Zhang in surprise. He didn't expect this ugly guy to be so cunning. "Father, there are enemies in the dark, it doesn't seem like a primordial creature." At this time, Chang'e's voice transmission to Xuanhuan made Xuanhuan narrow his eyes immediately. "Can you come out better than them?" Xuanhuan asked in a low voice. "No problem." As Chang'e spoke, she waved her hand somewhere in the void beside her. In an instant, a round of bright full moon suddenly appeared, and instantly became 10,000 feet in size, crashing towards that side like a broken 1. Rumble. "You said you wanted this city, but you were afraid that you would lose your life." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, several figures walked out of the dust and smoke. They have golden helmets and armor, and peculiar three pupils. It was the three-eyed man called the Lord. "Who are you? Why are you here to make trouble for me?" Xuanhuan asked calmly. Now that he has recovered part of his memory, he knows that this is the Xuan Protoss of the sky outside the sky. However, the memory of the part about the Xuan Protoss is a little fuzzy. He naturally wanted to ask clearly. "I am the God King under the seat of the 8th Origin Master, Zhu Mingyue. You and other border tribes either surrender and become my God clan's puppet servant, or die." As soon as this statement came out, everyone on the scene immediately became angry. "Speak wildly, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, if you kill them and dare to enslave us, you really don't know how to live or die. Border tribe? Pooh. Hurry up, or I will kill you." For a moment, the scene roared and cursed one after another. Immediately, the face of Zhu Mingyue, who was the leader, became gloomy. "Humph, a group of savages, what are you relying on? Is it just relying on this beautiful woman?" Zhu Mingyue scoffed. "Chang'e, What cultivation level is he? Xuanhuan asked secretly. His cultivation is the same as I want to be, but he is also a god at the level of a primordial god. When Xuanhuan heard this, he had an idea in his heart. The system releases the jade-faced Rakshasa. Call up her tribute list. Jade-faced Rakshasa, from this world. Identity, primordial god. Son of Hongmeng. Lucky level, 9 levels of changes in the original ancestor realm. Cultivation method, Heavenly Emperor, saves people sutra. Magic weapon, ethereal god whip. Special attribute, doubling combat power, fighting on the land of Hongmeng. Affected by the luck of Hongmeng, the combat power will be doubled. Loyalty, 100/100. What if we add her? While speaking, the jade-faced Rakshasa flew out from between his eyebrows. Father. As soon as the jade-faced Rakshasa flew out, he knelt down in front of Xuanhuan with an extremely calm expression. Kill them. Xuanhuan ordered. Although the Xuan Protoss is also his people. But they want to do something to enslave Hongmeng. He will not show mercy. 9 levels of changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm? Who the hell are you? Why are you so capable? Zhu Mingyue was shocked. He had never seen or heard of such a method. Outsiders either commit suicide or be killed by me. The jade-faced Rakshasa was transformed by Hongmeng's killing intent. It has its own way of killing, and if it disagrees with it, it will kill. Smelly girl, do you really think you are invincible? Brothers, kill me. Your order. The subordinates brought by Zhu Mingyue agreed, and then attacked Chang'e and Yumian Luocha. The war broke out in an instant. The battle between the primordial ancestors cannot be resolved with one move. Zhu Mingyue and Chang'e, the jade-faced Rakshasa, turned and disappeared. Go to nothingness to fight. But his subordinates suffered. He was bombarded and killed by the 12 ancestral witches, Taoist, Luya, etc. one-sidedly. Ding. Trigger the side mission, The Wrath of the Hades. Mission details. Because the host killed the eldest son of the Hades and angered the Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of the Hades sent a strong man from the Hades to kill the host. If the host is killed or repelled, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial spirit, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, an opportunity to be recruited by the primordial, an opportunity to awaken beyond the limit, an opportunity to awaken diehard loyalists. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, making Xuanhuan narrow his eyes slightly. Come on, come on, come on. The more the merrier, the more rewards. After that, Xuanhuan didn't care about other things. Instead, he called Li Yuanba over. The system quenched Li Yuanba's original qi. Xuanhuan ordered secretly. Immediately, Li Yuanba was sucked into the system. Haotian, come here. He is about to start promoting Haotian. Emperor Haotian's loyalty has reached over 80. It is worthy of his promotion. His Majesty. Emperor Haotian was excited, he didn't expect that he would be reused so soon. Let Emperor Haotian's diehard awaken beyond the limit, Hongmeng. Overcome the tribulation, inherit the Tao of Xintian. Finally, Hongmeng awakens. After Xuanhuan gave a series of instructions, Haotian was sucked in. This is not over yet, he also sent Yin Neutron into the system world. A series of promotions are also carried out. The unknown enemy is coming soon, and he doesn't want to be in a hurry. Afterwards, he came to the water attribute life city. With a slight smile, he shot out a stream of mana, attached to the city of life, and began to refine it. Ever since he regained his memory, he understood that this city of life and the most precious treasure in his hand, Tianwu Mountain, they complement each other. Each pole mountain corresponds to a life city. And the final Taishu divine mountain is the God Emperor's famous divine treasure. Only by refining all the extreme mountains can his memory be fully restored. Fortunately, he now knows the locations of the other extreme mountains. Unexpectedly, my last few reincarnations have already paved the way for the last reincarnation. Xuanhuan glanced at the depths of nothingness with emotion. There, a blue planet came into his sight. Don't worry, the next target is you. After the formation returns to its peak, it's time to sit on the throne again. The creatures who were watching the excitement around, as well as those with malicious intentions hidden in the dark, saw Xuanhuan using magic power to surround the city of life, and they became anxious. Emperor, you can't do this, that thing belongs to everyone, you can't swallow it by yourself. That's right, share it with everyone quickly, otherwise, if everyone rushes up, can you resist it? The creatures shouted. Seeing this, Xiaoyun snorted coldly. Fuck off, if not, let you taste my Xiaoyun spear. Naturally, everyone should not be intimidated by Xiaoyun. Immediately, powerful creatures came out to challenge. But in less than a round, he was shot dead by Xiaoyun. Not even the fairy baby could escape. This move immediately suppressed most of the powerhouses. Not in the early days. After a while, another strong man flew out from the dark, who had the strength of the 9th layer of creation in the ancestral realm of Xuanhuan. I thought it was a sure thing. But he didn't expect Xiaoyun to kill him with one move. For a while, Xiaoyun's prestige began to spread in this big world. Ding! Haodian Great Emperor Hongmeng has successfully awakened. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? Half an hour later, the system prompt sounded. Although Xuanhuan is refining Mingqing, however, it can still be used at the same time. Release, and call out the attribute list of Emperor Haodian at the same time. Haodian, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Supreme God, God of Heaven. Inheritance of Taoism, Zhentian Avenue. Belonging fortune, Heaven's fortune. Lucky level, the 13th stage of fortune in the primordial ancestral realm. Cultivation method, mysterious method of immortality and immortality. Magic weapon, Haodian Tower. Open the whip. Loyalty, 100/100. Seeing Emperor Haodian flying out from between his brows, and looking at his attribute list, Xuanhuan was very satisfied. He has surpassed Xiaoyun and the others, before he had quenched his body with primordial qi and hadn't awakened Hongmeng again, and he was as defiant as Hongjun. Seeing Emperor Haodian flying out, Hongjun stood beside him with a smile on his face. Now he has completely changed his mentality and vowed to follow Xuanhuan to the death. I no longer have other thoughts. Ding! Yun Neutron Hongmeng awakened successfully, may the host choose to release it? Freed. Afterwards, Xuanhuan called up his attribute list. The primordial ancestral realm, triple good fortune. It's not bad, with Yin Zhongzi's capital, it's already very good. One day later, Chang'e and the jade-faced Rakshasa girls returned to Xuanhuan's side. Father, my servant is incompetent, let the fairy baby of the outsider run away. Chang'e was a little embarrassed. Neither of the two supreme primordial ancestors could keep him slapped in the face. It's okay, what should come will always come, just solve it. You two don't have to worry about it. Take a good rest, there will be a big battle later. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he began to concentrate on refining the Mingqing. He has a feeling that if he refines this life city, his cultivation base will leap again. In the depths of Xuanhuan, a black light came from nothingness, and appeared in the center of Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye. There are densely packed creatures standing on the black light, at least hundreds of millions at a glance. Unexpectedly, Mingzuan disregarded the covenant and sent troops to break into Xuanhuan without authorization. I don't know what happened. I heard that the eldest son was killed. Really? Who dares to kill the eldest son? He will die. That is the future. Mingzuan. How many years has it been? It's been a long time since the Underworld Palace has made such a big move. Even though the four primordial beings were occupied by a strong man called the Emperor of Heaven a while ago, the Underworld Venerable didn't make such a big move. It seems that the primordial catastrophe is coming. Who is the Emperor of Heaven? How dare you call yourself Emperor of Heaven? I don't want to live anymore. These creatures are exactly the underworld powerhouses who came from the central Hongmeng to trouble Xuanhuan. At this moment, there were three powerful beings standing in front of the black light. Headed by a tall figure of hundreds of feet, he was wearing pitch-black armor, with a gleaming silver sword hanging from his waist and a blood-red cloak fluttering in the wind like a giant god. On his head is a single horn that is 3 feet long, and a fierce breath rushes out from the horn, straight to the sky. His name is Black King Kong, and he has 10 changes in the supreme origin Tianwu realm, and he is also the 3rd king of the underworld under the seat of Mingzuan, with unfathomable strength. Standing next to him are also 2 Plutos, whose cultivation base has changed. In the 9th level of the supreme origin Tianwu realm, the 3 supreme primordial ancestors went to West Hongmeng. For them, they were absolutely invincible. That guy is called the Emperor of Heaven, right? I don't know if it is the Emperor of Heaven enshrined in the Heaven and Earth League and the Chao Tian Temple. One of the Pluto snorted coldly. Whether it is or not, you will die if you kill Mingzi. Black King Kong said coldly. The one-horned black light on the top of his head flickered, combined with his sinister eyes, giving people a sense of eerie terror. Ding. Trigger a side mission, Yi family's wrath. Mission details, because the host Kilji Nantian, the current patriarch of the Yi family, has the intention to kill the host. The strong members of the family have been dispatched to kill the host. If the host kills or retreats in the future, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to cross the tribulation, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, and a chance to be recruited by the primordial spirit. Opportunity. 10 chances for the peak of the strong. 10 chances for a copy of the strong. The system prompt sounded at this time, making Xuanhuan sneer in his heart. He really didn't know what to do, and rushed to deliver the task to me. Such 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Xuanhuan has already refined nearly half of the life city, and his aura has gradually increased. Ding. Li Yuanba succeeded in quenching his body with qi at the beginning of his origin. At this time, the system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to light up. Suddenly, Li Yuanba also spent 2 days loving you, just like Monkey King. It seems that Li Yuanba's qualifications are really not covered. Don't release it first, then let him awaken again. With the enemy at hand, Su Haoyan needs a C-suppressing needle, and Li Yuanba is undoubtedly the candidate. At the same time, Yang Jian is the backup force. If it really doesn't work, I'll make these guys, Hongmei, reawaken. Xiaoqing. Ding. Li Yuanba's primordial awakening has been successfully awakened, May the host choose to release it? Don't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Li Yuanba, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, gold-winged rock. Bloodline, primordial creature. Inheriting Taoism, Jinping Avenue. The good fortune passed on, golden hammer, good fortune. Lucky level, immortal law innate level 3. Cultivation method, Jinping transformation. Supernatural powers, Daping transforms. The sky is falling apart. Golden hammer decides the sky. Magic weapon, Yutian Kuanping. Special attributes, Pingyao transformation will double the strength in battle, and the combat power will be infinitely improved. Loyalty 100/100. Immortal law innate level 3. Could this be the next level of the Supreme Origin Taizu realm? And it's level 3, how many levels are there? Su Haoyan was puzzled, and before he could ask, the system notification sounded. Ding. It has been detected that Li Yuanba's cultivation has exceeded the limit of the system. If he releases it, the system will crash. What the hell? Su Haoyan was dumbfounded immediately. After finally cultivating a super strong man, if he can't use it, who can he reason with? Okay, then stay inside first. Su Haoyan was a little helpless, he hadn't felt this way for a long time. Holding a super big card in his hand, but can't use it. Just, what the hell is this Yutian Kuanping? Su Haoyan discovered another difference. That is the name of his magic weapon. Has changed. This is the most obvious manifestation of the innateness of the advanced. Immortal law of the strong. There is no need for a systematic explanation, and the host will understand later. The system's answer almost didn't make Su Haoyan burst into foul language. He didn't expect the system to be naughty sometimes. He Jin Gang, the third king of the underworld, is the third king of the underworld. Heavenly Emperor, get out. You kill me, Mingzi. You are ready to accept punishment today. With the sound of the sound, a black light flashed outside the sky and stopped. In the starry sky. It was the army of the underworld, and the one who spoke was He King Kong. Su Haoyan didn't open his eyes, and said calmly, except for the 12 ancestral witches, you all go to battle and kill this raving guy. Your order. All the powerhouses suddenly became excited. Only the 12 ancestral witches were a little depressed. But this should be Su Haoyan's strategy, so they didn't have any complaints. But stood by Su Haoyan's side and acted as a round of guards. Where the bastards dare to come to Zihongming to make trouble, please die. Following the berserk voice of Dong Huangtai, there was a roar and explosion in the starry sky, and the battle was imminent. Haha, it's great that there are so many powerhouses in the Supreme Primordial Ancestor Realm. Old Hey, I have something to play with this time. Black King Kong roared wildly, causing Su Haoyan to frown. Immediately no hesitation. Release Mu Guiying, Chun Liner, and the 3 daughters of lying. Afterwards, Su Haoyan checked the attribute list of the 3 women. Mu Guiying, 10 changes in the Taizu realm of the Supreme Origin. Chun Liner, 9 levels of changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. Green Warbler, Supreme Origin Taizu Realm 9 changes. There are a total of 8 Supreme Primordial Ancestors. I don't believe I can't kill you. Go, join the strength of your 5 sons, and help me kill the enemy. Xuanhuan said. When the 3 women heard this, they turned around and disappeared. In a blink of an eye, there was a roar in the starry sky. Is this impossible? How come there are still 3 powerhouses from the Supreme Ancestor Realm? How many powerhouses do you have? Hey King Kong was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be so difficult to deal with. The 3 of them faced the 8 powerhouses in the Supreme Ancestor Realm. First of all, they were already at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. What's more, the momentum of the entire army was also lost because of this. TSK, hey King Kong, I didn't expect the Underworld Palace to send you out. However, the head of the Emperor of Heaven belongs to me, so you stand aside. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then a golden light flashed. A wave of troops in white robes appeared. This wave of army is no worse than the army of the Underworld Palace. There are more than hundreds of thousands. 5 people stood in front of the army. All of them are powerful and strong in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. The leader is thin and short, like a sick ghost, but his cultivation should not be underestimated. 13 changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. The elder of the Yi family, Yi Zhentian, the Emperor of Heaven, don't hide anymore, come out and die. Hearing this arrogant voice, Xuanhuan said very calmly. 12 patriarchal witches, go. Put out your 12 capital heavenly formation, I want them to die. Your order. After receiving Xuanhuan's order, the 12 ancestral witch turned around excitedly and disappeared. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he stopped caring about other things and continued to refine the city of life. Starry sky. The 12 ancestral witches suddenly appeared and quickly surrounded the 5 newly appeared Yi Zhentian. The distance between the 12 and the 5 is 1,000 meters, and for them, this distance is like a close combat. Yi Zhentian frowned and looked at it, and said with some surprise, the 12 primordial ancestors, and all of them are above the 5th level of good fortune. The Emperor of Heaven is really amazing. It's just that, son of the Heavenly Emperor, you only use the 12 primordial ancestors to stop us, which is not enough. Damn. Is it enough to see it? Let's talk about it after hitting it. Brothers. Do it. Dijiang gave an order, and the 12 ancestor witches started together. Immediately, he transformed into the real body of the ancestor witch, and 12 gigantic figures standing in the starry sky, giving people an extreme visual impact. Countless stars in the starry sky, the world exploded with a bang. Yinlingzi flashed out beside Xuanhuan, releasing thousands of mana to protect the planet. He has now been promoted by Xuanhuan, and he has reached the 1st level of transformation of the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. Protecting a planet is a no-brainer. In the starry sky, Dijiang performed space cutting, cutting one of the weak Yi family elders into countless pieces of meat, and the scene was extremely bloody. You guys are too much, go to hell. Yi Zhentian's skinny body suddenly flew up high, intending to kill Dijiang on the spot. Seeing this, Changliang, Tianwu, and Gonggong punched together, and the 3 iron fists overlapped and joined together in an instant, submerging Yi Zhentian directly. It's a pity that other ancestral witches also showed their magical powers. Because of the gap in realm, they couldn't hurt Yi Zhentian. Enough, you reptiles. The four of Yi Zhentian exploded with a bang, and the 12 ancestor witches were directly thrown out. The incomparably domineering aura shocked the monks, who came to watch the excitement in the starry sky. Is this the great elder of the Yi family? It's really domineering. It's over, the Emperor of Heaven may be over this time. Not necessarily, after all, the Emperor of Heaven was once the strongest. Everyone is pointing and talking. And the 12 ancestral witches did not break the formation, they glanced at each other, and with a bang, they raised their heights again. Hong Jun, who was fighting over there, said with emotion, "Here we come, the great formation of the 12 capitals is here." The current 12 ancestral witches are hundreds of millions of times stronger than those in the prehistoric period. Even Su Haoyan, who was refining the city of life in the big world, showed a smile. The long-lost great god Pangu, the ultimate power, come out. At this moment, the qi and blood of the 12 ancestral witches surged up and connected with each other. Their expressions were ferocious and terrifying. And their aura suddenly rose sharply. Yi Zhentian frowned, he had a bad feeling. The 4 Yi patriarchs around him, Elder Yi, started to jump in fear. At the same time, the powerful energy and blood of the 12 ancestor witches gathered on the top of the 12 people's heads, wriggling quickly, and a terrifying giant god gradually appeared indistinctly. Looking at the huge figure that was about to be born above the head, the face of the 12 ancestral witch suddenly became excited. Great God Pangu. Although they have surpassed their father god now, in their hearts, the great God Pangu is still a god on top, and will always be their belief and will never die. The 12 capitals are full of gods and spirits. Using the essence and blood of the 12 ancestral witches as the medium, the great god Pangu was quickly condensed, which is the most powerful formation in the prehistoric world. None of them. When the 12 ancestral witches manifested their holiness, the great god Pan Gu condensed, was already invincible. Then the great god Pangu that they condensed now will be even more terrifying. The great god Pangu that they have now condensed has far exceeded the cultivation level of the great god Pangu. Such a terrifying coercion moved Yi Zhentian and other elders of the Yi family. They looked at the great god Pangu who emerged from the top of the 12 ancestor witches. He was hundreds of millions of feet tall, with a bare upper body, and his muscles were as strong as mountains. Because of being covered by the aura, people cannot see his appearance. But those 2 eyes are like the sun, ruthlessly looking down on Yi Zhentian. Yi Zhentian and the 4 elders of the Yi family stared wide-eyed and their lips trembled. The aura of Pangu made them terrified, and they couldn't muster up the courage to fight against it. On the other side, He King Kong, who was still struggling to support himself, looked in horror at the monstrous giant on the head of the 12 ancestral witches, and immediately trembled in fright. Although he is very tall, compared with Pangu, he is simply incomparable. In a daze, Mu Guiying shot him in the chest. Seeing this, the 4 Chang'e made their moves, one after another. Rumble. The 3rd king of the underworld, He Kongong, fell. The rest of the generals were no match for everyone, and they were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Ding. Complete the side mission, the Wrath of the Underworld. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial spirit, a chance to overcome the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to awaken, a Chance to be recruited by the primordial spirit, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the diehards. In Xuanhuan's mind in the big world, the system prompt sounded suddenly, causing Xuanhuan to show a bright smile. Just then, boom! Xuanhuan's cultivation base skyrocketed. A direct breakthrough, the 13th stage of creation in the primordial ancestral realm. Sensing the changes in this big world, all the powerful people in the Haoyan court showed bright smiles on their faces. The creatures watching the excitement in the distance were also shivering with fright. What is that? It's such a terrifying breath. Could it be the primordial spirit? No, even the primordial gods don't have such a terrifying aura. The heavenly emperor's subordinates are so powerful. Fortunately, we, Hongmeng, have already taken refuge in the heavenly emperor, so we are honored. Kill them. At this time, Xuanhuan appeared in front of Mu Guiying and the others, sitting on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, and said casually, "Your order." The 12 ancestor witches shouted in unison, with a movement in their minds. The great god Panga suddenly possessed himself and stabbed down, slamming down fiercely with his monstrous fist. The 4 of Yi Zhentian didn't dodge, and there was no space to dodge. The 4 of them pushed up hard with their 8 palms. Bang! A thick and huge force blasted out, like a ball of flame, straight into the sky, almost unstoppable. Boom! The extremely domineering Panga god smashed the 4 of them together with one blow, and directly affected the 4 of them without any lingering. Yi Zhentian, who had undergone the 13th transformation of the Supreme Primordial Ancestor, and the other 3 were directly blasted to pieces. The violent wind and waves made even the avatars of the 12 ancestral witches, who were billions of feet tall, trembled. Those Yi family troops that followed were not spared either, and were wiped out in ashes. Ah! Father God is mighty! Di Jiang, Chong Liang, and the other 12 ancestor witches roared frantically. Everyone's eyes widened. Yi Zhentian, the great elder of the Yi family, was instantly killed just like that? Some people in this drama know that Yi Zhentian is a super strong man, and Hongmeng can be ranked first in the center. Ding! Complete the subquest, The Wrath of the Yi Family. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to temper the body with primordial energy, a chance to overcome the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to awaken the primordial, and a chance to awaken the primordial. A chance to be recruited. 10 chances to be at the peak of a strong man. 10 chances to be a dungeon of a strong man. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, causing the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth to turn up. It seems that Panga's aptitude is much stronger than I expected. At the same time, in Yuanshu space, Xiaozi and other primordial gods were dumbfounded. The aura just now made them feel terrified. A primordial god again? And it's still a primordial spirit that surpasses them. How is this possible? The primordial spirit suddenly became restless. Is this another masterpiece of my father? Xishan Chaos said with an unnatural expression. Father's majestic power is far beyond my reach. You can do it yourself. If you still want to go your own way, Emperor Taiji is your best destination. After Xiaozi finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared with Emperor Liangyi. Only the Yin-Yang Yuendi, the 4 elephants and the chaos, and the 8 extremes and the 3 gods are left in place. Look at me, I look at you, and remain silent. After killing Yi Zhentian, the 12 ancestral witches dissipated the power of qi and blood from their bodies, and the figure of Pangu also disappeared. Su Haoyan's face was extremely calm. He looked at the phantom of Pangu that was gradually dissipating, thinking about something in his heart. Roar. At this moment, the mysterious spirit spider lying on Su Haoyan's shoulder suddenly became irritable. Seeing this, Su Haoyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately knew that Yang Jian had captured Wanda Toad. Let's go. After subduing the poisonous toad, return to Haoyan Court. Next, Su Haoyan plans to go back to the Heavenly Court to recuperate and complete the fusion of Taishu Shinshan before the start of the Wushuang battle. Then completely unify Hongmeng, and then charge towards the final goal. 10 days later, Su Haoyan and his party stood on the back of a gigantic toad and returned to the Haoyan Court. After spending half a month with his wife and children in Tianting, Su Haoyan left quietly. Half a day later, Su Haoyan stood empty on the surface of the blue planet, quietly looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar planet in front of him. My heart is full of emotions. I was born here, and the time travel started here. I thought it was my luck. However, he didn't understand until now that the reason why he was born on the Earth was completely planned before his reincarnation. Originally, he planned to return strongly in his first reincarnation. However, some people didn't want him to go back so soon, or even at all. As a result, I have been reincarnated in 99 and 81 lives, and 81 is an extreme number. If I don't recover my memory in this life, then I will sink forever. Hee, I'm sorry, in this life, I will come back strongly, but you are destined to be disappointed. After Su Haoyan muttered to himself, he turned around and disappeared. The Sahara Desert is vast and boundless, and it is a forbidden area for humans and various creatures. However, at this time a man wearing an ancient gown appeared out of nowhere. It was Su Haoyan. He glanced at the endless desert. Immediately, it sank down like this. At the bottom of the great desert, at an unknown number of thousands of kilometers, the space here suddenly expanded infinitely. There are tens of thousands of miles of underground space, filled with colorful lights. It looks gorgeous and mysterious. The moment Su Haoyan sank into this space, those colorful lights seemed to find a home, frantically flocking from all directions to merge into Su Haoyan's body. At the same time, the Wanchen creation art began to operate automatically to absorb the mana transformed by these colorful lights. In just an instant, Su Haoyan refined the colorful lights that filled the entire underground world into his own mana. As a result, his cultivation was improved again, but he was forcibly suppressed and did not explode here. Otherwise, the whole earth will be reduced to ruins. After the colorful light disappeared, a hill the size of 100 feet appeared in front of his eyes. The whole body of this hill is yellow, giving people a thick and solid feeling. An extremely mountain of rest. Old buddy, you have accumulated countless reincarnations, and in this life, you are finally back. After Su Haoyan talked to himself with emotion, he rushed to grab the hill in front of him. The yellow hill shook suddenly, and suddenly shrank rapidly amidst a rumbling sound. The khaki-yellow light flashed into Su Haoyan's right hand and disappeared. Su Haoyan was in a good mood after taking the rest of the mountain. Turn around and disappear. Somewhere in the island country, there stands a round mountain. It is the world-famous Mount Fuji. At this time it is the tourist season, and tourists from all over the world linger around Fuji Mountain. However, at this moment, Fujishan, who had been asleep for a long time, suddenly shook, and then, while everyone was stunned, the whole mountain fell down with a crash, and a huge endless black hole appeared on the spot. This phenomenon immediately attracted great attention, and scientists quickly assembled and began to investigate this phenomenon. Just when the whole island country was in chaos, a young man in jeans, playing with a red mini hill in his hand, mixed into the crowd. Countless tens of thousands of years have passed, and this thing should be returned to its original owner, isn't it, Nanmingli Huaji Mountain? Xuanhuan left the chaotic island country with a happy mood. Go to the next target. 3 days later, many oases were discovered in the Sahara Desert. 5 days later, it was reported from the island country that the world-famous Mount Fuji had dried up and collapsed. 7 days later, the Alps suddenly lost their former majesty and sank severely, shrinking millions of times. 9 days later, an iceberg that never melted in the North Pole suddenly disappeared from the satellite map. It caused a sensation in the world. 1 month later, in the empty space of countless billions of miles away from the Earth, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, and 7 miniature hills of various colors were suspended around him. After a month of traveling in mountains and rivers, Xuanhuan traveled all over the Earth, and finally collected all 6 extreme mountains except Tianwu Mountain. Although it caused panic to the entire world on Earth, in order to make up for this loss, he also left the Earth Federation with a civilization that did not belong to them. Whether they can really rush out of the Earth and walk into the starry sky depends on whether they can activate that magic weapon. However, what Xuanhuan didn't know was that the magic weapon he left on Earth was really successfully activated by Sujiaxio one day. Another 10 years later, the little boy unified the Earth Federation, broke out of bondage, and walked towards the starry sky. This is a later story, so I won't mention it here. Xuanhuan looked at the Taisiyuan Mountain, Tai Qingshan, Humpap Bingshan, and other 7 hills surrounding him. There was a feeling of flesh and blood in my heart. Old fellows, how many years have passed? You have been separated from each other and have been lonely for a long time. It's time to merge. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he shot a spell towards the 7 extreme mountains as fast as lightning. Hum. The 7 extreme mountains hummed cheerfully, and began to approach each other, merging little by little. 10 days later. Rumble. There was finally a roaring and explosive sound from the nothingness here, and then Xuanhuan's aura also rose sharply. The Supreme Origin Taizu realm has undergone a major change. After breaking through easily, Xuanhuan's aura didn't stop, and continued to grow. At the same time, the Dantian universe in his body also set off a huge storm. The world tree shook wildly, growing again, rising and shrinking, and getting bigger again. Immediately afterwards, a colorful mountain gradually solidified from blur. Ding. Completed the supreme level task. Resurrect Taishu Shinshan. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial spirit, and 10 times the resurrection of the strong opportunity, 1 chance for limit summoning, 10 chances for super limit awakening, 10 chances for diehard awakening, 10 chances for inheritance of Taoism. A system prompt sounded in his mind, followed by countless new memory fragments flooded in the mind. The memory that had been buried for countless years was finally opened by Xuanhuan at this moment. It turned out that the Xuanhuan Protoss was really created by him. Originally, this world was a piece of chaos, darkness, and nothingness. One day, a cluster of colorful lights appeared somewhere in this world. This cluster of colorful lights floated quietly in nothingness. After countless years, it unexpectedly possessed wisdom. In order to get rid of loneliness, he separated 5 rays of light and endowed them with wisdom. Since then, this world is no longer in darkness, because of their existence. After that, after wandering around for a long time, the colorful light accidentally absorbed the gas floating in the void, and finally had its own body. After seeing this body from memory, a bright smile appeared on Xuanhuan's calm face. This body is exactly the same as his now. This is his original form, and his permanent form. After the colorful form was formed, he sat cross-legged in the endless void, absorbing the gas that made him feel very comfortable. Countless years passed. The 5 light bodies of different colors found him. And under his teaching, they began to embark on the road of cultivation. After a long time, the 5 light bodies finally began to take shape. I am the first mortal spirit in this world, so I will be called Eternal. Eternal loves the God Emperor in my mind. On this day, a cluster of light bodies was finally shaped successfully. It was a tall middle-aged man who stood in nothingness and shouted loudly. My name is Immortal, and I am transformed by the second light body in the world. I will be immortal forever. My name is Destruction. My name is Xuanhuan. My name is Supreme. The 5 light bodies are condensed, 4 men and 1 woman, all of which are somewhat similar to the 7 color light bodies. They respectfully call the 7 color light body His Majesty, the God Emperor. After many years, the 5 light bodies also created countless small light bodies just like the God Emperor created them. After countless tens of thousands of years, this world is no longer dark, and is full of light everywhere. At this time, the God Emperor sealed off the space where he was born with supreme supernatural powers, and named it the place where the gods originated. After many years, the cultivation of the God Emperor has reached an unimaginable level. All living beings respect the God Emperor, and the world also regards the God Emperor as the most capable. One day, the God Emperor sat on the supreme throne and looked down at all beings, with a thoughtful look on his face. He found that his descendants did not know what cultivation was at all. Because he doesn't understand either. He felt that he shouldn't be doing nothing like this. He's going to do something. So he closed his eyes and began to think. One day, Immortal sent a star-shaped crystal to the God Emperor and said, "This is a crystal found on the edge of nothingness, and there is life in it." In order not to be lonely, the God Emperor used supreme divine power to wrap the crystal, put it beside him, and continued to think. A long time passed, and on this day, the God Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. I am the leader of all lives, and I should think about all lives. Then today, I create the creation art of all lives. Leave the foundation for all generations in the world. The majestic voice resounded throughout the world, and then the 7 colored light suddenly flashed on the body of the God Emperor, illuminating the entire land of origin. Hundreds of millions of years later, the God Emperor successfully created the first life of the creation art of 10,000 lives, the human world. He called the 5 gods of the Xuanhuan god race to his side, and passed on this first life to them, and then they passed it on. In this way, the original cultivation system was born. Time passed again. On this day, the crystal that had been wrapped in his manna was successfully transformed. Looking at the radiant, beautiful woman in front of him, the God Emperor immediately fell in love with her. Keep her by your side and give her the name Tianwu. I don't know how long it has passed, but on this day, when the God Emperor bestowed the second life of the creation art of 10,000 lives to the 5 gods, he said to them earnestly, when I look at the thousands of worlds, there is no order and no practice. I created the God art of the second world. But it is not a long-term solution after all, so for the long-term peace of Wansheng, I decided to dissolve the army, enter reincarnation, experience the suffering of reincarnation, and create the remaining exercises of Wansheng. Creation art out. I want to experience reincarnation. In the next life, if I can't return, then I have to wait for the 9,981st life, before I can return. At that time, my creation of the world will be complete. Although Tianwu and the 5 gods were very reluctant to give up, the God Emperor finally embarked on the road of reincarnation. It's just that no one knows why the God Emperor has to go through reincarnation. This reason seems to be sufficient to solve the creation of the world, but when you think about it carefully, it doesn't hold water. But everything has become a mystery, no one knows, including Tianwu. Boom. So much for memory. Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes, but there was confusion in his eyes. He searched through his newly acquired memories, but he couldn't find any memory about the source of the system. At the same time, the origin of Taishu Xuanhuan is also a mystery. In the end, he could only sigh, perhaps, the part of the memory that was lost later is the real reason why he has to go through the reincarnation of 99 and 81 lives? After Xuanhuan muttered to himself, his cultivation finally stopped at the triple change of the supreme origin Taizu realm. Afterwards, Xuanhuan left nothingness and prepared to return to Haoyan court. But at this time, he saw that in front of him, there was a long river of time and space composed of countless miniatures of time and space, which looked extremely beautiful. However, at this moment, his brows furrowed deeply. He found that the space-time microcosm here is too messy and tortuous, and some even break away from the space-time manifestation and become independent existences. As the controller of the time-space avenue, how can I make the time-space line so chaotic? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan activated the space-time avenue, and began to sort out the time-space line from the beginning of time-space. From the slow speed at the beginning, his hands gradually became faster. Along the way, while tidying up, he cast his gaze into the time and space along the way. And what he saw was inextricably linked to him. He saw his embarrassing figure fighting with his classmates when he was in elementary school, seeing his soul travel, and his parents crying bitterly. He saw Monkey King making trouble in the heavenly palace, traveling westward to learn Buddhist scriptures, seeing Neza cutting his flesh back to his father, and seeing a lot. At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. He saw an extremely huge planet, and a little boy was picking up things in the garbage dump with a small bag. Suddenly, the little boy picked up a round ball, which was colorful in color and exuded colorful light, making it look beautiful. Suddenly, the colorful lights pierced the little boy's fingers and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the little boy froze. He found that the colored balls in his hand were missing. After a long time, he searched around for a long time before leaving. Disappointed. He actually looks so similar to me. Could it be? Xuanhuan lost his composure in an instant. He has a feeling that as long as he finds that planet, he can awaken all his memories. Ding. Trigger the main mission, find the mysterious planet. Mission details. The host has discovered the mysterious planet. If he is found, the host can solve all the mysteries. The system specially rewards the host with 10 chances of supreme awakening. 1 chance of supreme summoning, 1 chance of supreme divine body awakening. 10 chances of primordial reawakening, 10 chances of primordial tribulation. 100 chances of primordial awakening, 100 chances to awaken. Beyond the limit. When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, but immediately became excited. After working so hard for so long, it finally came to fruition. After that, instead of looking at the space-time microcosm along the way, he continued to sort out the time-space line. Soon he flew through hundreds of billions of years, looking at the slow and boundless miniature of time and space ahead. Xuanhuan suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Didn't I create the Yuanchu 7 gods by accident, and Hongmeng Emperor created Hongmeng by accident, and the reason why I broke the cycle of reincarnation was not accidental. Xuanhuan creation art is just a reason. So what is all this about? Thinking about this, Xuanhuan continued to arrange and organize. Finally, he sorted out all the spacetime lines. Looking at the spacetime line that became a straight line, his consciousness moved. The time-space line of light flashed, and it shrunk directly into one, until the light escaped into his left eye. From then on, the Tao of time and space was completely controlled by him. He was time and space was him, regardless of each other. Boom. At this moment, Xuanhuan was shocked, suddenly. Directly break through the quadruple changes of the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. TSK, I didn't expect that repairing the spacetime line would directly raise me to a small realm, which is really good. Satisfied, Xuanhuan finally left the spacetime plane and returned to the land of the ancient sages. At the same time, the primordial space was spying on the primordial gods of primordial origin, and the eyes suddenly went dark, and they lost contact with primordial in an instant. What's going on? Why can't we see Hongmeng anymore? Could it be that there is a powerful person who blocked the spacetime microcosm? I'm afraid it's not Deneng who shielded the spacetime miniature, but my father who refined the spacetime miniature. Several primordial gods stared blankly at the dark primordial in front of them, not knowing what to do. Are we really wrong? The bitterness on the face of Xixiang Chaos. However, we are no longer his souls, but a real individual. We also have pursuits. Do we have to follow his path? Yinyang Yuandi roared. No one answered him, because Emperor Yinyang Yuan was right. The deity didn't let you follow his path, but you're wishful thinking. It's just a high-sounding excuse for your own ambition. At this moment, an extremely majestic voice sounded from the primordial space. Immediately, the primordial spirit became silent. After Xuanhuan refined the miniature of time and space, he obtained the merit of the great Tao and directly transformed his cultivation base into the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. This breakthrough shocked the ancient sacred land and the 4 primordial origins. Now the Heavenly Emperor has become the real ruler of the 4 primordial realms, filling the hearts of the creatures with a sense of belonging. After the Heavenly Emperor became the veritable number 1 on the list of gods, there was an unprecedented cohesion in Hao Tiantian's court. On this day, Xuanhuan recruited Yang Jian into the imperial garden. Guan Yu, I want to promote you. Guan Yu originally thought that Xuanhuan had something to ask him to do, but he didn't realize that he wanted to promote him. Immediately excited. The system quenches Guan Yu's original qi. It's time for Guan Yu to become a grand god. Since the primordial gods are still in a state of confusion, as their father, it is time for them to wake up. And wake up. After Guan Yu was sucked in by the system, Xuanhuan recruited Lu Bu in. Again. Meet your majesty. Lu Bu respectfully greeted him. Well, Lu Bu, get ready, I plan to make you a primordial god. Xuanhuan's words made Lu Bu confused immediately. System, let Lu Bu's original qi quench his body. Seeing Lu Bu's stupid look, Xuanhuan smiled slightly and gave the order. There are still 4 chances to quench the body with the primordial qi. Who should I give it to? The original Tianzuan, the leader of Tong Tian, Laozi, Hongjun Daozu, Haotian. Great Emperor. Oh my God, what a trouble of happiness. Forget it, there are a lot of left. And right tasks. Going to the central Hongmeng will definitely trigger a lot of tasks. It's not too late to promote these old guys. Let's let the little guys shine first. When Xuanhuan thought of this, he didn't hesitate. Xiao Tian, go and bring Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun over. Taking advantage of 2 chances to deal with Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun, Haotian came to Bai Suzhen's palace with the last chance. One day later, Xuanhuan was playing with Zixia and other women and his own children. Your Majesty, where is Sister Bai? Why haven't you seen her these 2 days? Zixia asked suspiciously. Seeing this, Xuanhuan gently caressed Zixia's beautiful face, then glanced at the girls and said, I plan to train you all to become primordial gods. This time it's Xinjin first, and then you come one by one. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, the eyes of all the girls lit up, and they immediately became excited. Although they are Xuanhuan's concubines, they still have a heart to become gods. Thank you, Your Majesty. All the girls knelt down and said thanks. Father, what about us? The gentle and pleasant Su Miaoer came to Xuanhuan in a pretty way, and asked in a charming voice. Xuanhuan glanced at the eager children behind him and felt amused. Touching Miaoer's little head, Xuanhuan said earnestly, when you grow up and make great achievements and become famous in the world, Father will do what you wish. Remember, there is nothing in the world that you can get for nothing, even if you are the sons and daughters of the Emperor, do you understand? Although Xuanhuan's voice was soft, it made the children feel majestic. Father, my son knows, and I will definitely not let my father down. Su Ling Tian, Su Tianfeng and several daughters immediately knelt on the ground and said in unison. Looking at the director's children, the heart that was disappointed with the spirit of Hongmeng suddenly became brighter. At this time, Heavenly Emperor, come to the ancient sage star road alone. It was an unfamiliar voice, but it gave him an extremely familiar feeling. And looking at the meaning, it doesn't look like there is a conspiracy. Xuanhuan hesitated for a while, but finally decided to go there. After explaining to the girls, Xuanhuan turned around and disappeared. System, quench the body with the primordial energy of the silver spirit. His last chance to quench his body with primordial qi was given to Yin Lingzi, who had been protecting him closely. As the system sucked away the silver spirit, Xuanhuan's figure also appeared on an abandoned planet beside the ancient Holy Star Road, where, at this time, there is a charming young woman standing on the top of the mountain. The moment he saw the woman, Xuanhuan was struck by lightning. The head roared and exploded, and various memories appeared one after another. Tianwu? How can that be? Isn't she trapped in the place where the gods originated? Without his unblocking, it would be impossible for her to come out. Questions came to my mind one after another. It made Xuanhuan's head ache. It seems that you have recovered part of your memory. Congratulations to you. And congratulations to myself. When the woman saw the sluggish Xuanhuan, a gratified smile appeared on her beautiful face. You haven't unlocked it yet? Xuanhuan asked with a frown. When you left the place where the gods originated, the restrictions left behind were still there. How could the concubine be unsealed? There was some resentment in the woman's words. But in an instant, she smiled and said, fortunately, what I was worried about didn't happen, and everything is still in time. Who the hell are you? Why do you have the aura of Tianwu? Xuanhuan frowned more and more tightly. He is about to leave the customs, you have to hurry up, otherwise not only the Xuan Protoss will be wiped out, but also your newly created source plane will be destroyed in one go. Heavenly Emperor, hurry up, otherwise you and I will never see each other again, this world will return to nothingness. And your efforts for countless billions of years will be in vain. The woman did not answer his question, but showed a worried look. Said quickly. She didn't wait for Xuanhuan to answer, and then said, I am a ray of her soul. In order to restore your memory, you can only lose hundreds of millions of light years of cultivation, break through space and avoid obstacles and escape. The purpose is to let you do not sink in samsara. When the woman said this, Xuanhuan was horrified to find that her body was somewhat blurred. Are you going to run out of divine power? Xuanhuan asked. It's just a wisp of soul. If it's gone, it's gone. For you, it doesn't matter. If the deity is gone. The woman's eyes were calm, but she looked at Xuanhuan with some reluctance. The woman's words and eyes deeply stimulated Xuanhuan. No, I order you not to disappear. Xuanhuan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. At this time, he growled and shouted. Is there any way for the system to prevent her from dissipating? Xuanhuan had no choice but to turn to the system for help. Is the host stupid? The host has the resurrection function of the strong, why not use it? Although she is a Protoss, higher than the primordial gods, the host can mold her like a strong one. For her, this may be a good fortune. Maybe. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. What's your name? Xuanhuan asked. My name is Tianwu. I was born according to the will of my deity. I wanted to help you move forward and achieve your merits and virtues in the end. But I'm afraid. System, consume 10 rewards, exchange for 1 powerhouse resurrection. Function. The system ordered in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to resurrect the strong. Now resurrect Tianwu for me. After Xuanhuan gave his orders, a beam of purple light shot out from between his brows, covering Tianwu's body directly. While the other party was stunned, he was sucked into the system world. Xuanhuan stood in the star path and fell into deep thought. Although Tianwu's words were confusing, they gave him a vague direction. His reincarnation is not that simple at all. There is a story here. Even conspiracy. And according to Tianwu, he should have returned to the place where the gods originated long ago. So what organized his return, and who was behind it all? Ding. Trigger the main task, find the real reason for the hosts. Reincarnation. Task details, because the host discovered that the reincarnation of the previous life is not as simple as it seems. If the host finds the real reason for his own reincarnation, the system will reward the host with a chance to finally summon a superpower, a chance to be empowered with divine power, and a chance to awaken the supreme god body. 50 times the chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, 50 times the Grand mist crossing chances of catastrophe, 50 chances of primordial qi. Tempering body, 50 chances of Dao law inheritance, 50 chances of super. Limit awakening, 50 chances of dungeon of the strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan slightly taken aback. It seems that this matter is really not that simple. After muttering something to himself. Ding. The strong Tianwu was resurrected successfully. May the host choose to release it? Is it possible to construct her attribute list now? Xuanhuan asked. Not yet, but the host can directly ask him to be recruited by the primordial. But if the primordial conscripts, part of her memory will be sealed. And her strength will be constructed at the level of primordial beings. The system prompt sounded, which made Xuanhuan hesitate. After all, he really wanted to know about the past. And he wanted to keep her by his side. Dilemma, indecision, these two idioms are perfect to describe Xuanhuan at this moment. Ding. The system's friendly reminder, if the host draws out a little of his divine power and blesses this strong person, the lowest level can be compared to the strongest host at the moment, including Li Yuanba, who has not yet released it. The system notification sounded again, making Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly brighten. The memory will always be found one day. Let her stay by my side first and talk about it. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan immediately made a decision. Let Tianwu be recruited by Hongmeng and awaken beyond the limit. 10 seconds later. Ding. Tianwu Hongmeng was successfully recruited. May I ask if the host chooses to release? When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan inevitably became short of breath. This is the first god of the Xuan Protoss that he resurrected and recruited. Can he not be excited? Don't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Tianwu, from an unknown world. Identity, primordial god. Lucky level, immortal law innate level 5. Cultivation method, Wanxing creates the world and decides the fourth world. Magic weapon, none. Supernatural powers, none. Loyalty, 100/100. Very simple property list. But Xuanhuan was stunned. Immortal law innate level 3. He directly soared to the position of the number 1 powerhouse in the Heavenly Court. Tied for first place with Li Yuanba. Moreover, he also saw her identity and bloodline, so she became a primordial spirit directly. It shows that her aptitude has surpassed all the people under him now. Swallowing hard, Xuanhuan asked in his heart, System, if Tianwu is released now, will there be a crash? No, because this time it was caused by the divine power of the host and has nothing to do with the system. It can be released, but Li Yuanba cannot. If the host wants to release Li Yuanba safely, besides improving his cultivation and increasing his territory, he has to wait for the system to upgrade Gon. Xuanhuan was slightly disappointed by the system's answer. But he didn't care immediately. There are pros and cons to everything in the world, and now it is a very lucky thing to have a super strong man by his side. Release. Xuanhuan could now imagine Tianwu's expression. A purple light flashed, and Tianwu's graceful figure flew out of it. What? In the empty colorful star path, there was a scream of surprise. Tianwu stared at the smiling Xuanhuan with big beautiful eyes. How did you do it? Tianwu looked at his graceful body in amazement, and asked in disbelief. Could it be that I haven't done anything in these countless epochs? Xuanhuan said mysteriously. It seems that the wish of the deity is very likely to be fulfilled. My concubine Tianwu pays his respects to His Majesty. This time, I can follow His Majesty's side openly and aboveboard. It's just that this concubine seems to have lost part of her memory, and I can't share the fear with your Majesty," Tianyunzi said regretfully. "It's okay, take your time." With that said, Su Haoyan took Tianyunzi back to Haoyan court. On the second day, Su Haoyan held a court meeting and introduced Tianyunzi to the powerful men. Although Tianyunzi was a woman, standing beside Su Haoyan gave off a kind of heroism unique to men. After that, Su Haoyan exchanged a set of ring treasures that had been quenched by the primordial energy from the Lucky Mall and gave it to Tianyunzi. "This is the 5 elements illusory sky ring, the most precious treasure of the primordial mist, and I will give it to you." Although Tianyunzi has traveled the world for countless millions of years, he really doesn't have any decent treasures in his hands. Immediately fell in love with these 5 small rings of different colors. Ding! Lubu Yuanchu's qi quenching was successful. May the host choose to release it? Ding! Donghuang Taiyu's primordial energy quenched his body successfully. May the host choose to release it? Ding! Dijuan. A series of 4 system prompts sounded, causing Su Haoyan's eyes to light up. Suddenly, in 2 days, except for Guan Yu, who still had no news, including Bai Suzhen, all of them completed the body quenching of the original qi. Afterwards, Su Haoyan released the 4 strong men and called up their attribute list, respectively. Donghuang Tai, 9 levels of changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. Dijun, 10 changes in the Taizu realm of the Supreme Origin. Lubu, 8 changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. Bai Suzhen, the Supreme Originator Taizu has 5 changes. Yin Lingzi, 13 changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. The moment the 5 primordial gods appeared, all the strong men in the palace were immediately ebullient. Especially the primordial gods, the feeling is very real. Tianyunzi's beautiful eyes widened even more, with a look of shock on his face. Is this his real method? Isn't this too exaggerated? Immediately she seemed to think of something, and became worried again. But she didn't say it, and planned to find a time to talk about it. 3 days later, I will go to the central Hongmeng, and those whose names are read below will go to the central Hongmeng. Su Haoyan looked around at the officials below and said, Hongjun, Tongtian, Yuan, Haotian. In the following time, Su Haoyan continuously read more than 20 names. The court meeting lasted for 3 hours before it ended. After the dynasty was over, Su Haoyan brought Tianyunzi to the harem and introduced him to the concubines. Because Su Haoyan had too few concubines in the harem, Bai Suzhen worked hard for Su Haoyan. Su Haoyan just laughed it off. For other emperors, a concubine is mostly a status symbol, but for Su Haoyan, the real status symbol is constantly becoming stronger, and only the truly strong are worthy of having everything. However, Bai Suzhen and the others didn't think so. They were very happy about Tianyunzi's arrival. They gathered around one after another, and soon became a ball. On the other side, Su Haoyan found Yuan Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, I have decided to conquer the central Hongmeng, and the family will be handed over to you. Now I want to promote you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuanhuan knelt down excitedly. He is now respected and is Su Tianfeng's mentor. Su Haoyan chose him to guard the heaven without any hesitation. Let Yuan Xuanhuan Hongmeng overcome the catastrophe, Su Haoyan ordered. This time he took away Jiuling Yuansheng, Tai Daoist, Sun Wukong, leaving Patriarch Bodhi and Yuan Xuanhuan to look after the house. He was very relieved. Ding. Yuan Xuanhuan Hongmeng successfully crossed the catastrophe. May the host choose to release it? If you don't release him, let him inherit the general's way and awaken in Hongmeng. Su Haoyan then ordered. 10 minutes later. Ding. Yuan Chonghuan Hongmeng awakened successfully. May I ask if the host chooses to release? Release, call up her attribute list. Yuan Chonghuan, from Ming history. Identity, the number 1 monkey in the world. Luck level, 13 changes in the supreme origin Taizu realm. Cultivation method, Kunling Xiangong. Supernatural powers, Chao Tian Jia. The world is shaking. Magic weapon, shocking whip. Loyalty 100/100. Seeing Yuan Chonghuan's attribute list, Su Haoyan was very satisfied. He left behind Bodhi Patriarch, Yuan Chonghuan, and Bai Suzhen, the 3 supreme primordial ancestors who can protect Hao Tian from any worries. Although he holds a superpower like Tian Yunzi in his hand, this is his secret weapon, and he will not expose it until the critical moment. After comforting Yuan Chonghuan a few words, Su Haoyan thought for a while and said in his heart, System, call me the attribute list of Tai Bai Jinxing. Tai Bai Jinxing, from ancient myths and legends. Race, primordial creature. Magic weapon, 10,000 silver wire whisks. Cultivation method, divine method of heaven and earth. Luck level, 13 changes in the supreme origin Taizu realm. Loyalty, 100/100. That's right, as expected. By the way, can the attribute list of the system Huitshubing be retrieved? Su Haoyan asked in his heart. Because the host is now more and more compatible with the 4 great mammoths, the maximum authority of the system has been upgraded. The current authority is the innate level of the immortal law. The systematic answer made Su Haoyan's breathing quicken. At the same time, it also shows that Huitshubing is at least the innate level of immortality. Then bring up his attribute list. When Huitshubing was mentioned, Su Haoyan became angry. After such a long time, he couldn't believe that this guy didn't know he was back. Either he is retreating, or he is planning to betray. Even if you don't betray your bones, you won't be that loyal anymore. Huitshubing, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, primordial creature. Lucky level, immortal law innate level 1. Cultivation method, innate breathing and breathing power. Supernatural powers, shocking god spear. I am so sorry. Magic weapon, Tong Tianshin gun. Loyalty, 50/100. Are you swinging? Let me see how you swing this time. Su Haoyan muttered to himself. Immediately, he sat in the gazebo and poured himself a drink. Guan Yu, it's not easy. It's been 2.5 days, and the primordial qi-quenching body has not been completed yet. It's really exciting. The next day, Su Haoyan took his subordinates, bid farewell to Yuan Chonghuan and Bodhi and other strong men, and embarked on a journey to conquer the central Hongmeng. Looking at the clouds that disappeared in his eyes, Patriarch Bodhi said with emotion, Your Majesty's visit will definitely set off huge waves. That's a must. With His Majesty's character, how can you be willing to take the second place? Yuan Chonghuan also sighed. On the road of colorful stars. What did you say? That kid Nailan Qing is my left guard? Su Haoyan stared blankly at Tian Yunzi, standing beside him, and his heart was already filled with huge waves. He once suspected that Nailan Qing had some kind of relationship with him, but He just didn't think that the other party was his Xuanhuan. What a trick. But, he doesn't exist in my memory? Could he appear in my lost memory? For a moment, Xuanhuan fell into confusion. Slowly you will know. Now, for some reason, you still can't recognize him. Tianyunzi's words made Xuanhuan fall into deep thought. Who are you? I must find you. After planning for so long, it's time for you to show up. Xuanhuan thought to himself. Somewhere in central Hongmeng. The space here is extremely unstable, and there are small space cracks everywhere. Space storms erupt all the time. This place is full of tyrannical atmosphere. At this time, somewhere in a broken continent, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed. Immediately afterwards, a multicolored figure stepped out from the flashing light. The figure gradually solidified from being blurry. This is a young man in colorful clothes, his breath is erratic, like an illusion. He looked around, didn't pay attention to the space storm here, and muttered to himself. After countless years of hard work, I finally came here. It's not easy. Your Majesty the God Emperor, according to calculations, you should be the 81st generation. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Half an hour. He slowly opened his eyes. But there was a look of doubt on his face. There is no aura of him, why? The coordinates of this deity are obviously here. Hey, don't worry, just check it out and you'll understand. But this new source plane has several innate powers of immortal law, and the development must be rapid. It's interesting. After muttering to himself, he disappeared in a flash. Ding. Guan Yu's primordial chi quenching succeeded. May the host choose to release it? In the beautiful starry sky, Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair chatting with Hongjun and others, heard a system notification sound in his mind. Don't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Guan Yu, from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Identity, Primordial God. The said Avenue, Wuxing Avenue. Affiliated Good Fortune, Long Knife, Good Fortune. Magic Weapon, Qinglong Sky Survey. Cultivation Technique, Heaven and Earth, Profound Kung Fu. Lucky Level, Immortal Law Innate Level 1. Supernatural Powers, Qinglong Yao Tian. Wuxing Shenwei. Special Attribute, Martial Saint is angry, once he goes berserk, he will activate the unparalleled combat power, and his strength will be doubled. Loyalty, 100/100. Damn it, I have directly achieved the first level of immortality, Martial Saint, Guan Yu, it's against the sky. Then don't release it for now, and let them be dumbfounded when the time comes. In the Battle of Wushuang, I still want to dominate. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. At the same time, there are also strong people from the four great primordial realms rushing to the central primordial realm. Although the four great origins are now under the control of Heoxianshan, Xuanhuan has always adopted the strategy of turning a blind eye to some old monsters who are hidden from the world. If the rule of the court is ruled, the heaven will not take care of it. So at this time, the four primordial beings all have a series of tyrannical lights flashing in the bright starry sky. In the area of northern Hongmeng close to the central Hongmeng, there is a huge red spaceship with hundreds of thousands galloping right now. It can be seen that the direction they are driving is indeed the route of Xuanhuan and his group. There is a large flag on this spaceship, with a blood-colored skull as big as a mountain painted on it. This ship is full of strange atmosphere. Commander, what is the teacher doing here? Seeing that the Battle of Wushuang is about to start, why are you still sending missions? At this time, there were several people standing there at the bow of the boat with a strong breath, and the leading person had even reached the point of returning to nature and melting into the void. He stood in front of several people, wearing a blood-red battle armor, which shone with blood-colored brilliance against the starlight. You don't know, Mingzi was killed. I heard that he was the ruler who unified the 4 primordial realms. Mingzuan got a report saying that this person is rushing to the central primordial realm to participate in the battle of Wushuang. We want to be ahead of him. Stop him. Avenge Mingzi. This person opened a huge lion's head, and the sound was like a drum, shaking the entire starry sky. So that's the case, but what kind of person dares to kill Mingzi? He doesn't want to live anymore? It's not easy to be a person who can make the commander-in-chief. But with the commander in hand, this person probably won't live long. The subordinates behind the commander talked a lot, looking very relaxed. But the commander frowned, obviously not so relaxed in his heart. Send the order, the spaceship will move forward at full speed. Be sure to stop the other party before they enter the central Hongmeng. Ding. Trigger the subquest Mingzuan's interception. Mission details. Because the host killed Mingzi, and then killed He King Kong, Mingzuan was unwilling, and then sent a strong man to intercept the host halfway. If the host kills all future survivors, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial, a chance to cross the catastrophe, a chance to temper the body with primordial energy, and a chance to summon a superpower. The bright clouds are flying in the starry sky. Xuanhuan has nothing to do. He is looking for the lucky mall, and he is going to build a teleportation array in the 4 primordial realms. At this time, the system notification sound suddenly sounded in his mind, making the corners of his mouth curl up involuntarily. That's right, whether it's the Yi family or the Nether Palace, come only in. This way can the mission be triggered and the rewards be obtained. Otherwise, wouldn't this trip be boring? Ever since Tianyunzi was by his side, he has lost interest in this matchless battle. In addition to completing the task this time, the most important thing for him is to go to the original space, get back the colorful Shai, revive Hongmeng Emperor, and solve the problem. The matter with the primordial gods. In addition, what's the matter with Hu Xubing? Isn't he just a first level immortal law? What to wear? From now on, he will rise strongly, occupy the central Hongmeng in one fell swoop, and finally unify the entire Hongmeng. 3 days later. God, how do you want to die? Xuanhuan and his group were driving in the starry sky. At this moment, a loud and rough voice suddenly sounded in the starry sky, and then a blood-red magic boat suddenly broke through the silence from the front left and roared towards it. Immortal law innate first level? Tianyunzi said disdainfully. Is the immortal law innate? It seems that the central primordial spirit is very promising. But, is this interesting? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. The tone was relaxed, and it seemed that he didn't pay attention to the other party at all. How about it, do you need me to make a move? Tianyunzi felt itchy. The 5 Hongmeng sons next to him looked at her with some doubts. Is this woman very powerful? Everyone thinks so. No, you don't need to take action to deal with them. Xuanhuan shook his head and said softly. Tianyunzi looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. Did he have other strong men following him? Wrong. Is it still that god-defying supernatural power? Thinking of this, Tianwu immediately looked forward to it. Soon, the huge magic boat stopped thousands of miles in front of Xuanhuan. And others. At this time everyone saw the true face of the Xuanhuan. It was the commander sent by Minggong to intercept and kill Xuanhuan and others. Pretend, you can really pretend, isn't he just a little guy who has practiced the blood path technique? There is nothing to pull. Tianwu said in disdain. But the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched violently. Do you think everyone is as defiant as you? Heavenly Emperor, you killed Bengong Mingzi at will and angered Lord Mingzuan. Today is your death day. If you are the overlord of one party, you can end it yourself. At this time, the lion-headed commander spoke again. Jiuling, is this person's blood useful to you? Xuanhuan ignored the commander, but asked Jiuling Yuansheng. Master, the bloodline of this creature seems to have been changed by something. It has already surpassed the bloodline of ordinary lion ancestors. As if it has mutated. If I fuse with his bloodline, my strength should be even higher. The moment Jiuling Yuansheng appeared in the Grand Commander, the blood of the lion ancestor in his body became irritable. This made him both surprised and a little ready to move. Can't help showing a greedy expression. Okay, when I catch him, I will bestow him on you. Whether you can improve or not depends on your luck. System, release Guan Yu. Afterwards, Xuanhuan secretly instructed the system. As soon as his words fell, Guan Yu stepped out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. At this time, Guan Yu gave people a feeling of emptiness, as if melting into the void. Those with low cultivation bases can't see his existence at all. It is likely that he will be regarded as heir. Guan Yu, who reappeared in front of everyone, had a different image. What shocked Hongjun and others most was not his illusory aura, but the lifelike green dragon wrapped around his body. The tail of this green dragon is placed on the left shoulder, and the dragon's head protrudes from its right waist. Wrapped around his body, Guan Yu is now like an ancient demon god, full of terrifying aura. TSK, it turns out that the immortal law innately changes not only his cultivation, his physical body, but also the magic weapon he uses. It's really good. Xuanhuan praised without hesitation. Your Majesty, how do you deal with that guy? Guan Yu knelt in front of Xuanhuan and asked respectfully. Caught alive, I want Jiuling to absorb his blood. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Although Guan Yu has transcended the category of immortals, His Majesty has not changed, so there is no need to be polite. Your order. Guan Yu said lightly. Then turned around and disappeared. When it appeared, it had already arrived on the Dharma boat of the Underworld Palace. Facing Guan Yu, who suddenly appeared. The commander-in-chief was immediately frightened. Immortal method innate level? How is this possible? The commander-in-chief was immediately stunned. However, Guan Yu didn't care about his shock, he grabbed his body casually. Roar. A sky-shattering roar came, and Guan Yu's body flashed with blue light, and the blue dragon wrapped around him suddenly flashed with blue light, and Guan Yu held it in his hand. Guan Yu looked calm, and he waved down lightly. Boom! In an instant, a green dragon crashed down from its head, staring at a pair of big mountain-like eyes, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed it down the boat. Everyone on the French boat, including the commander, felt that the sky above their heads darkened, and then entered the endless darkness. Look in Xuanhuan's direction. In front of the giant dragon, the hundreds of Thousands of feet of huge Dharma boat was as big as a fly, and there was no room for resistance. Easy spike. Everyone was stupefied. General Guan. Isn't this too easy? Hong Jun swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Tong Tian trio next to them, as well as the primordial gods, all behaved in the same way. At this time, Tian Yunzi opened his small mouth slightly, and his beautiful eyes widened, looking very shocked. Although she was much higher than Guan Yu, she was still overwhelmed by Guan Yu's momentum. Well, immortal law is innate and has been fully integrated with my magic weapon. He is the magic weapon, and the magic weapon is him. It can be converted into each other at critical moments. The increase is enhanced. The combat power is doubled. But there is still a prerequisite. That is the level of the magic weapon. The higher the level, the stronger the fit. Xuanhuan sat on the supreme Kowloon chair and muttered to himself. Ding. Complete the side mission, the killing of the underworld. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, and a chance to summon a superpower to the limit. Chance. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan couldn't help showing a bright smile. Your Majesty, the minister returns. Guan Yu returned to the cloud, and stretched out his hand to wipe Qinglong's body. The commander, who was already so angry, was thrown onto the clouds by him. Thank you, General Guan, for making it happen. Jiuling Yuanxing excitedly stepped forward to worship Guan Yu. Guan Yu waved his hand and said, My brother, why are you so polite? Jiuling, come into my small world. Refining this kind of blood will not work. In a short while. With that said, Xuanhuan put Jiuling Yuanxing and the Grand Commander into his small world. Then, the team moved on. Xuanhuan chatted with Guan Yu for a while, and then fell into deep thought. At the same time, in a large-scale city in a certain big world to which Central Hongming belongs, Emperor Qian turned into a mortal man, followed by a man with 3 eyes. The two of them are just like walking in the street, having fun. The only difference is that Emperor Qian in front has a leisurely expression, while the man with 3 eyes behind has a gloomy face and shortness of breath, as if he is enduring something. Enough, have you played enough, it's time to go. Finally, the man with 3 pupils spoke in a deep voice. Have you played enough? Why do you want enough? Don't you see that the mortal world is very fun? Emperor Qian said indifferently. At the same time, there was a cold flash in the depths of his eyes. Hearing this, the man with 3 eyes following behind finally couldn't bear it anymore. He stopped suddenly, and a terrifying aura burst out, and the huge wind and waves spread across the entire city in an instant. Rumble. In the next second, this fairly huge city, together with the tens of millions of mortals inside, was turned into ashes. In the void, Emperor Qian looked at the man with 3 eyes indifferently, and the cold light in his eyes became more intense. Have you finally couldn't help it? Unexpectedly, the dignified god's regard. Life is nothing. Are you worthy of the God Emperor? Emperor Qian asked coldly. What? You recovered your memory? How is this possible? The 3-eyed man suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Emperor Qian in disbelief. But immediately he said grimly, so what if you know, although you are his right guard, but you have not recovered your divine power, and you have not cultivated in your previous life, why are you crazy? The master wants your life like a bag, if it is not, you're still useful, you're already dead. As for the God Emperor, don't you think that is an illusory expectation? Give up. As soon as the voice fell, the man with 3 pupils instantly transformed into a huge axe that opened the sky and killed Emperor Qian. Although my divine power has not recovered, but I can't fall into the majesty of the God Emperor, so what about the first battle? Emperor Qian snorted coldly, his eyes were stern, and he rushed towards him without fear. Ding! Trigger the main task, save Emperor Qian. Mission details, Emperor Qian is very important to the host. Now Emperor Qian is captured by the Xuanhuan Protoss. If the host rescues Emperor Qian from the hands of the Xuanhuan Protoss, the system specially rewards the host with 1 chance of divine power. Empowerment, 1 chance of supreme awakening, 10 chances of primordial reawakening, 10 chances of primordial energy tempering the body, 10 chances of primordial transcendence, 10 chances of primordial awakening, 20 chances of overlimit awakening, 20 chances of diehard awakening, 20 chances of system grace, 20 chances of dungeons of the strong, 20 chances of the pinnacle of the strong. Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the Supreme 9-Dragon chair talking with Tianwu, suddenly heard a system prompt. It made him completely stunned. Did you feel it too? Seeing Xuanhuan's expression, Tianwu was stunned. Just now, she actually felt the aura of a strong man from the Xuanhuan Protoss appear in Hongmeng. Although it passed by in a flash, she was still captured by her. Well, and also kidnapped one of my best friends, Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. From a long time ago, he suspected that Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing had a great relationship with him, and now he saw that it was so. Do you need me to make a move? Tianwu said suddenly. How to make a move? Go out of Hongmeng, go to the Xuanhuan Protoss? Xuanhuan turned his head and asked. Yes, and I also want to go back. There is something I want to get back. It will be of great help to you. It may allow you to awaken the supreme divine power in advance. Tianwu said. The tone was calm, as if it had been brewing for a long time. It's extremely dangerous to go, are you sure you want to do this? Xuanhuan asked with a gleam in his eyes. I have a way to guarantee my own safety, so you don't need to worry about that. Time doesn't wait. There is not much time until you fully awaken your memory. Now you must take a dangerous move, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain. Tianwu said firmly. In that case, then you go. Xuanhuan finally agreed to Tianwu's request. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a snow-white gown appeared in his hand. Very ordinary gown. Put it on, and you will become invisible. No one in this world can see through you, including the person behind all of this. For the safety of Tianwu on this trip, Xuanhuan spent his money. He exchanged half of his fame points from the Lucky Mall for this treasure that surpasses Hongmeng, which is one of the top treasures in the Lucky Mall. It's called the Treasure Over the Sea shirt. Wearing it, you can completely melt yourself into the void like nothing. Exploration beyond any divine sense. If it wasn't for the fact that the system was getting stronger every moment, he really wouldn't be able to find such a treasure. Tianwu was not polite to Xuanhuan, took the gown, turned and left. Seeing this, the strong men on the cloud group felt strange, but they didn't say anything. Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. After a long time, he murmured to himself. Maybe when I walk out of the primordial world, I can restore my memory? After thinking for a while, Xuanhuan said, Kong Xian, come here. Xuanhuan was caught off guard by the departure of Tianwu. Although Guan Yu was a great god, how could he let it go with his personality? System, let the qi of Kong Xuanhuan quench his body. Xuanhuan ordered lightly from the bottom of his heart. As Kong Xian was sucked in by the system, calm returned to the clouds. After half a day like this, Xuanhuan and his party finally entered the central Hongmeng. As soon as they flew into the central Hongmeng, everyone felt something different. First of all, the primordial purple energy here is as substantial as it is floating in the starry sky, which shocked the spirits of all the powerhouses. Hongjun showed even more excitement. If you practice here, it will definitely be much faster than Xuanhuan. Hongjun clicked his tongue and said in amazement. Can you still be as powerful as His Majesty? It can make you leap countless times in an instant. Emperor Haoyan curled his lips and said. Everyone nodded in agreement. In addition, there are far more living beings here than the four great mammoths, and each of them is strong. Along the way, everyone found that there is no existence of living beings whose cultivation base is less than that of the primordial fusion. This phenomenon cannot be seen in the four primordial realms. Your Majesty, when will we conquer the central Hongmeng? Di Jiang asked impatiently. You guys do a good job in the matchless battle. Once we win the championship, and let the strong people in the central primordial realm bow their heads and surrender, then this place will be at your fingertips. Xuanhuan said loudly. Let everyone's blood boil immediately. What a big tone, do you think you are a primordial god? At this moment, a voice sounded next to him. Attracted everyone's attention. I saw a burly wolf-headed creature flying over from a distance, manipulating a pitch-black demon cloud. What are you? Dong Huangtai scolded impatiently. It's just a little guy who is too imaginary to change 3 times, and he dares to speak loudly. It's funny. I am the Void Wolf King, today. Just coming to the front, this creature had just finished reporting its name. And the next second, it was instantly dumbfounded. He widened his eyes and looked at the people in front of him in horror. His scalp felt numb, his back felt cold, and his face was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. After the Void Wolf King finished speaking, he was about to turn around and fly away. At this moment, a purple-red ribbon-shaped object stretched out like lightning, and swept away the Void Wolf King in an instant across thousands of miles. It was indeed the tongue of the Wanda toad lying on Xuanhuan's shoulder. At this moment, it chewed a little, and then closed its eyes again. Seeing this, everyone didn't show any expression, as if they were used to it. However, the passing creatures instantly exploded. Isn't that guy just now the Void Wolf King? It is said that his master is the Void Spirit Patriarch, who is a half-step primordial god. If these people killed him, aren't they afraid of offending the Void Spirit Patriarch? At first glance, they are outsiders. I'm afraid they don't know the horror of the Void Spirit Patriarch? I don't think so. This group of people seems to be here to participate in the unparalleled battle. Maybe they are not afraid of Void Spirit Patriarch. Listening to the discussion of creatures in the distance, Xuanhuan didn't show any superfluous expressions. It's just an ancestor of Void Spirit, and he doesn't take it to heart. At this time, in his mind, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Kong Xuanhuan's body was quenched successfully. May the host choose to release it? Release, and call up his attribute list. For a day and a half, there was no such thing as Li Yuanba's defense against the sky, nor did Guanyu's terror stand in the middle. Kongxian, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, primordial god. Inheritance of Taoism, King Ming Dao. Belonging creation, false fusion all creation. Luck level, 13 changes in the supreme origin Taizu realm. Kung Fu, Great Ming Wang Jing. Ability, 5-color divine light. Loyalty, 100/100. Good. If he awakens in Hongmeng Fu, he must be another immortal law innate. The appearance of Kongxian did not arouse everyone's surprise. They are used to Xuanhuan, releasing a super strong man from time to time. After that, everyone continued to fly forward. But this time everyone stopped. Keeping a low profile, removed the cloud, and released the mysterious spider. The huge body of the Xianling evil spider wandered in the bright starry sky, immediately attracting the attention of passing creatures. Fuck, no way, who is that, actually rides a giant beast with an evil breath? The origin must be extraordinary. That giant beast is definitely not easy to mess with. It must be even more extraordinary to make such a giant beast bow its head. Tisk, it's time for the central Hongmeng to be lively again. In the battle of Wushuang, I don't know how many big bosses will bow down. Ding. Trigger the side mission, the Wrath of the Void Spirit Patriarch. Task details, because the host killed the Void Wolf King, which angered the Void Spirit Patriarch. If the host kills the Void Spirit Patriarch, the system rewards the host once a chance for primordial awakening, a chance for primordial transcendence, a chance for superlimit awakening. The host will offend the Doutian sect because of this. At this moment, the system notification sounded, which almost made Xuanhuan swear. There are so few rewards, you have the nerve to get angry with this Void Spirit Patriarch. It's really not challenging. Xuanhuan shook his head and ignored him. As for the Hongmeng sect, Xuanhuan didn't think about it at all. He wants to unify the entire Hongmeng. Such a big sect is already in opposition. Offending is no different from not offending. His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. At this time a voice sounded from the front. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in a blue gown flew over from the depths of the starry sky. Your Majesty, Lu Liang, the King of Heaven, shocking God under the seat of Emperor Taibai, pays his respects to His Majesty. The middle-aged man came to Xuanhuan, knelt down on both knees, and respectfully greeted Dao. Get up, what did Taibai Jinxing call you for? Xuanhuan asked softly. At the same time, I am also a little relieved that Taibai Jinxing has finally stuck to her heart after countless billions of years. Dizun sent his subordinates here to lead the way for His Majesty. At the same time, here is a letter from Emperor Zun, please have a look at it. While speaking, he took out an orange jade slip. Flying over to the Xianling evil spider, handed it to Xuanhuan. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan invaded it with his spiritual sense and checked it. Hey, if you're really sleepy, someone will send you a pillow. This will save me a lot of time. Hongjun, Haoyan, Dong Huangtai, the three of you went to a place with Lu Liang, swept everything there, and brought it back, including a dark spirit. Hurry up and come back. Xuanhuan put down the jade slip and gave instructions. At the same time, he patted the Wanda toad on his shoulder and sent a thought. Afterwards, the four of them took the Wanda toad and galloped towards a certain direction of the central Hongmeng. Let's go to the place where the unparalleled war started. I'm going. to create a huge wave in the central Hongmeng. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. After flying forward for another half an hour, the creatures in the starry sky became more and more. And each of them had a big smile on their face. Some were even more excited and disgusted. I heard that there are foreign forces participating in this matchless battle. It is said that the Heavenly Emperor who unified the ancient sacred land and the four great origins will also come to participate in the peerless battle. I don't know who this guy is, and he dares to call himself the Emperor of Heaven. In short, this matchless battle may break the previous dominance of the five major forces. So this peerless battle should be very lively. Listening to the comments of the creatures passing by, Di Jiang grinned and said, "When the time comes, let them see what is number one in the world." Everyone nodded in agreement. These guys were basically enemies in the previous life, but in this life they are all working for Xuanhuan. While their respective personalities are restrained, they have become close friends with each other. At this time, they hooked their shoulders and hung their backs, chatting in full swing. "Hey, that kid in front is the Emperor of Heaven?" At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly exploded in the starry sky ahead, which immediately alarmed the wandering and passing creatures nearby. Wow! Heavenly Emperor? Turned out to be the number one Heavenly Emperor on the list of gods? TSK, isn't this too young? He is the only one who dares to be called the Emperor of Heaven? He is not afraid of the wrath of the gods. Is that the Void Spirit Patriarch? I heard that his apprentice was the Void Wolf King, who was killed by the Heavenly Emperor a few days ago. TSK, now, the Heavenly Emperor is in trouble. Suddenly, all the creatures who heard the voice of the Void Spirit Patriarch stopped flying, but stopped to watch the fun. Xuanhuan and others looked up, and saw a fiery red figure standing above a great cloud in the starry sky ahead. Fuck, I thought it was some kind of amazing person, but it turned out to be just a guy who changed from the 9th level of the Supreme Ancestor realm. It's really meaningless. Heavenly Emperor, you killed my apprentice, today. The Void Spirit Patriarch came to Xuanhuan and the others aggressively, pointing at Xuanhuan viciously and about to say something harsh. But the next second he was dumbfounded. In an instant, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. It was really the aura of Xuanhuan and the others that was too terrifying, making it difficult for him to move forward. Just now, because he came in a hurry and was angry again, he didn't even think about whether the Emperor of Heaven had powerful subordinates in his hands. Now being targeted by these terrifying existences immediately made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Not to mention the burly man standing in front, let him take a look, as if being stared at by a giant beast. That, misunderstanding, don't disturb His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Patriarch Su Ling was about to turn around and leave while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Stop. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, he felt himself suspended in the void. Then the wind whistled in his ears, and then he saw Xuanhuan, who was close at hand, looking at him with a smile. Only then did he realize that he was lying on his stomach in emptiness. His posture was absolutely elegant and breathtaking. Before he had time to think about his posture, Patriarch Su Ling hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it's a small mistake. The small one shouldn't disturb your old man, just let me go as a fart." As soon as Patriarch Su Ling said this, and his graceful posture, the creatures around who were about to watch the excitement were stunned. Fuck, isn't it, the Patriarch Void Spirit, the foreign affairs elder of the Dou God sect is so unsightly, it's too shameful. I said, at least you have to make some gestures? This heavenly emperor is really not an ordinary person. He is a soldier who surrenders without fighting. It's amazing. Can't be provoked. It seems that this matchless battle should be very intense. Ignoring the comments of the surrounding creatures, watching the excitement, Xuanhuan spoke lightly. Let me introduce the Dou God sect. Hearing this, Patriarch Zuling hesitated for a moment, but immediately he felt himself getting closer, and his bones began to creak. No, I say. Zuling's heart has already set off a huge wave. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was about to explode. The huge pressure came from the big man in green clothes and long beard standing next to him. He just got a glance from the other party, and he felt as if he was about to explode. Absolutely surpass the supreme origin Tianwu realm. The Void Spirit Patriarch roared in horror. Because he felt the aura of their Dou sect master in Xuanyu's body. In the following time, Patriarch Su Ling introduced the information of Dou sect in great detail. Your Majesty, can I go? After finishing the last bit of information, Patriarch Void Spirit spoke nervously. Well, let's go, I will help you along the way. Xuanhuan said lightly. Ah, really, thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. However, as soon as his words fell, he felt his body shake suddenly, and then, in his eyes that were about to burst, he exploded with a bang. Ding! Complete the side mission, the Wrath of the Void Spirit Patriarch. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit, thus offending the Dou sect. At this moment, the system notification sounded, and Xuanhuan didn't make any waves. However, this move made the surrounding creatures feel odd. Sure enough, there is no one who is easy to match with the Emperor. The team moves on. Your Majesty, I never imagined that the Dou sect would have a congenital expert with the immortal law. Xuanyu stood beside Xuanhuan and said calmly. The tone is relaxed. The innate powerhouse of immortal law didn't let him take it seriously. It has been passed down for countless billions of years, and it is quite normal for a few superpowers to be born. Xuanhuan chatted and laughed, but didn't take this moment seriously. At the same time, the news that His Majesty the Four Great Inheritance Emperors of Xuanyu had killed the ancestor Su Ling, the foreign affairs elder of the Dou sect, also spread to the entire central inheritance within a very short period of time. TSK, His Majesty made such a commotion the moment he entered the central Grand Mist. It seems that the power of the central Grand Mist should be reshuffled. On a planet, Taibai Jinxing said with a smile after listening to the report. From a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Dizun, you are not worried about the Emperor of Heaven? Did he offend the Dou sect? The disciple asked suspiciously. Worried? It's Chongming old man who is the one to worry about. How can the ability of the Heavenly Emperor be compared to that of the Dou sect? Central Hongmeng is on a huge khaki planet. A huge cyan palace is suspended in the center of the planet, blooming with thousands of blue lights. The entire planet is shrouded in blue light. At this time on the majestic hall, there were thousands of figures with strong auras floating. Above them was a huge golden seat, on which sat an illusory blue figure at this moment. At this time, the slightly suspicious voice of the cyan figure echoed. throughout the palace. You mean, Void Ling was killed by the Heavenly Emperor? A shivering creature was kneeling below at this time. Hear the question from the figure above. He quickly said, yes, Master, the Heavenly Emperor first killed Elder Su Ling's apprentice. Elder Su Ling ran to argue and was killed by the other party. Many creatures in the central primordial world have witnessed this matter with their own eyes. Heavenly Emperor? Is that the one who first unified the land of the ancient sages and then invaded the four primordial realms? I heard that he is still number one on the god list? Become number one on the list of gods? Self-proclaimed? It's too outrageous. What does he think of our Dotian sect? Do you really think you are invincible? Jiaozuan, we can't let the little boy of the Heavenly Emperor go like this. Otherwise our Dotian Shinjiao will not be able to gain a foothold in the central Hongmeng. The figures standing below spoke one after another. Let the Emperor of Heaven go? Of course not. If he dared to kill our disciple of Dou Tianshan sect in public, he is provoking our majesty. He must be punished severely. Ding. Trigger the side mission, Chongming Dozun's killing intent. Mission. Details, because the host killed 2 strong men of the Dotian God sect one after another, this matter has aroused Chongming Dozun's anger. He had a killing intent on the host. Meaning, we are sending strong men to kill the host. If the host is killed in the future, the system will reward the host with a chance to quench the body with primordial chi, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken the loyalists. At this time, the system prompt sounded, the corners of Su Haoyan's mouth turned up slightly, and at the same time, he was a little disdainful. The reward is so low, it seems that Chongming Dozun didn't realize how powerful I am and was still careless. If that's the case, if you don't beat me to call you daddy and come here in person, I'll just come to Central Hongmeng in vain. While Su Haoyan was thinking to himself, an evil aura suddenly came from the starry sky beside them, and at the same time, the mysterious spirit evil spider under their feet became irritable. Seeing this, Su Haoyan smiled slightly, knowing that the 3 of Hongjun had completed the task. Xiaoqing. A gigantic figure suddenly broke through the starry sky and appeared in front of everyone. It was the stalwart figure of Wanda Toad. Next to it followed a huge monster no smaller than it, covered in bruises, and armor the size of a house, with 2 pincers raised high, and a barbed tail dragging behind it. Ray Scorpio. At this time, it was following behind Wanda Toad, looking extremely cute. Although it looked extremely ferocious and its body was filled with an evil aura, Su Haoyan could tell at a glance that this scorpion was completely suppressed by the poisonous toad. It's really one thing and one thing. Your Majesty, I was lucky enough to not disgrace my life. Not only did I bring back the Wraith Scorpion, one of the 5 spirits, but I also seized supplies from a planet. However, it seems that I have offended a big force. At this time, Hongjun opened his mouth to report. Ding. Trigger the side mission, the anger of Taemin. Mission details. Because the host destroyed the plan of Taemin, it caused the anger of Taemin. Strong men have been sent to denounce the host. If the host is killed by someone in the future, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to quench the body with primordial chi, 10 chances to be a strong person, and 10 chances to be blessed by the system. At this time, the special system reward sounded, which made Xuanhuan slightly taken aback, but he immediately ignored it. It doesn't matter, I came to Central Hongmeng to subdue all living beings. It doesn't matter if I offend you or not. I came to Central Hongmeng with the intention of subduing all living beings. What an arrogant tone. How domineering. At this time, Xuanhuan has already put himself. Look at all living beings. From the position of the Lord of all things. A little Tai sect is not in his eyes. When the three of Hongjun heard this, they all nodded in agreement. They didn't think Xuanhuan was bragging, on the contrary, they thought it was a matter of course. Afterwards, Xuanhuan refined the wraith scorpion and put it on his shoulder. On his left shoulder is the poisonous toad, on his right shoulder is the wraith scorpion, and under his feet is the mysterious spider. Such formations can be described as huge and incomparable. The team continued to move forward, and there were no blind creatures coming to ask for wildfire. Xuanhuan is studying how to distribute the rewards he has obtained. He now has a lot of exchange rewards. Non-exchange rewards include 5 chances to cross the tribulation, 5 chances to awaken the primordial, and 2 chances to reawaken the primordial. An opportunity for extreme summoning. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan finally decided to use up the ultimate summoning opportunity first. The system wants to summon the super strong to the limit. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host limit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Patriarch of Mixed Kuan, who comes from ancient myths and legends. Master Mixed Kuan, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, body of mysterious spirit. Lucky level, Hongmeng enters the early stage of Taoism. Cultivation method, Xianling extension technique. Magic weapon, 5 elements profound spirit ring. Hongmeng Lingbao. Supernatural powers, manipulate the power of the 5 elements. Loyalty, 45/100. He actually has the cultivation base of Hongmeng entering the Dao realm. This is the most powerful person in the beginning except Chang'e. It is rumored that he is the master of the quasi-mention and guidance, and I don't know if it is true or not. Just when Xuanhuan was thinking, the Patriarch Han Kuan in a blue robe appeared next to him with a panicked expression on his face. Such a sudden incident did not surprise the other powerhouses, because they were already used to it. But when they saw clearly who was coming, Hongjun, Haotian, Dong Huangtai, Dijun, Zhenyuanzi, etc., were all stunned. As the big bosses of the prehistoric period, Master Han Kuan and the others certainly recognized it. But it's surprising to recognize it. Patriarch Han Kuan is an out-and-out cultivator and will basically not participate in any battle. He was also the only master of casual cultivators in the prehistoric period. I go. Even Patriarch Han Kuan has come, which shows how charming His Majesty must be. Emperor Haotian murmured to himself. You are the Emperor of Heaven, right? I am the Patriarch of Kunkan, so I came to see you today. How about it, let me stay by your side and investigate. When Patriarch Han Kuan saw Xuanhuan sitting on the chair, he immediately raised his head and chest, and changed his panic just now. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Patriarch Han Kuan felt a horrifying, suffocating breath coming from all around him, pressing hard on him. Puff. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He even knelt down on the ground with a common sound. Han Kuan, don't be rude to His Majesty, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. At this time, Hongjuan's voice came from behind him. In an instant, Han Kuan was In a mess. Oh my God, who is this young man? Even Hongjun Daozu came to pay homage, and he seemed to be sincerely convinced. How is this possible? He subconsciously turned his head and was momentarily stunned. Emperor Haoyan, Zhen Yuanzi, Dong Huangtai brothers, Yuanyuan Tianzuan. Tong Tian leader, Lao Tzu, 12 ancestor witches. How did this happen? Am I dreaming? These are all real big bosses? After a long while, Patriarch Han Kuan carefully looked up. However, Su Haoyan didn't open his eyes at all, and just sat quietly on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair. Like falling asleep. Didn't care about him at all. He wanted to get up, but the weight of the tens of thousands of caddies on his body made him unable to move an inch, and he couldn't even raise his head in. The end. Seeing this, Hongjun and the others shook their heads, and no one stood up for him. Because in the hearts of everyone, Su Haoyan is supreme. Not even the slightest negligence is allowed. Not even a master-student relationship. Muron, Patriarch Han Kuan regretted it. At the same time, he became very curious about Su Haoyan. Seeing this, the corners of Su Haoyan's mouth curled up slightly. At this time, he was looking at the attribute list of Master Han Kuan, and found that his loyalty had grown to more than 70. In this way, another 3 hours passed. Heavenly Emperor, you are too courageous. Not to mention rampaging in the Central Hongmeng, you dare to kill the elders of my god religion. I think you don't want to live. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the starry sky. Immediately resounded throughout the starry sky. Han Kuan, do you know your mistake? At this time, Su Haoyan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the menacing person in front of him, and asked, casually. Han Kuan knows his mistake, please forgive me, your majesty. Han Kuan finally let go of his arrogance. Get up, this is not your prehistoric place. From now on, you will follow Hongjun and see how he does it. Su Haoyan said lightly. Afterwards, Hongjun stepped forward and helped Han Kuan up. Which of you is going to drive the flies away? Su Haoyan said lightly. They didn't even look up at each other when they spoke. I'll go. Dijun hadn't shown anything for a long time, and flew towards the opposite side without saying a word. Hey, Dijun, you old boy, save some for me. The master Tong Tian chased after him. Hey, you two count me in. And I. Yuanyuan Tianzuan and Lao Tzu were not idle, and rushed out with a smile. Seeing this, Patriarch Han Kuan suddenly lost his composure. These are all bigwigs, right? How come you are like a child, fighting for strength? Can you be more reserved? It seems to have seen the puzzled expression of Master Han Kuan. Hongjun said. Did you see it? Only by working hard here can you be appreciated by His Majesty, be favored by His Majesty, and be able to soar into the sky. You have to do the same, otherwise you have to stand aside. As soon as Hongjun said this, Han Kuan became even more puzzled. As for it? It's just an emperor. As for you big guys who are so sought after? Is there anything magical about him? Patriarch Han Kuan couldn't figure it out. Rumble. Just when Patriarch Han Kuan was stunned and confused, a great battle broke out. Over there. What? Why are you so strong? This is impossible? I am. It's your sister. Die, bastard. Dijun's voice rolled out, almost causing Su Haoyan to get off the chair. This guy has learned everything, even his words. Haha, the bastards of the Dotian God sect, can't you come with a few higher cultivation? Why do you look down on my majesty? After blasting a strong void god who arrived at the border with one punch, the leader of Tongtian shouted jokingly. It made the creatures who watched the excitement in the distance speechless. Who is the Emperor of Heaven? He is so powerful, it seems that this trip, the Dotian God sect will be wiped out again. The rise of the Emperor of Heaven is indeed not accidental, you can't afford it. Hurry up and report to the family. Be careful, Central Hongmeng, the wolf is coming. As the surrounding creatures threw out the sound transmission letter while discussing, the surrounding void was suddenly filled with aura. Take away all kinds of news about the Emperor of Heaven. Ding. Complete the side mission, Choming Dozun's killing intent. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to awaken the primordial, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit. A chance to awaken the loyalists. The system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's mind, and Di Jun and the others also returned to the Xianling evil spider with their shoulders linked. Your Majesty, easily resolve the battle, Di Jun said with a smile. The current Emperor Jun and the Xuanhu Great World are like two different people, completely put down his appearance, it can be said that now he is Su Haoyan's hardcore supporter. No complaints or selfishness. Because he knows that whoever can carry a boat can overturn it. Very good, Bao performed well. I have made a note of this achievement, Su Haoyan said with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. When they heard this, they all thanked him excitedly. This move made Master Han Kuan suspicious again. No way, isn't it just a word of encouragement? As for being so happy? Seeing this, Hong Jun didn't point out that there are some things that can only be engraved on his mind if he has personally experienced them, otherwise it would be useless for him to say more. Just as the team continued to move forward, Jiuling Yuanqing suddenly flew out from his left eye. Grandmaster Han Kuan's eyes widened immediately. A golden male lion full of tyranny suddenly stood in front of him, making him feel as if he was facing a wild beast. In an instant, he was sweating profusely. Master, Jiuling has already refined the blood of the Void Wolf King, and has gained a lot. Jiuling Yuanqing knelt in front of Su Haoyan and said happily. Very good, then I will turn you into a primordial god. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, he secretly ordered the system, let the qi of Jiuling Yuanqing Yuanchu quench his body. Immediately, Jiuling Yuanqing was envied by everyone, and was sucked into the system by the system under the shocked gaze of Patriarch Han Kuan. What is that? Patriarch Han Kuan asked suspiciously. At the same time, he noticed the cultivation of Daozu Hongjun and others, but he couldn't see through it. This makes his expression wonderful. You'll know when the time comes, Hongjun said in an unpredictable and profound way. Somewhere in central Hongmeng. Here is a very large independent interface. There are many stars here, and there are countless creatures in the starry sky. But they all flew in one direction. It was a cyan planet, extremely huge. Across the vast interface, it appears magnificent. The palace master has been in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years. And he is finally out. What do you think the master of the palace has achieved this time? It is said that the reason why the palace master left the customs is to participate in the matchless battle. TSK, I heard that the heavenly emperor who unified the four primordial realms has also come, and just after arriving, he got into a fight with the Dotian God sect. It seems that he has offended the Tai sect. I don't know what the Heavenly Emperor is going to do. It's all right this time. Once the palace lord leaves the customs, everything will be fine. Stop nagging, hurry up, the palace master is about to leave the customs. Let's go in quickly. Hundreds of millions of creatures outside the huge planet talked and threw themselves into the planet. Rushing over each other, it seems that there is a huge happy event waiting for them. At this time, in the huge planet, there is an equally huge palace. It is also the only building on the planet. At this time, the surroundings of this building were already densely packed with living beings, and as far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of millions of them. At this time, rumble. The dusty bronze gate of the huge palace slowly opened amidst rumbling noises. A tall figure in blue armor stepped out from inside. This person is none other than Xuanhuan, who was summoned by Xuanhuan at the beginning of Hongmeng. After Xuanhuan left, Chaotian Palace was established according to Xuanhuan's request. At this time, Xuanhuan was even more handsome, tall, like a mortal. His ethereal aura was completely restrained, as if he had merged with the heaven and the earth. Welcome, Palace Master, to leave the customs. Hundreds of millions of creatures shouted in unison, instantly resounding through the entire planet. Looking at the hundreds of millions of subordinates in front of him, Xuanhuan didn't see any waves in his eyes. How long has it been? He muttered to himself. Father, you have been in retreat for 300 million years. At this time, a young man flew from the side, landed on the palace, and respectfully met Tao. This young man is none other than Xuanhuan, who participated in the battle of becoming a god. Xuanhuan pondered for a while and then said, "Is there any news about the Heavenly Emperor?" For Xuanhuan to ask the Emperor of Heaven as soon as he left the customs, Xuanhuan was already used to it. Immediately, he told the story of Xuanhuan, who unified the ancient sage land and occupied the four primordial realms. At the same time, he also described his cultivation base and his title of number 1 in the list of gods. For some reason, many strong men in central Hongmeng did not have the concept of becoming a god list. Because the gods can't control them, it became the present picture, the fact that the primordial gods can't control the central primordial. That's why there is a battle to become a god. The primordial gods are really at their wits' end. They came up with such tricks in order to regain control of primordial origin. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, "Whether this person is the Emperor of Heaven or not remains to be investigated. After such a long time, why is his cultivation still low? He should have been transcendent long ago. Is there any hidden secret in this? By the way, Father, it is said that the Emperor of Heaven has also come to participate in the Battle of Wushuang, and along the way, he has destroyed the Void Wolf King, the Void Spirit Patriarch, and many strong men in the Nether Palace, and offended the Tai sect. Interesting, I didn't expect him to have such courage at such a young age. Mingzuan is an innate strongman of the immortal law. Even I am not sure how to win him. What is he relying on?" Xuanhuan muttered to himself. But Xuanhuan's eyes lit up next to him. "Father, have you made a breakthrough?" When he asked this question, his breathing was already rapid. Innate immortal law. In the whole of Hongmeng, there are only a handful of people with this level of cultivation. Even the primordial gods are nothing more than that. If Xuanhuan breaks through this level, then Chaotian Palace will become a superpower, no problem. Well, being a father is now at the second level of immortality, which is Enough to suppress those old guys. Xuanhuan had a smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, he said, I will call the high-level personnel of Tianwu Palace later, and I will make some arrangements. In addition, don't announce the news of my breakthrough. I want to become famous in one fell swoop in the Battle of Wuxuang. At this time, Xuanhuan naturally didn't know that Xuanhuan had swelled. And he already regarded Tianwu Palace as his own power. In fact, even if he knew it, he wouldn't react too much now. He no longer pays attention to the strong men in the primordial world. The reason why he participated in the matchless battle. The main reason is to win the crystal tablet of the central Hongmeng, so that he can improve his cultivation and restore some memories at the same time. At this time, their group was already very close to the venue of the peerless battle. This can be seen from the sudden appearance of more creatures in the starry sky. On this day, the huge mystic spirit evil spider galloped through the starry sky like a rampage, causing many creatures to look sideways. Who is that? Isn't this too overbearing? It is said that the heavenly emperors, the rulers of the four great origins, have also come to participate in the Battle of Wuxuang. Could it be them? The Emperor of Heaven has recently become famous by stepping on the Nether Palace. There must be a reason for him. It's better not to provoke him. The creatures who were scattered by the mysterious spirit spider dared not speak out, but there were also those who didn't have eyesight. They stepped forward to reason, and after being punished, they calmed down. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, please see Tong Weining, the patriarch of Xiaotong family. At this time, a huge black French ship suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Ahead, several creatures with strong breaths stood on the French boat. The leader was tall and slender, wearing a snow-white long skirt, with fair skin. She was actually a beautiful woman. Tong Weining? Wow. When the creatures in the starry sky heard this voice, they immediately exploded. Isn't that the Tong family Rakshasa? Why did she come to the Emperor of Heaven? Could it be that she fell in love with the God of Heaven? It's very possible. That a beautiful woman loves a hero? Keep your voice down, you don't want to live anymore? The creatures talked a lot and looked at Tong Weining in shock. Central Hongmeng talents come out in large numbers, and they can even compete with Hongmeng gods. And Tong Weining, the patriarch of the Tong family, is even better than Blue. At the age of 100,000 years old, he became one of the top 10 masters of the Central Hongmeng. He is the strongest genius recognized by Central Hongmeng. I don't know how many super geniuses wanted to kiss Fangzi, but they all turned into wandering spirits in the end. The name of Tongjia Rakshasa is also derived from this. Xuanhuan was also very strange. He naturally knew about this genius of the Tong family. This has been specifically investigated, but there is not much information. But he has a bold guess. This woman is probably the innate cultivation of immortal law. As predicted. Your Majesty, this woman has the same level of cultivation as the minister. And the immortal law is innately first class. Xuanyu whispered with interest. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up slightly. Why are you looking for me? Your Majesty, the little girl has a deal to discuss with you. I wonder if you dare to accept it? Tong Weining's red lips parted slightly, and she actually used sound transmission. Come up. Xuanhuan said lightly. Seeing this, Tong Weining smiled and turned around to appear on top of the mysterious spider. Xuanhuan glanced at her and said, let's talk, it must be a big deal for the head of the Nengran Tong family, to come to negotiate in person, and I'm all ears. Seeing this, Tong Weining didn't hesitate and began to transmit the sound. During this period, Guan Yu was always standing beside Su Haoyan, staring at Tong Weining closely. After half an hour, Tong Weining finished speaking, and then looked at Su Haoyan intently. This matter is simple, but what good is it for me? Although you are pretty, you are not in my eyes. When Tong Weining heard this, her beautiful face immediately turned cold. Heavenly Emperor, don't forget, to Central Hongmeng, you are just an external force, and it is probably impossible to gain a foothold here, right? That doesn't bother Patriarch Tong. Don't forget that you took the initiative to find me. You asked for help and put on a high-ranking attitude. Patriarch Tong, I am not scared to be here today. As soon as Su Haoyan said this, Tong Weining's face could no longer maintain a calm expression, and it was instantly icy cold. At the same time, a stormy momentum burst out, bombarding Su Haoyan without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Haoyan was still calm, without any fear, nor did he intend to dodge, and he didn't even blink his eyelids. Are you scared? This is Tong Weining's mind at this moment. However, facing Tong Weining's momentum, Guan Yu took a step forward. In an instant, all the violent wind and rain disappeared in an instant. It's like it didn't show up. Tong Weining's pupils shrank, her beautiful eyes fixed on Guan Yu, her heart was already filled with huge waves. Innate immortal law. There is an innate immortal law beside the Emperor of Heaven. How can that be? A long time. Only then did Tong Weining slowly remove the coercion, and the expression on her face became solemn. God, you are really surprising. How about it, am I now qualified to aspire to the Central Hongmeng? Su Haoyan was still calm. After half an hour, Tong Weining left Su Haoyan and his party with a calm expression, and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. No one knew what she and Su Haoyan said, while the surrounding creatures were guessing. They also passed the news back to their respective forces, or friends. As a result, the secret meeting of the patriarch of the Tong family with the Heavenly Emperor quickly spread throughout the Central Hongmeng like a whirlwind. Suddenly caused a huge shock. Patriarch, why do you want to meet him? He is only a young man with a cultivation base of the supreme primordial ancestor realm. What can he do? After leaving Su Haoyan and the others, a follower of the Tong family asked. Although Su Haoyan is well known, he is not a local force after all. With the xenophobic characteristics of the Central Hongmeng, it is difficult for Su Haoyan to gain a foothold in the Central Hongmeng. This subordinate didn't think Su Haoyan could help their Tong family. Seeing this, Tong Weining smiled slightly and said, is it as simple as a young man who brought a small kingdom from the brink of ruin to the present, and directly ruled most of Hongmeng? How can there be no two brushes? Achievement? Moreover, he has the innate ability of immortality. As soon as this remark came out, the servant of the Tong family was shocked. The other sighed. Your Majesty, this woman seems to be insincere? Guan Yu, as an innate immortal law, naturally heard the conversation between the two. It's just weird because I heard it. Because with the current strength of Haoshanting, there is no need to cooperate with her. Even if the opponent is innate with immortality. She is using me, so why isn't I using her? Su Haoyan muttered to himself. But Guan Yu was even more puzzled. A little girl's film, what's there to use? As everyone knows, Su Haoyan is still using Tong Weining. Ding. Trigger the main task, collect the essence of origin. Mission. Details, because the host has awakened part of the memory, and also recovered part of the divine power. In order to fully restore the divine power, the host needs to gather all 9 essences of origin, and one of them is on Tong Weining. If the host can gather all the essence of origin, the system will reward the host with 1 chance of divine power empowerment, 1 chance of supreme awakening, 5 chances of powerhouse teleportation, 10 chances of primordial reawakening, 10 chances of primordial awakening, 10 chances to temper the body with primordial chi, 1 chance to summon the supreme. This is the task that was triggered when Tong Weining stepped onto the back of the mysterious spirit evil spider. The essence of origin. Although Xuanhuan heard it for the first time. But when this task was triggered, the divine power in his body was ready to move. Obviously, the essence of Xuanhuan has a great relationship with him. And the last condition he put forward was to exchange the essence of Xuanhuan. To his surprise, Tong Weining agreed immediately. It made Xuanhuan feel like he had hit the cotton with his fist. Could it be that the essence of origin is not attractive to her? It doesn't matter, isn't it just to help her win the position of the first family of Hongmeng? When I become the ruler of Hongmeng, I will give her an identity. In the vast starry sky, a huge golden island is quietly suspended. This island is called Hongmeng Treasure Island, and it is said that it was transformed from a treasure of Hongmeng. It is hundreds of millions of feet tall, occupying the middle of the central Hongmeng. At this time, above the giant island, a purple crystal tablet was suspended in the void, shining brightly, looking extremely mysterious. And inside the giant island, there are countless small flying islands, the mainland, and countless palaces on it, with their own formations, shining with various auras. This treasure island is the place where the peerless battle is held, and the flying island and the mainland suspended above are the seats of various forces. According to the size of power, it is divided into several levels. At this time, outside the giant island, many forces have already begun to move in. When Xuanhuan and his party arrived, hundreds of millions of souls had already gathered here. Isn't that Wan Ling, who hasn't shown up for a long time? Didn't it mean that he was abolished by the primordial spirit? Why didn't he show up again? For Wan Ling, I am more concerned about whether Su Xinlai can participate in this matchless battle. It is said that the 4 primordial beings have been unified by a strong man called the Emperor of Heaven. I don't know if he can come. I heard that the palace master of Chaotian Palace has also left the customs. Could it be for the Battle of Wushuang? All kinds of discussions in the starry sky came and went. Xuanhuan and his party were amazed. Your Majesty, this central Hongmeng is truly outstanding. This time it won't be lonely. Dijiang grinned. Don't worry, even if you want to keep a low profile, it's impossible for you to keep a low profile. At that time, our Haotian court will surely take off again. Xuanhuan's rhetoric made everyone excited immediately. Ding! The qi of the 9 spirit Yuan Xing Yuan Chu has successfully quenched the body. May the host choose to release it? At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Xuanhuan finally showed an expression of relief. Not released yet. Afterwards, Xuanhuan checked the attribute list of Jiuling Yuansheng. Jiuling Yuansheng has been in for more than 2 days, basically at the same time as Guan Yu. This made Xuanhuan both surprised and reasonable. Immortal method is innate, level 1. After seeing this realm of cultivation, Xuanhuan was suddenly excited. The two immortals were innately level 1, and the other level 3 made him feel at ease in an instant. The top 10 powerhouses of the central Hongmeng all have innate cultivation. Basis of the immortal law. Xuanhuan alone must be devastated, but it will be different if you add Jiuling. Although he was confident that Hongjun and the others could break through, he didn't want to use them so early. That's a potential stock. He is still waiting to use it when he marches into outer space. Hongjun, go sign up. Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair and ordered lightly. Xuanhuan is full of confidence in the upcoming battle of unparalleled battle, so now he doesn't think about winning or losing the battle of unparalleled battle. Instead, it is considering when to go to the original space. It's time to face the primordial spirit directly. Heavenly Emperor, you, an outside force, dare to rob my Tai sect, don't you want to live? Just then, an arrogant voice came from the side. Everyone looked for the reputation. I saw a group of people under the leadership of an old man with white beards, aggressively killing Xuanhuan and his party. Fuck, where's the mad dog, what are you barking? The Eastern Emperor Tai frowned and scolded. As soon as this statement came out, the surrounding creatures immediately went into an uproar. Who is that guy? He really doesn't know how to live or die. He is a monk of the Supreme One sect. How dare he speak like that? He's an idiot, Taemin, one of the 5 great powers of the central Hongmeng. How can he tolerate such clamor? It's over. Before the Battle of Wushuang started, some creatures were killed. First, the comments of the surrounding creatures did not make Xuanhuan and others change color, but became more and more disdainful. Go, send them off, so we can go in and rest. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Your order. The original Tianzuan and Tongtian leader flew out immediately. Action cannot be taken lightly, but still slow. Seeing Dijun, who flew out first, the corners of Tongtian cult master's mouth twitched. This fellow became more and more shameless. Although he was not ashamed in his heart, he still flew out. God, you male gobi. Dijun cursed, and he threw out a huge sun god Lin directly. Before the strong man from the Tai sect could react, he was engulfed by the huge fireball together with his subordinates. The scorching hot breath blasted out, scorching the surrounding starry sky for millions of miles, causing all living beings to turn pale with fright. They all avoided. But there are too many creatures in this starry sky, and Dijun made a sudden move, and the avoiding crowd suddenly turned upside down. Instant chaos. Although it did not cause any casualties, it still frightened the living beings. Ding. Complete the side mission, the Wrath of Taemin. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to quench the body with primordial chi, and 10 chances to be a strong man. 10 times an opportunity to benefit from the subsystem. Listening to the beautiful sound of the system prompt, the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched slightly. Changed to fly to the giant island. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Heavenly Emperor, why did you kill people from the Tai sect? Don't you want to live? Xuanhuan looked up and saw a group of people flying out of the giant island. The leader was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. The cultivation base has triple changes in the supreme origin Taizu realm. His words seemed righteous, but they were actually questioning Xuanhuan. Immediately, Hongjun in front showed killing intent. In an instant, a monstrous murderous intent shot out from Hongjuan's body. rushing towards that person like a dead man. What? How can it be possible for a strong person in the supreme origin Tianwu realm? The middle-aged man's complexion suddenly changed, and he was about to dodge. But it was too late. Seeing Hongjuan's killing intent coming, he will be wiped out in the next second. But at this moment, a figure flew out from the giant island, blocking Hongjuan's attack without time. Emperor, you are too domineering. The person who came was a young man. After he took over Hongjuan's aura, he couldn't help shaking. After a while, he asked in a deep voice. Someone troubles me, and if I fight back, do I still need to report to you? Don't take yourself too seriously, otherwise you will not live long. Xuanhuan said lightly. You fart, Taiman is one of the 5 great forces, who would dare to disobey? The central Hongmeng? The middle-aged man in the golden robe cursed. What does it have to do with me? When Xuanhuan said a word, the person on the opposite side was speechless. Yes, no matter how awesome the Tai school is, what does it have to do with others? However, he is a strong man, so you have to surrender? Get out, otherwise I don't mind killing people. Mad. Crazy as always. Now Xuanhuan finally showed his domineering aura as the Emperor of Heaven. In an instant, the starry sky within 10,000 miles was silent. Welcome to the distinguished guests. After a while, a majestic voice came from the depths of the giant island, and then a white-bearded old man wearing a purple-gold robe suddenly appeared in front of the giant island. See Supreme Elder. Whether it was the middle-aged man who questioned Xuanhuan earlier, or the young man who appeared after that, they all paid respects to the white-bearded old man with concentrated expressions. Heavenly Emperor, next to Gucci, Tianwu Elder Law Enforcement of the Unparalleled Battle, welcome to participate in the Unparalleled Battle. The old man with white beard greeted him politely. Well, Elder Gu is worried. In the following time, Gucci led Xuanhuan and his party to fly into the giant island. The monks who were watching the excitement around them began to talk about it. Who is the Heavenly Emperor? He has such face? TSK, Great Elder of the Gu family, even the 5 major powers and other aristocratic families are not so enthusiastic? What I am most concerned about now is what kind of flying island the Emperor of Heaven can settle on. Naturally, everyone did not hear the discussion outside. At this time, Xuanhuan was listening to Guqi's introduction to Wu Shuang. Zhan. Heavenly Emperor, there are still 10 days before the opening of the Peerless War. You can find any flying island on this giant island to settle down. By the way, these flying islands are blocked by light curtains. The more advanced the flying islands, the stronger the light curtains will be. Condensed. The various forces participating in the Peerless War can only move in if they break through the above restrictions. And the higher the level of the flying island, the corresponding status will be higher. Gucci talked eloquently, full of arrogance and complacency in his words. I don't know His Majesty the Emperor, which flying island are you planning to stay in? Gucci asked, pointing to the small flying island closest to the ground. Many factions have already moved in on these flying islands, and they all stood on the flying islands and looked at Xuanhuan and others in surprise. How could the faction that Gucci could receive in person be a small faction? It would be impossible for them to live on this low-lying flying island. This Gucci seemed to be polite to Xuanhuan, but in fact he kept going every step of the way. While running on Xuanhuan and others, he was also secretly testing Xuanhuan. Where do you want to live? Xuanhuan ignored Guqi's question, but calmly asked his subordinates. The ground below is rough. Your Majesty is a man of gold. How can he be with them? Of course, the higher the better. Dijiang grinned. Then fly up, Xuanhuan said casually. Then, he closed his eyes and became silent. Guqi is not surprised by everyone's choice. Because every matchless battle, what level of flying island to choose to live in is also a competition among various forces. The higher the strength, the larger the island where the person lives, and the higher the status. Sun Wukong controls the clouds to fly upwards. After flying for a certain distance, while the number of flying islands dropped sharply, the size and quality of flying islands also changed drastically. However, Monkey King still did not stop, and was still flying upwards. There was no surprised expression on Guqi's face. After all, the Heavenly Emperor is a strong man who unified the four primordial realms, and it would definitely be impossible without two brushes. Therefore, it is reasonable to choose a relatively high place to stay. However, after flying for a certain distance again, Guqi became restless. Now Xuanhuan and the others are already in the upper middle of the entire flying island. Staying here is already in line with Xuanhuan's status. After all, Xuanhuan is an outside force, and living in the upper middle is already the highest standard. However, Xuanhuan still closed his eyes and said nothing. Sun Wukong, who was manipulating the clouds, continued. Soon, they came to the top of the entire giant island, and the number of flying islands had been reduced to 5. Where is the residence of the 5 central Hongming forces, His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor? Don't leave, just stay here. This is already the highest standard Guqi had to export. In addition, there is also a reminder. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Although your Heavenly Emperor is powerful, you are not qualified to live on the flying island above. Why, where can't people live? At this time, Dou Yu, who was sitting cross-legged beside Xuanhuan, suddenly spoke. When Guqi saw this, his pupils shrank slightly. The big man in Xingyi actually brought him an inexplicable pressure. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor has a congenital expert with the immortal law? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Immortal law is innate, and there are so few in the whole primordial world. How can he, an outsider, have such a strong person? Guqi shook his head, discarding this unrealistic idea, and then said, It's not that I can't live there, it's just. Hey, what are you doing? Just as he was about to explain, he saw Dou Yu suddenly break away from the cloud, covered by his hands, and flew straight up. Heavenly Emperor, what are your subordinates doing? Hurry up and call them back. The above are all the residences of the 5 superpowers, so don't disturb them? Guqi's face was a little ugly. I think Xuanhuan has gone too far. Oh, I generally can't control what they do. Let them do what they want. Xuanhuan said lightly. Almost did not let Guqi a somersault down the cloud. Emperor, if you can open the topmost flying island, that's fine. Naturally, you have the right to move in. If you can't open it, you may offend the 5 major forces. At that time even the old man will not be able to reconcile it. Guqi was still anxious here, but outside, when the creatures waiting to enter the island saw Xuanhuan and others flying towards the top, they immediately started talking. Look, what are those guys doing? Oh my God, They are planning to fly to the island at the highest point. Was your head kicked by a donkey? That's the Heavenly Emperor's group. It's over, the Heavenly Emperor is a bit pretentious. This time he is dead. Why bother? Isn't it okay to find an upper middle place to live? Why bother? Everyone turned their eyes to the figure of Xuanhuan flying upwards inside the giant island. In the end, Xuanhuan stood up in front of a huge flying island surrounded by a golden light curtain. Only gold can match the status of my Majesty's 9th 5-year lord. Xuanhuan looked at the golden light curtain in front of him and muttered to himself. Seeing this, Guqi's face suddenly darkened. Emperor, hurry up. Ah. Look, what is he doing? Just when Guqi was about to reprimand Xuanhuan, a cry of exclamation attracted his gaze. In the next second, he was instantly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. I saw that Xuanhuan roared wildly at this time, raised a fist and blasted towards the golden light curtain in front of him. After the seemingly insignificant fist hit the light curtain, a loud noise suddenly exploded. Rumble. In the wild flashes of thousands of golden lights, the golden light curtain that was upside down on the flying island suddenly disappeared, and the light dispersed. A flying island surrounded by aura is presented in front of everyone. Welcome your Majesty to enter the island. Xuanhuan half-kneeled in the void, and shouted respectfully. Welcome your Majesty to enter the island. All the powerhouses in Haotian court half-kneeled on both sides of the flying island and shouted in unison. The scene is grand and grand. Immediately, surrounded by the 5 Hongming sons, Xuanhuan slowly flew into the flying island. Wow! Only now did everyone wake up from the shock. The Emperor of Heaven actually opened the supreme flying island that only the 5 major forces can live in. How is this possible? Isn't he afraid that the 5 major forces will trouble him? Are you sick? Being able to easily open the supreme flying island is a symbol of strength in itself, and you are still afraid of punishment from the 5 major forces? Heavenly Emperor, another dark horse of Hongmeng, this battle of Wushuang must be interesting. Hurry up, I can't wait to enter the island. Guqi stared blankly at Xuanhuan flying into the flying island, surrounded by everyone. The eyes are wide open, almost falling out of their sockets. He shattered the mask with one punch. How is this possible? The shock in Guqi's heart can no longer be added. You must know that this mask was personally arranged by the previous owner, the Supreme Elder of the Underworld Palace. If you want to break it, you must surpass or have the same level of cultivation as the Elder of the Underworld Palace. Could it be that he is an innate immortal law? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor also has such a strong man beside him? For a while, Guqi was in a mess. Xiaoqing. Guqi seemed to be thinking about something, his face changed and he waved his hand with a flash of inspiration. At the same time, a receptionist standing at the entrance of the giant island was shocked. In the next second, he announced in a loud voice, Haotian Court, His Majesty. The Emperor of Heaven will stay in the number 1 flying island of the Supreme and enjoy special treatment. The sound rolled out, and instantly resounded throughout the giant island. Surprised some forces who had just moved into the ordinary flying island below. Shout out to the wolf. Wow, the spiritual energy here is really good. It is indeed the place with the strongest spiritual energy in the central Hongmeng. If you want me to say, it should be the reason of this flying island. Don't you think this flying island has its own restrictions? Dong Huangtai, who was flying ahead, chatted with Di Jiang. Xuanhuan was studying how he should punish Xuanhuan next. This fellow should already know that he is coming by now. But he didn't show up, not even. One of his subordinates came to see him. It's either that he's inflated himself or he hasn't left the level yet. But he believed in the former possibility more. No matter what the reason, if he doesn't come to see me before the start of the peerless war, then wait for my wrath. Soon, everyone settled down on the flying island. There are many attics on this flying island, and there are flashes of spiritual light, with their own restrictions. Like flying island, you need to break the restriction by yourself before you can move in. However, everyone obviously didn't want to separate, and they all stopped in the center of the island. Time passed quickly. The giant island is getting more and more lively, and more forces are participating in the peerless battle. Every day, forces move into the flying island inside the giant island. It's just that no forces have moved into the supreme flying island at the highest point. Central Hongmeng, Master Ling Miao, the leader of the Moon God sect, has arrived. Meet the real Ling Miao. On this day, a high-pitched voice came from the mouth of the giant island. Instantly ignited the entire giant island. Finally, one of the 5 major forces has come, and now there is a good show to watch. TSK, I don't know if Taoist Ling Miao and the Heavenly Emperor can spark off. No way, after all, Taoist Ling Miao has his own dedicated island. As the creatures talked about it, surrounded by dozens of people, a middle-aged man with an immeasurable demeanor flew directly to the supreme flying island. Along the way, powerful forces greeted him constantly, and the scene was extremely lively. Fuck, it looks like the leader of the country is going on a trip. You can really pretend. Seeing this, Zhao Yun curled his lips. As time went by, he also learned some new words. This leader learned it from Xuanhuan when he was traveling. And it was still Noguchi who received the Moon God sect. At this time, he was walking with Ling Miao, smiling all over his face. Fellow Taoist Gu, this seat is going to stay on Flying Island number 1 this time, please arrange it. Taoist Ling Miao said softly. When the smiling Gucci heard this, his expression changed immediately. Why, fellow Taoist Gu thinks that my bright moon god sect is not worthy of this flying island? Seeing the change in Gucci's face, Ling Miao was immediately unhappy. That's not what it means. The annual Supreme Flying Island battle is also the highlight of the peerless battle. After all, whoever has the biggest fist is eligible to live in any island. If fellow Taoist Ling Miao wants to live in Flying Island number 1, then go and fight for it. Gooch said with a smile. But Taoist Ling Miao was stunned. Who is so early? He is not afraid of being the target of public criticism. Immortal Ling Miao immediately understood what Gucci meant. You will know when you go. In short, if you want to live in the Supreme Flying Island, you have to be ordinary. Gucci spread his hands and said helplessly. He had a helpless look on his face, but he was happy in his heart. In his opinion, Xuanhuan was out of luck. What's the difference between an outsider who doesn't know how to keep a low profile and wants to stand out, and court death? Although Taoist Ling Miao felt very strange, he didn't take it too seriously. No matter who it is, just get out. He doesn't think that with his strength, he can't deal with the other party. Soon, a group of people came to the Supreme number 1 Flying Island. Which fellow Taoist is here on the island? Please come out and tell me. A young man next to Master Ling Miao stepped forward and said loudly. This person's name is Dong Xiaofeng, he is Ling Miao's younger brother, his strength is second only to Ling Miao's, and he is the second best master of Mingyue sect. This person's breath is ethereal, he should have just advanced to the immortal art innate, and it is likely to be the trump card of this wonderful real person. Guan Yu stood beside Xuanhuan and said, "These old guys are all cunning, I don't believe he dared to expose his strength so early. Guan Yu, go and send them away, don't stay behind, and come here as high profile as you want," Xuanhuan said. When Guan Yu heard this, his eyes lit up. "Your Majesty has a backhand." Based on his understanding of Xuanhuan must have a backup to do this. Thinking of the missing Jiuling Yuanxing and Li Yuanba, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Then turn around and leave. When it reappeared, it had already appeared on the edge of the flying island. "This island has been occupied by my Majesty, you should leave now," Guan Yu said lightly. The casual attitude does not mean to be afraid of Ling Miao Daoist and others at all. "Hey, who are you? Why haven't I met you before? Are you a new Taoist from their family?" Guan Yu was very unfamiliar, and Master Ling Miao was stunned immediately. "My Majesty is the Emperor of Heaven, you should leave as soon as possible," Guan Yu said again. God? Could it be the Heavenly Emperor who first unified the land of the ancient sages and then brought down the four primordial realms? A strong man behind Master Ling Miao frowned and said, "If you dare to call yourself the Emperor of Heaven, your Majesty will not be afraid of being blamed by the primordial gods?" The strong man immediately snorted. As he spoke, he pointed at Guan Yu and said arrogantly, "I'll give you a chance, get out of Flying Island number 1. Otherwise, your sister." Guan Yu shouted angrily, and blasted out with one punch. Puff! The man's head shattered at the sound, and his body was also torn apart. Not even the fairy baby could escape. The scene fell silent in an instant. Daoist Ling Miao and the others were immediately stunned. The creatures outside also saw the situation here for the first time. Suddenly, exclaimed, "Oh my God, the Heavenly Emperor is too rampant this time, he dared to attack the Mingyue sect, doesn't he want to live?" It's not necessarily true. Maybe they are so powerful that they are not afraid of the Moon God sect at all. I think the Emperor of Heaven is about to end. This wave is pretending to be big. Immediately, Ling Miaozhenren and the others were awakened by the outside discussion. Immortal method is innate level 1. You turned out to be the innate first level cultivation base of the immortal law? How is this possible? Dong Xiaofeng suddenly exclaimed. You must know that immortal law innate can be regarded as the ultimate strength of Hongmeng. Even the primordial gods don't have the innate strength of immortality. In a sense, Daoist Ling Miao, Dong Xiaofeng, can already be counted as a primordial god. Because of this, the central Hongmeng has the ability to stay outside the jurisdiction of the Hongmeng gods. However, for an external force to possess such strength, this is something that Daoist Ling Miao dare not imagine, nor allow. Who are you? Daoist Ling Miao asked in a deep voice. Under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven is Guan Yu. Guan Yu's voice boomed. It resounded throughout the entire giant island in an instant. Immediately, let everyone remember the name. Guan Yu is also under the seat of the Emperor of Heaven. The domineering aura made everyone slightly stunned. But soon some creatures from the Moon God sect quit. Immediately pointing at Guan Yu, he shouted, "You and other small foreign Forces, how dare you be rude in front of a real person and kneel down. Quickly. Humph, little power? You are really brazen. Boom. Guan Yu snorted coldly, and punched out without any hesitation. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon chant sounded, and then a cyan dragon head with a size of 100,000 feet soared into the sky from Guan Yu's back, and rushed directly to the opposite side with the momentum of destroying heaven and earth. Seeing this, Ling Miao's complexion changed. Dong Xiaofeng next to him was about to make a move, but was stopped by Ling Miao. The real Ling Miao also threw a punch, and when there was no time to send, he took the punch from Guan Yu. Rumble. The endless gust of wind whistled, making Ling Miao's old face slightly pale. In my heart, I was already so shocked that I couldn't add it. How are you so powerful? When did Hong Meng have such an existence comparable to him? One must know that Taoist Ling Miao is an old-fashioned innate immortal, even the primordial gods have nothing to do with him. Except that he is not the body of a primordial god, everything else is already comparable to a primordial god. Although none of the moves were defeated by Guan Yu's fist. But the result still made everyone open their mouths in shock, and they all looked like hell. Guan Yu, why have you never heard of it? Could it be a new powerhouse? Mingyu's ex-master Ling Miao didn't win. Is Guan Yu so powerful? It's messed up. Hong Meng is really messed up this time, and another force no less than the 5 major forces has appeared in Hong Meng. Couldn't this be the legendary Great Tribulation? The creatures talked a lot, pulling Taoist Ling Miao back to reality. He took a deep breath, then cupped his fists at Guan Yu and said, "Friend Taoist, you're being polite." With the respect of his sect, and the strength of Hong Meng that can rival the gods of Hong Meng, if Guan Yu greets him, the other party will not be elated. However, things often don't satisfy you. Guan Yu, come back. At this time, in the flying island, Xuanhuan spoke. The voice is casual. With no doubt. Without any hesitation, Guan Yu turned around and entered the flying island. From the beginning to the end, the real Ling Miao was used as heir. This action immediately angered Dong Xiaofeng next to him, and he wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ling Miao Taoist. He said via voice transmission, "This person has not yet shown his true strength. We should not expose him too early before the war begins. Actually, I'm more interested in the person behind him. Although I don't know what kind of strength this person is, it is definitely not easy to make such a strong person return to his heart. We need to remember from time to time." Soon, spiritual master Ling Miao settled down on number 2 Blue Flying Island, dozens of miles away. Soon, the news spread that Ling Miao did not win the flying island, but was startled away by Guan Yu's punch. There was a lot of buzz on the giant island. Suddenly, Guan Yu's name became popular, and everyone on number 1 Flying Island burst into laughter. Although Xuanhuan didn't speak, he was still very satisfied. This time he participated in the matchless battle to suppress all forces. He wants to take over the central primordial origin with an absolutely powerful posture. As time went by, more and more forces began to move into the giant island. What followed was strife and fighting. Since the opening of the First Peerless War, the fight to stay on the flying island is also a part of the Peerless War. Whoever has the strength can live in a high-end flying island. Otherwise, they can only settle on low-level flying islands. On this day, a high-pitched voice sounded again. Central Hong Meng, Tai Gate, Tai Ferry is here. Central Hong Meng Mingzuan, leading the strong men from the Hades Palace. As the two voices suddenly sounded on the giant island, all the creatures immediately cheered. They all came forward to salute. Only Flying Island number 1 and Flying Island number 2 remained silent on the entire giant island. Not to mention that there are creatures coming out to say hello to them. Fairy Tai, it's fine with the number 2 Flying Island. After all, it is a local force, and we all have to show face. But this number 1 Flying Island was taken away by an external force. Are you willing? At this time, Mingzuan in a black brocade robe stood far away from Fairy Tai of Tai sect, and spoke. Fairy Tai, although she has the name of a fairy, she is not a fairy in reality. She is an out-and-out old woman, and she looks extremely ugly. If she is placed in the mortal world, she will definitely scare a lot of people. No, isn't it just a flying island? This fairy doesn't care. A sarcasm flashed across Fairy Tai's ugly face. Humph, old man, you want me to stand out. It's a beautiful idea. Afterwards, she ignored Hades and came to Flying Island number 4 to settle down. Mingzuan, who was rejected, had a ferocious face, looking at number 1 Flying Island. In the distance, he was furious. Xuanhuan opposed him time and time again, not only destroying his plan, but also killing several of his elders. This hatred has been engraved in his heart. Immediately, he led his subordinates to rush towards number 1 Flying Island. Your Majesty, the people from the Underworld Palace are here. Do we need to go out to meet the enemy? Zhao Yun asked. There was uncontrollable excitement on his face. Okay, we've been silent for too long, and we need to add some seasoning to this matchless battle. Let's make an example to others first. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, everyone became excited. Everyone knows that coming to participate in this so-called peerless battle this time is just a cover. Trouble is real. Hey, the Emperor of Heaven, hurry up and get out, the number 1 Flying Island deity wants it. Mingzuan soon came to the number 1 Flying Island, and immediately shouted. Although he lost several elders in Xuanhuan's hands, he hasn't shown his real trump card yet. This is also his confidence in provoking Xuanhuan. Mingzuan? I think it's just a ghost, right? If you dare to run out in broad daylight, aren't you afraid of being sunburned to death? As soon as Xuanhuan's sarcastic voice came out, the whole Flying Island exploded in an instant. The Heavenly Emperor is too overconfident. Although you are very strong, but the Palace of the Underworld can be ranked among the 5 major forces, it is natural that he is powerful. It is not something that you, a small foreign force, can compare with. It's over, isn't the Heavenly Emperor trying to die? I thought that the power of Hongmeng would undergo a big reshuffle this time. But now it seems that it will die prematurely. The talking voices of the creatures reached Mingzuan's ears, which immediately fueled his arrogance. Haha, Heavenly Emperor, it is said that you are the reincarnation of the ancient Heavenly Emperor, but in the eyes of this deity, you are a pitiful creature. Today, this deity will let you understand what is strong. Kill the Emperor of Heaven, let's sit on this flying island. Mingzuan shouted. The subordinates are willing to take the lead. At this time, a cloud of black mist shouted loudly. Fuck, pretend to be a ghost, watch me Z and drive away ghosts. Zhao Yun is about to step forward. At this time, Xuanhuan spoke. It's too slow to fight like this. Go up a few more. I want to take down these ghosts as quickly as possible. Xuanhuan said with a smile as he looked at the strong man from the underworld who was so gloomy. Your order. Immediately behind Xuanhuan, 5 Supreme Origin Taizu realm powerhouses walked out and flew towards the opposite side. Guan Yu appeared in front of Mingzuan with a teleportation. "Old man, do you have anything else to say?" Guan Yu's sudden appearance made Mingzuan's eyes condense. For some reason, he felt a faint coercion from Guan Yu. This made him slightly taken aback. However, he immediately let out a snarl, raised his hands high, and soon held a pair of black axes condensed from yin qi in his hands. At the same time, a ghostly figure with bared fangs rushed out from the black axe. In an instant, a gloomy and terrifying aura erupted, blasting towards Guan Yu with the momentum of Mount Tai. Seeing this, Guan Yu showed disdain on his face. He didn't see any movement, his face changed. The roar of dragons and tigers suddenly rose. Immediately behind Guan Yu, a green dragon appeared shaking its head and tail. As soon as this green dragon appeared, it immediately showed its domineering momentum that looked down on the common people. Rumble. Qinglong and Guizun crashed into each other, and the Guizun let out a wailing sound, and was defeated in an instant. Qinglong didn't stop there, and instantly submerged Mingzuan in his stunned eyes. The roaring and explosive sound immediately resounded throughout the entire giant island, shaking the souls of the living beings, and at the same time allowing all living beings to see Guan Yu's domineering side. Soon, a blue light flashed, and a blue long knife of billions of feet appeared behind Guan Yu, just suspended quietly, and suddenly a monstrous force burst out, crushing all directions like a shattering one. Scared so much that Haoyan's strong man hurriedly backed away and returned to Xuanhuan. The strong man in the underworld palace couldn't dodge in time, collapsed instantly, turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated into the world. Hundreds of powerhouses in the underworld palace, their cultivation bases are at least as good as the five-fold creation of the ancestral realm in the beginning. It disappeared in an instant. Only a 3-foot-sized black fairy baby was left on the spot, standing blankly in the void, at a loss for what to do. The entire giant island was dead silent. One move, just one move, smashed the body of a veteran immortal law congenitally. He even took hundreds of subordinates with him and left. This result immediately stunned everyone. He is so powerful, how can he fight? On the number 2 flying island, Ling Miao has a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, he had chosen to bear it before, otherwise he really couldn't bear the loss of an immortal law. Fairy Tai was stunned on flying island number 4. At the same time, she was very grateful for her choice just now. It's not that the raptors don't cross the river, they don't have 2 brushes. How can they be so high profile? How do you want to die? Guan Yu asked proudly. How do you want to die? What kind of arrogance and contempt is this? Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, everyone can imagine that Mingzuan, who only has the fairy baby left, will restore his physical body as soon as possible to fight Guan Yu again. After all, the face of the strong cannot be desecrated. However, I would like to return to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Please, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the creatures on the giant island were stunned. What, Hades chose to surrender instead of making a comeback? It's too shameless, I seriously despise Hades. The Emperor of Heaven is really terrifying. He subdued a superpower when he first came to the central Hongmeng. Who else dares to offend? Looking at this posture, the Heavenly Emperor has a tendency to unify the central primordial spirit. No, I want to hug my thighs. It's better to hug my thighs later than later. Daoist Ling Miao staggered and almost failed to get off the flying island. He didn't expect Ming Zun to be so cheap and so spineless. However, if this strategy of retreating into advance is successful, it must be a blockbuster? Fairy Tai showed approval on her ugly face. The old guy's city is very deep. If he can bend and stretch, the Emperor of Heaven will be in trouble. Guan Yu, kill him. When Su Haoyan's faint voice came out, Ming Zuan was immediately taken aback. However, soon he would turn around and merge into the void, fleeing. However, old man, it's too late to escape now. When Guan Yu said these words, he had already appeared in front of the black fairy baby. A slap flew out. Boom. Ming Zun's black fairy baby suddenly exploded under the huge force. A generation of Ming Zun, a powerhouse comparable to the primordial gods, just fell. Ling Miao was dumbfounded. Fairy Tai opened her eyes wide. After a long time, the two of them said to themselves slowly, "This son, you must not provoke him." Oh my God, they actually killed Hades? The underworld was destroyed just like that? Is this too unreal? 5 major forces, now there are 4 left, and I don't know who will suffer next. While everyone was discussing, the news that the underworld palace was destroyed by the Emperor of Heaven spread on the giant island within a few breaths. And it is still spreading to the central Hongmeng at an incredible speed. Ding. Trigger the side mission, the Wrath of the God of Plague. Mission. Details, because the host killed Hades, God of Plague, the best friend of Hades, wanted to avenge him after learning the news. He has already set off to find the trouble of the host. If the host kills the God of Plague, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial spirit, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the loyalists. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's mind, making his eyes brighten up. Finally triggered the task. And the rewards are so generous. It shows that this plague god still has some strength. I hope he won't disappoint me. Su Haoyan said lightly. Hong Jun asked suspiciously, Your Majesty, who are you talking about? A guy who wants to avenge Ming Zun may come later. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned. Master Tong Tian couldn't help asking, How do you know, Your Majesty? Buddha said don't say it, don't say it. Su Haoyan said in an inscrutable manner. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly, not entangled in this matter anymore. Another day passed. Chaotian Palace, Huatianzuan, is here. On this day, another superpower finally walked into the giant island. In an instant, the enthusiasm of all the creatures on the scene was ignited. Chaotian Palace. One of the 5 superpowers of central Hongmeng. Palace Master Huatsubing's strength is unfathomable, even the primordial gods can't match it. There is a faint tendency to rule the entire central Hongmeng. Under Guqi's guidance, Huatsubing flew over from the void. Along the way, many strong people discussed. Chaotian Palace is here, is that Huatianzuan? TSK, Huatianzuan is as domineering as ever. I'm thinking right now, if Huatianzuan and the Heavenly Emperor face off, who will win? Nonsense, of course it is Huatianzuan. After all, he is a veteran and strong man. How can he be compared with an outsider? Huatsubing frowned when he heard the creature's discussion. Turning to Guqi, who was accompanying him, he asked, Heavenly Emperor is here. Is he staying on that flying island? Oh? Xuanhuan and Tianwu know each other? Guqi's pupils shrank suddenly. If Hu Xubing had an old relationship with Su Haoyan, he would reposition Su Haoyan. I don't know each other, it's just a friendship, Hu Xubing said, pretending not to care. Upon hearing this, Guqi breathed a sigh of relief for no reason, and then said, "The Emperor of Heaven is now staying on Flying Island, number 1. As soon as these words came out, Hu Xubing, who was going forward, was shocked and stopped suddenly. What are you talking about? The Emperor of Heaven stayed on Flying Island no. 1. How is that possible? Hu Xubing was instantly stunned. Isn't the Heavenly Emperor reincarnated and rebuilt? How good is he? Leaving aside whether he can hold Flying Island number 1, even the ban on the Town Island cannot be broken by ordinary people. How did he do that? Questions kept flashing in his mind. Let him be puzzled. Yes, there is a super strong man under the Emperor of Heaven, whose strength is no less than mine. In addition, he defeated Lingmiao Daoren and Mingzuan, and his strength is unfathomable. No one dares to challenge number 1 Flying Island now. Guqi said casually, as if chatting about family matters. Because this matter is no longer a secret here. However, Hu Xubing's heart has already set off a huge wave. Seizing the Flying Island, defeating the real Ling Miao, killing Mingzuan. He didn't expect Su Haoyan to do so many earth-shattering things here. This has exceeded his expectations. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor has recovered the strength he had at the beginning of Hongmeng? Do you want to return to Su Haoyan's command? Or wait for a while, observing and observing? After all, Chaotian Palace is my own painstaking effort. Does it mean that if you give it away, you can give it away? And he also learned another useful piece of news from Guqi, that the Heavenly Emperor had never made a move, and there was only one of his subordinates who made a move. In other words, he has only one immortal law innate, and it is only the first level. At the first level, it's really not enough. It took a while for Hu Xubing to wake up from the shock. The confident expression returned to his face. No one knew that his true strength was beyond immortal law innate level 2, and he had already successfully stepped into immortal law innate level 300s of thousands of years ago. If there is no accident, he will be the number 1 strongest in Hongmeng. Even the primordial gods can't do it. He now has the body of a demigod, and he can replace the former Emperor of Heaven and take charge of the entire primordial world just by converting all the mana in his body into divine power. A bright smile appeared on Hu Xubing's face when he thought that he could stand on the top of the world. He raised his head, his gaze spanned thousands of miles, and landed on the No. 1 Flying Island. Where it was, Su Haoyan also slowly raised his head. The 4 eyes suddenly met together in the void. Although there was no spark. But in the dark, Hu Xubing seemed to feel the infinite killing intent from Su Haoyan. Do you want to stand on your own? You have to have that strength. Su Haoyan muttered to himself, with a murderous intent undisguised in his eyes. At this moment, while staring at Hu Xubing, he looked at the other parties. Attribute list. Hu Xubing, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the number 1 crocodile in the world. Lucky level, immortal law innate level 3. Cultivation technique, heavenly demon kung fu. Supernatural power, iron crocodile kills the sky. The mountains shake and the ground shakes. Magic weapon, flame magic gun. Loyalty, 45/100. When Su Haoyan saw this attribute list, he was really surprised. Not because of his cultivation, but because of Hu Xubing's identity, he turned out to be a reincarnated crocodile. It really surprised him. Since it's the innate third level of the immortal law, it's a bit interesting. As Xuanhuan muttered to himself, there was a playful look in his eyes. Since you want to play, I will accompany you. What makes him feel good is that the system's restrictions on cultivation have been relaxed again, and now the highest authority has reached the 5th level of immortality law. This also means that he can flex his muscles. Although Hu Xubing is the innate third layer of immortal law, Xuanhuan believes that the water in the central primordial realm is very deep, but it is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Otherwise, the primordial gods would not lose control over primordial origin. Obviously, the powerhouse here has surpassed the primordial gods. But they also have a prerequisite, that is, the primordial gods are divine bodies, and these native forces are only the bodies of demigods. Comparing the two compartments, it is likely to be the same. Soon, Hu Xubing set up camp on the number 3 flying island, ready to drastically rectify the entire Hongming center. That's what he came for. Go, find out the detailed information of the God of Heaven on number 1 flying island, and also ask, why hasn't the Heaven and Earth Alliance appeared yet? Sitting on flying island number 3, Hu Xubing ordered with a frown. As far as the whole central Hongming is concerned, the thing he can't control the most is the Tiandaiming, or Teibai Jinxing. Don't look at Teibai Jinxing, who hasn't shown up in the central Hongming for hundreds of millions of years. But his Heaven and Earth League has never stopped controlling the entire central primordial origin. Even his Chao Tian palace is far behind. Another most important point is that Teibai Jinxing is Xuanhuan's hardcore supporter, and it has never changed since ancient times. This time I will make you bow your head in front of me, Hu Xubing thought to himself. The other side. Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the leader of the Alliance has led the strong men of the Alliance to come here. He apologized to the old man and came late in order to prepare a big gift for you. Please forgive me. At this time, Lu Liang of the Tiandi League paid a visit to Xuanhuan. Gifts? This white-haired old official is really good at fixing things. Alright, let's see what kind of gifts he has prepared for me. Another half-day passed in a blink of an eye. Central Hongmeng, Dou Tianshan has arrived. The voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time as it rang throughout the entire giant island, it was also announcing the arrival of another force not inferior to the 5 major forces. All the creatures on the giant island followed the sound and looked around, only to see the entrance of the giant island. Dou Tianzuan, the master of Dou Tianshan sect, flew into the giant island with 100 subordinates. Where is the Emperor of Heaven? No one thought that Dou Tianzuan would shout loudly as soon as he entered the giant island. Immediately, hundreds of millions of living beings were stunned. Oh my God, what is Dou Tianzuan doing? Did the Emperor of Heaven ever offend Dou Tianzuan? It's over. Although Dou Tianzuan's strength is slightly inferior to the 5 major forces, he is also a major force in the central Hongmeng. Does the Heavenly Emperor want to die? I thought the Emperor of Heaven was going to take over the central primordial origin, but I didn't expect to offend so many forces. This time it's the end. The creatures were in an uproar. Everyone is not optimistic about Xuanhuan. Some creatures even anticipated Xuanhuan's tragic end. What is this guy going to do? Hong Jun and the others looked puzzled. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed suddenly, but they opened up immediately. I saw that Dou Tianzuan led his subordinates in a hurry and went straight to Number 1 flying island and rushed towards him. Seeing this, everyone became nervous and excited. The eyes of all creatures are on Dou Tianzuan. Unsurprisingly, there was a playful look on his face. If nothing else, the Heavenly Emperor will soon be in trouble. Whether it was Fairy Tai, Daoist Ling Miao, or Hu Xubing, who had just moved in, all smiled. However, in the next second, the smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. Then, the transformation became unbelievable. I saw that Dou Tianzuan had just arrived at Flying Island number 1, just when Guan Yu and others were about to have a big fight. Dou Tianzuan fell to his knees in the void with a plop, and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, young Wanli, is the master of the Dou Tianchen sect. Now he leads the whole sect to pay homage to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. I hope His Majesty will take you in." As soon as these words came out, not only Xuanhuan showed shock, but even the hundreds of millions of living beings on the entire giant island froze for an instant. What's the situation? What is Dou Tianzuan doing? Are you sick? Fuck, am I not blind? Dou Tianzuan actually led the whole sect to surrender to the Emperor? How can that be? Fairy Tai suddenly stood up from the chair. The ugly beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and the eyeballs were about to burst out. Really, this scene is incredible. Daoist Ling Miao staggered, almost fell to the ground, opened his mouth wide, and felt his head roaring and exploding. Unbelievable. Although Hu Xubing didn't show such extreme behavior, there was still a look of shock on his resolute face. Thousands of calculations have been made, but the Church of Dushanshan has not counted in surrendering to Xuanhuan. He couldn't help re-examining Xuanhuan. Well, get up, take your people, and enter the island. Xuanhuan's voice slowly sounded over the giant island, and it clearly reached the ears of every creature. Heavenly Emperor is so handsome, there is even a superpower who surrendered himself. This kind of charm is simply unmatched. It can't be done. I have to hug my thigh. There is no shame in relying on such a strong man. After Dou Tianzuan led his subordinates into the number 1 flying island, many creatures began to act. In an instant, people gathered in front of number 1 flying island. Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, Zhao Feng, is the head of the Piayun sect and wants to protect His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. I hope for your permission. Your Majesty, although I am a casual cultivator, I want to serve you. His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Facing such scenes, Xuanhuan was a little dumbfounded. But Hong Jun was still going to receive these surrendering forces. Hu Xubing's Chao Tian Palace, Tai Fairies Tai sect, and Ling Miao Daoists, Mingyue God sect are very different from Haoyan court. No one is there. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. It's too shocking. Both Fairy Tai and Daoist Ling Miao shook their heads helplessly. Although these small forces can't play any role, if people vote, it shows an attitude. It's a lie that the 2 don't envy. But so what? Can they still grab it? However, not all forces do the same. There are still many forces who disdain, wait and see, and remain neutral. Hu Xubing only paid attention to it for a while, then he didn't care anymore. For superpowers, the congregation is important, but in the end, strength is fundamental. Why did you suddenly come to worship me? On Flying Island number 1, Xuanhuan asked Dou Tianchen sect strangely. He didn't believe that this was a momentary act by the other party. There must be a reason behind this. Your Majesty does not know that Dou Tianzuan's surrender is only the first gift from the leader of the old man. There will be more later. As soon as Lu Liang said this, Su Haoyan knew why Dou Tianzuan came to worship him. While Dou Tianzuan was embarrassed about this matter, he became very curious about Su Haoyan, the legendary Emperor of Heaven. Thinking of Tai Bai Jinxing's thunderbolt method, Dou Tianzuan felt cold in his heart. At the same time, I was also wondering, what kind of ability does Su Haoyan have to make a super strong like Tai Bai Jinxing so determined? And just as his mind was spinning, the voice of Judaiku reappeared. I am the god of plague, where is the heavenly emperor? The voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone on the island to exclaim. Plague god? Why is he here? Isn't this guy usually only asking about Homing's affairs? Don't forget, who is the plague god's only friend? Oh my god, did he come here to avenge Mingzuan? It's over, even if he can't beat the Emperor of Heaven, he will hurt both sides. At that time, the other two forces will definitely fish in troubled waters. For a while, some forces that had already worshipped Su Haoyan began to regret it. The three major forces have no opinion on this. Although the god of plague is powerful, but in the hands of the heavenly Emperor, it is not known who will die in the hands of the two immortal Dharma innate deer. However, if the Emperor of Heaven is defeated, they don't mind fishing in troubled waters. Even worse. Gucci was shocked by the explosion of the god of plague. I'm going out to meet you. But at this moment, there was a bang, and a dazzling black glow rose from the entrance of the giant island. Immediately afterwards, a big man with a black face, more than 3 feet tall, appeared in front of Gucci. This man's head is as big as a bucket, and his body is broad. The momentum is majestic, and standing there actually gives people an infinite sense of oppression. Gucci, where is the Emperor of Heaven? The big man grinned, and his voice exploded in Gucci's ears like a muffled thunder. Gucci frowned slightly. But he immediately smiled and said, on Flying Island. Number 1, you. Hey, you. Before Gucci finished speaking, the god of plague disappeared. It stunned him. Could it be that this fellow is eager for revenge and has lost his sense of proportion? Gucci thought suspiciously. However, the next second he was stunned. I saw that the god of plague arrived in front of number 1 Flying Island in an instant. Just when everyone thought a big war was coming. Plop. The god of plague knelt on Flying Island, number 1, in a hurry. The entire giant island suddenly fell silent. The deathly silence filled the scene with a strange atmosphere. Ding. Complete the subquest, The Monstrous Wrath of the God of Plague. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial spirit, and a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance for a limited awakening, a chance for a loyal awakening. Listening to the system prompt in his head, Su Haoyan knew that everything in front of him was real. Really can't be real anymore. Well, get up. Su Haoyan's majestic voice came out faintly, spread throughout the entire giant island, and then brought everyone back to reality. My god, am I right? Is that the god of plague? When did the god of plague become so obedient? Plague god, even the plague god hastily defected to the heavenly emperor. Do you want to be so terrifying? Everyone was talking, but the voice became much quieter. I'm afraid that Su Haoyan will blame them if he hears about it. The old faces of Fairy Tai and Taoist Ling Miao are very wonderful, and the way of the god of plague has already made them dumbfounded. I always feel that this unparalleled battle is full of weirdness and Inconceivableness. How can this be compared? In the blink of an eye, he has 3 immortals. And one of them is an old-fashioned immortal. What qualifications do they have to be compared with Xuanhuan? No, the Heaven and Earth Alliance hasn't come yet, and the Tai Baizun is a firm neutral in the entire center of Hongmeng. The two of them very much believe that Tai Baizun will not fall to Xuanhuan. Thinking of it this way, their worries were relieved a lot. At the same time, Hu Xubing's heart gradually sank. Different from the optimistic attitude of these two people, Hu Xubing knew that Tai Bai Jinxing was also Xuanhuan, at least countless billions of years ago. I hope he is ambitious enough so that he won't be dragged down by foolish loyalty. Hu Xubing muttered to himself. He didn't know what was going on, but he always felt that something big was about to happen. After this incident, more and more small and medium-sized forces sent envoys. And even heads and patriarchs came to express their favor, and some even expressed their willingness to pay homage on the spot. In Flying Island No. 1, Lu Liang respectfully said to Xuanhuan, "Your Majesty, this is the second great gift from the Heavenly Lord." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What happened to Tai Bai Jinxing? Why can the innate realm powerhouses of the immortal law be shaken, and they are vying to come to worship? The Yi family, the Tong family, and the Yun family are here. Following the sound of this voice, 3 teams of people appeared at the exit of the giant island. It is the core member of the 3 major families. In addition to Tong Weining, the leader was a burly man about 3 feet tall, and a middle-aged scholar who was full of elegance and waving a paper fan. As soon as the 3 of them entered the giant island, they didn't say anything to Gu Qidua, but all rushed upwards with nervous faces. Seeing this, Gucci's heart skipped a beat, while his face changed drastically. An idea popped up in his heart. They don't come to worship the Emperor of Heaven, do they? I don't know if Gucci's mouth has been opened, his idea just came out. Over there, the 3 major families have come to the No. 1 Flying Island. Tong Weining from the Tong family, Yi Qing Tian from the Yi family, and Xiao Hute from the Yun family led the family elites to pay homage to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. A uniform voice rolled out, instantly spreading to every corner of the giant island. Fairy Tai was in a mess in the wind. Standing up abruptly, his ugly face twitched violently. Daoist Ling Miao swayed and sat down on the chair. His face was ashen ashes. The collective worship of the 3 major families explained many problems. At least now no one dares to provoke the Emperor of Heaven. Even if it is Hua Tianzuan, Tai Tianzuan can't do it. How can this be compared? Why do I feel that the unparalleled battle is the unparalleled battle of the Emperor alone? Daoist Ling Miao felt bitter in his mouth. Because of the excitement, the body trembled a little. You 3 go to the island, Xuanhuan said lightly. Then he turned to Lu Liang and said, "Don't tell me this is also a gift from that old man Tai Bai?" Xuanhuan couldn't believe that Tai Bai Jinxing did all of this. He was sure that Tai Bai Jinxing didn't have that ability yet. Haha, Heavenly Emperor, I really can't hide anything from you. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded over the giant island. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in a white brocade robe flew in from the mouth of the giant island. Walking side by side with him is a white-haired old man with a rather fairy style. These 2 are none other than Nailan Qing, who has disappeared for a long time, and Tai Bai Jinxing, the leader of the Heaven and Earth League. The 2 brought their subordinates to the No. 1 Flying Island very quickly. Tai Bai Jinxing ignored the eyes of hundreds of millions of creatures, and knelt down in the void with a plop. Veteran Taibai Jinxing led all the members of the Heaven and Earth League to meet His Majesty. Taibai Jinxing brought hundreds of subordinates. And all of them are well cultivated. At this time, he shouted loudly. Loud as well. As soon as Taibai Jinxing's voice came out, the hearts of Huatsubing, Fairy, Tai, and Daoist Ling Miao sank. But they haven't waited for their reaction yet. Taibai Jinxing's next words instantly turned the three of them into petrification. Your Majesty, please allow the veteran to lead the Heaven and Earth Alliance back to the Heavenly Court. Your Majesty, please allow the veteran to return to heaven. What does it mean? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor had already laid out the layout in the Central Hongmeng countless billions of years ago? God is too scary. So what kind of identity does the primordial spirit play in it? All kinds of questions and guesses flooded the minds of all creatures at this moment. Make them terrified. Taibai, hundreds of millions of years have passed, you can still maintain your original heart. I am very relieved. Why return to the heaven? You are a part of the heaven. How dare you not admit it? At this moment, everyone felt their eyes light up, and the blocked number 1 flying island had a flash of inspiration, and a portal was separated from it. Xuanhuan was wearing a white Supreme 9 Dragon robe, and Sure ran out slowly from it. He came to Taibai Jinxing, looked at Taibai Jinxing, who was kneeling on the ground, and for the first time a bright smile appeared on Jun's face. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, he personally helped Taibai Jinxing up. Old man, the position of my immortal official is still vacant. Don't you think the official is too small? Xuanhuan said jokingly. No, just be a slave. Taibai Jinxing wept with joy. The words you said almost made the creatures vomit blood. As the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, you are the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, and the existence of the Central Hongmeng is so low, how can you feel so bad? Emperor, how are you? Are you satisfied with the gift we gave you? If not, I can give you this flying island. If you are not satisfied, I will make all the creatures here bow their heads to you. At this time, Nailan Qing spoke next to him. It was just his opening that immediately caused Ju Dao to explode. Nailan Qing's two ifs, how contemptuous and tyrannical they are. Nailan Qing. The real helm of Nalanzong turned out to be a loyal supporter of the Emperor of Heaven. Fairy Tai, Daoist Ling Miao, trembled, his whole body went limp, and he sat powerlessly on the chair. It's ridiculous that in the Battle of Wushuang, they still want to make a big splash and compete for the throne of the world's #1 power. But they haven't done anything yet, and the Heavenly Emperor has already secured the victory. What's more important than this? There is no way to compare, right? In an instant, the two made a decision. Both appeared outside the flying island. Tai sect is willing to submit to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Mingyue sect is willing to submit to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. The performance of these two people made Xianqing fall into silence again. Half an hour. We are willing to lead our respective forces to surrender to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. I am willing to return to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. I am willing to. In an instant, all the flying islands removed the restrictions one after another, and hundreds of millions of creatures bowed down to Xuanhuan. The voices of hundreds of millions of creatures resounded in unison, shaking the giant island and the starry sky. The scene is extremely grand. Huatsubing suddenly couldn't sit still. He stood up abruptly. There were undisguised expressions of ferocity, fear, and unwillingness on his face. At this moment, apart from Chaotian Palace, the entire giant island, and even the entire central Hongmeng knelt at Su Haoyan's feet. Seeing this, Su Haoyan didn't force Huaxubing at all, and ignored him. He glanced at everyone on the giant island. The majestic voice came out. Slowly. You are equal. I will let you see that our primordial spirit is the most powerful force in the entire world. I will make you stand taller. I will make all living beings become gods. Su Haoyan's rolling voice immediately made Judao boil. Long live His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, long live, long live. Long live His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, long live, long live. Hundreds of millions of living beings bowed down, only Su Haoyan stood in the starry sky. The scene was spectacular. Su Haoyan's majestic figure made all living beings worship him. At this time, Su Haoyan noticed a flash of inspiration on the number 3 flying island, and all the restrictions were broken. Immediately afterwards, Huaxubing flew out with his subordinates, just when everyone thought he was going to lead the crowd to worship Su Haoyan, they didn't expect him to fly towards the exit. Humph, did I let you go? Su Haoyan's voice rolled out and exploded in Huaxubing's ears. Although it didn't do him any harm, but it also made his tiger body tremble slightly. Huaxubing turned around slowly, looked at Su Haoyan with a complicated expression, and said in a deep voice, I know that without you, I wouldn't be where I am today, but Chaotian Palace is the result of my millions of years of hard work to get to where I am today. You didn't give these things, did you? Apart from the forces that worship you, what do you have now? Only rely on an immortal law innate? Or rely on Taibai's stupid loyalty, or Nalanking's help? Emperor of Heaven, if you want to convince me, Huaxubing, you have to show a subordinate who proves that you are better than me. Otherwise, leave Central Hongmeng for me. Huaxubing's voice was hysterical. No matter how unwilling he is, it still cannot change the fact that he was summoned by Su Haoyan. It can be said that without Su Haoyan, there would be no him now. This is an indisputable fact. Do you really think so? Do you think I really only rely on Nalanking, or Taibai Jinxing, or these few innate immortals? I can train you countless billions of years ago, and I can cultivate other masters after hundreds of millions of years. Since that's the case, today I will show you what a real strong man is. You just want to disobey me because you are only a 3rd level innate immortality? When Su Haoyan said this, there was a killing intent deep in his eyes. Come out, my golden-winged rock. As Su Haoyan stopped drinking, a golden light flashed between his brows, and a black-clothed boy with a pair of hammers came out of it. Almost at the same time, the domineering momentum of immortal law's innate 3rd level rolled out with a sound like a broken gong. Male Gobi. It's that bastard who dares to confront my majesty. Do you still want to live? Puff. Su Haoyan almost burst out laughing. What a serious matter, what a serious matter, you messed it up all at once. Stinky boy, what are you yelling for? Hurry up and help His Majesty smash that ungrateful villain into pieces. Kong Xian was furious when he saw this. Immediately scolded. The other experts in Haoyan court also laughed loudly. What? How dare you disobey His Majesty, you are really wolf-hearted. Today, Li Yuanba will teach you a lesson. After finishing speaking, Li Yuanba turned around and disappeared. When he appeared, he was already face to face with Huaxubing. See Li Yuanba suddenly appear. Immediately startled Huaxubing, he was about to strike. However, before he could take any action, he saw a monstrous giant hammer shining with golden light blasting towards him. In an instant, a monstrous force swept over the sky and covered the earth, locking his whole body in an instant. How is it possible? He is also in the same realm as myself. Why does it give me a feeling of being invincible? Your Majesty's ability is beyond the imagination of a small rebellion of yours. Li Yuanba let out a yell, and the sledgehammer slammed down directly. Rumble. The entire giant island vibrated violently because of this hammer. After a few seconds, it shattered and collapsed. The incomparably huge golden giant island fell apart in an instant. All the creatures were so startled that they rose into the sky one after another, so they didn't die under the hammer. However, those Chaotian Palace powerhouses standing behind Huaxubing did not have such good luck. At this time, they all suffered injuries to varying degrees. After more than 10 minutes passed, the destructive power of destroying the world gradually dissipated. At the original site of the huge island, only Li Yuanba was left standing, alone holding a golden giant hammer. A few meters in front of him, a half-foot-sized cyan fairy baby was staring at Li Yuanba in a daze. Behind him, the powerhouses of Chaotian Palace looked at Li Yuanba in horror. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of millions of creatures scattered in the starry sky suddenly gasped. Destroyed the entire Chaotian Palace with one hammer, and even blasted its palace owner to the point where only the fairy baby remained? Who is he? Why is he so against the sky? I've never heard of such a strong man in Hongmeng. No matter if it was an ordinary creature, fairy Tai, Daoist Ling Miao, or Tai Bai Jinxing, they all looked shocked. Only Nailan Qing still had an expression of taking it for granted. The Lord of all beings, the creator of all things, should be protected by the strong. Who the hell are you? How could you be so strong? Huaxubing's fairy baby suddenly exclaimed. I am the heavenly court of Haoyan, under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, the golden-winged rock, so is Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba shouted loudly. Domineering. Unparalleled domineering. In an instant, the entire starry sky was shocked. Huaxubing, you have lost. Su Haoyan spoke at this moment. Seeing this, Huaxubing's fairy baby immediately lowered its proud head. Huaxubing, do you know your mistake? I gave you a chance to be reborn, I gave you everything, let you show yourself in the sky of Hongmeng, let you get endless obedience and honor, and I never asked you for anything. What about you, how did you repay me? Facing Su Haoyan's questioning, Huaxubing's fairy baby was sweating profusely, simultaneously horrified. Su Haoyan destroyed his Chaotian Palace in public, ruined his physical body. And now he is under the watchful eyes of everyone, making him unable to lift his head. He Huaxubing lost all face today. As soon as this statement came out, immediately, all the creatures in the starry sky were in an uproar. So Huatianzuan was created by the Heavenly Emperor? Huatianzuan is the #1 powerhouse in Hongmeng, and he is on par with the gods of Hongmeng. Although he is not a god, his strength is already comparable to that of a god. All creatures who can participate in the matchless battle are intelligent people, and at this moment they all think of some possibility. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor is also a primordial god? I'm asking you something. Su Haoyan shouted loudly, and his whole body teleported out. When he appeared in front of Huaxubing, he kicked him out. Boom! Huaxubing's fairy baby was immediately kicked out. You are so ungrateful, is there any reason? Do you really think that a mere Chaotian Palace is great? Every time Su Haoyan said a word, he kicked hard. Hu Xubing's fairy baby kept spraying blood. It looked terrible. You. Seeing this, the powerhouses of Chaotian Palace were stunned. The leading ones rushed toward Su Haoyan desperately. Seeing this, Su Haoyan stared. Boom! The might of the heavenly emperor burst out suddenly, and the few who rushed up immediately exploded, and the blood mist instantly filled the starry sky. Seeing this, thousands of strong men from Chaotian Palace rushed out one after another, and surrounded Su Haoyan in an instant. But one thing is that no one dares to make a move. Aren't you awesome? Are you dumb? Su Haoyan shouted again. Hu Xubing Xianying was startled. The endless humiliation made him wish he could die immediately. But his strong desire to survive forced him to face the reality. However, if he was allowed to succumb to Su Haoyan like this, he would be unwilling. Do you think that bowing your head to this little cultivator with your innate third-level strength of the immortal law will damage your reputation as a celestial being? In this case, I will convince you. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, he shouted without looking back. Zhao Yun, come here. Hearing this, Zhao Yun quickly flew to Su Haoyan and knelt down. The minister is here. Awaken Zhao Yanhongming. Su Haoyan secretly instructed the system. Immediately, Zhao Yun was sucked in by the system in full view. Now, he no longer hides the method by which he can promote his subordinates. Nobody knew the system existed anyway. This only adds to his sense of mystery. All living beings were confused by Su Haoyan's methods. I don't know what Su Haoyan is going to do. Hu Xubing was even more puzzled. Emperor, can you still create an existence beyond me out of thin air? Hu Xubing roared. But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened. The fairy baby's body trembled wildly, as if it had seen a ghost. Ding! Zhao Yanhongming has successfully awakened. May I ask the host to release? Freed. At the same time, I checked Zhao Yun's attribute list. When Zhao Yun walked out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows, kneeling in front of Su Haoyan, he said loudly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebuilding." As soon as his voice fell, an aura far surpassing that of Li Yuanba erupted in an instant. With Su Haoyan and the three of them as the center, it instantly spread in all directions. The Chaotian Palace powerhouses standing outside had no time to dodge, and spurted blood one after another. With only a single momentum, thousands of ancestral realm powerhouses were driven back. What a great power this is! What a powerful strength! Everyone was confused in the wind at this moment. Even fools can now see that Zhao Yun's cultivation has undergone earth-shaking changes. And it has far surpassed Hu Xubing. Wow, Dad is amazing. Well, His Majesty is the strongest. This is His Majesty in my Taibai Jinxing's eyes. He is powerful and full of domineering spirit. Everyone is discussing in their hearts. Even Nailan Qing's eyes are full of endless yearning. Fairy Tai, Taoist Ling Miao, Plague God, Dou Tianzuan, and the patriarchs of the three major families all changed their faces. They didn't know until now that the immortal law was first-class innate, and in the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, it really wasn't even a fart. Maybe you don't know his cultivation yet? Seeing Hu Xubing, who was stunned, Su Haoyan asked condescendingly. Zhao Yun, tell him. In the next second, Su Haoyan stopped shouting. I'm now at the 6th level of immortality law. As soon as this remark came out, there was an exclamation at the scene. Hu Xubing's fairy baby fell directly into the starry sky. He actually created an immortal innate in a few seconds, and it far surpassed himself. How is this possible? Could this be the power of the Emperor of Heaven? Next second. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Speak up, where did you go wrong? With a cold face, Xuanhuan scolded angrily, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, because he has subdued the hearts of hundreds of millions of living beings, and there are several immortal innates, otherwise, the authority of the system will not be relaxed, and he will not be able to cultivate powerhouses beyond the third level of immortal innates. If it wasn't for Hua Xubing's aptitude against heaven, he would have killed him long ago. Why are you talking nonsense? This subordinate is treacherous, and has the heart to betray His Majesty. Your Majesty despises His Majesty, knowing that His Majesty is here, but never pays a visit. Your subordinates are not as good as pigs and dogs. Your Majesty's grace of rebirth is wasted. Subordinates occupy Tianwu Palace in an attempt to enjoy exclusive respect. Hua Xubing's fairy baby spoke louder and louder, until finally, with a plop, he knelt down in the void and lowered his noble head to Xuanhuan. Seeing this, all living beings fell silent. Xuanhuan's domineering spirit completely shocked them. Ding. Complete the main task. Wuxuan domination. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to awaken the primordial spirit, 1 chance to quench the body with primordial qi, 5 chances to awaken the primordial awakening, 5 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial, 5 times. The opportunity to inherit Taoism, 5 opportunities to awaken beyond the limit, 5 opportunities to awaken loyalists, 10 opportunities to reach the peak of the strong, and 10 opportunities to copy the strong. Listening to the system prompt, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. And all the strong men in Tianwu Palace fell silent. The palace lord bowed his head. What else could they do? Hua Xubing, I am giving you a chance. I will revive you. If you are still obsessed with your sins and achievements, then there is no need to live any longer. Upon hearing this, Hua Xubing's Xianying was taken aback. But immediately he became excited. Although he can still shape his own body, his cultivation will definitely drop because of this. At that time, any force in front of him could shake his Tianwu Palace. This is not what he wants to see. The system brought Hua Xubing back to life. Xuanhuan ordered secretly. Immediately, the system sucked Hua Xubing into it. 10 seconds later. Ding. Hua Xubing's resurrection is complete. May the host choose to release? Release, call up his attribute list. Hua Xubing, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the number 1 crocodile in the world. Lucky level, immortal law innate level 3. Cultivation technique, heavenly demon kung fu. Supernatural power, iron crocodile kills the sky. The mountains shake and the ground shakes. Magic weapon, flame magic gun. Loyalty, 100/100. Seeing the full value of loyalty, Xuanhuan was completely relieved. Immediately afterwards, Hua Xubing flew out from between his eyebrows, and knelt down in front of Xuanhuan. Thank you for your Majesty's kindness of reinvention. Chen Hua Xubing will use this as your Majesty to go through fire and water and never betray. As soon as the sonorous and powerful words came out, the starry sky fell silent. Is it the humiliating surrender of a generation of heroes, or has he found the true path to the strong? But no matter what, the strength of the heavenly emperor will completely shake the entire primordial origin. From then on, besides the gods of Hongmeng, There was only one voice in Hongmeng, and that was the voice of the heavenly Emperor. Take your subordinates and stand behind. Su Haoyan didn't look at Hu Xubing, but looked up to the sky. The eyes are full of playfulness. When all the creatures were wondering, Su Haoyan's voice sounded slowly. Have you seen enough? I remember I didn't teach you to hide your heads and show your tails. Don't you, primordial gods? As soon as this remark came out, the scene exploded instantly. What? The primordial gods are here? And they are still watching them? How is that possible? Grand Mist God, I haven't seen it in my life. Is it possible that today I want to witness the true face of the primordial god? The creatures talked a lot and looked up. Yinyang Chongqing and Hongjun glanced at each other, and they both saw worry in each other's eyes. Although Su Haoyan is strong enough, the dominance of the primordial god has been deeply rooted, especially for these avatars. The suppression of their blood makes them afraid of the primordial god from the bottom of their hearts. Why? Do you still want me to pick you up? Su Haoyan spoke again. After a few seconds, the starry sky above everyone finally changed. I saw that the originally empty starry sky suddenly shone with purple light. And then 5 figures stepped out from it. Zaya Yaozi, Liangyi Tianjun, Xixiang Chaos, Baji Supreme. The 4 primordial spirits looked at Su Haoyan with complicated expressions. As soon as they appeared, meet my father. Zaya Yaozi, Liangyi Tianjun, Baji Supreme, knelt down without any hesitation. Greetings respectfully. My God, what are the primordial spirits doing? What do they call heavenly? Emperor? Father? How is it possible? The heavenly emperor is actually the father of the primordial spirit? No wonder the emperor of heaven is so powerful, so he is the legendary lord of all life? No wonder the heavenly emperor is acting in a high-profile manner in Hongmeng, and the gods of Hongmeng turn a blind eye. It turns out that he is a father. At this time, when all the creatures looked at Su Haoyan again, they were already filled with awe. This is a high god, even above the gods. Did they even want to challenge him? Isn't this courting death? Why, Xixiang, you don't even recognize your father? Or do you think that the guy Yinyang Yuandi betrayed Hongmeng, betrayed me? Can eradicate me through internal and external enemies, and you will definitely replace me? Su Haoyan spoke slowly, although the voice was not loud, but every word shocked the heart of the gods of Hongmeng. Xixiang Chaos glanced at Su Haoyan, did not say a word, but suddenly looked at Hongjun, and said sharply, Daozhong Hongjun, are you good enough? As a clone, you should have the consciousness of a clone. What right do you have to betray me? Well said, what you said is too true. But have you ever thought about how you got out? Did you pop out from a crack in the rock? Hongjuan's face was gloomy, but he didn't back down. He knew that one day he would have to face the chaos of 4 elephants. So, just as he was about to stand up, he was stopped by Su Haoyan. Facing Su Haoyan's words, Xixiang Chaos was at a loss for words for a while. But immediately said hoarsely, why, you created us, but you didn't let us develop and restrict us. If that's the case, why did you create us? Then why do you want to restrict the development of the avatar? Why do you want to take back the avatar? Why does the avatar listen to you? And you have to sacrifice the avatar to strengthen yourselves? Su Haoyan's question once again silenced all the creatures in the starry sky. In fact, what Su Haoyan said is not uncommon in Hongmeng, even commonplace. Use the avatar to absorb luck, and then integrate into yourself, so as to achieve the purpose of improving cultivation. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this, as long as it's not on the table. However, I have never asked you to do anything, let alone sacrificed you, and in order to make you stronger, I did not hesitate to use my mana to improve you. Is my cultivation all fed to dogs? Raising your gang a wolf-hearted, ungrateful thing. What's even more hateful is that you want to kill me. Chaos. Do you think you deserve to die? Xuanhuan's voice was heartbreaking, and the 5 primordial beings, including Xiaozi and Liang Tianjun, lowered their noble heads. Anyway, I have already walked down this road. Although you created us, your personal pursuits are different. Today, no matter what, we must curb your development. I hope you will not force us, otherwise, we will not mind killing my father. Half an hour. Xisheng, Chaos said fiercely. As soon as this remark came out, the creatures in the starry sky looked at the Chaos in horror. Their faces were full of shock and anger. But because of the strength of the primordial gods, they dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. Xisheng, Father has given you a chance, why are you so obsessed with your obsession? Are you going to continue on this wrong path? Xiaozi asked angrily. The primordial gods have been together day and night for hundreds of millions of years. Although they each have their own scheming, their relationship is still very deep. It's too late, my soul has been bound and immersed in the endless abyss. Turning back? That's impossible. Father, stop. You can't beat them. Although you have that unbelievable supernatural power, you are still no match for them. Let's go back to your mysterious world. After Xisheng, Chaos finished speaking, the only trace of sadness left on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by viciousness and indifference. Hearing this, Xuanhuan frowned. Xiaozi, have you paid attention to me since I was born? Xuanhuan had a faint suspicion that the reason why he was reincarnated in the 99 and 81st lives was manipulated by someone behind the scenes, and this person was also the chief culprit who caused his reincarnation in the first place. Xiaozi was a little embarrassed, but he still said, yes, in fact, you should have disappeared in the long river of history long ago. However, things exceeded our expectations. You seem to have another adventure, and there is a mysterious force behind you. I'm supporting you, otherwise you wouldn't have so many subordinates. At the beginning, we didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a coincidence. But later, we realized that we were wrong, it was wrong. You developed too fast. In just 10 years, you have grown from a tiny family to waste, has developed to the point where it can now control the existence of the entire Hongmeng. It's unbelievable, and that thing feel unbelievable. No one knows why you are so heaven-defying, why so many strong people die for you and come back to life. Why do you have such heaven-defying supernatural powers? Xiaozi took a complicated look at Xuanhuan, then sighed and said, but even so, you can't change anything. The primordial tribulation cannot be solved by someone in your hands. Don't mention you, it is our primordial god. They are all going to be extinct. This is also the real reason for Xisheng and yin-yang against the sky. After all, no one wants to die. Xuanhuan frowned even more when he heard this. The mysterious force behind Xiaozi's words should be the system in his body. But the primordial gods have noticed him since a long time ago. What's going on? And the black hand behind it, who is he? And that catastrophe, what exactly is it? All of a sudden, countless questions flooded in, causing Xuanhuan a headache. However, the primordial gods probably don't know that he is not as simple as the surface. Now he is not a primordial god, but a Taishu divine body, whose strength is many times stronger than before. Ding. Trigger the main mission, find the mastermind behind the scenes. Mission. Details: the reincarnation of the host has always been a mystery, and now I know the existence of the mastermind behind it from the primordial spirit. If the host finds the mastermind behind it, the system will reward the host with 10 chances of divine power empowerment, 10 chances of supreme awakening, 100 chances of primordial tribulation, 100 chances of primordial reawakening, and 100 chances of primordial recruitment. Opportunities: 100 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 100 chances to awaken loyalists, 100 chances to be the peak of the strong. Ding. Trigger the main task function. Task details: because the primordial gods want to snatch the primordial purple energy from the primordial creatures for their own selfishness, to strengthen themselves so as to achieve the goal of immortality. If the host overthrows the primordial spirit and reconfesses the god, the system will reward the host with a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to awaken the Supreme Being, a chance to summon the Supreme Being, 10 chances to be teleported by the strong, 10 chances to awaken the primordial origin, 10 chances to transcend tribulations, 10 chances to temper the body with primordial chi, 10 chances to inherit Taoism, 10 chances to awaken beyond limits, and 10 chances to benefit from the system. 2 system prompts sounded suddenly in succession, making Xuanhuan take a deep breath. With such generous rewards, it seems that these 2 tasks are quite difficult to complete. But he was secretly relieved. If the mission is triggered, then there is still time. Are you going to reappoint the gods? Since the current primordial gods have deteriorated, let's start from scratch. Xixiang, you should give up your heart. In fact, you just want my divine power to increase your cultivation. And the 3 of you also have this heart? Wolf ambition: in order to survive the catastrophe, use everything to the extreme. Primordial gods, I feel that you are not worthy of the word gods. I, the Emperor of Heaven, hereby officially announce that I will reappoint the gods, including the primordial gods and chaos gods. I will not only preserve the entire primordial and chaos in the catastrophe, but also make our home stand in the starry sky and become irreplaceable world. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, hundreds of millions of creatures in the starry sky immediately boiled. Just now they had seen the face of the primordial god, and they were already extremely disappointed in the primordial spirit. Now Xuanhuan is undoubtedly the savior of all living beings. So Xuanhuan's voice fell behind. I am willing to follow His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. I am willing to follow His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. I wait. Hundreds of millions of living beings knelt in the starry sky and shouted in unison, which immediately shook the entire center of Hongmeng. My God, what's that sound? Who is the Emperor of Heaven? Is it a new powerhouse? Listening to this voice, it seems to be where is the Battle of Wushuang? There must be something big going on, let's go and see. With the appearance of everyone's voice, more and more creatures came here. Soon the entire starry sky was filled with creatures. Seeing this, Xiaozi and the others all showed shock on their faces. They still underestimated Xuanhuan's appeal. But, can this change anything? Fengshen? Are you joking? Since you want to die, I, for elephants, will help you. As long as you can survive, as long as you can become a god, I don't mind killing your father. After Xixiang Chaos finished speaking, it suddenly exploded with a bang, and a violent aura that could destroy the earth suddenly burst out, spreading in all directions in an instant. Wherever it passed, the starry sky creased. Seeing this, the expressions of Xiaozi and the other four primordial gods changed drastically. Xixiang, have you broken through? The four of Xiaozi pointed at Xixiang and were speechless. Yes, I broke through 10,000 years ago. Haha, this is the feeling of power, Heavenly Emperor. Today, I, for elephant chaos, want to control the entire primordial realm. If gods block and kill gods, so what if you block me and kill you? Infinite killing intent was revealed in the chaotic voice of the four images. At this moment, he is already possessed. Ding. Trigger the side mission, kill Xixiang Chaos. Task details, because Xixiang Chaos is controlled by demons, it has seriously threatened the safety of Hongmeng. If the host kills it, the system will reward the host once for Hongmeng's reawakening, a chance to quench the body with primordial Qi, a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to teleport by the strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Let Su Haoyan, finally, understand the reliance of the four-element chaos. Is someone from Tianwu? Then stay here. Thinking of this, Su Haoyan ordered secretly, the system will awaken Jiuling Yuansheng Hongmeng again. Then he said to Zhao Yun, Li Yuanba, and Guan Yu, surround him and beat this ungrateful thing to death. When will you see, all those who are innate in the immortal law, all go up? Su Haoyan finally said to those innate powerhouses who had worshipped him. The strong men of these local forces glanced at each other before rushing towards the chaos. It's not that they are afraid of war, but that they all have selfishness. These guys already knew that the primordial spirit and the heavenly emperor were inextricably linked, and it was a family struggle. They see themselves as outsiders and don't want to participate. However, Su Haoyan's next sentence immediately filled them with motivation. From now on, the conferring of the gods will officially begin. It will be counted according to their respective combat achievements. At that time, when I confer the gods, I will take it into account. And you, the primordial gods, are also in the scope of inspection. Those who fail to pass will be eliminated. Su Haoyan's voice resounded throughout the central Hongmeng, making hundreds of millions of souls passionate about it. The war is imminent. Ding. Jiuling Yuansheng Hongmeng has successfully awakened. May I ask if the host chooses to release? Not released yet. Then, Su Haoyan checked the attribute list of Jiuling Yuansheng. Seeing this, Su Haoyan's eyes widened in shock. Breathing is a pause. The body couldn't help shivering. System, if I release Jiuling Yuansheng now, will the system crash? Yes, and it exceeds too much, and the system repair is too slow, ranging from 1 year to decades. However, if the host improves his own strength, breaks through to the innate level of the immortal law, or revives the Hongmeng emperor, or expands the territory, it can solve the current predicament. Hearing this, Su Haoyan had a look of helplessness on his face. These conditions are difficult no matter what. No way, he could only think of other ways. The system quenches Hongjun Yuanchu's qi. Su Haoyan ordered secretly. Seeing the chaos of the four elephants killing all directions in the starry sky, Xuanhuan was furious. Even if he couldn't defeat the chaos of the 4 elephants, he would still be disgusted with him. Immediately, Hongjun was sucked in by the system. Xuanhuan thought for a while, and then said, Tong Weining, give me your things. When Tong Weining, who was fighting fiercely in the distance, heard it, she didn't hesitate anymore. She threw a small box to Xuanhuan with a flick of her wrist. Xuanhuan took the small box, and without any hesitation, he flew towards the glittering crystal monument floating in the starry sky. Xiaozi, do the 3 of you still make mistakes together? Why don't you go over and help? Xuanhuan shouted sharply before leaving. Father, the 3 of us have decided not to help each other. The 3 gods hesitated for a moment, and finally decided. I hope you don't regret it. After speaking coldly, Xuanhuan came to the top of the crystal tablet and sat cross-legged. Haha, Heavenly Emperor, although you have a lot of immortal law Xiantian in your hand, I am the 7th level of immortal law Xiantian. No matter how much garbage there is, it will still be garbage after all. When I swallow their divine essence, I will come and devour you. At that time I'm invincible. The grinning laughter of the 4 elephants' chaos raged across the entire central primordial realm. Let all the strong feel chills. Xuanhuan didn't say a word. He needs to improve his strength now, and then release Jiuling Yuansheng to torture Xisheng chaos to death. Soon, Xuanhuan released the 7-colored divine power to refine the last crystal tablet. Seeing this, Nalanqing smiled slightly. He did not participate in the battle to besiege the 4-elephant chaos because Hongmeng was repelling him. He knew that he was leaving Hongmeng to start a journey for the strong to return. Emperor of Heaven, Nalan left first. Wait for you over there, and when we meet again, it will be time for you to return. The moment Nalanqing disappeared, this voice rang in Xuanhuan's ear. Xuanhuan didn't open his eyes, nor did he ask why. When Nalanqing left, he seemed to be holding back. He is inextricably linked with Nalanqing and Emperor Qian. Did you see it? He also has 7-color mana. What does that mean? At this time, the 3 of Xiaozi in Xingkong were stunned when they saw the colorful magic power bursting out of Xuanhuan's body. Even Xisheng Chaos, who was besieged by all the strong men, showed a look of shock, and then turned into endless greed. If he absorbs his 7-color mana, his cultivation will definitely skyrocket. He may even become a god directly, immortal. Thinking of this, after he knocked Li Yuanba into the air, he was about to fly towards Xuanhuan. Where the thief runs, take it here. Guan Yu wielded the Qinglong Yanyue saber, and Zhao Yun blocked the way of chaos. Just because you want to stop me? Don't even think about it. Xiaozi and the 3 gods ignored the almost crazy Xisheng chaos, and struggled on their faces. Really, the colorful mana is too tempting for them. Countless billions of years have passed, and their primordial gods have only condensed a trace of colorful mana in their bodies. I usually don't want to use it at all. However, Xuanhuan possessed so many colorful magic powers, it was like a card of gold placed there, giving people a strong visual impact and at the same time full of endless temptation. Primordial space. There was a bang, a loud bang. The Heavenly Emperor Avatar stepped out from a corner like a cage. He held a colorful shai in his hand, with a bright smile on his face. The deity has finally come, and my task of persevering has been completed. It's time to go back with his team members. He glanced at the space obstacle avoidance in the primordial space, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the heavenly emperor clone turned around and disappeared. Just as he disappeared, outside the space to avoid obstacles, the space fluctuated together, and suddenly, a pair of ruthless eyes appeared there. Central Hongmeng. Rumble. At this moment, Xuanhuan made a strong breakthrough. The triple change of the supreme origin Tianwu realm. It didn't end, as he quickly refined the crystal tablet, the speed of his cultivation base increased straight up like a rocket. 4 changes in the supreme origin Tianwu realm. 5 changes in the supreme origin Tianwu realm. Until then, his cultivation stopped growing. At the same time, a certain restriction deep in Xuanhuan's mind was broken, and a strange, but familiar memory burst out. On top of the colorful auspicious clouds, he was standing with his hands on it, with a gloomy face. Behind him stood 2 creatures wearing gold and silver armor. Xuanhuan was completely shocked when he saw their faces clearly. At this moment, his spirit returned to reality. No way, why do they dress up like this? Could it be that the 2 of them really have such a great relationship with me? After a long time, Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Thinking of what Nailan Qing said before leaving, he became more certain of his guess. Ding. Complete the main task, refining all crystal monuments. The system specially rewards the host with a second chance to awaken the primordial essence, a second chance to awaken the primordial essence, a second chance to quench the body with primordial energy, and a second chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial realm. Opportunities, 2 chances to inherit Taoism, 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances for the system's favor, 10 chances for a dungeon of the strong, and 10 chances for the peak of the strong. The system prompt sounded, indicating that Xuanhuan had refined all the crystal monuments. But only 70% of the memory was restored. It shows that there are still things that need to be explored by oneself in the distant sky. Boom. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in Xuanhuan's mind. Donghongmeng, in the ruler's palace, Yuan Hong is meditating and practicing. Shi Hongmeng, the supreme lord, is preaching to his subordinates. South Hongmeng, North Hongmeng. At this moment, all the scenes of the 4 primordial images were taken into his mind. He probed his soul into the old sacred land, and he saw all the interfaces. He saw Bai Suzhen, Fairy Zixia, and Shui Miao Miao sitting together and chatting. His children are playing. His spirit is wandering around in the 4 great primordial realms, the land of the ancient sages. In the end, he saw all the creatures in the central Hongmeng, as well as the people who were fighting. As a result, his heart moved. Suddenly he remembered seeing some kind of formation in the Lucky Mall. Without hesitation, he quickly arranged a perfect formation in the 4 great primordial and the central primordial. Level 5 Lore Array. Using the 5 crystal monuments as a medium, gather the majestic purple energy, chaotic vitality, and even the spiritual energy of all living beings. And kill all enemies in the formation under the same hatred. It is still just a prototype, and if it really wants to bring out the power of this formation, it needs constant grinding. This kind of creation is extremely grand. If it is created, it will definitely be a great fortune. At that time, Xuanhuan's cultivation base will not only be greatly improved, but Hongmeng will also have a strong guarantee. For this reason, Xuanhuan named the 5 crystal steels Xunling Monument, guarding the central Hongmeng and the 4 Hongmengs. Just when Xuanhuan was concentrating on building a grand formation here, a burst of maniacal laughter brought him back to reality. Haha, is this the strong man cultivated by the Emperor of Heaven? Too weak. Too weak. At this time, there was a wild laugh from the starry sky. Attract Xuanhuan's eyes. All I saw was that Xishan chaos waved a soft whip as black as ink, and violently sent Li Yuanba flying. Just let you be arrogant for a while, and when I break through the immortal law innate, it's time for you to be punished. Talking to himself, Xuanhuan opened the small orange box he got from Tong. Whinnying. I saw a fist-sized crystal shining with colorful light lying quietly in the small box. The essence of origin. It turned out to be the essence of origin? Sensing the special fluctuation in the small box, Baji Supreme exclaimed. Suddenly. This voice immediately made Xia Yozi and Liangyi Tianjun short of breath. The essence of Xuanhuan, the purest and most refined qi of Xuanhuan in the world, is also the colorful mana that makes them extremely greedy. This caused the three gods' greedy heart, which had been constantly restrained, to collapse instantly. The appearance of the essence of origin is like the last grass that overwhelms a camel, and greed instantly overwhelms reason. Almost at the same time, the three gods disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they were within walking distance of Xuanhuan. Facing the greedy and murderous gazes of the three primordial spirits, Xuanhuan's expression darkened instantly. You guys really want to kill your father? Xuanhuan asked coldly. Compared to becoming a god and living forever, mere infamy is insignificant. Father, we will not kill you, we will only take away your mana and the essence of Xuanhuan, and we will be responsible for the rest of your life. Baji Supreme said. Seeing this, Xuanhuan is not talking nonsense. Just when he was about to release Zhouling Yuanqing and kill these rebels, regardless of the consequences of the system collapse. As the void fluctuated between Xuanhuan and the primordial god, a stalwart figure suddenly appeared. Why, are you finally unable to show your greed? Heavenly Emperor Avatar? It's you? Seeing this figure, primordial spirit's expression suddenly changed. Chi stepped back. He didn't pay attention to the shocked expression of the primordial god. The Heavenly Emperor Avatar turned around to look at Xuanhuan, and said softly, long time no see, I didn't expect to save your life when meeting again. Seeing this, Xuanhuan frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? I feel that you are dissipating. What happened? Xuanhuan had a bad feeling. It seemed that this Heavenly Emperor Avatar was about to leave him. It's nothing, it's just going to dissipate. But before dissipating, I can do something for you. At least I won't dissipate until you have self-protection. As for why I dissipate, in my memory you will know all. After finishing speaking, he threw the 7-color Shai in his hand to Xuanhuan, and then faced the primordial god. He made a bold move. Seeing this, Xuanhuan glanced at the avatar of the Heavenly Emperor with a complicated expression, and took the Qicai Shai, already making a decision in his heart. Chang'e, Muguaying, Lying, Yummy and Luocha, Chunliner, come here. Xuanhuan said. After the 5 girls glanced at each other, they came to Xuanhuan. Tell me, are the 5 of you connected with each other? Are you all willing to sacrifice yourself to resurrect your mother? If you don't agree, I won't force you. Because you all have your own choices. Looking at the 5 people, Xuanhuan said solemnly. Father, what are you talking about? We haven't really disappeared. It's always been our wish to bring Mother back to life, and it's also your hope. Father. Let's do it now. Green Warbler said with a giggle. There was no sign of worry at all. The other 4 daughters had the same expressions. Seeing this, Xuanhuan stopped hesitating and shouted loudly. By borrowing the great power of the Emperor of Heaven, let the 5 sons of Hongming fuse together, and use the 7-colored Xiaoyi as the carrier. Now I want Emperor Hongming to be resurrected. Xuanhuan's solemn voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, the entire primordial world began to tremble violently. Together, with the 3 spirits on Xuanhuan's shoulders, they all trembled. All of a sudden, the Wanda toad, mysterious evil spider, and Wraith Scorpio that were lying on his shoulders disappeared. Roar. In an instant, different roars sounded in the primordial void, including the 4 primordial realms. At the same time, the 5 sons of Hongmeng suddenly turned into 5-colored lights, which seemed to resonate with the 5 roars. Not good, he wants to revive Hongmeng, stop him quickly, otherwise our Hongmeng gods will disappear in smoke. Seeing this, Xisheng Chaos roared angrily. If Hongmeng is resurrected, will they still have a way out? Seeing this, the other 3 gods also showed anxious expressions on their faces. Although they also want to revive Emperor Hongmeng, they are not real bodies, but puppets. The development of things has exceeded their imagination. But Xisheng Chaos was blocked by 7 or 8 immortals, and the other 3 Hongmeng gods were dragged by the avatar of the emperor, so there was no way to stop Xuanhuan's movements in a short time. Seeing the 5 auras rising from the 5 corners of Hongmeng, they suddenly merged with the 5 rays of light in the middle. A figure of light and shadow gradually took shape. Seeing this, Xuanhuan became more serious. Without hesitation, he injected the colorful mana in his body into the light and shadow. With the help of this mana, the light and shadow of the human form are about to condense successfully. Such a spectacular scene made all the creatures in the starry sky stop all their movements. The war also stopped. Everyone stared at the light and shadow with wide eyes. They will witness the resurrection of the primordial spirit. Witness the resurrection of the legendary Hongmeng emperor who founded Hongmeng with his body and Tao. At this moment, the primordial beings are excited, and the primordial gods are resentful. However, at this moment, the starry sky creased, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Haha, Heavenly Emperor is worthy of being a Heavenly Emperor. Such great power is rare in the world, but this god will not let you get what you want. Otherwise, how can we swallow the primordial Meng to strengthen ourselves? Following the appearance of these 2 figures, a voice suddenly sounded. It was indeed the half-white and half-black figure on the right who spoke. Yin Yang Origin Emperor. One of the primordial gods. Emperor Yin Yang Yuan never thought that you would betray Hongmeng, Zhen, and your conscience. Xuanhuan said coldly. He paused and continued. The person next to you should be a member of the heavenly god race? Xuanhuan glanced at the person next to Emperor Yin Yang and said. Heavenly Emperor, I didn't expect you to grow up fast enough. However, in the 99 and 81 lives, I have killed you 80 times, and you still won't succeed this time. By the way, I forgot to introduce Mo Feng, the number 1 divine king of the 9th origin plane, is entrusted by the Origin Lord to take away your life. The Emperor of Heaven, and everything. Now, please hand over come out. The figure in golden armor, standing next to Emperor Yin Yang said. Domineeringly. Following his voice, more shadows appeared behind him, all mysterious beings. Wearing various armors. In a blink of an eye, it reached hundreds of millions. Standing in the void. Densely packed, endless. The situation took a turn for the worse, and Xuanhuan and other Haoyan Court powerhouses and all primordial beings were in crisis in an instant. Seeing this, Xuanhuan swallowed and spit, and said in secret. System, release Jiuling Yuansheng. Immortal Divine Mind, Great Emperor Realm. A brand new realm, higher than the cultivation base of the primordial gods. Enough to wipe out all the enemies here. Ding. Friendly reminder from the system, if you release Jiuling Yuansheng. Now, the system will collapse immediately, and the repair will be indefinitely. Some task rewards that are about to be completed will be cancelled. Are you sure you want to release the host? The system sound is a little anxious. Release now. If I die, it doesn't matter whether the system crashes or not. If it crashes, there will always be a day when it will be repaired. Successfully. Xuanhuan said firmly. Ding. The system is now releasing Jiuling Yuansheng. As the system prompt sounded, Jiuling Yuansheng flew out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Like an ordinary blonde man, standing in the starry sky, giving people a very small feeling. Jiuling, kill all the invading enemies. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Now he doesn't practice anymore. He is waiting for the consequences of releasing Jiuling Yuansheng. Respect the order of the master. Jiuling Yuansheng said calmly. Then he quietly stepped towards Yinyang Yuendi and the first god king Mo. Fengkong on the ninth source plane. At this time, Emperor Yinyang Yuan was walking towards the light and shadow of Emperor Hongmeng, who was about to be resurrected. Eyes filled with infinite madness. He is waiting for the moment when the primordial essence takes shape. He is choosing to devour it. The pure primordial essence blood will make his cultivation soar in an instant. Breaking through the immortal law is no problem. At that time, he will be the real leader of Hongmeng. However, at this moment, a golden figure appeared in front of him. Are you the primordial god created by the master? A wolf-hearted thing is not worthy of being called a god. After Jiuling Yuansheng finished speaking, he raised his right palm and slapped it casually. Haha, where are you idiots? You want to kill me with just your right palm. You. Seeing Jiuling Yuansheng's random actions, Emperor Yinyang laughed and said. But before he finished speaking, he felt an aura of destruction rushing towards him. Before he could react, he was overwhelmed by golden mana. There is no momentum. Like a storm, now seen like a roar. With a light palm strike, the aura of Emperor Yinyang disappeared completely in the starry sky. When the golden mana dissipated, only a 7-color spar was left in place. Although this spar is only the size of a thumb belly, it contains incomparably vast energy. The starry sky suddenly fell into dead silence. All fighting has ceased. The primordial spirit of Hongmeng stared at Jiuling Yuansheng with a look of disbelief. The gods of Hongmeng's first generation were killed with a palm like this? Don't say that all the creatures in the starry sky can't believe it. Even the primordial gods almost screamed. How strong Yinyang Yuendi is, Hongmeng, God knows best. That is the existence second only to the Hongmeng emperor back then. His cultivation base had already reached the innate full level of the immortal law, but there was no room for retaliation in the hands of this big golden man. What is his cultivation? Xixiang Chaos couldn't help asking. The number 1 god king of the 9th source plane was also stunned at this time. The shock on his face from the beginning has now turned into a look of horror. Immortal Divine Sense Emperor. The extremely dignified voice came out word by word, and instantly shattered the greedy heart of primordial god. They all looked at Xuanhuan incomparably complicatedly. I have mixed feelings. Although they still don't know what the immortal divine sense emperor is, how can they resist the existence of Yang Yuan emperor who can easily kill Yang Yuan emperor in seconds? Boom. Just when all the gods were in shock, Jiuling Yuanqing smiled slightly. In the next second, a golden lion with 9 huge heads suddenly appeared in the central Hongmeng starry sky. His 9 heads opened their mouths to those outside creatures. The incomparable terrifying suction force suddenly emerged, before hundreds of millions of foreigners could react. He was instantly sucked into the lion's mouth by the 9 heads. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of millions of alien creatures disappeared in the starry sky of the central primordial origin. The primordial spirit was shocked. Mo Feng, the number 1 god king of the 9th source plane, was shocked. All the creatures of Hongmeng let out a long breath. In the starry sky, only Mo Feng was left standing there alone, shivering. Anyone who offends the Emperor of Heaven will be killed without mercy. Anyone who offends me will be killed without mercy. Those who offend my primordial beings will be killed without mercy. As soon as the 3 sentences of killing no mercy came out, all the creatures in the central Hongmeng boiled instantly. Whether it is the primordial creatures on the scene or the creatures in other places, all the creatures in the 4 great primordial realms and the ancient Holy Land. At this moment, the majestic voice of Jiuling Yuanqing was heard. At this moment, all the creatures knelt down towards the central Hongmeng. Anyone who offends the Emperor of Heaven will be killed without mercy. Guilty. The shouts of all the living beings gathered together, shaking everything at the same time. Even with the cultivation base of the primordial gods, they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. By Suzhen's daughters and children who were far away in the ancient, holy place, the strong all showed proud expressions at this moment. They are proud of having such a stalwart man, and the children are proud of having such a great father. The powerhouses of Haotian court are proud of having such an emperor. Creatures elsewhere are fanatical. They are excited to have such a ruler. Are you convinced? Are you convinced? Xuanhuan sat on the supreme 9-dragon chair, his majestic voice spread throughout Hongmeng. In an instant, many creatures who couldn't sit still flew. Here. Jiuling shot the colorful spar into his hand, and appeared beside Xuanhuan. As soon as he turned around, Master, here you are. Whether it is the once weak Jiuling Yuanqing, or the Jiuling Yuanqing who is now invincible to the entire Hongmeng, his loyalty to Xuanhuan has always been the same. Xuanhuan nodded, and took the spar in his hand. Kill him. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Heavenly Emperor, you can't kill me, otherwise the Source Lord won't let you go. Facing Jiuling Yuanqing's eyes, Mo Feng felt for the first time that he was so close to death. If he doesn't look for me, I will look for him too. What's the difference? God, you. Boom. The golden light flashed, and the first god king of the foreign race was bombarded and killed by Jiuling before he could show his domineering side. Although immortal law's innate full-level cultivation base is awesome, in the eyes of Jiuling Yuanqing, he is just a weak ant. Seeing this, Xuanhuan remained expressionless. He glanced at the Hongmeng emperor who was about to be born, and his heart eased a lot. At the price of system collapse, Hongmeng emperor was resurrected, and he didn't have any complaints. What do you think? My primordial gods? Killing your father, treating the common people as worthless, do you deserve the title of God? Emperor Taiji is like this, I killed it. Emperor Yang Yuan is like this, I killed it. The For images are chaotic, what do you think? How did you die? And where did the ruthlessness of the three of you go? You want to become gods and live forever. I have no objection. You can even turn a blind eye to doing some nasty things. But you want to devour the entire primordial being to achieve your goal. Even my sister will not let go. Very good, congratulations, you have successfully aroused my anger. From now on, as the Lord of Primordial Origin, I announce to all sentient beings that I will revoke your status as primordial god. You will never be able to become a god. As soon as these words came out, all primordial beings were in an uproar, and then burst into loud cheers. The primordial god has lost the hearts of the people, and is regarded by all living beings as sinners who poison living beings. How could one not be excited to hear the heavenly emperor's punishment on the primordial spirit at this moment? Why? Why do you deprive us of our status as gods? Even if we were created by you don't have the right. Xuanhuan Chaos roared. His eyes were full of hatred. Just because you broke your original oath, just because of your debatable status as gods, just because of your shameless patricide, just because you colluded with outsiders to kill primordial beings. Facing the questioning from Xuanhuan Chaos, Xuanhuan hadn't spoken yet, when an ethereal voice sounded. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. I saw a tall and slender woman wearing a colorful skirt in the starry sky, coming gracefully. Her eyebrows are picturesque, her eyes are clear, and she walks with a graceful and detached posture. It is the Hongmeng Emperor who has just been resurrected, the boss of Hongmeng. God, who sacrificed himself to create Hongmeng with his own body. My son, Hongmeng, pays his respects to his father. Emperor Hongmeng came in front of Xuanhuan, knelt down in the starry sky respectfully, and paid respects to Xuanhuan. Girl, get up. These countless years have worked hard for you. Xuanhuan stood up and helped Emperor Hongmeng himself. Hongmeng, people don't kill heaven and earth for themselves. The original oath was so childish, why should we obey it? I, for Xuanhuan Chaos, would rather die than surrender. Even if he is the father. Xuanhuan Chaos said firmly. As soon as these words came out, Baji Supreme, Xiaozi, and Arai Tianjun were all silent. Seeing this, Emperor Hongmeng sighed secretly, and waved his slender hand. Boom! There was a ripple in the starry sky, and an illusory portal suddenly appeared. At the same time, a monstrous suction force protruded from it, sucking Xiaozi, Arai Tianjun, Baji Supreme, and Xuanhuan Chaos into it. The four of them only felt their eyes go dark, and then they each appeared in a dark world. At the same time, the space above their heads fluctuated together. The beautiful face of Emperor Hongmeng emerged. This is the primordial Yin spirit world. You four primordial gods will guard the four corners of the Yin realm from now on. When your merits and virtues are complete, you will be out of trouble. I will plead with my father to keep your gods for the time being. Can you regain your gods? Your status depends on your performance. When Emperor Hongmeng said this, he disappeared. In the endless darkness, there was only the heavy breathing of the four gods. On different sides of the sky, Emperor Hongmeng easily detained them, which shows how powerful Emperor Hongmeng is. They didn't know until now that they were wrong. There are many ways to improve one's cultivation base, or even live forever. But they chose the most inappropriate way, and there is no turning back. Regret quietly surfaced at this moment. Especially the four-elephant chaos, he is extremely regretful. Looking back on the past, he found that Xuanhuan never asked them to do anything. Not to mention devouring them, because they wanted to improve their cultivation. Xuanhuan was giving all the time, but instead of giving back, they killed his father instead. Hey, let's start from scratch. Although Xiaozi was sober and remorseful at this time, it was too late. Outside, Xuanhuan watched all this quietly. Did not stop Hongmeng Emperor's actions. Father, are you satisfied with my son's punishment of the 4 unfilial sons? Emperor Hongmeng held Xuanhuan's arm, like a little girl acting like a baby. To her father. Well, since you have already punished the father, let the 4 of them repent somewhere. As for the 2 of them, they will be resurrected when I become gods. Xuanhuan said lightly. Emperor Hongmeng let out a long sigh of relief when he heard this. At this moment, the attribute list of Emperor Hongmeng suddenly appeared in Xuanhuan's mind. Emperor Hongmeng, from the Heavenly Emperor interface. Identity, Creator of Hongmeng. Lucky level, Immortal Divine Sense, Great Emperor Second Realm. Cultivation method, the first life of the creation of the world. Magic weapon, Hongmeng Land. Supernatural powers, the power of primordial spirit. Special attribute, Heavenly Emperor Luck, the Hongmeng Emperor who fits the Tao will be the patron saint of the host. During the battle, he can control the entire Hongmeng to fight against the enemy. At the same time, it will also increase infinite luck for the host. Loyalty, always at full level. Ding. The system is about to collapse because the host has released a powerhouse far beyond the system's capacity. It was supposed to be asleep for hundreds of years. However, the host killed hundreds of millions of alien creatures and successfully revived the Hongmeng Emperor with great luck. So, the damage to the system is mitigated. The system will be stuck in self-healing and retain most of the rewards. The expected recovery time is 100 years. The system prompt tone gradually faded away. Finally, it finally disappeared. In front of Xuanhuan's eyes, the virtual place was completely dark. Xuanhuan took a deep breath. Since it's 100 years, I can't waste this time. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan looked at the starry sky around him. Suddenly, said, now that Hongmeng is entering a peaceful and prosperous age, all living beings should hurry up and cultivate. My decision to confer gods is still valid. After 100 years, I will confer gods in the central Hongmeng. Because Xuanhuan sent out the sound with magic power. All creatures, including the 4 primordial beings, heard it immediately. In an instant, the whole Hongmeng boiled. Hongmeng has finally calmed down. We can also cultivate with peace of mind. With the protection of the Emperor of Heaven, Hongmeng will be as solid as gold, and we will definitely improve our cultivation to a higher level. Cultivate, otherwise you will be sorry for His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor and Hongmeng's efforts. This is the beginning of a new frenzy of cultivation. Hongmeng also entered a period of quiet development at this time. Hongmeng, can you integrate the 6 emperors' city of the ancient sacred land with the central Hongmeng? I plan to move the Haotian court to the central Hongmeng. The address is here. Xuanhuan looked at the Hongmeng emperor in front of him and said, Father, don't worry, leave this matter to your daughter. After speaking, Emperor Hongmeng left. Afterwards, except for Jiuling Yuansheng, the other powerhouses of Haotian court were temporarily stationed in a planet thousands of miles away. Afterwards, Su Haoyan returned to the original space with Jiuling Yuansheng. Tongxiandi clone. My lord, are you ready? I will merge with you. Su Haoyan sat where he used to sit in Yuanshu space, looking at the avatar of the heavenly emperor in front of him. His heart was extremely complicated. From ancient times to the present, you have not had the slightest selfishness? Instead, Su Haoyan asked with a smile. Selfishness? I am a part of you. Why should I have selfishness? Your selfishness is my selfishness. Why should I go to such effort? If it weren't for the greedy and evil guy outside, I would have been tired of living. Now I can finally rest. The heavenly emperor clone said with a smile. By the way, in these endless years, I found this somewhere in the original space. The heavenly emperor avatar spoke his wrist, and took out a fist-sized ball of light. Handed it over to Su Haoyan. Okay, what should be explained? I have explained everything clearly, now I should go home. After the avatar of the Emperor of Heaven finished speaking, he rushed directly to Su Haoyan. Su Haoyan didn't dodge, and accepted it with a smile. Boom. The moment Tiandi's avatar crashed into Su Haoyan's body, a violent gust of wind suddenly rose. With Su Haoyan as the center, it overflowed in an instant. At the same time, Su Haoyan's cultivation also soared again at this time. 6 levels of changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. It didn't stop and continued to soar. Soon he broke through the 7 changes of the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. At the same time, the memories of the Heavenly Emperor's avatar and his memory began to merge. Because it came from the same source, this kind of fusion is like a wanderer returning home, and he will soon be indistinguishable from each other. He saw that Yin Yang Yuandi, in order to become stronger for himself, would not hesitate to turn a living being on the interface into a ghost for him to devour. He saw the scene where Xishan Chaos placed Hongjun Daozu in the prehistoric period in order to plunder the primordial purple energy. He saw Xia Yozi was busy absorbing the treasures in the system for him. I also saw the scenes of Baji Supreme, Taiji Emperor, and others thinking hard to improve their cultivation. There are also the terrifying eyes that were revealed from time to time outside the original space. Everything was presented in his mind like a movie, which gave him a subtle feeling while watching it. Boom. At a certain moment, Su Haoyan broke through again. 8 changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. At the same time, while his Wanshan creation art also completed the realization of the 9th world, part of his memory was awakened. In the hazy space, he was wearing a colorful 9 Dragons Supreme robe, looking gloomy at a man in a black 9 Dragons Supreme robe opposite him. When he saw the man's face clearly, Su Haoyan woke up suddenly, and his memory stopped abruptly. At this moment, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Fear also surfaced on his handsome face. Why is it? Could it be that there really is a conspiracy here? And his cultivation. Su Haoyan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and his face was constantly changing. For a long time, he let out a long breath. No matter who you are, you have already destroyed the return of my 80th life. In this life, I will not let you succeed. I will fight back. I will take back everything that belongs to me, and I will let the world be filled with light. Forever. Thinking of this, Su Haoyan looked at the ball of light given to him by the avatar of the Heavenly Emperor in his hand. I fell into deep thought. Half an hour. He put the light ball into the lucky space. Don't worry about it. If his guess is correct, this object should be the result of the monitoring formation that the man in his memory left in the primordial space just now. In other words, during these countless millions of years, his every move is in the eyes of the other party. Now he put it into the system space, with the system's P nature, that person would definitely not be able to spy on it. Afterwards, without hesitation, he took out the 2 pieces of essence of origin in his hand and began to refine them. Now he desperately wants to improve his cultivation. Only mighty power can take back what he has lost. Here is a black world that stretches as far as the eye can see. There are black clouds and mist everywhere, completely enveloping the world. And in the very center of this world stands a pitch-black hall. This hall gives people a vast, ancient atmosphere. Apparently it has been around for countless ages. Just when Xuanhuan took the light ball into the system space, the hall shook with a bang. How is it possible? Why can he block my eyes? How did he do it? What kind of secrets does he still have? At this moment, an extremely sinister voice suddenly came from the hall. In an instant, there was a huge wind and waves in this space. Very well, your behavior has made me lose interest in continuing to play. Let's end it, my God Emperor. 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 10 years, Central Hongmeng has undergone tremendous changes. In the place where the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Spirit once fought, a huge colorful city rose from the ground. The starry sky covering hundreds of millions of square kilometers. Hongmeng Heavenly Court. The new name of Heotianting, after Emperor Hongmeng established the city, Su Haotian sent a voice transmission to her and renamed it Hongmengshanting. At this time, the Queen of Heaven headed by Suzhen and Su Haotian's concubines stood in the void of the heavenly court, looking up at the colorful cloud cluster above the heavenly court, waiting nervously. And behind them, more than 10,000 powerhouses of Hongmeng Heavenly Court are also waiting frantically. Su Haotian's children, headed by Emperor Hongmeng, were also waiting excitedly. Primordial space. Boom. Su Haotian, who was sitting cross-legged in the original space, was suddenly enveloped in colorful rays of light, and his aura rose suddenly. Immortal method is innate, level 1. Soon, his cultivation broke through the shackles of the supreme origin Taizu realm and reached the immortal law innate. The entire primordial space was shaken by the innate aura of immortality, but it soon stopped as Su Haotian's cultivation became stable. Su Haotian slowly opened his eyes. He first checked his cultivation status, and then said to himself, "It took me 10 days to refine 2 pieces of origin essence, and finally pushed my cultivation to the innate level of immortality. However, the system still has no sound. Will it really take 100 years to restore it?" Shaking his head, Su Haotian had no choice. Then turned around and disappeared. Outside the original space, Su Haotian appeared leisurely in a white robe. Immediately attracted everyone's attention. The ministers and others respectfully wish His Majesty to leave the customs. Taibai Jinxing, Lu Boan and other immortal officials shouted immediately. Then the crowd shouted again. The ministers wish His Majesty to leave the customs, and wish His Majesty a high cultivation base. My lord, wait. The uniform voice resounded throughout the central Hongmeng. It can be heard even in the distant old sacred lands. At this time, whether it is the Xuanhu Great World, the Xuanhu Universe, or any interface in the primordial mist, there are creatures who stop what they are doing and look up. At this moment, whether they were mortals or monks, they all seemed to see that young, stalwart figure. At the same time, in a place that Xuanhuan has never been to, this place does not belong to Hongmeng, but surpasses the existence of Hongmeng civilization and all interfaces. There, clusters of light spots of different colors are floating everywhere, wandering aimlessly. The moment Xuanhuan left the gate, one of the pale white spots suddenly trembled, and then suddenly swelled, from the size of a thumb belly to the size of a baby's fist in the blink of an eye. At the same time, its surface radiance is getting more and more intense, and finally it shines on the whole world like the sun. Ah. At a certain moment, Yaya, the sound like a baby learning to speak suddenly came out of the light cluster. Let the originally dead world appear a little vitality. At the same time, beyond the primordial space, there was nothingness and death. However, following the sudden change of the light cluster, there was a sudden ripple of nothingness, and suddenly a pair of blood-red eyes appeared out of thin air. Damn it. His advancement can actually shake the soul of the Son of God. No. It must be suppressed, otherwise the Son of God will be resurrected, and countless years of hard work will be in vain. A cold and emotionless voice sounded out of nothingness, and then disappeared without a trace along with the blood-red eyes. Xuanhuan stood in the void and looked at everything in front of him, feeling proud in his heart. It is really inappropriate for him to come from a waste son of a small family to today. In addition to my own efforts, more credit goes to the system. He believes that one day he will find the origin of the system. Everything in this world has a cause and an effect. The birth of the system also has a reason, and there is also a reason for him to be able to obtain the system. So he wants to find out the reason. I have decided to preach to all beings again in 1 year. The preaching lasts for 100 years. How much you can understand depends entirely on your personal chance. Just when the entire Hongmeng was immersed in the atmosphere of the heavenly Emperor's exit, Xuanhuan's voice suddenly sounded, and it was clearly heard by all living beings. Even beings far away in the mysterious world can hear it. Immediately, the entire Hongmeng's creatures boiled up. My God, the Emperor of Heaven is going to preach again. It's so good. It is said that the Heavenly Emperor's preaching during the chaotic period created countless strong men. It can be seen how powerful the Heavenly Emperor's preaching should be. Great, I dare to go to Central Hongmeng as soon as possible, and I must not miss this opportunity. Just when the creatures in various worlds, big and small, were about to leave. On various screens, Xuanhuan's voice sounded again. You don't have to leave your hometown, I will pass the voice to the ears of every living being. Opportunities are equal, no matter demons, devils, ghosts, or monsters have the opportunity to hear the truth. All living beings, prepare. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, all the creatures knelt down and shouted long live the Emperor of Heaven. Afterwards, Xuanhuan appeared in front of everyone. Father, can my son listen to your sermon? Seeing Xuanhuan coming, Su Miaoer took Xuanhuan's big hand and asked excitedly. Xuanhuan fondled Xiao Miaoer's head and said, You are my sons and daughters as well as my people, of course you can. And how about I allow you to sit beside me and listen to the sermon? Xuanhuan was also selfish. If you can't even realize the normal wishes of your children, can you still be a qualified father? Oi. I knew that father is the best. The 5 sons and daughters Su Miaoer, Su Jing'er, Su Rui, Su Ling Tian, and Su Tianfeng immediately gathered around Xuanhuan and laughed. Well, not bad, is your strength improving quickly? Su Haoyan saw that Su Lingtian had reached the saint realm, which made him very satisfied. Father is so good at being a son, so naturally he can't be too bad. Su Lingtian said firmly. Yes, if you have the ability to work hard, work hard. Remember that you still have 100 years of freedom. After 100 years, I will hand over the heaven to you. As soon as Su Haoyan said this, Su Lingtian was stunned. The whole person just stood there so firmly, a little at a loss. Not to mention him, even Bai Suzhen and his daughters looked unclear. Your Majesty, you are fine, why did you want to pass on the throne? And Ling Tian is still young, how can you entrust him with important tasks? Although Linghu Shanlan was Su Lingtian's mother, she did not show favoritism in this matter, so she said with a frown. Bai Suzhen and the other women also looked at Su Haoyan in puzzlement. The Hongming Emperor standing next to him was stunned for a moment on his beautiful face, but he seemed to be relieved after thinking of something. How early? I was a king at the age of 16. At that time I was only in a fairyland. He is now a saint. He is now much better than I don't know. Moreover, I plan to go to the outer world in 100 years to complete my mission. There are many things you don't know. I am the Lord of Primordial Origin and the Lord of Outer Heaven. If I don't do it, not to mention you, the whole world will disappear. I will stop this. Hearing Su Haoyan's words, Bai Suzhen and the other women knelt down one after another. Although the ministers in the distance were puzzled, they also knelt down. Su Lingtian, don't let me down. And you, don't let me down either. Su Haoyan looked at his children with a smile on his face. Father, don't worry, my son will not let you down. Yes, father, and me, I will help big brother. Su Tianfeng said excitedly. Under Su Haoyan's invisible detection, he knew that Su Tianfeng was sincere. Su Haoyan was very satisfied. The cannibalism he feared didn't manifest in them. The next day, Su Haoyan held a court meeting. Put your own decision on the court. Su Lingtian stood beside Su Haoyan in a prince's court attire. Bai Suzhen, Linghu Shanlan and other concubines were all present. Your Majesty, don't worry, the new emperor will definitely not make mistakes. With me and other veterans around. Lu Bowen, who knew Su Haoyan's temperament well, expressed his opinion. Immediately, other gods and immortal officials also echoed. There is no rush on this matter. After all, there are still 100 years. In addition, after the imperial court is over, Ling Tian will go out to practice. It is best to start investigating the kingdoms of the small world. In 100 years, I want to hear your feelings. Su Haoyan said lightly. Follow your father's will. Su Lingtian bowed respectfully. Father, do you want to be by my elder brother's side? Su Tianfeng knelt down and said. Su Haoyan didn't speak, but looked at Bai Suzhen and Linghu Shanlan. Your Majesty, it's time for them to go out and exercise. The two brothers are together, so rest assured. Bai Suzhen said with a smile. Linghu Shanlan also nodded in agreement. Well, the two of you brothers can go out to exercise together. Then he looked at Emperor Hongmeng and Jiuling Yuanxing and said. Hongmeng, Jiuling, from tomorrow onwards, the two of you will continue to expand the territory of Hongmeng. There are some small interfaces that will be integrated with Hongmeng. I will build Hongmeng into the source plane in 100 years. Let those who started take a look at Yuanshanzu. Hongmeng is like a dazzling sun, which cannot be ignored. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, all the gods and officials knelt down and shouted long live. In addition, you are also included in my plan to confer gods. In 100 years, I will no longer promote you, so you have to work hard. Whether you have your name on the list of gods depends on your fortune. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, all the strong men looked confident. In the following time, Lu Bowen and other immortal officials reported all kinds of things that required Xuanhuan to make up his mind and make decisions. Xuanhuan asked Su Ling Tian, who was standing next to him, about everything. And while making him nervous, he also expressed his opinions one after another. Although some views are relatively naive, the thinking of the whole person is relatively clear. The court meeting lasted a full day. After the court was over, Xuanhuan stayed by his wife and children. The second day, the second son quietly left. As the masters of the second son, Master Tai and Patriarch Bodhi looked at the direction where the second son left, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Your Majesty is really well-intentioned. It seems that the royal rivalry in the previous life will not happen around His Majesty. Patriarch Bodhi said with a smile. Okay, it's time for us to get active. As soon as Master Tai spoke, he and Patriarch Bodhi merged into the void and disappeared. Xuanhuan, who was chatting with Bai Suzhen and his daughters, smiled slightly and said, "These two old guys are not too tired." "Why, our two sons are still young, so you really don't worry?" Bai Suzhen scolded. It made Xuanhuan a little embarrassed. "Brother, do you still need me to go?" Su Yao, the spirit of the Southern Territory, appeared out of thin air and said, Auntie, you're here, you miss us so much." Seeing Su Yao's appearance, the three little girls of Su Miao immediately became excited. They all surrounded them. "No need, just let those two old guys suffer." Xuanhuan waved his hand. When Bai Suzhen and Linghu Shanlan saw Su Yao appearing, they immediately knew that they had wronged Xuanhuan. Although Su Yao is a domain spirit, but under Xuanhuan's attention these years, her cultivation has already reached the realm of the primordial ancestor. Protecting the two princes is no problem. Half a year has passed without knowing it. On this day, Xuanhuan was playing with his three daughters in the imperial garden. Suddenly, Yin Lingzi appeared out of thin air. "Your Majesty, something happened to the Queen of Heaven, and she suddenly fainted in the dormitory. Concubine Linghu, please hurry over." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan disappeared without a word. The three children were taken over by Su Yao. Xuanhuan felt strange. How could such a good person faint? Is there an enemy? Attack? While talking, he appeared in Bai Suzhen's bedroom. Several girls were there, but they all had bright smiles on their faces. There is no posture of something happening at all. What's the situation? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Sister Jinjin is pregnant again. You have a prince or daughter born. Zixia said softly. But he frowned immediately, and vomited in the next second. Seeing this, Xuanhuan, who hadn't reacted from the surprise, quickly helped him up. You don't even have it, do you? Well. Vomit. Lei Yao, who was watching the excitement, all the girls vomited. Xuanhuan was suddenly stunned. Xiaoqing. The imperial doctor ran out of the bedroom with a smile on his face. Your Majesty is overjoyed, Tianwu, concubines are pregnant together. Our Hongmeng Heavenly Court will give birth to a prince and daughter again. As soon as this remark came out, Xuanhuan burst into laughter immediately. All along, what he regrets the most is the issue of blood inheritance. Today's news made him overjoyed. It's just that all of them are pregnant, and the happiness comes too violently. At the same time, in that unknown world, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared out of thin air. He was suspended in the void of this world, his eyes carefully scanning the circle. Suddenly there was an unreasonable roar. Damn it, where is the soul of the Son of God? How is it possible? How could it disappear? He shouldn't be reincarnated? Could it be? But even though he is the reincarnation of a god emperor, it is impossible to reverse the cycle of reincarnation. Let the god son reincarnate out of thin air? Who is behind all this? Angry voices rumbled through the world. Unfortunately, no one answered him. After a long time, he helplessly stopped screaming. Humph, no matter whether you are reincarnated or reincarnated, you cannot escape my dark judgment. The voice fell, and the blood-red eyes disappeared. Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Xuanhuan looked at his wives, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Zi wept with joy. The cute appearance is lovable. Haha, thank you for what? If you want to say thank you, I have to say it. In the following 6 months, Xuanhuan ignored the government and did not cultivate, and spent every day with his wife and daughter, living a luxurious life as an emperor. However, the good times didn't last long. Half a year passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged outside Yuanchu space, beside his 3 daughters, as well as Hongmeng Emperor and Jiuling Yuansheng. After a year of hard work and integration, the two have expanded Hongmeng's territory tenfold. It has gone far beyond the territory of a source plane. Consummation makes Hongmeng a new source plane. Now the only thing left to do is to improve the cultivation base of the primordial beings, and Xuanhuan can go to the outer world with peace of mind. All living beings listen to the truth. I am the Emperor of Heaven. Now I am going to start preaching. All living beings must listen carefully to the truth. How much you can understand depends entirely on your own aptitude and chance. Xuanhuan's voice rang clearly in the minds of all living beings. At the same time, the image of Xuanhuan sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly appeared in the depths of everyone's mind. Unforgettable. Su Lingtian and Su Tianfeng brothers, who were walking in a small kingdom, suddenly shook their bodies. The moment he looked up at the sky, there was a look of longing on his face. Little brother, we have to hurry up, listen to the sermon and practice at the same time. After 100 years, we will let the emperor see a different us. Su Lingtian muttered to himself. Su Tianfeng nodded heavily. My way is the 3,000 ways, starting with qi training, the source of spiritual energy. At this moment, Xuanhuan began to preach. During this 100 years, he will improve the cultivation of all living beings, and while increasing their luck, he will further accelerate the evolution process of the primordial origin plane. At the beginning, there were still creatures who were very confused, thinking that Xuanhuan's efforts were wasted. But 10 years later, a piece of explosive news came out. A sea king whale in the Xuanchu Great World seemed to have something to listen to, and it turned into a human form. The news immediately shocked the entire Hongmeng. This is also the first demon clan that Xuanhuan preached again. From this, the creatures really realized the importance of the heavenly emperor's preaching. Start listening seriously. 10 years later, a small remote interface suddenly set off a storm, and a Hamster with a low cultivation level stirred up thousands of winds and clouds. And it took a year to transform into a human form. I was born following the luck of the Emperor of Heaven, hence the name. Songming. He is also the second incarnation of the Yaozu. I don't know if it was influenced by him and Wang Jing. In the following 20 years, more and more humans, monsters, demons, and ghosts have broken through their cultivation and successfully transformed. It is worth mentioning that in the 30th year of Su Haoyan's preaching, Fairy Zixia gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and Su Haoyan named her Su Tianling. Almost at the same time, Lei Yao, Sun Zi, and other concubines gave birth one after another. In this year, Su Haoyan had 5 children at once. Su Haoyan was overjoyed. What made Su Haoyan even more happy was that these 5 children were born as primordial gods. Make their respective mothers excited. However, to everyone's surprise, Bai Suzhen never showed signs of childbirth. While Su Haoyan was worried, he was also extremely looking forward to it. How outrageous is this little guy? With anticipation, he continued to preach. After another 10 years, Su Haoyan suddenly felt that the purple energy of the entire Hongmeng began to riot. My 10,000 lives creation art is the same as the Tao of good fortune, which is to create something out of nothing and make thousands of good fortunes. While Su Haoyan was preaching, he seemed to have something to say. Although the creatures are absorbing primordial and chaotic spiritual energy, they are all worried about the consequences of the exhaustion of the spiritual energy. But he didn't know that Su Haoyan's biggest method was to create something out of nothing, and creating mere aura out of thin air was a trivial matter. As a result, all the living beings in the primordial realm felt the primordial purple qi, the chaotic primordial qi, and the aura did not show any sign of exhaustion, but became more and more intense. In Hongmeng Tianting, the harem headed by Bai Suzhen is also listening to the sermon. Even the child in Bai Suzhen's womb was listening to the sermon. Time continued to pass like this. Every year, every moment, there are breakthroughs of creatures of various races such as the monster race, breakthroughs and transformations. 70 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and Su Haoyan is still preaching. There are still no signs of childbirth. This day. Boom. Grand mist, chaos, all the worlds, interfaces, and the aura of the universe skyrocketed again, making all beings extremely excited. Boom, boom, boom. On this day, 3 booming and explosive sounds resounded in Hongmeng Heavenly Court. At the same time, 3 beams of light shot up into the sky, accompanied by the appearance of 3 destructive auras. It indicates that another creature has broken through. My Hongjun inherits the luck of the Emperor of Heaven today, breaks through his cultivation, and swears to defend Hongmeng to the death, until he dies. Amiba, I, the Tathagata Buddha, have made a breakthrough today and vowed to carry forward the Dharma for all living beings. I am the Eastern Emperor Tai. I have made a breakthrough today, and I swear that I will never betray heaven or your majesty. Su Haoyan was extremely pleased by the 3 loud voices. At the same time, Hongmeng is still expanding infinitely. After another 20 years, Hongmeng has doubled in size. Su Haoyan spoke at this moment. I will expand the primordial spirit again, and all living beings like you can occupy it and multiply it. Su Haoyan's voice excited Wan Sheng. At the same time, Su Haoyan discovered that in his body, in the Dantian world, endless primordial purple energy suddenly appeared, and it filled the whole world in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Xuanhuan suddenly seemed to have a problem. His wanting creation art broke through again. The creation art of 10,000 lives and the great way of creation truly merged together at this time. While creating the primordial world, it is also creating another world. While Xuanhuan was preaching, he separated his spiritual consciousness and explored the world inside him. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he actually felt the breath of life on one of the small planets. When he probed in with his consciousness, he found that there was a ball of light the size of a basketball gestating in that small planet. Feel the strong breath of life inside. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. Alright, the mistakes you made in the past have been dissipated by your choice at this moment. In this way, I will give you another fortune. After talking to himself, Xuanhuan sent a white light into the light group. I hope that the first life of the 10,000 life creation art will allow you to become the god of creation in this world. Immediately, Xuanhuan withdrew from the inner world. At the same time, in the depths of the primordial world, in the darkness of nothingness, Xixiang Chaos smiled, and instantly disappeared into a cloud of chaotic aura. The others felt something in their hearts, and they all showed expressions of relief. Although Emperor Hongmeng slightly closed his eyes, there was still a bright smile on his beautiful face. Soon, 100 years passed by in a hurry. On this day, Su Miaoer, Su Jing, and Su Rui broke through at the same time. Early Saint Realm. At the same time, the gods alternate, and the cultivation bases of all living beings break through collectively. The brand new Hongmeng, the brand new era, is incomparably stronger than any era. That's the end of my preaching. All sentient beings have made breakthroughs in the past 100 years. I am very relieved. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice came out, rumble. All of a sudden, 7-colored divine light descended from the starry sky, and landed directly on Tiandi Peak. Xuanhuan could see clearly that it was by Suzhen's bedroom. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, such a thing happened suddenly, causing Xuanhuan's expression to change drastically. Just about to take a shot to stop it, but at this moment. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A sonorous cry of a baby resounded through the entire primordial realm. This is. Xuanhuan's eyes widened suddenly, with a look of surprise on his face. Because he possessed 7-color mana, he was able to recognize that the long rainbow just now was actually the chi of Xuanhuan. Why did the chi of origin come suddenly? Could it be? Reporting to your majesty, the Queen of Heaven will give birth in one day. Congratulations to your majesty on the birth of a prince. Qingling said happily. Xuanhuan was stunned immediately. Origin chi descended? By Suzhen gave birth once? What the hell? How evil must my son who has been conceived for 100 years be? Congratulations, your majesty, on the birth of a prince. Congratulations, your majesty. The news that Tianwu conceived for 100 years and gave birth to a prince was spread in the blink of an eye, and the whole world was boiling. All the creatures cowed out in their respective caves. There were bright smiles on everyone's faces. Soon, Xuanhuan landed in front of Tiandi Palace, outside by Suzhen's bedroom. He still can't believe it until now. It was also at this time that he was sure that he was the only one who saw the colorful long rainbow just now. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and stepped into the bedroom. In an instant, when he heard the cry of the child, all the worries and doubts in his heart disappeared instantly. There was a baby lying on the bed next to the tired-looking Bai Suzhen. The maids were all busy with smiles on their faces. Seeing Xuanhuan coming in, they all knelt down. Congratulations, your majesty, on the birth of a prince. All the maids shouted in unison. Xuanhuan also showed a smile on his face. He waved his hand to signal everyone to get up. People have come to the bed. His eyes were already drawn to the baby on the bed. This baby's skin was white and tender, and he was very big, a circle larger than normal babies, weighing at least 16 caddies, especially with a faint flame pattern between his eyebrows. "Hey baby," Bai Suzhen called softly. A face of kindness. Although this is her second child, she still loves it very much. At this moment, she is not a queen who is loved by thousands of people, she is not the supreme primordial ancestor, but a loving mother. Xuanhuan came to the front, only a few meters away from the bed. At this time, the crying baby suddenly stopped crying, but opened two big eyes full of tears, looking at Xuanhuan pitifully. When he came here, Xuanhuan's expression froze instantly after his spiritual sense swept over him. It's really the spirit of Xuanhuan. And it's also the energy of the origin of 7 colors. What made Xuanhuan even more unbelievable was that he had double pupils. All this shows that this baby is actually from the Xuanhuan Protoss. Innate Protoss of origin. Instead of ordinary Xuanhuan creatures. Xuanhuan's body trembled. If this is the case, this kid's talent is too terrifying. Among the Yuanchu 7 gods, Emperor Hongming's talent is comparable to his. And he has stood at the top of the Xuanhuan god race since he was born. A born Protoss, that is, a son of God. In his memory, it took countless millions of years of accumulation for the Xuanhuan Protoss of Tianwu to break through the shackles and become the Xuanhuan Protoss. And Xuanhuan is the ancestor of the Xuanhuan Protoss, the origin of all this. And he is the bearer of the Qi of Xuanhuan. And this son's origin of Qi inheritance and Xuanhuan, it is hard to imagine how high his future will be. Unexpectedly, I created a Xuanhuan Protoss. And it is directly with the 7 colored divine power. The smile on Xuanhuan's face became brighter. Your Majesty, you are all dumbfounded. Seeing Xuanhuan looking at the baby, Bai Suzhen's face was full of surprise. She found that the child stopped crying when he saw Xuanhuan. This is too spiritual. Xuanhuan stroked Bai Suzhen fondly, and then said, I have already named our child, let's call him Tianwu. Tianwu. It's not the fate of heaven and earth, but the controller of the Xuanhuan Protoss. Although Bai Suzhen didn't understand the meaning of Xuanhuan's name, it was obviously unusual. A look of surprise appeared on his face. As soon as Xuanhuan stretched out his hand, he held Su Tianwu in his arms. And the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. At the same time, in the depths of the Xuanhuan Protoss, in an unknown world, those blood-red eyes reappeared. He looked at the far east, where the deepest place was where the primordial mammoth was. Through the deep starry sky, he seemed to see the infinitely developing primordial. The breath of the Son of God. This is definitely the breath of the Son of God. How could this be? Why would the Son of God be reincarnated? This is against the rules. It is not only when the soul of the God Emperor is gone, the Son of God can be born with a soul and be reincarnated. At that time, he will appear in front of me in another form. But after calculating countless billions and carrying it to the end, there was an accident? Who is manipulating all this behind the scenes? Is it Hongmeng? Is it the 10th source plane? As long as it is occupied, as long as the Son of God has not awakened his divine power, I still have a chance. It took a long time for the cold voice to fall. The blood-red eyes deepened even more. In the distant Hongmeng, the seven-colored star path of the ancient Holy Land. At the moment Su Tianyuan came, two tall and handsome young men suddenly rushed out. It was the two brothers Su Lingtian and Su Tianfeng who had been training abroad for 100 years. At this time, the two brothers are not what they used to be. First of all, their looks and temperament are very different from those of 100 years ago. Su Lingtian's face is full of fortitude, self-confidence, wisdom and awe-inspiring aura. His cultivation is even more unfathomable, and he has reached the great perfection of Saint Realm. Su Tianfeng has obviously matured a lot, his body is taller, stronger, and full of explosive power. Although his cultivation level is at the early stage of Saint Realm, he is already far ahead of his peers. Brother Feng, did you hear that? There is the sound of a baby crying. Could it be that a certain mother gave birth? We have another brother or sister. Su Lingtian stood at the exit of the colorful Star Road and said with a smile on his face. Hearing this cry, it should be a younger brother. This little guy can cry so much, I'm afraid he is much more evil than you and me. Haha, father's sons and daughters are evil, aren't you, and I evil enough? Let's go quickly, I can't wait to see our little brother, this time, I will pamper him well. After speaking, Su Lingtian flew forward. Seeing this, Su Tianfeng smiled and followed. Everyone in the world can guess that as a child of the royal family, they will inevitably fight with each other when they grow up. But the eldest prince of Hongming Tianting, also the crown prince, has a character of protecting the calf. I don't know if this character is good or bad. After the two princes left, two figures flew over from the depths of the colorful star path. It is Tai Jinren and Patriarch Bodhi who have served as guards for 100 years. At this time, Patriarch Bodhi opened his mouth and muttered to himself. You don't have to worry about this. Whether it's Tianfeng or other princes are not the kind of scheming people. Besides, Our Majesty is a genius who is one in a million. How could such a thing happen? Master Tai said with a smile. Hearing this, Patriarch Bodhi couldn't help but nodded. Ding. The system has been repaired. Ding. The system has been repaired and upgraded successfully. Su Haoyan, who was teasing Tianyuan in the bedroom, suddenly had two system prompts in his mind. He was taken aback for a moment, but immediately showed a bright smile. After 100 years of self-healing, the system was finally revived. Long time no see, the system, how are you? Su Haoyan asked in his heart. The system is very good. This is also thanks to the host who resurrected the Hongming Emperor before the system was about to collapse, subdued the central Hongmeng, and made the system receive infinite luck. This made the system repaired so quickly. At the same time, it also completely refined Shumi Cave. The reawakened system has more complete functions and is more humane. Next, I will introduce the new functions of the system awakening to the host. Ding. New function of system awakening. From now on, it only takes 10 seconds to complete any function. Ding. System awakening divine power empowerment function. The host can change the bloodlines of his subordinates by absorbing the strong into the system and become the Cu and Protoss. This task can be obtained in the task. Ding. System awakening supreme awakening function. The host can perform supreme awakening on subordinates, but this function can only be used after being empowered by divine power. Because once the supreme awakening is used, the cultivation base must be terrifying. If it is not the body of the Cun God race, it will be unbearable, and it will explode and die. This task can be obtained in the reward fusion. Any reward 50 times can be exchanged for one. Supreme Awakening. Ding. The new function of System Awakening, limit creation. This function can make the powerhouse's creation reach its limit. This function can be obtained in Reward Fusion. Ding. The new function of the System Awakening, open the Supreme Summoning function. Once the host receives this reward, it will summon the Supreme Power. This function can be obtained in the mission. Ding. New function of System Awakening. From now on, if the system crashes, it can be repaired within 10 breaths. That is to say, the host can use any rewards at will without worrying about the system crashing. A series of system prompts sounded, which made Xuanhuan a little stunned. He didn't expect that the system would become so powerful after this upgrade. Among other things, the fact that he was not afraid of crashing made him invincible. What's more, there are other sky-defying functions. Everything can be done within 10 seconds, which is exactly the rhythm for him to sweep up the Xuanhuan. Protoss. Xuanhuan slowed down and continued. System, call out my attribute list. It's been a long time since he checked his property list. Some nostalgia. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, God of Creation. Bloodline, Taishu Divine Body. The avenues passed on, the avenue of time, the avenue of space, the avenue of reincarnation, the avenue of 5 elements, the avenue of light, the avenue of karma, the avenue of avatars, and the avenue of good fortune. Lucky level, immortal law innate level 1. Cultivation method, Wanchen creation art. Affiliated gods, Hongmeng Emperor, Jiuling Yuanqing, Zhaoyun, Yangjian, Li. Yuanba. Belonging creation, world tree. Magic weapon, Taishu Shinshan. Hongmeng Taishan sword. Supernatural powers, the power of all life. Special attribute, when all the memories are restored, the host will stand on top of the world as the creator god of all lives, and command the world. At that time, the host's aura of a god will reach its peak. Seeing his attribute list, Xuanhuan was a little surprised. His attribute list has undergone tremendous changes. It seems that I am not too far away from my final goal. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Just then, the system beep sounded again. Ding. Complete the supreme level task, the master of the primordial realm. The system specially rewards the host with 10 chances to reawaken the primordial spirit, 10 chances to quench the body with primordial energy, 10 chances to awaken the primordial realm, and 10 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial realm, 10 chances to be recruited by the primordial spirit, 10 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances to awaken loyalists, 10 chances to inherit Taoism, 1 chance to summon superpowers to the limit, and 20 chances to reach the pinnacle of powerhouses. 20 chances to copy the strong man. Ding. Complete the main task, return to the original space. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, and a chance to overcome the tribulation of the primordial realm. 1 chance to be recruited by Hongmeng, 10 chances to revive the strong, 10 chances to be the peak of the strong, 10 chances to be the peak of the strong. 2 system prompts sounded in succession, making Xuanhuan even happier. It was said before the system collapsed that part of the rewards would be lost, and part of the rewards would be retained. It seems that this is the remaining rewards. Now I can promote my subordinates again. Then I can confer gods. After conferring gods, there will be rewards. Finally, I will go to the outer world. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, while Tianyuan in his arms tightly hugged Xuanhuan's big hand, as if he wanted to hug him for a lifetime. Your Majesty, the two princes have returned and are waiting outside the palace to be summoned. At this time, Xuanhuan Tian ran into Shang's study and said, "Let them in." Xuanhuan looked down at the little guy in his arms, and said with a smile. After a while, brothers Su Ling Tian and Su Tianfeng walked into the Shang study. The son pays homage to the father. The two knelt down to salute. Well, it's good that the Saint realm is complete. In the early stage of Saint realm, you two did not disappoint me. Get up. Tell me what you have done in the past 100 years. In the following time, Xuanhuan chatted with his two favorite children. We chatted for half a day, which was something that had never happened before. Okay, go and meet your mother, I miss you a lot. Besides, this is your younger brother. Xuanhuan handed the child to the two of them, and after a while, Su Ling Tian showed his doting intentions. Su Tianfeng was even more smirking. Seeing this, Xuanhuan showed a bright smile on his face. Seeing them love each other, he was still very relieved. Afterwards, Xuanhuan sent the child back to Bai Suzhen to prepare for the first court meeting in 100 years. Ding! Trigger the supreme level mission, the master of the world. Mission. Details: if the host goes to the outer space and becomes the master of the world after solving the fate of the world's demise, the system will reward the host with 100 chances of supreme awakening and 100 divine powers. A chance for empowerment, 100 opportunities for ultimate good. Fortune, 100 opportunities for primordial chi to quench your body, 100 chances for the reawakening of the primordial, 100 chances for the awakening of the primordial, 100 chances for the transcendence of the primordial, 100 chances to be recruited by the primordial spirit, 100 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 100 chances to awaken loyalists, and 100 other rewards. Just when Xuanhuan was holding the court meeting, the system prompt sounded. Suddenly, let him be slightly taken aback. But I don't care right away. Now that Hongmeng has been unified, it is reasonable to unify Tianwu. Such a huge reward is justified. Looking at the tens of thousands of courtiers below, Xuanhuan was filled with emotion. He organized his words and said, I have decided to abdicate and pass on the position of Hongmeng Heavenly Court to Prince Su Ling Tian. As soon as this statement came out, even if everyone was mentally prepared, there was something different in their hearts. Everyone is used to Xuanhuan's strength and Xuanhuan's giving orders. I couldn't accept it for a while. What's the matter? Is my son so unbearable? Or do you have other thoughts in your heart? Let me tell you, even if I become the Supreme Emperor, you are still under my rule. And soon I will go to the sky to fight beyond the sky. You still need to work hard. If you want to enjoy yourself locally, it is somewhat impossible. As soon as these words came out, not only did not make everyone panic, but they greatly relieved their hearts. Not to mention anything else, as long as Xuanhuan doesn't give up too much. Seeing this, Su Ling Tian, who was standing next to Xuanhuan, relaxed even more. With Xuanhuan supporting him behind him, he has this confidence. Well, Bowen, how is the construction of the conferred god platform going? Xuanhuan asked. Report to His Majesty, it will be completed in half a month. Lu Bowen reported with a smile. Well, okay, then in 1 month's time, the Hongmeng Heavenly Court will hold the God-conferring ceremony, and all the powerful people in Hongmeng will be invited to watch the ceremony. Xuanhuan gave the order. Afterwards, Xuanhuan handed over the court to Su Lingtian and asked him to solve some trivial matters. Exercise him. And Su Lingtian did not live up to everyone's expectations. After expressing his personal views on some matters, he would also seek the opinions of the ministers, and finally came up with his own views. From the beginning to the end, Xuanhuan sat beside him with his eyes closed and didn't say a word. Seems to have really handed over the decision-making power. Half a day of the court meeting passed in this atmosphere. Finally, it ended with a happy ending. One day later, the Hongmeng Heavenly Court issued an edict to the entire Hongmeng land. It is scheduled to hold a ceremony of conferring the gods in Hongmeng, the center, in 1 month's time. Invite all the masterminds of the forces in Hongmeng to come and participate. As soon as this announcement came out, all corners of primordial Meng, where there were living beings, suddenly boiled. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is finally about to confer God. TSK, whoever said that there is a great catastrophe of primordial origin? Nonsense. This is clearly the prosperous age of primordial origin. From then on, under the leadership of the Hongmeng Heavenly Court, our Hongmeng will be invincible against the starry sky. I'm definitely going to watch this excitement. Don't miss it. Everyone is talking about it, and everyone is looking forward to it. So Hongmeng's starry sky began to become lively. The powerhouses of each star field, each big world, and the domain masters of the interface all started to come to the central Hongmeng. In such a prosperous age, they are even more honored as spectators. At the same time, outside Hongmeng, the 10th source plane, in the starry sky, deep in nothingness, a game-like battle is going on. Although there are only 3 people on one side, their cultivation should not be underestimated. The innate cultivation base of immortal law allowed them to face hundreds of thousands of troops with ease. Brother, I heard that the God Emperor was reincarnated and created a source plane again in this life. I don't know if it's true. At this time, one of the big men in blue armor asked the middle-aged man who looked like a scholar who had not made a move. This news came from the mouth of the former Yu Xuanhuan. We, the descendants of the former Xuanhuan battalion, have the right and the responsibility to go and check the authenticity. We have to keep a low profile when we go to the 10th source plane. False, someone who can create a new source plane must be a strong person at the level of the immortal divine sense emperor. We can't afford to offend. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the enemy facing him and continued. Okay, let's go, stop playing. After the scholar finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the 3 of them disappeared in an instant. It made those sergeants in red armor confused for a while. Hongmeng Tianting, in the Imperial Garden. Xuanhuan sat in the gazebo, drinking the spiritual tea leisurely. Next to him stood Hongmeng Emperor, Jiuling Yuansheng. Did you find the traces of the Siyu and Protoss outside the primordial dimension? Xuanhuan put down his teacup and asked with a frown. Yes, father, after fellow Taoist Jiuling and I left the barrier of the primordial space, we found many small particles in the void. In those particles, we found many auras that were almost the same as that of brother Tianwu. But it was very mixed, not too pure. Their cultivation bases are very weak, and the highest cultivation base is only the cultivation base of the original ancestors. The rest are just some civilians. Jiuling added. Well, after the conferment of the gods, I will personally investigate. It stands to reason that the Xuanhuan Protoss shouldn't be so weak? Could it be that they encountered something unknown? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Ding. Trigger the main task. Unseal the direct line of the Xuanhuan god clan. Because in the reincarnation of the host, the lineage of the Xuanhuan god clan was squeezed out by the sidelines, and finally was attacked by the main messenger behind it. The whole family was forced to seal, to save lives. If the host breaks the seal of the Xuanhuan Protoss, the host will have unexpected gains. At the same time, the system rewards the host with 1 chance to awaken the Supreme Being, 2 chances to teleport from the strong, 2 chances to awaken the primordial, the chance to temper the body with the chi, 2 chances to cross the tribulation, 2 chances to be recruited by the primordial, and 10 chances to be the peak of the strong. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's mouth to open wide. He didn't expect it to be like this. The Xuanhuan Protoss, who had been usurped by a collateral lineage, had fallen to such a state. It seems that my first step is to break the seal of the direct line first. 2 indifferent killing intents shot out from Xuanhuan's eyes. It made the 2 people around me startled. I don't know what caused Xuanhuan to have such a strong killing intent. After a while, Xuanhuan said slowly. That's it, the 2 of you pay close attention to the situation outside the sky. After the formation of the gods, go to the outside of the sky. It's time to settle some things. By the way, call Hongjun over. By the way, if he wants to become a god, besides Xiaozi's clone and Yinyanjiwandi's clone, he still needs to cultivate a few more. Emperor Hongmeng, Jiuling, is the well-deserved first echelon. The second echelon still needs to be considered. Now countless strong men have appeared on the land of Hongmeng, and after a recent period of statistics, there have been more than a dozen immortals already qualified for a new source plane. He believes that it won't be long before Hongmeng, the 10th source plane, will truly gain a foothold in the world. Soon, Daozu Hongjun arrived. After kneeling down to salute Xuanhuan in a proper manner, he asked, I don't know why your majesty recruited the old ministers? He didn't address his father, because he felt unworthy. Among all the primordial gods, only Emperor Hongmeng is qualified to call Xuanhuan his father. Well, I decided to promote you, because I want to make you the god of primordial Meng. Come to bless Hongmeng. Would you like it? Upon hearing this, Daozu Hongjun knelt down again and quickly agreed. System, let Hongjun Dao's ancestor Yuanyuan Qi quench his body, and then Hongmeng will awaken again. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, Hongjun was sucked in by the system. 10 seconds later. Ding. Hongjun Daozu Hongmengfu successfully awakened. May the host choose to release, and bring up the property list. Daoist Hongjun, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, primordial god. Double identity, teacher of saints. Lucky level, immortal law innate, 9th level Dzogchen. Cultivation method, heaven and earth, Xuanhuan Yikigong. Supernatural powers, bringing the dead back to life. Surround the sky in all directions. Master everything. Innate breathing method. All in one go. Magic weapon, good fortune jade butterfly. The power of the prehistoric. Dao inheritance, Sifang Dao. Belonging to good fortune supreme. Special attribute, heaven and earth luck, it has its own heaven and earth luck, and it can increase the luck of its owner by accompanying it around for a long time. Loyalty, 100/100. Looking at Hongjuan's attribute list, Xuanhuan's eyes showed satisfaction. Afterwards, Daoist Hongjun flew out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. After Xuanhuan encouraged him, he sent him away. Then he called Xiaozi and Yinyang Chongxing into the imperial garden. In the next few days, Xuanhuan continuously summoned dozens of heavenly court experts. When these powerhouses appeared for the first time, they all improved to varying degrees. In the blink of an eye, the day of the conferred god ceremony finally arrived. Right in front of Hongmeng Tianting, a tall and stalwart platform has already been established in the starry sky. Fengshantai. The Emperor of Heaven will reappoint the gods on the stage of conferring gods. Such an epoch-making feat will naturally attract the attention of countless beings. On this day, the central universe was crowded with people, and the shadows of creatures were everywhere in the starry sky. There are bright smiles on every creature's face. The conferred god ceremony is a grand event that we have never had before in Hongmeng. The mighty power of the Emperor of Heaven is not comparable to that of ordinary people like us. I heard that there are creatures outside of primordial origin. They are called the Xuan Protoss. I don't know if it is true or not. Whether he is true or not, there is a heavenly emperor guarding Hongmeng, so what are you afraid of? All the creatures are talking, and all the creatures have a relaxed expression. Compared to the panic under the rule of the primordial gods before, there is a smile on the faces of the primordial beings at this time. The strength of each creature is also incomparable. Fairy Tai from the Tai sect stood in the first line of personnel in front of the conferred god stage. There was a look of complicated awe on the ugly face. The real Ling Miao next to her also looked helpless. The two of them are old-fashioned leaders of forces, and even the primordial gods cannot shake them. But today, he was invited to participate in the new god canonization ceremony. Outsiders thought they posted it on their own initiative, but in fact they were forced to, and they still couldn't resist it. This gave their self-esteem a strong blow. In the future, the whole of Hongmeng will be ruled by the Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Fairy Tai said lonely. It can be seen that he is a little unwilling, but so what? He has to endure even if he is unwilling. Don't you think this is also an opportunity? Under the leadership of the Emperor of Heaven, how many spiritual breakthroughs have our disciples made in the past 100 years? This did not exist in the past. Daoist Ling Miao said with emotion. Hey, isn't that Hu Xubing from Chaotian Palace? There is also Tai Tianzuan from Tiandaiming. Judging by their positions, it seems very unusual. At this moment, Fairy Tai raised her head to look at the conferred god stage. I saw that at this time, it was almost time to follow the strong men from each universe. The powerful players of Haotian court began to appear. Their location is not in the starry sky below, but on the 10,008 steps of the conferred god stage. The first ones to appear were the immortal officials led by Lu Boan. They stood at the far right of the conferred god stage, ranked from high to low. On the left are the generals led by Hongmeng. Then it must be Emperor Hongmeng, she is indeed magnificent. I heard that she is also the eldest daughter of the heavenly emperor. Hey, isn't the second one the nine-headed lion that killed the foreigners? Hey, Hongmeng Tianting Erlang God Yongjian, Golden Hammer God General Li Yuanba, and Martial Saint Guan Yu, they are all among the top few. I feel that the aura of each of the strong men in the Hongmeng Heavenly Court is extremely strong. TSK, as expected of a god general, is extraordinary. Amidst the hundreds of millions of comments, the gods of the Hongming heavenly court and the immortal official coefficient appeared on the stage. At a certain moment, Lu Bowen came out of the crowd. Standing on the conferred god stage, he glanced at the boundless creatures standing in the starry sky, and then said, "The Emperor of Heaven is here." As his voice came out, Xuanhuan stood on the colorful auspicious clouds, with Bai Suzhen on the left and the new emperor Su Ling Tian on the right, and his concubine and children behind him. "Welcome His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, to the conferred god stage." Lu Bowen knelt on his knees and shouted loudly. When he knelt down, all the creatures knelt down. They all shouted, "Long live His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, long live, long live." Standing on the conferred god stage, even the concubine Tian, the new emperor, and the princes all knelt down. Followed up. The sound wave was higher than the wave, and the sound was uniform, and the momentum was not usually huge. Xuanhuan stood on the conferred god stage, covered with both hands, enjoying the praises of all living beings. Immortal officials and generals all looked eager. The creatures are full of fanaticism. Bai Suzhen and other concubines were full of pride. Headed by Su Ling Tian, the princes and princesses were full of admiration. Such a scene is deeply imprinted in the hearts of Xuanhuan's heirs, and will never be erased. Especially Su Ling Tian, his eyes are full of yearning and longing. At this moment, he vowed to follow in the footsteps of his father as his lifelong goal. Not only them, but the hundreds of millions of creatures in the audience were also shocked by this scene. I saw strips of Emperor Flame Dragon Qi soaring into the sky from Xuanhuan's back, and with the backdrop of tens of thousands of steps, all living beings felt the majesty of the Emperor of Heaven. At a certain moment, Xuanhuan raised his hand, and all the voices stopped abruptly. Seeing this, Bai Jingxing stood up, cleared his throat and said, "Heavenly Emperor, today we will open the conferred god platform to create guardian gods for Hongmeng. You and other Hongmeng creatures will obey the gods and multiply. And the Heavenly Emperor will lead all God, revered by all the gods, as the eternal Heavenly Emperor." A piece of blood-stirring celestial ritual document was issued from Bai Jingxing's mouth. Go deep into the hearts of every creature in Hongmeng. Soon, after reading the Jitian mantra, Xuanhuan stepped forward. Today is the grand ceremony of conferring gods in the Hongmeng world. I am the Emperor of Heaven, canonize the gods, and lead the Hongmeng world, and I am the Lord of all life, and all life must respect it. Xuanhuan opened his mouth slowly, and when he spoke, the entire starry sky, the entire conferred god stage, and the entire primordial world fell silent. Especially the strong men in Hongmeng heavenly court all had expressions of excitement on their faces. The conferred god ceremony. Guqi's face was complicated. During the Battle of Wushuang, he could still look at Xuanhuan with a normal state of mind. But later, he was shocked. Until now, he had to look up to Xuanhuan. This huge contrast made him feel unwilling, and wanted to stand up and question Xuanhuan, but he didn't have the guts, nor the qualifications. Whether it was the invasion of foreign races or the punishment of Hongmeng, he did not do anything. Don't talk about him, even Fairy Tai, Daoist Ling Miao. Even Hua Xubing, who once thought he was comparable to the primordial gods, didn't contribute much. The Emperor of Heaven tried his best to turn the tide, repel and kill the foreign invasion, which is obvious to all. Moreover, as the father of primordial gods, a creation god, he really doesn't have the qualifications to stand up. Emperor Hongmeng. I named you the head of the gods and commanded them. I ordered you to guard the land of Hongmeng together with the 5 sons of Hongmeng. Xuanhuan started conferring gods, and the first one was Emperor Hongmeng. In order to make the conferred god ceremony known to the entire primordial being, he purposely spread his magic power and supreme supernatural powers throughout the primordial origin and the rest of the big world, the universe. In an instant, all universes, interfaces, and creatures in worlds large and small were shocked by his voice. The conferred god ceremony, the great prosperity of the entire Hongmeng, I really yearn for it. Emperor Hongmeng, could it be that great god who created Hongmeng with his own body? Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Mighty, these words make me want to join Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Today is destined to be a day that my Hongmeng will pass down through the ages. All the creatures were talking and excited. As a result, more and more living beings began to believe in the Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Not to mention anything else, since Hongmeng Heavenly Court has controlled all the fairylands, big worlds, and universes, it has not expropriated or enslaved them, but let them have their own, allowing them to have a wider world to express themselves. 9 spirits primordial sage, I have named you the 9 spirits demon lord, to lead the Hongmeng lion clan and protect Hongmeng forever. Yang Jian, I will designate you as the number 1 general in the heavenly court, to show you the sage and true king for Erlang. Li Yuanba, I named you Jinpeng Yaozuan, who will lead all the bird monster clans in Hongmeng and protect Hongmeng forever. Guan Yu, I named you the great martial saint, the number 1 general in Hongmeng Heavenly Court. You are the ancestor of all warriors in the world, and you are respected by them. Eastern Emperor Tai, Dijun, I enshrine you too as the righteous gods of Hongmeng Guangming, who will protect Hongmeng heaven and earth forever. Black and white are impermanent, I will designate you too as righteous gods of black and white, and heavenly masters of Hongmeng Difu. Xuanhuan began to confer gods one by one, and every time he conferred a god, the voice would spread throughout the entire Hongmeng. Xiaozi stepped forward to listen to the letter. It took Xuanhuan 2 hours to canonize the powerhouses of the entire Hongmeng Heavenly Court, then he turned his gaze to Xiaozi, Hongjun, and Yinyang Chongsheng. Xiaozi stepped forward to listen to the letter. At this time, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said, "The minister is here. This Xiaozi is Xiaozi's avatar. Under Xuanhuan's promotion, he has got rid of his avatar status and become a real living being. Xiaozi, I enshrine you as the god of Hongmeng, who will be worshipped and enshrined by the creatures of Hongmeng, and will guard Hongmeng forever. Hongjun, I named you the god of Hongmeng, and you will be believed by the creatures of Hongmeng, and you will guard Hongmeng forever. Yin and Yang live forever, I will seal you as the god of Hongmeng, and you will be believed by the creatures of Hongmeng, and you will guard Hongmeng forever. Huatsubing, I named you a primordial god. Taibai Jinxing, I named you a primordial god. Spiritual Master Ling Miao, I named you a primordial god. Fairy Tai, I named you a primordial god. As soon as this remark came out, no matter if it was Huatsubing, Fairy Tai, or Taoist Ling Miao, they all looked dumbfounded. Just when the 3 of them were in a daze, Lu Bowen spoke. Huatsubing, Taoist Ling Miao, Fairy Tai, why don't you come forward and listen? As soon as these words came out, the 3 people's faces flashed with excitement, and they rushed out more and more, and knelt down at Xuanhuan's feet. None of the 3 of them thought that they could still become a primordial god. In a sense, the primordial God has already stood above all living beings. How could such an honor not make the three of them shocked and excited? At this moment, the three of them completely returned to their hearts. Xuanhuan named the three as the gods of Hongmeng, and this was done deliberately, in order to buy people's hearts. The primordial spirit is an empty title, able to buy people's hearts. Xuanhuan is willing to do it. He believed that the three of them also understood this, but they were still very willing to accept it. Because the same is true if you don't accept it. It's better to give it a false name. Thank you, Your Majesty, Long N. In the end, the three of them knelt down to accept the order with expressions of excitement. The 7 gods of Hongmeng are established. From then on, in the land of Hongmeng, the 7 gods will live in one side and jointly maintain the safety of the land of Hongmeng. For this reason I will give you 7 treasures of Hongmeng. I hope you will not let me down. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and he took out the 7 radiant treasures. Seeing this, the 7 people knelt down and thanked him. Afterwards, the conferred god ceremony continued. Xuanhuan continued to be canonized as the god general of Hongmeng Heavenly Court. Just as the conferring god ceremony was in full swing, a large hole suddenly appeared in a certain space of Hongmeng to avoid obstacles. Immediately afterwards, 3 creatures wearing various armor stepped in. Is this the Xuanhuan plane? A man in golden armor looked at the rich majestic purple energy in front of him and sighed in admiration. Didn't you realize that the aura here is brand new? It seems that it has just appeared for less than 100 years. Could it be that some kind of change has taken place in the plane of primordial origin? The one who spoke was a tall and thin creature wearing blue armor. His pair of eyes are also blue, and the blue light is shining, full of wisdom. Isn't this exactly what we hoped for? Let's go, let's meet the legendary reincarnation of the God Emperor. This person is the only female among the 3, wearing a fiery red armor, which sets off her graceful figure. The voice is like a lark. When the 2 heard it, they stopped talking. Leave in an instant. Emperor Hongmeng, who was standing beside Xuanhuan, frowned the moment the 3 of them appeared. Father, here they come. The voice transmission between Emperor Hongmeng and Xuanhuan made Xuanhuan's heart move, but the ceremony of conferring the gods is still going on. No interruptions due to this. 3 days passed quickly. The conferred god ceremony finally came to an end amidst the praises of hundreds of millions of living beings. Hundreds of millions of souls have not dispersed for a long time, and they are still immersed in the enthusiasm of the grand ceremony, unable to extricate themselves. Ding. Complete the main task function. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance of divine empowerment, 1 chance of supreme awakening, 1 chance of supreme summoning, 10 chances of powerhouse teleportation, 10 chances of primordial reawakening, 10 chances to transcend tribulation, 10 chances to temper the body with primordial qi, 10 chances to inherit Taoism, 10 chances to awaken beyond limit, and 10 chances to benefit from the system. Sitting in the imperial garden, a system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. It proves that he has successfully completed this task. At this time, Xiaozi and other new primordial gods stood in front of him. Emperor Hongmeng and Jiuling Yuanxing stood beside him. After glancing at the 7 people, Xuanhuan said, "From now on, you will live on your own side. Except for your status as the gods of Hongmeng, you should not participate in the hegemony between your subordinates and all parties in Hongmeng. Your only task is to protect Hongmeng from other foreign aggression. In addition, you will all be subject to the authority of Hongmeng Emperor. Jurisdiction. Not beyond. Su Haoyan's faint instructions made the seven gods even more awed. I will walk out of Hongmeng and go to the outer sky in a few days. You must protect the land of Hongmeng. Su Haoyan continued. My son obeys the order. The minister obeys the order. Emperor Hongmeng, Jiuling Yuansheng, quickly replied. The seven people also agreed in unison. Afterwards, Su Haoyan left Emperor Hongmeng alone. Under Su Haoyan's order, Emperor Hongmeng called out the 5 sons of Hongmeng, and integrated the 5 spirit steels into their bodies. Since then, they have truly become the patron saints of Hongmeng. They are Mu Guiying, the guardian of the East Hongmeng, Chang'e, the guardian of the West Hongmeng, Lying, the guardian of the North Hongmeng, Chunliner, the guardian of the South Hongmeng, and Yuluocha, the guardian of the Central Hongmeng. After Hongmeng Emperor and Hongmeng's 5 sons left, Su Haoyan sat quietly in the imperial garden and took a sip of tea. Then said, Since you are here, come out. He spoke to the air. Subsequently, wouldn't the Emperor of Heaven be afraid of losing his life when he saw the 3 of us alone? As the sound sounded, there was a void in front of Su Haoyan, and the void fluctuated for a while, and then 3 people appeared there out of thin air. It is the alien creature who broke through the space to avoid obstacles and came to Hongmeng. It was the woman in the fiery red armor who spoke just now. The 3 of you have been standing there for a long time, and I really can't bear to make you tired. Su Haoyan said casually while drinking tea. Tell me, come from far away, what's the matter? Su Haoyan asked, straight to the point. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, we do not speak dark words. The 3 of us are here today to make a deal with His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. The man in the blue armor spoke. Deal? Tell me. Su Haoyan was still casual. I would like to ask His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven to rescue the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. Once you successfully rescue them, I will return to your command. The last man in golden armor said. What are your identities? What is your relationship with the direct lineage of the Xuanhuan god clan? To be honest, we are the descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. 100,000 years ago, we escaped from the seal by chance. We are now transformed into ordinary creatures on the 9th plane of origin. 100 years ago, I heard that the reincarnation of the God Emperor founded the 10th source plane. We risked our lives to come to worship. You guys trust me that much? Su Haoyan looked up at the 3 of them. The deep eyes made the 3 of them tremble. Although Su Haoyan's cultivation level was comparable to theirs, they felt like they were all seen. We can feel the strong aura unique to a God Emperor in you. However, we can also feel that your memory has not been fully restored. We can take you to the ancestral hall and retrieve the things you once left behind. There is a treasure that can completely restore your memory. The woman in the fiery red armor spoke. Do you know the exact location of the direct lineage of the Xuanhuan god clan? Su Haoyan asked with a heartbeat. The position of the Xuanhuan Protoss is changing all the time. We have special tracking methods. When the time comes, we will send you into one of the worlds. When Su Haoyan heard this, he felt even more strange. Could it be that there is more than one world where the Xuanhuan Protoss are located? Although he was puzzled, Su Haoyan didn't ask, because now everyone is not in The same group, and they can't fully trust. It's pretty good to let them do this. Okay, I promise you. We will leave in 1 month. Afterwards, Xuanhuan recruited Xuanhuan Xiaotian, and after the three of them settled down, he went straight to the harem. Now he is going to see his children. He is the father of a large group of children. Before he leaves, he naturally wants to see them. There are more than a dozen children, so he really experienced the happiness and troubles of having too many children. Before Hongmeng avoids obstacles, Xuanhuan brought Li Yuanba and 3 Xuan Protoss to appear here. There is nothingness here, a chaotic realm composed of primordial purple qi, primal chaos qi, and a little bit of other gas. After several people appeared here, the man in the golden armor broke through to avoid the barrier, and in the next second, several people appeared in the nothingness beyond the primordial realm. This is a pale world, and everything that comes into view is a vast expanse, without any other creatures and creatures. There is only endless nothingness. Standing in nothingness, Xuanhuan looked at the vast expanse of whiteness in front of him and couldn't help frowning tightly. Does the endless nothingness really exist in other spaces? At this moment, the man in the golden armor behind him spoke. Your Majesty, follow the three of us, and we will take you to the dimensional space. In order for Xuanhuan to understand the meaning of dimensional space, the man in golden armor continued. Dimensional space is the miniature particle space created by the great power of the direct descendants of the Xuan god clan. Only in this way can the direct descendants of the Xuan god clan survive. While talking, the man in the golden armor flew towards the nothingness in front of him. At this moment, in Xuanhuan's mind, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Complete the main task, go out of the grand mist to explore unknown civilizations. The system specially rewards the host 5 times for the awakening of the primordial spirit, 5 times for quenching the body with primordial energy, 5 times for the powerhouse to teleport, and 5 times for the awakening of the grand mist, 5 chances to cross the tribulation, 5 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances to be a strong man, 10 chances to copy a strong man, 10 chances to inherit Taoism, and 1 chance to limit summoning. The first step is over, and the following is the second step, saving the direct lineage of the Xuan god clan from the fire and water. And judging from the tasks issued by the system, it seems that there are still benefits waiting for him. At this moment, the man in golden armor flying ahead suddenly stopped. Jiuling. Yuanqing looked up. It quickly settled in one direction. In front of him, a cloud of Xuan qi suddenly appeared, and soon became a figure. He is like nothingness, it seems that he may disperse at any time. Seeing this face, the bodies of the 3 men in golden armor shook suddenly. Immediately shouted. Ancestor Shenming, why did you appear? The man in the golden armor said anxiously. It's Jin Ling, Lan Ling, and Hua Ling. Could it be that the 3 of you really escaped and ascended to heaven? The old man instantly recognized the 3 of them, and his face suddenly showed joy. But immediately said in a hurry. Run, you leave here quickly, those hateful branches have discovered the dimensional space of our people for some reason, and are now killing us here. Leave quickly. I heard that in the depths of nothingness, a new source plane has appeared. Where there is a piece of life, you can live there. The old man reminded. Old ancestor, that's where we came from. And we brought reinforcements. When Jin Ling said this, he stepped aside and pointed to Xuanhuan to introduce. This is the source master of the 10th source plane, His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Ancestor, don't you feel anything from him? The ancestor Xuanhuan originally had an urgent expression, but his eyes widened in an instant. How can you have the aura of the direct lineage of the Xuanhuan god clan on your body? No, this is not the direct descendant of the Xuanhuan god clan, but, oh my God, it's the breath of the creator god? Who are you? The ancestor Xuanhuan was finally suppressed. The source master of my 10th source plane seems to have another identity. The founder of the source god race. Xuanhuan said with a smile on his face. The ancestor Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan, then at Jiuling Yuansheng, and then at Jinling and the other three. After a little silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "You said that you are the reincarnation of the ancestor god. I can't believe it completely, but you do have the breath of the ancestor god on your body, so now there is only one way to prove you. That is to go to the ancestral hall with me. I want to ask now do you dare to enter the dimensional space with me?" The ancestor Xuanhuan said solemnly. "Why don't you dare? Even if you don't invite me, I still want to go in." Seeing Xuanhuan like this, a surprised expression flashed on the old man's face. However, he didn't hesitate, turned around and waved, and the next second, a black particle suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. This particle is like a black grain of sand, mixed in the white nothingness, so tiny that it is difficult to detect with the naked eye. In the next second, the old man disappeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's eyes froze. The three of Jinling also disappeared. Xuanhuan and Jiuling Yuansheng didn't go in a hurry, but let out their spiritual sense to sense it, and he found a strong anger coming from inside. No more hesitation, Xuanhuan and Jiuling got into the particles, disappeared in the endless void. Soon, the endless void here quieted down. But only 10 minutes later, there was a sound of piercing in the depths of the void, and then countless creatures of the Xuanhuan god clan flew over. The leader is a young man with double pupils, with a strong breath, wearing a white battle armor. He came here, looked at it a little, and then set in surprise. The aura of the remnants of the Xuanhuan god clan should be here. And the coordinates left by General Tong are also here? Why don't you see anyone? Xuanhuan and the others naturally didn't know what happened to the void after they entered the particle. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then appeared in holy places, with blue sky and white clouds, full of aura. There are countless flying islands floating here and there, with different sizes. There is no rule of starry sky here, and there is no breath of water element. However, there was an extremely rich source of energy. And not far from him in Jiuling, the three of Jinling and the Xuanhuan ancestor were waiting for him. After the Xuanhuan ancestor, there are densely packed Siyuan creatures, and more than half of them are the cultivation bases of the supreme Siyuan Taizu realm. The dozen or so people in the lead had an innate aura of immortality. Are you the source master of the new source plane that the three of Jinling talked about, claiming to be the reincarnated creature of the creator of my Xuan Protoss? At this time an immortal Faxian flew up to Xuanhuan and asked, "Why, when you get here, you can't feel the pure breath of the gods flowing in my body?" Xuanhuan said playfully, "Even so, we can't trust you easily, but if you can help us repel the enemy, we will not only believe in your existence, take you to the ancestral hall, but also rejoin your command." "Deal, but there doesn't seem to be a war here." Xuanhuan agreed without hesitation. There is no free lunch in the world, and if he can really subdue these former direct descendants, it will be of great help to him to control this starry sky. Ancestor, it's not good, those collaterals have broken through the last line of defense and rushed in. At this moment, a descendant of the original God clan suddenly appeared beside the ancestor in a panic. He said urgently. Xuanhuan didn't need to ask, even if he sensed it with his divine sense, he could still feel the strong and fierce aura coming from a certain direction in this world. Ding. Trigger the side mission, repel the invading enemy with a tyrannical posture. Mission details: the Heavenly Emperor is the reincarnation of the God Emperor of creation. If he wants to return to take over the Xuanhuan God clan, he must subdue the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan God clan. If the host kills the invading enemy with tyrannical strength, it will establish a tall image in the hearts of the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan God clan. The system specially rewards the host with a chance for divine power empowerment, a chance for divine power empowerment, a chance for primordial awakening, and a chance for the source, a chance to quench one's body at the beginning, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken a diehard loyalist. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, hitting Xuanhuan's arms. He just wants to conquer his former subordinates with great strength. Xuanhuan didn't talk nonsense, took Jiuling Yuanxing with him, and disappeared in place with a teleportation. Only the bewildered crowd remained. Are they going now? Don't you sit on the ground and raise the price, or negotiate with us? One of the ancestors was surprised. He is saving his former people, so what are the conditions? Jin Ling spoke again. It made everyone more suspicious. They have become frightened birds now, and they are most afraid of refusing. Wolves at the front door and entering tigers at the back door. At that time, the country will also be destroyed. It doesn't matter, let's take a look at the past first, we have nothing to do. Now, we can only gamble. The other side. Xuanhuan Jiuling stood in the void, and in front of him was the densely packed army of the side branch of the Xuanhuan god race. As for how to tell whether they are direct lineages or collateral lineages, it is easy to tell the difference by looking at the number of pupils and the amount of divine power. Who are you? Get out of here. Otherwise, you will be destroyed? Seeing two people blocking their way, a branch of the Xuanhuan Protoss shouted. Xuanhuan didn't speak, but raised his head and smiled contemptuously. The best way to achieve the effect of subduing is to kill the opponent by violent means. So in the next second, he directly released 10,000 clones. Suspended in the air, it surrounded the opposite army in an instant. This is not over yet, and before the army on the opposite side reacted, the number of clones exceeded 1 million in an instant. After the advanced immortality method innate, the number of clones that Xuanhuan can summon doubled again. 1 million clones surrounded the third and outer three layers of the hundreds of thousands of troops on the opposite side, which immediately made them dumbfounded. At the same time, the ancestors of Shanming and other descendants of the original gods also rushed here. When he saw Xuanhuan's million clone, he was immediately stunned. Are you the Heavenly Emperor from the Xingyuan plain? How is it possible? Why are you here? A man in golden armor on the opposite side suddenly exclaimed. As he spoke, he looked at the densely packed heavenly emperors around him, and his heart was already horrified to the extreme. Surrounded by 1 million immortal law innate powerhouses, even if he is the immortal divine sense emperor, he will not be so calm. These avatars The ancestor Xianming swallowed hard, his face extremely ugly. He had already thought of a countermeasure just now. Once Xuanhuan really repelled the enemy, they would immediately break the contract and work together to expel Xuanhuan. The ancestral hall is really important to them. Once handed over to others, then their direct line will no longer have a bargaining chip to compete with the collateral line. However, now it seems that they all underestimated Xuanhuan's ability. A million clones are not scary. What is scary is that these millions of clones have the same cultivation level as the main body. Such methods are unheard of and unseen. Make them terrified. Kill. At this moment, Xuanhuan spoke. His enmity with these offshoots of the Xuanhuan Protoss has reached a point where there is no need to hold back. Jiuling, the leading immortal divine sense emperor, has been handed over to you. Do you have the confidence to kill him? Xuanhuan asked. Master, don't worry, his cultivation is the same as mine, but his divine power is not as strong as mine. Killing him is easy. Jiuling Yuanqing said proudly. Then turned around and disappeared. When it appeared, it had already come to the side of the man in golden armor. Facing the sudden appearance of Jiuling Yuanqing, the man in golden armor was really shocked. How could you be the emperor of immortal divine sense? Impossible. How could someone as strong as you appear on the Xingyuan plain? He was stunned for an instant. A powerhouse like the immortal divine sense emperor, even in the Xuanhuan Protoss, is still a strong one. Generally, there will be no immortal divine sense emperor in the new source plane without countless billions of years of gestation. How could Jiuling Yuanqing talk nonsense with him, and directly transformed into a nine-headed holy body? In an instant, the world was dark, and then a monster shaking 9 heads appeared in front of all living beings. The first ancestor of Xianming and other direct lineages of the original god clan were stunned. The 3 of Jinling also opened their mouths wide, showing expressions of disbelief. Rumble. What followed was the avatar of the Million Heavenly Emperor, who started to attack. Horrific explosions followed one after another, and the screams of the Xuanhuan Protoss sidelines were also mixed in during the period. The leading man in golden armor rushed to fight, and was completely suppressed by Jiuling Yuanqing at the beginning of the battle. The battle was instantly overwhelming. Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine Dragons chair and began to watch the battle leisurely. He wants to enter the starry sky of the Xuanhuan Protoss with an extremely strong posture, and start his first battle after returning from countless billions of years. Heavenly Emperor, it is not easy to establish a new source plane, please. Don't make mistakes. If you offend the Xuanhuan god race, you will not end well. Although the man in the golden armor has the first level cultivation of the immortal divine sense emperor, he is simply vulnerable compared to the transformed 9 spirits. At this point, it was already in jeopardy. However, at this moment, General Lin, don't be afraid, I'll come. A voice suddenly sounded in the void. Immediately after the space was torn apart, a tall man in blue helmet and blue armor stepped in through the crack. Another immortal divine sense emperor. Jiuling Yuanqing, who was in the battle, couldn't help frowning. He could easily deal with 1, but 2 were beyond his power. The ancestors of Xianming and other descendants of the primordial Protoss changed color one after another. However, Xuanhuan glanced contemptuously at the big man in golden armor, who had just appeared and came in front of him in a flash. Prepare to meet him in person. He hasn't made a move since the advanced immortal method innate. He has many means now, coupled with his strong divine power, it shouldn't be a problem to leapfrog challenges. So as soon as the golden armored man appeared, he had this idea. Jiuling, killed that guy of yours, and leave this to me. When Jiuling Yuanqing heard this, he immediately felt relieved. So as soon as the golden armored man appeared, he had this idea. Jiuling, killed that guy of yours, and leave this to me. When Jiuling Yuanqing heard this, he immediately felt relieved. He has a kind of blind confidence in Su Haoyan. Although Su Haoyan only has the innate cultivation of immortality, he believes that Su Haoyan can defeat and kill him. Seeing this, the ancestor Xianming and the others showed doubts. Immortal Fa Xiantian versus Immortal Divine Sense Emperor, what a joke, right? Boom. Without any hesitation, Su Haoyan directly activated the Taishu divine body. In an instant, Su Haoyan's figure reached 10,000 feet in size, and golden flame dragon energy mixed with colorful divine power blasted out from behind him. 54 colorful dragon auras shook their heads and swayed, and rushed directly towards the golden armored man who had also transformed into a size of 10,000 feet. Humph, Heavenly Emperor, although you are the source master of the Xingyuan plane, do you think you can win against the immortal divine sense Emperor with the immortal law? Whether you can fight or not, you will know. Su Haoyan sneered. At the same time, when he raised his right hand, a 7-colored mini-hill burst out from the palm of his hand amidst the radiance of 7-colored divine light. In an instant, it became the size of 10,000 feet, and it slammed into the golden armored man with a force that could destroy the world. This? Oh my God, is this Taishu Shinshan? The creation god's Taishu mountain? How is it possible? The face of the golden armored man suddenly turned pale. Below, the first ancestor of Xianming and other descendants of the primordial Protoss opened their mouths and eyes wide at the moment they saw Taishu Shinshan, their heads roared and their thoughts became confused. Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of the creation god emperor? The ancestor of Xianming trembled, his voice trembled, and he looked completely unbelievable. It seems that it is. According to rumors, only the soul of the god emperor and his old man can activate Taishu Shinshan. It is said that countless billions of years ago, with the disappearance of the god emperor, the Taishu divine mountain disappeared, even our ancestors couldn't find it. Now that the Taishu divine mountain appears, it means that my descendants of the divine clan are saved. There was a lot of discussion among the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan, and even the collateral army of the Xuanhuan god clan, which was besieged by the clone of the heavenly emperor, became suspicious. The immortal divine sense emperor of the Xuanhuan god clan who was fighting against Jiuling Yuanqing was bitten off by Jiuling Yuanqing without any investigation, and his body was directly smashed to pieces. His fairy baby was planning to step into the void with a panicked expression and escape. It's a pity that Jiuling Yuanqing had too many heads, and at almost the same time another head devoured his fairy baby. An immortal divine mind emperor fell in an instant like this. Once the leader is wiped out, the army's morale is slackened. Hundreds of thousands of troops were directly wiped out by the heavenly emperor clone. Could it be that you are really the reincarnation of the creation god emperor? On the other side, the big man in golden armor who was fighting against Su Haoyan couldn't calm down anymore. If Su Haoyan was really the reincarnation of the god emperor, the emperor's court that they managed to build up by their offshoots would collapse in an instant. No, the god emperor has already passed away, and he cannot be allowed to return. Thinking of this, the man in golden armor was about to leave, and he wanted to Report back. It's a pity, how could Xuanhuan allow him to escape? The colorful rays of light from the Taishu mountain directly covered the golden-armored man in it, and streams of corrosive force rushed out from the Taishu mountain and acted on the body of the golden-armored man. In an instant, the golden-armored man was fighting for nothingness. Another immortal divine mind emperor fell. The void was silent. All the descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan looked at Xuanhuan, who was like a giant with wide eyes, and couldn't believe what happened before them. Ding! Complete the side mission, repel the invading enemy with a tyrannical posture. The system specially rewards the host with a chance of extreme good fortune, a chance of divine power empowerment, a chance of primordial reawakening, and a chance of primordial chi quenching. A chance to become a body, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken the diehards. Listening to the system notification sound in his mind, Xuanhuan did not put away the Taishu divine body, but just stepped on the flying island, lowered his head and looked down at the ancestors of Xianming and other creatures of the original lineage of the original gods. Are you still doubting my identity? The ancestor Xianming and other creatures immediately hesitated. Although they already believed in their hearts that Xuanhuan was the reincarnation of the God Emperor, they still couldn't believe it was true. My junior, the great elder of Biling Tianwu Ninth World pays homage to his Majesty, the God Emperor. Welcome His Majesty, the God Emperor, to move to the ancestral hall. At this moment, an old voice sounded in this world. Immediately shocked the hearts of many people. I will wait for the younger generation to meet His Majesty, the God Emperor. When the ancestor Xianming and others heard the voice, they immediately knelt down in the void without hesitation. Xuanhuan turned his head and glanced at the direction of the source of the voice just now. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. In fact, as soon as he and Jiuling Yuanxing entered the space, they felt the detection of a divine sense. This divine sense never disappeared until he killed the immortal divine emperor who was fighting with him, and the other party gave up on his investigation. This is also the real reason why he has not taken back the Taishu divine body and Taishu divine mountain for a long time. Please, His Majesty the God Emperor, accept the supernatural powers, and then go to the ancestral hall to welcome back what belongs to you. Xianming ancestor and other creatures said together. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate. After recovering his body, under the protection of Jiuling, he went in the same direction with Xianming and other 10 immortals. Seeing Xuanhuan's leaving back, all the creatures of the direct lineage of the Xuanhuan god clan suddenly boiled. Great, we finally made it through. The return of His Majesty the God Emperor will definitely lead us to regain our homeland. I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would still be able to see the true face of the God Emperor. What an honor! All creatures are discussing. Everyone had bright smiles on their faces. Soon, everyone came to a white palace. The palace is as big as a football field. Majestic and majestic. In front of the palace stands a tall statue. This statue is full of endless vicissitudes, and an aura of looking down on everything. Standing in front of the statue, any living being will have a sense of oppression. When Xuanhuan stood in front of this statue, he was happy. He finally knew what was enshrined in this ancestral hall. This is the statue. This is his statue, and it looks exactly like him. In this statue, he felt a kind and familiar atmosphere. It was his memory, his lost memory. Your Majesty the God Emperor, please take back the memory that the old slave has guarded for countless millions of years, and you left in the statue. At this moment, above the statue, a figure flashed suddenly, and an old man with white beard suddenly appeared out of thin air. He was looking at Xuanhuan below with surprise. The voice trembled a little. Please His Majesty the God Emperor, take back your memory and lead the tribe to glory again. The ancestor of Shen Ming, Jin Ling, and other creatures knelt down one after another, shouting in unison. Please His Majesty the God Emperor, take back your memory and lead the tribe to create brilliance. All the creatures of the direct lineage of the Xuanhuan god clan knelt down at this moment and shouted in unison. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was not hypocritical. Take a step forward. Straight into the statue in front of him. Xuanhuan felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then he appeared in a world full of colorful lights. As soon as he appeared, a handsome man wearing a colorful nine-dragon robe walked out from the colorful rays of light in front of him. Isn't it him? When Xuanhuan saw this man, it was as if he saw him. You are finally here, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. As the young man spoke, he strode towards him. Without stopping, without hesitation, the moment he came into contact with his body, he escaped into his body and disappeared without a trace. Rumble. In an instant, Xuanhuan's head exploded. His consciousness instantly fell into chaos. In a daze, Xuanhuan gradually regained consciousness. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes with difficulty, and when the eyelids fluttered, what caught his eyes was a piece of light, endless light. However, the next second, he was not calm. Because he found himself a mass of light, a crystal-clear luminous body. Only the size of a thumb. Where the hell is this? How did I become a ball of light? In the end, what happened? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Immediately, my heart sank. He found that his divine power had disappeared. At this moment, he is just a ball of light, a luminous body without any breath. Even the consciousness is gone. Could it be that this is my memory space? After a long time, Xuanhuan asked in his heart. System, are you still there? Unfortunately, no reply was received. Could it be that the system was erased by some force? Xuanhuan was really dumbfounded. There is no way, he will start to fly around and check it out. But at this moment, a group of luminous bodies exactly like him flew from the depths of the world. He flew west for a while, and ran east for a while, without any rules at all. Obviously it was flying aimlessly. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was overjoyed, and flew towards that wide body. However, the next second he was stunned. As soon as he moved, the luminous body flew towards him directly. Seeing that it was about to hit him, it still didn't stop. The point is, it's too late for him to hide now. He could only watch helplessly as the luminous body hit him. Xuanhuan was so angry that he cursed in his heart, preparing for the comet to hit the meteorite. However, immediately after, Xuanhuan was stunned. When the ball of light hit him, there was no explosion as imagined, nor the severe pain as imagined. The ball of light just swaggered through his body, and then walked away. This is so ignored, or could it be that I am nothingness? After being dazed for a long time, Xuanhuan finally came to this conclusion. In order to prove that he was guessing, he chased after the light ball. So for the next period of time, the two groups of light continued to wander in this space. After an unknown amount of time, the light group, belonging to Xuanhuan, finally stopped. He has now fully confirmed that he is illusory, and he came to this world like a bystander. And he also confirmed one thing, this place should be the origin of all things, there is no matter here, only light, endless light. Here, he is the only luminous body with consciousness, and that light group only has instinctive consciousness. In a sense, it has no intelligence. He followed the light, and he planned to see what the light wanted to do. At the same time, he also wanted to prove his guess. The ball of light just flew so slowly and aimlessly, and I don't know how long it has passed. At a certain moment, he was suspended in a soft light in such a quiet void. Not moving. I don't know how long it took, but when Xuanhuan lost his patience, his eyes suddenly widened. He was shocked to find that the group of light was actually absorbing the surrounding light, and seemed to be silently growing itself. He's actually practicing? Xuanhuan was stunned. This light has no cultivation method and no consciousness, so how can it know how to cultivate? He really wanted to check the light, but with a twitch in his heart, he forcibly dismissed the idea. I don't know how long it took, but the light finally became a little bit bigger. The surrounding light has also become different. Xuanhuan was still observing. In the ensuing years, that group of light never moved, just floating quietly. Finally one day, the light started to move. Seeing this, Xuanhuan suddenly regained his energy, and planned to see what the light was going to do. The ball of light trembled uncontrollably at first, and then began to elongate and deform. Gradually, a humanoid figure appeared in Xuanhuan's eyes. However, when he wanted to see what this human-shaped light man looked like, the void in front of him suddenly blurred, and then wrinkled, deformed, and elongated. Boom! At a certain moment, like the sound of glass shattering, his consciousness was blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he returned to the inside of the statue, the space filled with colorful rays of light. Almost at this moment, the seven-colored air in the space suddenly rioted. Xuanhuan felt his body tremble, and then the Xuanhuan creation art started to work automatically. Drive the surrounding colorful energy to surround him. Instantly overwhelmed him. Boom! Thousands of colorful auras flowed into his body like a brook flowing into a big river, and they escaped into his body, and became his mana in an instant. Without any refinement. It was as if it was his own mana at all. Boom! Immortal Law Innate Level 2. Immortal Law Innate Level 3. Promoted 2 levels in a row. Let Xuanhuan's momentum be as powerful as possible. At this moment, there is still that tall statue here, and only Xuanhuan is quietly suspended in the void. The whole body is wrapped in colorful flames. It made him appear extremely tall and sacred. Down below, Jin Ling and the others were stunned. Even the white-bearded old man showed up at this time, looking excitedly at Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged. System, how can I lift the seal of my tribe? After sensing his own cultivation, Xuanhuan was very satisfied. At the same time, he also made a bold guess that there are more than one direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. There should be other places. When the host accepts the kneeling of the clansmen, he injects his divine power into the bodies of each clansman, and the seal in their bodies can be lifted. After hearing the explanation from the system prompt, Xuanhuan made a decision in his heart. Unexpectedly, at this time, the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan below made a move. The white-bearded old man glanced at all the clansmen behind him, and then knelt down first. Seeing this, everyone knelt down without any hesitation. I will wait for the Xuanhuan family, the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan, to meet His Majesty, the God Emperor. At this moment, all the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan are here. And their voices are in order. Chi-Chi shouted, and the sound shook the entire space. It can be seen the determination of these creatures. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was right in his arms, and didn't talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, endless seven-colored divine power surged out, engulfing hundreds of millions of descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan's direct line in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Xuanhuan's voice rang out in this world. Removing your seal is also a reward for your persistence for countless billions of years. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, the divine power covering the descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan squirmed for a while, and then, like a long whale sucking water, they were sucked into the bodies of the descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan. Boom, boom, boom. The voices of breakthroughs came from the crowd below. In the beginning, it was only those ancestors who broke through the shackles and made breakthroughs in cultivation. Soon, those clansmen broke through one by one. The spiritual vortex in their bodies is like a volcano that has been suppressed for countless years, and once it erupts, it will be out of control. Hundreds of millions of living beings break through their cultivation at the same time. The shocking scene is absolutely spectacular. This situation lasted for a full half a day, so that the space here was always roaring and exploding. Me, the shackles in my body are gone? My cultivation has broken through. God, me too, my cultivation has also broken through. What's going on? The God Emperor, took over the shackles on us. Let our cultivation level break through. Long live the God Emperor. At this moment, the Xuanhuan family, the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan god clan who had recovered from the shock, suddenly shouted excitedly. I have no doubts about Xuanhuan in my heart. Ding. The host retrieved part of the memory and lifted the seal of 1/9 of the clan. The system specially rewards the host for activating the ultimate creation function. Reward 1 extreme creation. Ding. Complete the main task to lift the seal of the direct lineage of the Xuanhuan god clan. The host will have unexpected gains. At the same time, the system will reward the host with 1 chance to awaken the Supreme Being, 2 chances to teleport from the strong, and 2 chances to awaken the Hongmeng. Opportunities, 2 chances to temper the body with primordial energy, 2 chances to overcome the tribulation of the primordial, 2 chances to be recruited by the primordial, and 10 chances to reach the pinnacle of the strong. Ding. Trigger the main quest, rescue all other descendants of the 9 direct lineages. Mission details, the host reincarnates and returns, and needs to regain control of the Xuanhuan Protoss, and save the whole world while demonstrating majesty. If the host brings all the descendants back to his side, the system will reward the host with a chance for divine power empowerment, a chance for supreme awakening, a chance for extreme good fortune, 5 chances for Hongmeng reawakening, 5 chances for Hongmeng transcending tribulation, 5 times a chance to awaken the primordial, 5 chances to be recruited by the primordial. 3 system prompts sounded in succession, and Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. He never thought that there would be such a huge benefit after lifting the clan's seal. It actually activated a system function. What is the meaning of system limit creation, and what is its function? Xuanhuan asked secretly in his heart. Extreme creation means that the system will shape the host or subordinates creation in an all-round way, and will raise it to the limit. Make its creation unique in the world. For example, Li Yuanba's Jinping creation, after the extreme creation, His golden rock good fortune is the only attribute in this world. All future generations who have golden rock good fortune will regard it as their ancestor. Xuanhuan's heart was slightly shocked by the system's explanation. Awesome, this extreme creation is really awesome. If this is the case, isn't Jin the creator God, and finally, the real God Emperor? Don't the host want to be the creator, the God of creation, the real God Emperor? It's a pity that it's too late. You've already boarded this boat, and it's already too late to think about it. The system sounded, making Xuanhuan a little surprised. System, you talk too much today. No, host, look at your own mind now, and you will know why the system is so talkative today. Hearing this, Xuanhuan was a little puzzled, and quickly sank his mind into his own mind. Just looking at it, he was immediately stunned. I saw, in my mind, at some time an electronic clock that could only appear in his previous life appeared. At this moment, a time appeared on the electronic clock. 100 years, 86 days, 20 hours, 158 minutes. I was shocked for a long time. Xuanhuan came over slowly and asked, "What does it mean?" This electronic timetable means that the world still has 100 years, 86 days, 20 hours and 158 minutes to collapse and disappear. The system's explanation made Xuanhuan gasp. He felt a chill rushing from his heels to his forehead at a speed of 180 kilometers per second. Overwhelming. System, are you saying that the world will perish at that point in time? Yes. What remedy is there? Yes, follow the route set by the system. Fortunately, because of the efforts of the host, this time has been extended, and I have enough time for myself. As long as the host works hard, he will definitely save the world at the last moment. The system's explanation made Xuanhuan secretly roll his eyes, which was the same as no explanation. Although I am very anxious, but things have to be done step by step. The current task still needs to settle the matter of the CU and Protoss, so as to have time to solve the problem of the collapse of this world. It's not that he didn't suspect that the bright red electronic clock was a prank by the system, but when he thought of his inexplicable time travel and inexplicable acquisition of the system, it seemed that there was a pair of big hands behind it all. And I am the executor, maybe the spokesperson, and maybe even the incarnation of those big hands. One day, if I want to find you, I will definitely ask you, you are so full. Can you have a good time playing? After secretly complaining a few words. Xuanhuan is a genius returning to reality. Ding. Trigger the main mission, save the world. Mission details, the end of the world is imminent. If the host saves the world he created by himself, the system will fully open all functions and access rights. You can create gods, etc. The host will become the real god of creation, thus triggering the last mission. A system beep then sounds. Xuanhuan was really stunned for a moment. All permissions? The last mission? Sounds tempting? Xuanhuan muttered to himself, but he soon became less surprised. Because all of this is based on whether you can save the world. Afterwards, Xuanhuan's great elder here, Jin Ming, led him down to a black hole. According to him, the direct descendants of the Xuanhuan divine clan have a total of 9 branches. In addition to their Jinluan clan, there are also 8 clans of Blue Whale, Fire Bird, Qinghui, Hutu, Lightning, Cyclone, Frozen, and Baiyun. They are distributed in every corner of the 9 source planes. To find them, you must enter the endless hole, where there is a passage to enter. God Ancestor, do you really want to enter the endless cave? Finally, Patriarch Jin Ming asked, with a worried face. Facing the concern of these clansmen, Su Haoyan's heavy heart was better. If it were you, would you be calm when you know the end of the world? Yes, in order to make this world peaceful as soon as possible, I must go in. After Su Haoyan finished speaking and agreed with Jin Ming on the time of birth, he led Jiuling into the endless hole, without hesitation. Jin Ming and the elders of the Xuanhuan clan watched the entrance of the endless cave quietly. It took a long time to say. Even the ancestor gods are full of confidence in the revival of the original gods. As a tribe, why should we be negative? Pass my order. From now on, all tribesmen must work hard to cultivate and wait for the call of the ancestor gods. Dark. Endless darkness. After Su Haoyan and Jiuling Yuanqing entered the endless cave, what appeared? In front of them was darkness, darkness that could not be seen at a glance. Master, where have we come? Jiuling Yuanqing followed Su Haoyan closely, always paying attention to the movement around him. It's just that his action was a bit redundant, because there were no living creatures here except them. I don't know either. Su Haoyan was talking to himself, but at this moment, countless small light spots suddenly appeared in front of him, shining like stars. Master, are those light spots the exit? Seeing this, the speed of the two became even faster. Soon came to a point of light. Without any hesitation, and without any choice, he plunged into one of the light spots like a stroke of luck. Boom! The eyes of the two were blurred, and then became clear. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Haoyan heard countless noises. Have you heard that the queen has captured a foreigner, and I heard that he will be executed soon. Foreigner? How did I hear that that person is the reincarnation of the legendary Yu Xuanhuan? Hey, is there still one person locked up here? Why is it so strange recently? Why do people of different races appear one after another? Listening to the chaotic discussions, Su Haoyan opened his eyes first, and the first thing he saw was a building similar to a palace. He is trapped in a huge room. There were crowds of people all around. Around the room, there are countless lights and shadows of different colors. Standing, pointing at them. This is where? Su Haoyan asked suspiciously. He found that Jiuling Yuanqing was no longer by his side, and he didn't know where he was teleported. Are you awake? At this time a voice sounded, attracting the attention of Su Haoyan and the others. I saw a woman in a colorful skirt appearing in front of the room. She had long blue hair loosely scattered behind her head. Seeing her appearance, before Su Haoyan could say anything, the creatures watching the excitement outside suddenly fell to their knees in surprise. See Empress Apocalypse. There are few or hundreds of millions of these creatures, and their voices gathered together, which has the meaning of shaking the sky. At this moment, the woman known as the Queen of Apocalypse ignored those worshippers, but looked at Su Haoyan and them with interest. Aren't you two from the lower realm? Nether? Su Haoyan muttered to himself and said, the lower realm you mentioned? What exactly do you mean? With his current innate third-level strength of the immortal law, he still can't see through the cultivation of the Empress Apocalypse. However, since she is an empress, her lowest level should be the innate Dzogchen realm of immortal law. As soon as he appeared, he met such a strong man, which gave Su Haoyan a new understanding of the strength of the Xuanhuan Protoss. However, despite this, the Apocalypse Queen did not give him the feeling of being invincible. You came out of the source interface and came to us, what is it for? Although you are strangers, and this person's strength is at the level of the immortal divine sense emperor, it is obvious that your identities are not ordinary, and I can also feel that you have no malice towards our Tianchi. But even so, I will not trust you lightly. If necessary, I will hand you over to Master Yuan, and you may even become a prisoner of the imperial court. Although the voice of Empress Apocalypse was very soft, there was an undeniable feeling about it. It made Xuanhuan feel a little uncomfortable. I want to find a close friend. I can't leave him alone when he is caught here. Xuanhuan suddenly thought of the alien they mentioned just now, and he was the reincarnation of the former God Emperor Xuanhuan. Could it be his former subordinate? With a thought in his mind, he just used that as an excuse to come here by accident. Upon hearing this, a look of plague and wrath clearly appeared on the face of Empress Apocalypse. Are you talking about the creature that was taken away by the Tianwu God clan? If it is, then don't be delusional, because none of the alien races taken away by the Tianwu God clan will leave alive. Although the Queen of Apocalypse had a threatening tone in her mouth. But I was really puzzled in my heart. She had been fortunate enough to have been to the Tianwu God clan, and she had also seen the billions of feet tall statue enshrined in the center of the Tianwu God clan. But Xuanhuan looks very similar to that god statue. It was precisely because of this that she did not attack Xuanhuan. This is the mandala cage of our Apocalypse dynasty. You can't escape, so hurry up and get here. Ignoring Empress Tianqi's threat, Xuanhuan asked in his heart at this moment. System, where was Zhouling Yuansheng sent? The system is also unknown, but with his cultivation base of immortal divine sense emperor, he already has the power to protect himself, so there will be no danger. When the system said this, Xuanhuan immediately felt relieved. Then, without hesitation, he ordered in his heart. System, use the powerhouse teleportation function to teleport Li Yuanba to me. Now that the system has been fully opened, and there is an additional function of extreme creation, he wants to fully train his subordinates. If you want to get back your past memories, conquer everything, and change everything, you need a perfect plan. Ding. The system is sending Li Yuanba to the host for the host. The system prompt sounded, and he continued to order. Once Li Yuanba comes over, first use 50 rewards to exchange for a chance of extreme good fortune, let him limit good fortune. The current Li Yuanba has already undergone 7 changes in the Supreme Origin Taizu realm. But Xuanhuan is very interesting to him, and he will be given priority to any good things in the system mall. Let him improve steadily. All the time. He has now come to a higher source plane, and he has activated ultimate creation at the beginning. Let his plan flow more smoothly. At the same time, in Hongmeng Heavenly Court, Li Yuanba, who was practicing in his mansion of God General Jinping, suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Because I am cultivating, no one is by my side. Therefore, he was discovered by the servants after knowing about Yusu, and he had disappeared. In the semi-enclosed room, Li Yuanba appeared in front of Xuanhuan out of thin air. His appearance immediately shocked hundreds of millions of creatures, including the Empress Apocalypse. They all exclaimed. Another foreigner appeared. My God, how did he show up? Who the hell is he? It's so fast, his cultivation base is obviously very low, why did he suddenly appear? Even Empress Apocalypse opened her mouth slightly, her eyes widened, and she looked like a ghost. When Li Yuanba saw Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, he was very excited and opened his mouth to shout, "Your Majesty, you." However, as soon as he spoke, he was sucked into the space between his eyebrows by the system. Disappeared. Ding. Li Yuanba began to create extreme creation. At the same time as the system notification sounded, it once again aroused the exclamation of all the creatures outside. "You, what about others?" Empress Apocalypse could no longer keep her calm. At this moment, he stared at Xuanhuan closely and asked. With her cultivation level of immortal divine sense, Great Emperor Second Realm, she didn't even discover how Li Yuanba appeared, let alone how he disappeared. Immediately, he was full of fear towards Xuanhuan. "It is purely a coincidence that I came here, and there is no malice, but if you still imprison me, I don't mind destroying your Tianqi dynasty." Although he was imprisoned in this room, he was not harmed in the slightest. And the Queen of Apocalypse did not cause any mental harm to him. Therefore, Xuanhuan still hoped that they would not do anything. Ding. Li Yuanba succeeded in extreme creation. May the host choose to release it? Release, call up Li Yuanba's attribute list. Li Yuanba, from ancient myths and legends. Race, primordial god. Lucky level, immortal divine sense emperor 4 realms. Cultivation method, Jinping transformation. Supernatural powers, Jinping transforms. Destruction. Yin and Yang change. Magic weapon, Golden Thunder double hammer. Inheritance of Taoism, the way of King Kong. Ultimate good fortune, Pengzu good fortune. Special attribute, Pengzu Shenwei. After extreme fortune, Li Yuanba has become the ancestor of all Pengs in the world. Once there is a Pengs monster, he will actively gather its power for his own use, and his strength will double in an instant. Loyalty, 100/100. Immortal divine sense, Great Emperor 4 realms. It's not bad, if you give him the supreme awakening and divine power. Empowerment, Li Yuanba will be a real strong man. Immediately, Li Yuanba flew out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows, and with a bang, he fell to the ground, making a deep hole. Li Yuanba looked at Xuanhuan in surprise, and then he laughed. "Your Majesty, who are you beating?" As soon as this remark came out, Xuanhuan almost burst into flames. Why is this guy's head so big? However, this scene immediately caused an uproar among all the gods. Although Li Yuanba had rarely appeared before, they could all see that Li Yuanba was no more than a powerhouse in the supreme origin Tianwu realm. However, it took only 10 breaths to jump directly from the supreme origin Tianwu realm to the immortal divine sense, Great Emperor's 4 realms? What is this operation? Even Empress Apocalypse looked at Li Yuanba in a daze. Just when she was about to speak, an extremely arrogant voice sounded from outside. "Tianqi, come out to see me, the time has come, how are things going?" All the creatures looked up one after another. I saw, in the sky above the crowd, a figure in golden armor appeared. This figure is like a divine mansion, standing in the void, and the purple gold armor on his body emits a bright golden light, like a flaming star. Seeing this, Empress Apocalypse frowned, and said expressionlessly, "What are you doing here?" The man in the purple gold armor smiled slightly. "You and I have an agreement. When the time is up, why can't I come and ask?" As soon as he finished speaking, he set his eyes on Li Yuanba and Xuanhuan. With a flash of contempt on his face. "This deity is Tianwu, the god of martial god, why don't you kneel down when you wait for the creatures of the lower realms? You Tian martial god Tianwu?" Hundreds of millions of living beings exploded immediately. At the same time, They retreated one after another, like avoiding the plague gods, and retreated for a long distance at once. Xuanhuan laughed. It's really pretentious every year, especially this year. Go away, idiot, how could my majesty kneel down to a pig like you? Li Yuanba didn't have a good temper, and he yelled at him directly, completely disregarding Tianwu's face. Immediately, Tianwu's face became ugly. All creatures were dumbfounded. There was silence. Deathly silence. Ding. Trigger the side mission, Tianwu's greed. Task details, Tianwu, the god of Yutian, has coveted the Empress of Tianqi for a long time and wants to possess the Empress of Tianqi and get the essence of origin from the Empress of Tianqi. He already have the intention to kill the host. If you want to kill the host, hurry up. If the host kills Tianwu, the system will reward the host with a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to be teleported by the strong, a chance to awaken the primordial being, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial, 10 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 10 chances to die. A chance for loyalty to awaken and anger Yutian Xinyu. When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan couldn't help complaining. The rewards are so generous, is this Yutian Xinyu amazing? Where did the untouchables come from? They are really stabbed to death. Tianwu, the martial god of Yutian, suddenly became furious, and the terrifying coercion was released suddenly, shaking all the buildings to tremble. You idiot! How dare you act wild? Li Yuanba raised his golden hammer and went to Tianwu. Seeing this, Queen Apocalypse disappeared instantly. She didn't want to suffer from an innocent disaster. Seeing this, Tianwu's face flashed with contempt, and he directly greeted him with a palm without any other movements. He didn't understand Li Yuanba's cultivation realm, not because he was careless, but because he didn't mean it at all. How high can an outsider's cultivation base be? On the other side, the Empress Apocalypse, who appeared out of nowhere, showed a strange look on her face. Tianwu is only innate with the immortal law, how could it be the opponent of the immortal divine sense emperor? Tianwu, who was extremely proud, felt a monstrous force coming towards him. And before he had such a reaction, Li Yuanba's hammer arrived. Impossible, how could you be so strong? Wait. He wanted to call a stop, but Li Yuanba didn't chat with him, and directly hit Tianwu with a hammer without hesitation. Boom! Tianwu was immediately blasted into a cloud of blood mist. This scene left the Empress Apocalypse and the hundreds of millions of creatures dumbfounded. How can this young man who is like a tuberculosis ghost be so powerful? Tianwu is the #1 powerhouse in the Yufeng god realm, but he is the independent leader of the domain master. It is said that he will go to the imperial court after a while. Oh my god, are all creatures from the lower realms so powerful? By the way, he won't come to trouble us, will he? Don't worry, we still have the Empress Apocalypse. The creatures talked a lot, bringing the shocked Empress Apocalypse back to reality. Ding. Complete the subquest, the greed of Tianwu god of Yushinwu. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to be empowered with divine power, a chance to be teleported by a strong man, a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial spirit, and 10 supernatural powers. There are only 10 chances for the awakening of the loyalists, and the anger of Yutian Xinyu. After killing Tianwu, the system prompt sounded, and the seemingly majestic Tianwu was smashed to pieces by Li Yuanba. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, Queen Tianqi, where is this place? Li Yuanba also returned to Su Haoyan's side, carrying the sledgehammer. Empress Apocalypse's eyes flashed, and her heart moved. Then said, "This is the 9th source plane, the Apocalypse God realm, and I am the domain. Master of the Apocalypse God realm. Apocalypse God realm." Su Haoyan smiled slightly, then stretched out his hand and said, "I want the essence of Xuanhuan. In exchange, I will protect you. In the future, the Apocalypse God's domain will not be affected by war. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the Emperor of Heaven. In the future, the 9th origin plane will be my territory, and you will also be my people." After Su Haoyan finished speaking, he just quietly looked at Empress Apocalypse without saying a word. He believed that the Empress Apocalypse would definitely make the right choice. Half an hour later, Su Haoyan took Li Yuanba out of the god realm of Apocalypse and set foot on the starry sky. At this time, Su Haoyan was playing with a stone shining with colorful light in his hand. There was a big smile on his face. He not only got the essence of origin from Empress Apocalypse, but also got a message from Emperor Qian. According to her, Emperor Qian was escorted to the imperial court by the law enforcers of the imperial court yesterday. If Su Haoyan wanted to save Emperor Qian, he had to go to the imperial court. Su Haoyan and Li Yuanba were flying in the starry sky. The starry sky of the Apocalypse God's domain was somewhat similar to the universe of the ancient sacred land. In addition to countless stars all over the starry sky, there were also countless light and shadow creatures passing by their sides. But different from primordial Mang, the creatures here all exist in the form of light, and the starry sky is filled with a gas like the original gas. Su Haoyan called it the Qi of Xuanhuan, glowing with colorful light. "Your Majesty, where are we going now?" Li Yuanba asked at this moment. He is now in the 4 realms of immortal divine sense great emperor, and he can already run rampant in this starry sky. At this time I am full of ambition and want to do a big job to save a friend of mine, and I still have some clansmen to retrieve. And I intend to conquer this place. Su Haoyan's words made Li Yuanba's blood boil again. For a strong man like him, who suffers without fighting, the more ambitious Su Haoyan is, the more he likes him. System, let's summon superpowers to the limit. After completing the task of entering the extraterrestrial civilization, Su Haoyan got a chance of extreme summoning. Of course he can't waste it. As his strength grows and his territory grows, the chances of summoning in the system rewards are becoming less and less. However, the summoned strong men are getting stronger and stronger. They were all famous powerhouses in that world. Ding. The system is calling for the host limit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Void Demon. Patriarch. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Void Demon Patriarch? Information about Void Demon immediately flashed in Su Haoyan's mind. This Void Demon Patriarch was born in nothingness, and he was a figure of the same period as Yu Yangmei, Hun Kuan, and Dao Zhu Hongjun. The strength is unfathomable. However, during the conferred God War, he had disappeared for a long time. Yu Hunkan and Yang Mei seemed to have evaporated from the world. According to Su Haoyan's analysis, although the void demon Yu Hongjun is from the same period, he should not have much to do with the chaos of the 4 elephants. This guy has a very famous name, and his strength won't be much worse. Right? Su Haoyan ordered while muttering to himself. Summon him, call up his attribute list. Void demon ancestor, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, chaos demon root. The first demon in the world. Lucky level, early stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Cultivation method, heaven and earth Jew. Magical weapon, death scythe. Supernatural powers, cut the world. The devil is all over the sky. Loyalty, 56/100. The early stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Basically the same as Chang'e, the son of Hongmeng. Did this guy go to practice during the time he disappeared? When Xuanhuan was thinking, a strong man surrounded by pitch-black devilish energy suddenly appeared next to him. Damn it, where did the thief come from? When Li Yuanba saw a big black man appearing suddenly, he immediately scolded him. The deafening roar shook the void demon patriarch's mind, and his whole body trembled. With a puff, a mouthful of blood spewed out. He was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. Said tremblingly, "Don't hit me, don't hit me, I'm here to worship His Majesty." Patriarch Zumo was originally cultivating, but suddenly he felt something, and Xuanhuan's shadow unconsciously appeared in his mind. In an instant, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he came here. However, when he appeared, he found himself being roared by a ferocious pitch black tiger. Immediately scared out of my wits. This must be amazing, and I suddenly realized that this is not a tiger, it is clearly a skinny boy. But he didn't dare to be arrogant, he obviously felt that this boy was much stronger than him. What? You came to worship His Majesty? Isn't this too weak? Li Yuanba muttered to himself, but almost made Zumo spit out a mouthful of old blood. Weak? Patriarch, I have cultivated for countless thousands of years, and finally reached the current state. You brat, you actually said that I am weak? I'm so weak. He immediately lost his composure. He found that he couldn't see through Li Yuanba's cultivation at all. This shattered his self-confidence. Xuanhuan shook his head, waved his hand, and shot a streak of 7-colored divine power into the body of the void demon patriarch. Boom! The old ancestor Zumo was startled, but immediately felt his aura increase suddenly, which made him happy in the horror. About half an hour. The three of Xuanhuan continued to move forward. At this time, the cultivation base of the Zumo patriarch has soared to the level of Taishu Shindi. Wrapped in Xuanhuan's colorful aura, he flew away to the depths of the starry sky. His goal is the 8th source plane, to rescue the descendants of the Xuan God clan who are trapped there. At the same time, continue to search for your own memory. Is this amazing? In the blink of an eye, he allowed himself to achieve heights that he never dared to imagine. You must know that his previous cultivation base was obtained through hundreds of millions of years of hard work. But this young man actually made himself cross several big realms with a wave of his hands. This kind of method is unheard of and unseen. At this moment, the ancestor Zumo became more and more interested in Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan's expression was still calm. But my heart is already happy. Through the list of system attributes, he saw that the loyalty of the ancestor Zumo was close to 70 or so. Old boy, no matter how awesome you used to be, I will definitely make you submissive. The Apocalypse Divine Domain is very large and extremely vast. Xuanhuan reckoned that he had already flown over 1.5 Hongmeng's size, but he still didn't see the edge. On the way, they encountered many angry planets, with different breaths. The weak ones are the same as the mysterious Great World. The powerful is almost comparable to the previous Hongmeng. Finally, the three of Xuanhuan stopped on a deserted star. He intends to improve the cultivation base of the Void Demon Patriarch here. And at the same time he wants to refine the source of origin. Soon, 10 days passed in a flash. Not surprisingly, after Xuanhuan absorbed the essence of Xuanhuan, his cultivation base also made a strong breakthrough. Immortal Law Innate Level 7. Now, the rewards for the tasks he triggers are quite generous, and now he can promote anyone he wants. There are no restrictions. Some unscrupulous. At the same time, after he absorbed the essence of origin, some strange memories appeared in his mind. But it's all trivial things. However, he caught a mysterious figure in it. Those were a pair of blood-red eyes. At the beginning of its birth, the essence of origin was just the chi of origin in this starry sky. Through these vague memories, Xuanhuan discovered that those blood-red eyes were almost invisible and colorless. Shuttle in any starry sky at will. More importantly, he saw that some strong men in golden armor had a close relationship with these blood-red eyes. What is their relationship? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. No matter who you are, what do you want to do? I will never let you live in this world for a long time. At the same time, after 10 days of promotion, the blood of the Zumo Patriarch has reached its peak. Xuanhuan exchanged for him the magic bone of Hongming's first demon head in the lucky mall for him to fuse. His bloodline has been unprecedentedly strong. 70 primordial awakenings, 50 primordial tribulations, 90 over limit awakenings, 108 powerhouse peaks, and 73 Taoism inheritances. There is also a chance to awaken the Supreme Being, 3 teleportation by the strong, and 1 extreme fortune. Not to mention Li Yuanba, he is now in the 4 realms of immortal divine sense emperor, and he does not need to be promoted for the time being. He is now devoting all his energy to the Void Demon Patriarch. Just about to do something. At this time, call out. In the depths of the starry sky, a golden spear with a length of thousands of miles suddenly appeared, tearing apart the void, and came to the stars in a blink of an eye. He rushed towards Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Li Yuanba shouted suddenly, and hit the long spear with a hammer. It was directly blasted into slag. The huge roar and explosion made the face of the void demon ancestor next to him suddenly change, like a muffled thunder exploding in his ears. His whole consciousness almost fell into chaos. The spear shattered, and everyone looked intently. In the depths of the starry sky, a tall figure strolled towards him. This figure was 3 feet tall, wearing a pitch-black armor, and 2 icy eyes shot out from the tight helmet, pointing at Xuanhuan and the others. It's pretty good, no wonder you can kill Tianwu. After muttering to himself, the big man in pitch-black armor turned around and disappeared. When he appeared, he had already arrived above the heads of the 3 of them. Seeing this, Li Yuanba twitched his mouth. Isn't it the immortal divine sense great emperor 4 realms? He is also, if you simply compare speed, he is not slow. Thinking of this, Li Yuanba didn't wait for Xuanhuan's order, and raised his hammer to charge at him. The pupils of the black-armored man shrank suddenly. Everyone is the immortal divine sense great emperor 4 realms. Why is Li Yuanba's power higher than him? Before he could react, Li Yuanba's hammer struck again. He was so surprised that he only had time to turn his head. Boom! In the lightning flash, Li Yuanba's hammer directly shattered half of his body. With a flash of inspiration, the fairy baby of the man in black armor appeared not far away with a panicked expression, about to escape into the void. It's a pity that at this moment, Li Yuanba's yin and yang energy gushed out from his body, directly wrapped his fairy baby, and killed it easily. From the appearance of the black-armored man to the time when his soul was dissipated, less than 10 breaths had passed. Immediately, the void demon patriarch on the distant stars was stunned. System, can I send Jiuling Yuansheng over? Facing the fall of the man in black armor, Xuanhuan didn't show any superfluous expressions. He's a little worried about Jiuling Yuansheng now, and he doesn't know where he was teleported. Although he has the cultivation level of the immortal divine sense great Emperor, any domain master here can make him fly away. He wants to find it as soon as possible. Not for the time being. There is a force in this world that limits the teleportation function of the system. Only the strong ones on the primordial realm can be teleported by the host. The system's answer made Xuanhuan a little helpless. He never thought that this could restrict the operation of the system. However, just now, when the man in the black armor fell, when his mind was relaxed, Xuanhuan took the opportunity to spy on some of his memories. This person's name is Yu Ming, and his strength is unfathomable. Won the trust of domain owners. Because of Tianwu's death, Master Yu Xianyu was furious, and he wanted to kill Xuanhuan soon. And Yu Ming is just the first wave of strong people, and there will be a second wave later. Even the domain master will come in person. However, Xuanhuan didn't care about this news at all. Since someone wanted to hit the gun, he didn't mind using Yu Tianxinyu as a stepping stone for Hongmeng Tianting to enter the outer world. Ding. Trigger the side mission, conquer the Yutian God realm. Task. Details: if the host wants to regain control of the Siyuan God race, he must gain a firm foothold in the Siyuan God race, and the Yutian God realm is a good step. If the host captures the God realm of Yutian, and mobilizes the powerhouses of the Hongmeng Heavenly Court to come and expand its power, alluding to other God domains and source planes, the system will reward the host with a chance to supreme awakening, a chance to be empowered with divine power, and an ultimate good fortune, a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial. At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan slightly stunned. But his face immediately became bright. Xingqiu didn't know where to start. Yu Tianxinyu was a good start. Void Demon, come here. After these few days of promotion, the ancestor Zumos loyalty has reached more than 90, and he can really be promoted. I want to comprehensively improve your cultivation. Are you ready? Faced with Xuanhuan's question, Patriarch Zumo suddenly became excited. These days, Li Yuanba had already told him about Xuanhuan's supernatural powers, which made this old devil, who only knew how to cultivate, yearn for him. Well, Your Majesty, the minister is ready. System, let Zumo inherit the Tao of Heavenly Demon, cross the tribulation in Hongmeng, and awaken beyond the limit. Then quench the body with the primordial qi. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. As soon as his words fell, the ancestor Zumo was sucked in by the system. The heavenly demon Tao was drawn when he was free, and was originally intended to be given to Mo Yantian, but later, Mo Yantian had another adventure, and this Tao was put on hold. Now it is suitable to give to the ancestor of Zumo. 10 seconds later. Ding. The primordial energy of the void demon patriarch succeeded in quenching his body. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? Release, and bring up the property list. Void demon ancestor, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Chaos Demon Root. The first demon in the world. The avenue passed on, the avenue of heavenly demons. Belonging creation, devil's creation. Lucky level, triple creation of primordial ancestral realm. Cultivation method, heaven and earth Jew. Magical weapon, death scythe. Supernatural powers, cut the world. The devil is all over the sky. Loyalty, 99/100. The triple good fortune of the primordial ancestral realm. It's okay, at least I have the power to protect myself here. When the void demon patriarch flew out from between Su Haotian's eyebrows, Su Haotian immediately flew in one direction. The ancestor Zumo originally wanted to kneel down to thank him, but seeing this, he had no choice but to keep up. These days, Su Haotian released his divine sense and overheard the conversations of many creatures, and soon learned that they had left the Apocalypse God realm and entered the Yutian God realm. The direction he is heading now is to go to the star domain where the domain master of Yutian Xinyu is located. He has changed his strategy now, and intends to repeat the old trick, adopting the strategy of encircling the city from the countryside, isolating the imperial court, and encroaching on it step by step. Occupy the world first. Moreover, he also learned from the mouths of the creatures that the Yutian divine realm is wider than the Apocalypse divine realm, and all of them are headed by the Lord Yu Xianyu, with countless forces of all sizes and rich resources. Apocalypse God's realm compared it with more than a star and a half. It is said that the master of Yu Xianyu has lived for billions of years, and created Yutian Xinyu with his own efforts. Originally, he was very kind to the people below. However, for nearly hundreds of millions of years, Yu Xianyu Lord, for some reason, went against his normal behavior and began to extort violently from his subordinate forces, enslaving his subordinate forces, but he dared to be angry but did not dare to speak out. As a result, there are many complaints in Yutian Xinyu, and the people are alienated. It is one of the most chaotic domains in the ninth source plane. In this world, the source plane rules the domain of the gods, and the imperial court rules the source plane. Of course, there is also the domain of the gods, directly under the imperial court. And the Apocalypse God realm is one of the few God realms that directly belong to the imperial court. However, for nearly hundreds of millions of years, the imperial court's dominance over the major forces under it has greatly declined, resulting in chaotic battles among many source planes, and some relatively powerful gods have left the imperial court's control and developed independently. It can be said that the world here is now a very chaotic world. Heroes come out of troubled times. It seems that I came at the right time. While thinking in their hearts, the three of them turned into a stream of light and fled deep into the starry sky. Endless starry sky. At this time, on a huge planet, a one-sided massacre is erupting. Booming explosions, lightning, and thunder filled the starry sky in this area. Taking a closer look, it is indeed a nine-headed lion who is incarnate. Billions of feet tall, standing on this planet and fighting with dozens of strong men. It was none other than Jiuling Yuanxing who had lost contact with Su Haotian. At this time, he faced dozens of superpowers alone, not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but showed an overwhelming trend. Who the hell are you? Why do you want to fight against my god of wind? At this time, a big man with a beard asked in horror. I didn't want to be an enemy to you, but I just wanted a place to hide. But you all wanted to disturb me. If this is the case, then you're Shenfeng. Xinyu has no value in existence. It turned out that since Jiuling Yuanxing separated from Su Haotian, Accidentally, he began to search aimlessly, but he could not find Xuanhuan's whereabouts. In the end, he decided to live in seclusion in this fairyland called Xuanhuan. Xuanyu. Then look for it slowly. Unexpectedly, seeing him alone, the strong man here thought of killing people to seize treasures. He killed several people in a fit of anger. But it provoked more strong men, which made him very angry, and finally he simply started killing. Let's take this god's domain first. Fellow Taoist, since that's the case, why don't the masters of this domain give you this planet? How about we turn our hostility into jade and let it go? The big man with curly beard spoke again. He regrets it now. He didn't expect his two disciples to offend such a strong man. If he had known that, he wouldn't be here to pretend. It's too late. Hand over your god domain, or I will swallow your entire family. As Zhouling Yuanqing said, 3 of them opened their mouths wide and swallowed the 7 supreme ancestors in front of them instantly. Such a tragic scene almost scared the big man with beard to pee. Said quickly, I surrender, I hand over God's domain, and I will serve as master, from now on. The big man with the beard plopped and knelt down without hesitation. Seeing the big man with the beard kneeling, the others also gave up resisting and knelt in the void. Seeing this, Zhouling Yuanqing didn't rush to kill them all. After accepting the magic, he shot several auras into the bodies of several people. Although he is rough, he is not stupid. Although these guys surrender to him on the surface, they are definitely not convinced in their hearts. Wouldn't he be very dangerous without any means? Seeing Zhouling Yuanqing's actions, the bearded man and the others were ashamed. The last trace of luck in my heart disappeared. In this way, Zhouling Yuanqing won a god domain by means of thunder, which is much faster than the master Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't know the feat of Zhouling Yuanqing. At this time, after several hours of flying, they soon came to a huge planet that was as big as an ancient holy place. Wow, this planet is so big, it's almost catching up with the land of the old sages. Li Yuanba grinned loudly, without the slightest sense of tension about the approaching battle. I saw that the planet in front of the 3 of them was very lively, with flying swords, spaceships, and other flying instruments flying in and out of the planet. It was very lively. Xuanhuan smiled when he saw this. Let's go, I'll take you to grab the planet. An ordinary sentence instantly made the blood of the 2 of them boil. Soon, the 3 landed on the planet. There is a light gate that is hundreds of feet tall here. At this time, hundreds of creatures in blue armor are checking the creatures who entered the planet. The interrogation was so careful that a long queue formed in front of the light gate. Xuanhuan planned to break in directly, because they were here to make trouble. Of course, the higher the profile, the better. When he was about to act, though, conversations in the ranks caught his attention. Brother, I see that you are covered with injuries, what's going on? The person who asked the question was a creature that looked like a middle-aged man in a blue robe. Hey, don't mention it, our Hundian divine realm has been taken away. The person who answered was a burly man, but his face was blue and blood was still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Obviously there was a big fight. Who was able to snatch your heavenly divine realm? There was some surprise in the eyes of the middle-aged man, but he didn't find it strange. It was a monster with 9 heads. It was rumored that he was passing by, and happened to be provoked by the apprentice of the domain lord. That guy killed the apprentice of the domain lord. Naturally, the domain lord wanted revenge. But unexpectedly, the muzzle is engaged. In this way, our Huntian divine realm has changed hands. Haha, your former domain master is too incompetent. It is normal to be robbed of God's domain. The two continued to chat casually, but Xuanhuan's heart became active. Your Majesty, are they talking about the Lion of Jiuling? Li Yuanba asked, curiously. At the same time, there was a flash of inspiration in his eyes, and there seemed to be a feeling of eagerness to try. Hearing Li Yuanba's discussion, Xuanhuan gradually had a vague plan in his heart. He is now sure that what they are talking about must be Jiuling. Yuansheng. Being able to rob a planet with one person's strength, this domain master is also the innate first-level strength of the immortal law, and it is a second-level strength if he dies. So what about other gods? The position they are in now is the ninth source plane. According to his understanding, the ninth source plane has a total of more than 100 god domains. If you want to snatch them one by one, God knows you will be able to snatch them in the year of the monkey. But if you follow the method of Jiuling, Yuansheng. Xuanhuan made a decision in his mind instantly. Yuanba, I will entrust you with a task when you take down this god's domain. Xuanhuan said with a smile. When Li Yuanba heard it, he immediately understood the meaning of Xuanhuan's words. Immediately excited. The Zumo patriarch behind him was shocked when he heard it. He never expected Xuanhuan to have such courage. Seizing God's domain is like a child's playhouse? Do you want to be so crazy? Xuanhuan ignored the thoughts of the two, but suddenly roared. Listen, Yu Tianxinyu belongs to me today. Xuanhuan's voice was sent by mana. It resounded through the entire starry sky in an instant, and the planet he was on could be heard very clearly. The entrance to the planet fell silent for an instant. All the creatures looked at the three of them with a look that looked like idiots. Is there something wrong? Are you crazy? Snatch the God realm? Do you think everyone is in the heavenly God realm? It's over, this kid is dead. After a long while, all the people pointed to Xuanhuan and the three of them began to discuss